You are listening to Dimensional Hotel by Yuan Tong, novel from Novelfire. Chapter 251, Intelligence on Thousand Peak Spirit Mountain. Truth be told, Irene wasn't wrong. Yu Sheng had indeed grown very curious about this place, called Thousand Peak Spirit Mountain. It was a destination beyond borderland, somewhere he genuinely knew existed and could potentially reach, and he even had an internet friend there. But he was very afraid he'd get beaten to death the moment he met this internet friend. Perhaps he'd even get killed by that very internet friend himself. Of course, getting beaten to death wasn't such a big deal. The problem was that this whole issue started from a rather embarrassing misunderstanding, a misunderstanding he'd created when he still knew nothing about anything. Dying once or twice wasn't so bad, but the awkwardness of coming back to life afterward made him hesitant. Yu Sheng figured he should at least first uncover who exactly this 3,000 wicked disciples was, along with gathering more intelligence on Thousand Peak Spirit Mountain before making his move. The misunderstanding eventually had to be resolved, but he was very aware of how his door-opening ability worked. He knew clearly that the next time he opened the door, he'd still step directly into eldest senior brother's alchemy furnace. Without preparation, it could easily lead to another door-opening kill. All these thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind, and Yu Sheng stared out at the street with a heavy sigh. Better take it slow and steady. Irene sat on the windowsill and tilted her head up to look at him. You're just scared you'll get chased and beaten when you go there. Yu Sheng jabbed the little doll with a finger, almost tipping her over. You just love showing off your insight, don't you, benefactor? Foxy now walked up from behind, her face filled with curiosity. What were you two just talking about? It sounds like you have some kind of conflict with that Thousand Peak Spirit Mountain. It's a long story, Yu Sheng sighed again, explaining to her patiently. It goes back to a time before you arrived. Back then, I was desperately searching for a way to reach Nightfall Valley and tried opening numerous teleportation doors. But I wasn't skilled yet, and to be honest, I was pretty reckless. Then, keeping the story concise, he recounted how he'd accidentally opened a door directly into someone else's alchemy furnace. He concluded by adding, Of course, I still can't be sure if that's really the same place, but considering the architectural style in the news photos, the chances are pretty high. As Foxy listened to Yu Sheng's tale, her expression gradually turned strange. Her fluffy ears slowly drooped halfway down, and her eyes soon began to redden. Yu Sheng was startled by this reaction. Hey, we were just talking, what's wrong? Before he could finish, Foxy lunged forward. Benefactor, I didn't realize you went through so much trouble back then. The demon fox maiden hugged Yu Sheng abruptly and tightly, her numerous fluffy tails wrapped securely around him, as if afraid he'd run away. Benefactor, you're so kind. Warmth and softness. These sensations lasted less than half a second, immediately replaced by a feeling akin to being crushed by hydraulic clamps. Yu Sheng struggled on the verge of death. You're choking me. Ah, Foxy immediately let out a startled cry, her tails spreading out instantly like an opening fan. I'm sorry, Benefactor. Yu Sheng needed almost half a minute to catch his breath and heal the small cracks in his ribs along with various minor internal injuries. Once recovered, he took a deep breath and looked helplessly at the panicked fox girl. I appreciate your gratitude, but next time please remember I'm just a fragile human. Anyway, opening a few doors wasn't that difficult, just a bit tedious at most. If anything, it was the Special Affairs Bureau who really had a tough time back then. I still feel a bit guilty about that, He suddenly stopped speaking, recalling something, and glanced down at the time on his phone. Speaking of the Special Affairs Bureau, I just remembered something, he muttered, opening up Frontier Messenger and scrolling through his private messages. Bai Li Qing should be awake by now. I'll send her a message. Irene, who had been sitting on the windowsill enjoying the show, suddenly widened her eyes. Even someone as bold as her almost broke character. You're too kind. Do you even remember what you just said? You're sending her an urgent work message at breakfast time. Yu Sheng had already sent out the message, a photo accompanied by a single sentence. The photo was of the cloth he'd found, and the caption read, Guess what I found in my own house again? You just don't understand how diverse humans can be. Yu Sheng lifted his head after sending the message, grinning cheerfully at Irene. People like her would love nothing more than getting work out of the way the moment they open their eyes. For such an important piece of news, waiting until working hours would actually disrupt her planning, because her entire day is probably already mapped out by the moment she's awake. The little doll was completely taken aback. It took her a few more seconds to react before she hesitantly asked, Is that so? Absolutely, trust my judgment when it comes to people, Yu Sheng said casually, turning to walk outside. By the way, thanks for the reminder, it's mealtime, I'll go fix something to eat. Foxy instantly brightened up and eagerly followed behind. Yu Sheng was only halfway to the dining room when he suddenly paused again, his phone vibrating urgently. Bai Li Qing was calling. He swiftly placed the phone to his ear, but before he could utter a word, the female director's crisp, cool voice broke through the speaker. Was it that room with the snowfall you mentioned earlier? Yes, Yu Sheng sighed, glancing at the torn cloth in his hand. This time it wasn't just snow piling up. The wind blew the snow straight into the room. Then in the corner I found this thing. Did you notice the patterns on it? I did, Bai Li Qing replied directly, wasting no words. Do you have time right now? Bring it to the Special Affairs Bureau immediately. Yu Sheng froze, blinking blankly at his phone. Now, he asked cautiously, I haven't eaten yet. The Bureau has a breakfast cafeteria. Yu Sheng tried again, his voice hopeful. But it's not urgent, right? I can literally open a door and arrive in an instant. Maybe I'll wait until you get to the office first. I'm already here. I stayed overnight, she answered plainly, her tone calm as usual. The aftermath of the angel's descent needed handling. Yu Sheng, Irene, who'd been shamelessly eavesdropping, clapped her small doll hands, cheerfully chanting, "Oh-ho." Yu Sheng's lips twitched in mild annoyance as he struggled to keep a straight face. Fine, I'll be there soon. See, your instincts were right, Irene laughed gleefully, arms swinging wildly. Workaholics sure are different. She wakes up running at full power and you've got to follow along. Without another word, Yu Sheng scooped up the noisy doll, tossing her lightly onto his shoulder. So it's oh-ho and hiya now, is it? You're coming with me. I don't mind, Irene shrugged smugly. I've got 2 other bodies at home, plenty to play games and watch TV. Ignoring the doll's smugness, Yu Sheng turned his gaze toward Foxy, nodding decisively. Come along, Foxy, benefactors taking you out to breakfast at the Special Affairs Bureau. What? Minutes later, Foxy sat happily in the headquarters cafeteria, already diving into mountains of food. Yu Sheng and Irene, meanwhile, were swiftly escorted by Bai Li Qing straight to the familiar high-risk laboratory, promptly handing over the mysterious piece of fabric to the heavily armored lab personnel. It was the same meticulous procedure as last time, the cautious exchange process, the staff in heavy protective gear. Even though Yu Sheng had casually stuffed the cloth into his pocket, no shortcuts were allowed. Is all this still necessary? Yu Sheng murmured curiously as he watched the technicians disappear behind the sealed lab doors. The last time I brought that metal component, you confirmed it had no contamination risks, right? I thought maybe we could ease up a little this time. Every new sample follows the highest level of first contact protocols, Bai Li Qing replied flatly, her eyes steady. Downgrading threat levels happens only after thorough tests. Yu Sheng nodded reluctantly, fair enough. Then his expression turned serious again, as he quickly explained what had transpired earlier with 3,000 wicked disciples. There's something else important, he continued, voice earnest. I shared a picture of this cloth on Frontier Communications just like last time. Someone named 3,000 wicked disciples responded, he has something similar. Bai Li Qing sharply turned toward him. What? Without hesitation, Yu Sheng recounted the entire interaction. Although the director's expression was difficult to read, her brief silence told Yu Sheng she took this news very seriously. About that 1,000-peak spirit mountain, Yu Sheng ventured carefully, curiosity clear on his face. What kind of place is it exactly? Does your bureau usually deal with them? They're one of the strongest powers within Featherwing 13B, Bai Li Qing responded calmly. Their headquarters is located at FY13B 17C14263, a planetary identifier code. Locals call that planet Grand Void Spiritual Axis, and 1,000-peak Spirit Mountain lies near its northern pole. She paused briefly before continuing, her tone thoughtful. Grand Void Spiritual Axis, led by 1,000-peak Spirit Mountain, controls a cluster of resource-rich planets and colonies. While they rarely leave their territory or pay attention to the wider universe, their connections with the Special Affairs Bureau are fairly active. We maintain several border stations trading regularly with them. She then added softly, when we mobilized our friends to help find Foxy's home last time, 1,000-peak Spirit Mountain provided considerable assistance. Yu Sheng stood there, dazed by the flood of new information. It was as if he'd been yanked straight from the warmth of his bed into the vast ocean of stars. Fortunately, he'd grown somewhat used to such cosmic revelations after dealing with Foxy and her cyber-immortal brethren. Compared to that lot, Bai Li Qing's revelations merely left him momentarily stunned, though part of his surprise was realizing something he hadn't anticipated at all. He'd assumed Thousand Peak Spirit Mountain referred simply to a mountain, maybe home to some sect, but now he knew better. That wasn't just some mountain peak. It was the capital of an entire interstellar civilization. Chapter 252, The True Face of Borderland. Yu Sheng's mind wandered through countless possibilities, imagining the wondrous sights and customs of that distant world, Thousand Peak Spirit Mountain, and the vast star named Grand Void Spiritual Axis over which it presided. He pondered how cultivators with their mysterious powers managed to thrive and negotiate with other cosmic forces beyond Borderland. His imagination wasn't idle curiosity. Rather, it was an old professional habit resurfacing. He couldn't help but think this alone could easily fill several volumes. Bai Li Qing, however, could hardly guess what such an enigmatic entity standing beside her might be thinking. She merely glanced at Yu Sheng with mild curiosity. "You seem particularly interested in Thousand Peak Spirit Mountain," she noted quietly. "Oh well, it's my first time interacting with a power from outside. Plus they gave me such a valuable clue." Yu Sheng quickly brushed it off with a casual air. "I'm just curious, nothing more." Bai Li Qing seemed about to say something else, but her phone suddenly rang, cutting her short. She exchanged a few brief words before hanging up and turning to Yu Sheng. "Good timing since you're already here. Would you like to come with me to another lab? There are some things there I'm sure you'll find intriguing." Yu Sheng blinked. "What's there?" "The recovery team dispatched outside the city has finished their inspection, and the items they brought back have been transferred to the containment labs," Bai Li Qing explained lightly. "The remnants from Anka Ayla's fall, they're ready for viewing now." Yu Sheng's expression flickered briefly before settling into solemnity, and he nodded gravely. "Then follow me." Bai Li Qing turned to head down the corridor, yet after only a few steps she stopped at a vending machine, bought a small loaf of bread, and handed it to Yu Sheng. "Sorry, eat this for now. We probably don't have enough time to stop by the cafeteria." Caught off guard by her unexpected consideration, Yu Sheng chuckled and took the bread. "Actually, it's fine. The main reason I mentioned your cafeteria was to feed Foxy. I just saw her eating happily over there." Irene, still perched lazily on his shoulder, muttered under her breath, "Of course, she's always happy as long as there's something edible." Guided by Bai Li Qing, Yu Sheng traversed numerous junction points within the labyrinthine headquarters, navigating corridors that twisted strangely through space. Finally, after walking through a hallway that gave off a constant feeling of being tilted, they reached their destination, a containment zone. Or rather, one of hundreds, perhaps thousands, of such containment zones connected to this bewildering structure. Special Affairs Bureau headquarters was like a massive cosmic tree, rooted at the heart of a space-time nexus. Most individuals, even employees, only saw its trunk, never truly grasping the sprawling branches and roots that twisted through the convoluted fabric of Borderland. Each slender branch led somewhere distinct: deep-dive labs, vast warehouses, harmless otherworlds, alien refugee shelters, customs checkpoints, extraterrestrial embassies, abandoned outposts, and floors too dangerous to tread. Yu Sheng suspected even Bai Li Qing, who had overseen this colossal growth for a century, couldn't recall every route or the stories behind every hidden corner. Thus, when he stepped through the final grand door and saw a massive, cube-like structure suspended silently within an endless void, Yu Sheng felt no surprise at all. By now, he was numb to the wonders hidden inside this building. This containment facility is among the most secure, connected directly to headquarters. Most of its architecture actually exists outside Borderland's frontier, beyond what the naked eye can see, Bai Li Qing calmly explained, gesturing back at the corridor behind them. The facility's shell is balanced in a gravitational equilibrium held by a star's pull. This corridor is directly controlled by my mind. If the containment cube ever fails and what's inside escapes, the link will immediately break, sending the entire facility plunging out of Borderland into that distant star's fiery embrace. Yu Sheng's eyes widened in amazement and slight confusion. "Shouldn't that be classified information? Are you really allowed to just tell me?" "You're considered a trusted ally of the Special Affairs Bureau," Bai Li Qing replied flatly. "After your help resolving the Dark Angel's threat, there are very few secrets left we need to keep from you, especially regarding Dark Angels and containment operations. You might not feel its significance yet, but in future cooperation, sharing this kind of information will be essential for both of us. Yu Sheng nodded thoughtfully, gazing across the bridge at the floating cube in the dark emptiness. After hesitating for a moment, he finally summoned the courage to voice a question he'd been pondering for a long time. Since you're sharing openly, I've been curious about something for quite a while now. This tech of yours, what's going on exactly? Bai Li Qing slowed her pace, looking back at Yu Sheng with an insightful expression. You're asking why the technologies you see here don't match the tech level you'd normally encounter in everyday Boundary City life, correct? Yu Sheng spread his hands open, his gaze thoughtful. I saw what Boundary City was like. Sure, it's modern enough, but it's normal. Cars still roll on wheels, and there's no sign of strong AI or anything. But look at this place. The connecting bridges, the giant floating structures, and that energy barrier thing I saw back in the prison holding those heretic cultists. It's like it's all generations ahead in tech. He paused, making a slicing gesture in the air to indicate the clear divide. This feels weird. Tech shouldn't jump levels this way, right? Is there some reason for it, or is that classified too? I thought you didn't ask before because you either didn't care or just hadn't noticed. Bai Li Qing observed Yu Sheng silently for a moment, then shook her head. It's actually quite simple. The things you see inside this building aren't some mysterious advanced technology. This, she gestured around, is the real technology standard of the Council and the Special Affairs Bureau, but the Boundary City you see is Borderland's baseline state. Baseline state? Yu Sheng's brow furrowed, clearly puzzled. What's that supposed to mean? You can think of it as an anchor, Bai Li Qing replied calmly. Boundary City represents a society based on normality, rationality, and order. It's deliberately allowed to develop slowly and steadily without interference, so it can serve as a giant cognitive stabilizing anchor. This anchor pins the entire borderland firmly at level 0. Without it, how deep do you think this city could sink? Yu Sheng's eyes widened. Holy crap. A small slap instantly landed on his shoulder. Little Irene's annoyed voice piped up. Language. You're usually way worse. Yu Sheng pushed away the doll's hand and turned sharply back to Bai Li Qing. Wait, hold on. You're saying that the human society within Boundary City keeps the whole borderland anchored at L0, so when Anka Ayla happened before. Exactly. Bai Li Qing's tone was grave. For us, that night was the worst nightmare in our history. Outside Borderland, we have immense military strength and countless defense lines designed to handle external threats. We've always been extremely careful to maintain Boundary City's slow and secure growth, precisely to prevent our home from collapsing into deeper layers. But the Dark Angels, they ignored all our precautions, penetrating directly into the heart of the Council itself. Her voice grew quieter, tinged with a hint of lingering dread. Back then, countless people prepared for the worst. I even considered temporarily fracturing a part of Borderland to banish Anka Ayla. Fortunately, it didn't come to that. She met Yu Sheng's gaze steadily. In terms of physical destruction, Anka Ayla's arrival might have destroyed just one city. But in terms of impact, the city it threatened was Borderland's unique and irreplaceable core. She stopped there, looking directly into Yu Sheng's eyes. So now you realize the magnitude of what you did that day. Yu Sheng rubbed his forehead, processing all this. He'd thought earlier that learning about Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain was already his day's highlight. Clearly, he'd underestimated. Borderland was just full of surprises. How many secrets did this strange place have left to reveal? Can I ask one more thing? Yu Sheng finally spoke again after holding back for a while. How big exactly is Borderland? Considering the strength Special Affairs Bureau had shown, plus snippets Li Lin and Su Jiali mentioned about the outside, he'd begun suspecting Borderland's influence was way beyond what he'd imagined. If you mean a purely geographical concept, Borderland is exactly as you've seen. A vast boundary city, surrounded by sprawling wilderness, enclosed by the boundary stones at the frontier. It's just a large hub space bubble within a special spatial structure, Bai Li Qing explained patiently. But if you're referring to Borderland as a power, how far the Council's control actually extends, then it's enormous. A faint smile gradually appeared on her normally indifferent face. Imagine Borderland as an egg floating in the cosmos. From this egg, the Council's branches spread outward, claiming their place among the stars. You've actually already glimpsed a tiny portion of these branches. The passages to the outside, those customs facilities, ports, they're the veins and arteries transporting resources. It's actually quite obvious if you think about it, she continued. We control the universe's largest natural transportation hub, the biggest trading platform for otherworldly goods. Countless races have established their communication nodes here, relying on the order we've created to maintain their trade routes. We even have equal partnerships with massive and ancient forces like Terra Academy and Alglade Astrological Society. With all these benefits, have you wondered why Borderland still stays peaceful? It's surely not because every species in the universe suddenly decided they love peace. Yu Sheng considered this, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Yeah, that makes sense. Chapter 253, Crystal Shards. Yu Sheng had more questions in his heart. He felt that Bai Li Qing was withholding some critical secrets. For example, how exactly did Boundary City, this massive anchor, hold the entirety of Borderland firmly at L0 depth? What principles govern the anchor's function and creation? Another mystery was how excessively rapid technological advancement could destabilize this anchor. What was the underlying reason for that? And then, there was the question of what Borderland looked like before the anchor was built. This city hadn't simply appeared from thin air. It had to have gone through a long, arduous process. From Bai Li Qing's fragmented explanations, Yu Sheng guessed that Borderland had indeed experienced a chaotic era with average depths far beyond level 0. Could there really have been human inhabitants back then? Could these original residents have discovered a way to pull their homeland out of those chaotic depths to the safety of L0? This idea sounded utterly impossible because everyone knew that rational beings could only thrive sustainably at L0. If Borderland had indeed endured such chaotic depths, it was unimaginable that a significant human population could have survived here. He hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to voice his doubts. However, Bai Li Qing merely shook her head. The history before Boundary City's construction has almost no clear records. Even after its establishment, the history for some time afterward was chaotic. It's as if we rebuilt this place from a wasteland. But why it became ruins in the first place remains a mystery. Perhaps, as many scholars theorize, that part of history got stuck at the moment of the second singularity explosion. You remember what I told you, don't you, about this world's cycle of destruction and rebirth? At the instant of cosmic rebirth, everything in existence was shattered and reassembled. This created numerous historical, leftover issues, quite literally historical leftovers. This directly gave rise to the Archaeological Association, a group of scholars obsessed with uncovering the past banded together, eventually evolving into a vast and influential entity. They excavate the most mysterious and unstable temporal collapse points, trying to patch together missing histories of various species or uncover proof of civilizations lost to time. The Bamosian and Forest folk are their largest backers. And because the Special Affairs Bureau holds extensive information on other worlds, as well as a vast market and storage of anomalous artifacts, we maintain close cooperation with them. Bai Li Qing paused here. She stared pensively out beyond the connecting bridge into the boundless darkness, her tone carrying a trace of deep respect. The urge to uncover origins is an instinct embedded in civilization itself. The Archaeological Association searches tirelessly for remnants of the old world. For years, they've sought an ancient ruin cluster they call the Lost Deep Lake. Even Borderland has scholars striving to reconstruct the lost histories before Boundary City was established, attempting to piece together what our so-called home once looked like. I'm no expert in their field, but I've always held these scholars in deep admiration. Yu Sheng quietly listened at her side. He found it hard to truly share Bai Li Qing's sentiment. After all, he wasn't a native of Borderland, but he respected the passion behind her words. Privately, though, he couldn't help but think. The creator, responsible for this second singularity explosion, really had questionable craftsmanship. Of course, he knew it was inappropriate to think like this. After all, the universe itself persisted precisely because of that singular explosive moment. He only needed to recall Anka Ayla's homeland, entirely obliterated, to remember how fortunate they were by comparison. Lost in his own musings, Yu Sheng arrived before the gigantic cubic building. The outer walls were gray-white concrete, utterly devoid of decoration, presenting a suffocating, oppressive presence up close. The connecting bridge extended straight to one upper corner of the cube, where an entrance awaited at the end of the long walkway. The gate was wide enough for 2 or 3 vehicles to pass side by side, yet compared to the enormous cube, it seemed merely like a tiny opening designed for ants. Yu Sheng struggled to comprehend how such a structure could have been built or maintained afloat in this dark void. Doubtlessly, it had to be another one of those advanced technologies at the Special Affairs Bureau's disposal. Following Bai Li Qing, the gateway opened, and Yu Sheng stepped inside the containment facility, carrying Irene over his shoulder. Ahead was a spacious corridor, interspersed with security checkpoints, Automated sentry guns mounted on the ceiling, sensors scattered around, and surveillance equipment everywhere. Heavily armed personnel appeared to greet them. After a brief exchange with Bai Li-Ching, they silently took the lead. Yu Sheng observed everything curiously as he walked. Inside, the containment facility's atmosphere mirrored its exterior. Huge concrete structures, harsh lines, surfaces devoid of decoration, and a palette restricted to white and varying shades of gray. So stark was the environment that the black armor of the security guards became the most vibrant color present. This cold, monotonous design gave Yu Sheng a peculiar feeling of déjà vu. Before he could voice this thought, however, Irene suddenly raised her head from his shoulder and blurted out to Bai Li-Ching, "This place really lacks any color, just like you." Bai Li-Ching paid no attention to Dahl's somewhat rude comments, answering calmly instead, "Color serves as a medium for concealment and illusion. Certain contained objects can channel their powers through colors or even use them to escape control. This container is specifically strengthened to counteract such items. As for why this place feels similar to me, that's merely coincidence." "Do angel fragments tend to use colors to break free?" Yu Sheng asked curiously. "No, we haven't observed any signs that it's attempting to escape," Bai Li-Ching shook her head. "It's just that this place has high-level security, along with a fully equipped laboratory ready to activate at any moment, so the fragment was transferred here." As they spoke, they arrived in front of a heavy, gray-white alloy gate. After a series of complicated and meticulous identification and handover procedures, the gate slowly opened. Beyond was an airlock-like chamber with another door at the opposite end. But as Yu Sheng was about to step through, one of the receiving personnel suddenly stepped forward, blocking his path. The figure turned toward Bai Li-Ching, and through the thick protective helmet came a muffled voice, "Director, does our visitor need additional protective gear?" "No," Bai Li-Ching shook her head slightly. "He's the one who took this fragment down." Through the thick protective helmet, Yu Sheng couldn't see the person's expression, but he clearly noticed their body stiffen momentarily. They stood frozen for 2 or 3 seconds before awkwardly withdrawing their arm and stepping back. "I'll clarify once again, it wasn't me who knocked it down. It was the thing itself that didn't want to live," Yu Sheng muttered softly to Bai Li-Ching. "I know," Bai Li-Ching replied, moving forward, "but it's easier to explain this way." Yu Sheng shrugged, following her inside. After passing through the second gate, the real laboratory finally came into view. The lights were bright, yet everything remained devoid of color. Advanced equipment filled the spacious room, devices whose purposes Yu Sheng couldn't even guess. At the center stood a complicated circular platform, above which was a mechanical arm hanging from the ceiling, equipped with various analytical and monitoring devices. Several staff members in heavy protective suits awaited them. Yu Sheng's eyes quickly moved past these researchers and immediately focused on the sample placed at the platform's center. It was a piece of white, semi-transparent crystal, irregularly shaped and about the size of 3 fists. It lay there quietly, looking completely harmless. Yu Sheng suddenly felt justified in his earlier worries to Bai Li-Ching. A seemingly harmless piece of white crystal lying at the roadside, no one would guess it was a fragment that had fallen from a dark angel. If some unlucky soul with innate self-destructive tendencies picked it up, forgetting basic safety, they might casually stuff it into their pocket. Of course, pocketing something this large casually would require a rather big pocket. Yu Sheng approached curiously, causing several researchers to watch him with visible tension. Some even looked a bit startled. Ignoring them, he closely inspected the crystal for a while, then turned his head slightly toward the doll sitting on his shoulder, whispering, "See anything special?" "What's there to see? It's just a rock," Irene shook her head lightly, "although it does have a faint energy signature weaker than the 2 chickens Foxy keeps." One researcher visibly startled upon hearing the doll suddenly speak from Yu Sheng's shoulder, quickly glancing over in surprise before swiftly turning back to Bai Li-Ching. "We've detected a slight, continuous emission of energy waves from the crystal," he said seriously. "Its readings have remained remarkably stable over the past few hours, but this radiation is extremely weak, practically harmless to humans." Bai Li-Ching nodded. "Anything else? Any other unusual findings?" "Yes, and this is its most peculiar characteristic," the researcher said, retrieving something from a nearby laboratory table and placing it on a tray, handing it to Bai Li-Ching. It was another crystal shard, very similar in color and texture to the larger piece on the platform, though slightly duller and about the size of a pinky finger. "What is this?" Bai Li-Ching asked. "A secondary crystal," explained the researcher. It was transformed by the mother crystal. The piece you're looking at was merely a silica-rich rock half an hour ago. Bai Li Qing's eyes became deeply serious. You mean it can assimilate surrounding matter? Chapter 254, Testing the Crystal. Hearing Bai Li Qing suddenly speak so seriously, the researcher in the heavy protective suit immediately tensed up. Yu Sheng could even see droplets of sweat forming on his nose through the transparent faceplate. At the moment, yes, the researcher said, his muffled voice carrying through the thick protective gear. But not every material reacts this way. So far, we've only confirmed that a certain type of rock undergoes this strange transformation when near the mother crystal. Bai Li Qing's face remained taut. So, does this mean it can spread through assimilation? Do the secondary crystals formed also possess this trait? For now, there's no need to worry. The researcher finally relaxed slightly. The secondary crystals formed from assimilation don't seem to possess the same transformative effect. At least, as of now, we've only observed this phenomenon around the mother crystal, so it shouldn't trigger a runaway chain reaction that could engulf the entire world. Bai Li Qing's expression finally loosened a bit. Yu Sheng felt proud of himself. He could now read even the slightest changes on her typically frozen face. How far-reaching is this crystal's effect? Yu Sheng asked casually. Hearing Yu Sheng speak, the researcher hesitated briefly and turned to Bai Li Qing for guidance, his eyes questioning. Go ahead, you don't have to check with me, Bai Li Qing said directly. He's Yu Sheng and this is Irene. When it comes to information about dark angels, their clearance is equal to mine. Oh, right, understood. The researcher clearly recognized Yu Sheng's name, his eyes suddenly brightening with interest. He hurriedly explained, We haven't precisely measured the range yet, but we've roughly determined it's no larger than 20 meters. It forms a spherical region with the mother crystal at its center. That's actually not very big, Irene muttered softly. It's kind of a well-behaved child compared to other dark angels we've seen. Bai Li Qing nodded slightly, then asked again, What else have you discovered? There seems to be some kind of resonance between the mother crystal and its secondary crystals. Within about 100 meters, they emit alternating, low-frequency vibrations. But we don't yet understand if this resonance has a deeper meaning. It might just be a natural phenomenon, or perhaps it represents some form of life activity beyond our understanding. Also, we've noticed something unusual inside the secondary crystals. Every 33.3 seconds, they rearrange their internal crystal structure. We call it restructuring. This restructuring doesn't change any visible properties like hardness, transparency, or color. But internally, each secondary crystal essentially becomes a new individual every 33.3 seconds. Interestingly, the mother crystal doesn't undergo this change. Its structure remains stable. Currently, these are our primary findings. Further testing methods are under careful evaluation. Given the precious nature of the samples, we have to avoid any procedures that might damage the mother crystal physically. Necessary caution, Bai Li Qing acknowledged with a gentle nod. This is the first time humanity has retrieved remains after an angel's descent. We have to be extremely careful. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng had been staring at the crystal on the platform with growing eagerness. The little doll on his shoulder was the first to notice his excitement. Hey, what are you thinking now? Yu Sheng cleared his throat and glanced at the researcher. How many mother crystals do you have in total? The recovery team brought in 4, the researcher replied without thinking. Why? Can I touch this one? Yu Sheng pointed at the crystal on the pedestal, looking somewhat embarrassed. But I'm worried I might damage your sample, so I thought I'd ask first. You did say earlier it was very precious. The researcher's expression went blank for a moment, then turned anxiously toward Bai Li Qing. He clearly didn't dare agree on his own. But Bai Li Qing also appeared momentarily dumbfounded. Yu Sheng awkwardly scratched his head. If it's not allowed, that's fine. Bai Li Qing gently inhaled, obviously wrestling with many considerations at once, before finally speaking with a rigid expression. I assume you don't mean a normal person's definition of touch. Yu Sheng's embarrassment deepened slightly. If it's okay, I'd also like to smear a bit of blood on it. Several researchers nearby immediately broke into cold sweats. Yu Sheng wondered if they would have lunged at him or fainted on the spot if Bai Li Qing weren't standing there. But after a lengthy internal debate, Bai Li Qing eventually nodded. Go ahead and try, she said solemnly, but be careful. This definitely isn't standard laboratory procedure, muttered one researcher quietly from the back. Just putting your hand there breaks 7 or 8 regulations. Yu Sheng pretended not to hear. Under everyone's tense and hesitant gaze, including Bai Li Qing's, he took a step forward and placed his hand gently on the surface of the mother crystal. Cold, silent, like a deep bottomless pool, it did not react to Yu Sheng's touch. There was no sign of the conversation with the dead. Truthfully, Yu Sheng felt a slight pang of disappointment at this moment. Anka Ayla truly is gone. Collecting himself, he pulled out a small knife from his pocket and carefully drew it across his palm. No cut appeared. He tried again, harder this time, but still no wound opened. An awkward silence spread around the room. Yu Sheng forced a smile, feeling sheepish. I've used this knife too much lately. I guess it's dulled a bit. Dulled? Irene stared at him incredulously. That blade has serrations now. Just how tough has your skin gotten? Yu Sheng said nothing, just kept working at it. It took considerable effort before he finally managed to make a small cut. Grimacing and squeezing out blood with difficulty, he moved his hand toward the mother crystal. Those watching were stunned. The sight of Yu Sheng struggling to draw his own blood overshadowed even their previous concerns about the crystal. One researcher murmured quietly, "That's no ordinary toughness. Did he saw his own flesh open?" "Anyone who could face off against dark angels wouldn't be ordinary," another researcher whispered back. "And here I was about to fetch a painless blood extraction device." Yu Sheng overheard this remark and immediately turned around, eyes wide. "You had something like that and didn't say anything. You just watched me saw into my own hand." "Don't bother," Irene said, poking his forehead. "Even if we had the extractor, I doubt it would pierce your skin at this point." As they spoke, a drop of bright red blood fell onto the mother crystal. Instantly, every eye locked onto that single drop of blood. Even Yu Sheng watched nervously as his blood slowly dripped down the crystal's smooth surface. Then the blood silently disappeared, absorbed into the crystal. "Do you feel anything?" Irene asked at once. "Nothing," Yu Sheng frowned, then added quickly, "but that's not unusual. Blood connections sometimes take a while to activate, especially with something lifeless or weirdly alive. Remember how delayed the reaction was when I smeared blood on your frame back then?" "Yeah, true," the little doll nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly reacted. "Hey, wait, who are you calling weirdly alive?" Nearby, the researchers stood in shock, one finally exclaiming softly, "It absorbed the blood." Excitement rippled through the group as researchers stirred into frantic activity. "A new anomalous phenomenon. It absorbs blood. Quick, bring the equipment online, get the analyzer running. Pull up data, record everything." The sudden commotion startled Yu Sheng. He sheepishly glanced around. "Hold on, this isn't the crystal's property, it's mine. My blood is a bit special." Silence fell instantly. Multiple gazes now shifted directly onto him. Yu Sheng. He had never experienced this kind of intense scrutiny before. But he quickly grasped its meaning. Turning to Bai Li Qing, he whispered nervously, "You might want to handle this. These folks look ready to dissect me." Bai Li Qing coughed awkwardly. Without saying much, she gave a subtle signal, prompting the researchers to hurriedly look away. Yet Yu Sheng was absolutely certain. They might have turned their eyes away, but their curiosity remained fixed on him. Still, he didn't take offense. Researchers naturally had strong curiosity. It was understandable. He then gently poked Irene on his shoulder. "Hey, do you want to give it a try, too?" Irene tilted her head, confused. "Try what?" "Those threads of yours. You've touched plenty of things inside Anka Ayla's dreams, which means you've got some connection to Anka Ayla. Why not see how the crystal reacts to you?" Irene thought Yu Sheng's spontaneous idea made little sense, yet his casual suggestion of just giving it a shot was too tempting to ignore. "All right, I'll give it a go," the little doll said, rubbing her hands nervously as she adjusted her position on Yu Sheng's shoulder. "But if nothing happens, it's not my fault." With an exaggerated, serious expression, Irene stretched out her right hand toward the mother crystal, thin strands of eerie black threads slowly emerging from her fingertips. A strange, chilling aura spread outward, causing two nearby researchers to instinctively take a step back. Then, as the threads approached within a dozen centimeters of the crystal, a clear buzzing sound echoed through the air. The black threads collided against an invisible barrier, shattering instantly and scattering into broken pieces. What the heck?" Even Irene was caught off guard by the backlash, falling directly off Yu Sheng's shoulder. Chapter 255, Anka Ayla Crystal. The dark threads snapped back as if repelled by an invisible barrier. Irene let out a startled cry, tumbling straight from Yu Sheng's shoulder. Fortunately, Yu Sheng reacted swiftly, instinctively kicking out his leg. Well, she didn't exactly land directly on the floor. She landed after Yu Sheng kicked her. Irene's curses were particularly harsh. Flustered, Yu Sheng quickly picked up the wildly flailing doll, receiving a series of bites in the process. His hands were covered with tiny teeth marks, but seeing Irene still so energetic, loudly cursing and biting, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief, knowing she was at least unharmed. After Irene finally calmed down a little, Yu Sheng quickly asked, "Are you all right? What just happened?" "How should I know?" Irene glared with her crimson eyes. "I've never seen anything like it. Something suddenly knocked me away." She continued grumbling angrily before looking up at Bai Li Qing, who stood nearby with a stiff expression. Irene explained, somewhat agitatedly, "My threads aren't material. Nothing's ever blocked them before, at least, nothing I remember could." Bai Li Qing gave Irene a thoughtful, peculiar glance as though recalling something else. Yet she nodded slowly. "I know. The threads of a doll, they're a blessing given by the ancient Holy Spirit Alice. Indeed, nothing has ever been recorded to stop them before." As she spoke, her gaze once more settled upon the mother crystal atop the circular platform. Now the crystal was quiet again, as if the clear humming from moments before had been nothing more than an illusion. Yu Sheng fell silent, brows slightly knitted in thought. After a brief pause, a sudden realization came to him, and he broke the silence. "Irene, try testing the secondary crystal again." Irene appeared puzzled, but seeing Yu Sheng's serious expression, she suppressed her urge to protest and quietly nodded. After carefully preparing herself, Irene once again summoned the dark threads, attempting to touch the tiny secondary crystal, no bigger than a finger. Moments later, Doll's threads were again stopped by an invisible barrier. Though the reaction was not as violent as before, the threads still froze midair upon approaching the secondary crystal, halted by some unseen, impenetrable force. What started merely as Yu Sheng's impulsive thought had now unexpectedly revealed an entirely new property of these crystals. The researchers nearby immediately began recording the phenomena and double-checking data from various instruments around them. One of the scientists spoke aloud as he jotted down notes. "This seems like some kind of protective mechanism. Both the mother crystal and its converted secondary crystals share this trait. But then, what exactly are they protecting against?" He raised his head, looking curiously at the doll perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder through his thick protective visor. "We previously tested regenerative secondary crystals with lasers, physical strikes, and so on, but never noticed a response like this before. Even threats strong enough to shatter them didn't trigger their protection. Doll Madam, may I ask about the specific properties of your threads? To my knowledge, dolls from Alice's little house wield threads of different varieties. Some control physical objects from afar, some create illusions, others interfere with the soul. Which type are yours?" The researcher was exceedingly polite, instantly lifting Irene's mood. She immediately poked Yu Sheng's head excitedly. Hey, did you hear that? He called me Doll Madam. He's way more polite than you." Yes, I heard it clearly." Yu Sheng helplessly brushed aside the doll's paw. "He's asking you a question." Oh, right, Irene coughed, deliberately turning her head with a serious expression. "My threads are really powerful. They can connect minds, guide dreams, set traps, even control enemies, like Wolf Granny, you know her, right? Big and tough, takes a few cruise missiles head-on without falling over. I can hold her still for several minutes." The researcher stared blankly, evidently hearing about such complex doll thread abilities for the first time. There are so many capabilities." "Absolutely," Irene bragged happily, waving her fingers through the air as her dark threads danced gracefully. "I can even make string figures, really fun ones. I know dozens of patterns." For anyone meeting a member of the hotel group for the first time, following such an unpredictable line of thought was certainly challenging. The researcher took several seconds to adjust, repeatedly switching between, "I should analyze this seriously," and "Does this doll have something wrong upstairs?" After finally regaining his composure, he said solemnly, "Given our prior tests, we can temporarily exclude physical threats. Thus, tentatively speaking, perhaps the crystal's protective reaction is specifically targeted against mental or psychic forms of energy." Irene, having understood none of it, nodded anyway. "Oh, right, exactly. That gives us a clear direction for our next tests," said the researcher with a faint smile. "Sometimes, research just hinges on finding a good approach. Thank you very much for your help, madam." Irene poked Yu Sheng on the head excitedly. Hey, he called me madam." Yu Sheng. He suddenly lost interest in engaging with this troublesome doll. What followed was another long discussion filled with technical terms and scientific jargon. The lab director briefed Bai Liqing on various test results concerning the sample, detailed plans for future research, and described the facility's current security measures. Yu Sheng couldn't make heads or tails of it all. He couldn't even casually join the conversation without appearing ignorant. Adding to his discomfort was the constant fear of touching something he shouldn't. After all, this was a highly secure area. At that moment, he couldn't help but envy Foxy, who was still happily devouring food in the cafeteria. That young lady must be so happy right now. Just as he was spacing out, he realized the technical exchange nearby had finally wrapped up. At the end, the lab director turned to Bai Liqing and asked, "Director, do you think it's necessary to give these crystals a proper name? Currently, we're still filing them under sample numbers, but given how special they are. How about just calling them Anka-Ala crystals?" Yu Sheng blurted out casually. "The smaller ones can be secondary Anka-Ala crystals, and in the future, if there are even smaller versions or synthetic ones, just call them Anka-Ala Crystal Youth Edition." The lab director. Bai Liqing simply glanced at Yu Sheng quietly and nodded toward the director. "Do as he says. Technically, he does have the naming rights." "Understood," replied the lab director. Stepping out of the containment facility, Yu Sheng exhaled deeply. After spending an extended period inside that massive cubic container, a sense of pressure had gradually settled over him. Despite the well-lit, clean, and spacious environment, the oppressive feeling subtly accumulated until it was unavoidable. He hadn't noticed it much inside, but now, stepping into the open air, the sensation was undeniable. Bai Liqing didn't seem surprised by his reaction. "It's normal," she explained. "Everyone who enters a container for the first time experiences this. Even trained operatives of the Special Affairs Bureau aren't immune. The container itself is designed as part of the containment process for dangerous items. It's deliberately uncomfortable. Personnel assigned to facilities of this level aren't just highly trained. They also need the innate ability to withstand this environmental contamination and remain mentally stable over the long term." "I didn't feel any mental influence, really. I just didn't like the atmosphere there," Yu Sheng said, waving dismissively. He then changed the subject. "Anyway, any news on the missing angel fragments?" "None yet," Bai Liqing shook her head. "But at least we've determined it wasn't taken by someone within Boundary City, nor did it ever enter the city. It's likely still hidden somewhere in the suburbs, or worse, it might have been quietly moved beyond the boundary stones." Her eyes grew serious as she spoke. "As much as I hate to admit it, the chances of retrieving it are slim. The fragment crashed near a remote settlement at the outer edge of Borderland. To complicate matters, temporal turbulence has recently emerged, drifting randomly across the outskirts. Those disturbances severely disrupt our monitoring systems set up outside the city. Personnel stationed in settlements can't maintain continuous surveillance beyond the walls. All these unfavorable conditions happened simultaneously." Yu Sheng had encountered yet another unfamiliar term. Temporal turbulence? What's that? "It's a chaotic phenomenon that occasionally appears at Borderland's outer edges," Bai Liqing explained casually. "As you know, the wastelands outside the city aren't as stable as Boundary City itself. Temporal turbulence is the manifestation of that instability. Areas affected by it experience random acceleration or deceleration of time. Communications between the affected areas and the outside world become severely disrupted or completely blocked. It often appears suddenly as gusts of wind. You might be caught inside and feel only a few seconds have passed, or perhaps days. When the wind disappears in a best-case scenario, you've only lost contact briefly. In the worst case, by the time you're found, your missing person report might nearly have expired." She paused for a moment before continuing. "Fortunately, temporal turbulence isn't life-threatening. In fact, it preserves your life. People caught in it don't age, experience hunger, or die. Our current understanding is that the physical body enters a state of stasis, with only consciousness experiencing the passage of time. Nevertheless, this phenomenon brings us nothing but trouble. This incident is a perfect example." Yu Sheng listened intently, absorbing this strange new knowledge. He could only marvel once again in his heart. What else could be said? Borderland truly is a place where extraordinary things happen. Chapter 256, Fox Immortal, Oh Fox Immortal. Yu Sheng had finally come to understand just how extraordinary the Borderland truly was. And now, it was the Special Affairs Bureau's turn to experience firsthand the marvels from the hotel. In headquarters, Canteen Number 2, a group of weary Bureau employees coming off their night shift had just received the devastating news. The breakfast menu of egg noodles and steamed buns was temporarily suspended. Moments later, they saw why. A table near the serving counter stacked neatly and absurdly high with empty bowls and plates, and seated among this porcelain fortress was none other than the nine-tailed demon Fox herself. Foxy was cheerfully winding noodles around her chopsticks like chicken legs, munching with glowing delight. She didn't have to hide her true form here at the Special Affairs Bureau. Her large, fluffy tails waved joyfully behind her as she ate, flanked by two canteen masters whose sole job now was to keep her supplied. These poor souls stood trembling in a cold sweat, their hands gripping serving spoons with shaky determination. The moment another bowl of noodles disappeared, followed quickly by fist-sized steamed buns dunked generously in noodle broth, one of the masters finally leaned over to whisper anxiously to the other. Should we call the cops?" "What cops?" The second master had gone green. "The Special Affairs Bureau calling the police because their own canteen got robbed. We'd be laughed at till next year. Besides, the director herself said the young lady could eat all she wanted, and nobody was allowed to stop her." "But nobody said she'd eat this much. Seriously, where's it all going? Even 2 elephants would have exploded by now." "You've seen everything at the Special Affairs Bureau already, haven't you?" "Not this I haven't." "Oh no, she's almost finished the buns. Quick, go to the kitchen." "Oh crap, I forgot to tell them to steam more. I'll grab some steamed bread to hold her off." This was the scene greeting Yu Sheng and Bai Li Qing as they entered the canteen. Foxy was there reloading her ammunition, JPG. Even Yu Sheng was momentarily stunned by the spectacle, briefly wondering if he'd inadvertently starved her at home. Of course he knew better. Foxy had her special condition. While she could certainly eat, she did reach satiety eventually. However, viewed purely from a perspective of ammunition storage, her appetite could theoretically have no upper limit, something an ordinary human would never guess. When Bai Li Qing had generously offered to let Foxy have her fill, Yu Sheng had known exactly what would happen. But he hadn't warned her. After all, there was no guilt in shearing a sheep as fat and rich as the Special Affairs Bureau, especially now that he knew the depth of the resources backing it. Foxy had paused mid-slurp, ears twitching as she heard familiar footsteps approaching. Putting down her bowl and hastily grabbing one of her fluffy tails to wipe her mouth, she turned joyfully toward Yu Sheng. "Benefactor, you're here." "Yep, here," Yu Sheng replied warmly, expertly picking up another of her tails to wipe off a spot she'd missed. "Had enough." Foxy beamed brightly with just a faint shimmer of oil. "I'm stuffed. Actually, I've been full for a while." Yu Sheng glanced back, catching Bai Li Qing's expression, a rare look of astonishment on her usually emotionless face. She stared speechlessly at the tower of plates and bowls before finally uttering, "I originally thought she just had a slightly larger appetite." Yu Sheng grinned, eye-opening huh. Bai Li Qing hesitated for a moment. "I'm more curious how you've been able to afford feeding her all this time." Yu Sheng laughed. "If I say I can't afford it, would you let me open a teleportation door directly from Wudong Road number 66 into your canteen? Foxy could come here at mealtime every day." He'd only meant it as a joke, but unexpectedly, Bai Li Qing seemed to genuinely consider it for a couple of seconds before nodding solemnly. "We could actually handle that." "Oh, I was just kidding," Yu Sheng said awkwardly, waving his hands hastily in denial. "Under normal circumstances, Foxy's appetite really is just a bit bigger. Feeding her isn't an issue. She only eats this much because of the recent fairy tale incident. She's replenishing ammunition stores. Seriously, though, if you don't stop her, she could empty out your whole cafeteria." Bai Li Qing, the legendary Special Affairs Bureau Director, seasoned warrior, renowned otherworld expert, and leader with over a century of experience, had just encountered, for the first time in her long and storied career, the puzzle of words arranged in such an order as to prompt the thought, what the heck does that even mean? At this moment, even Foxy finally became aware of the towering stacks of empty dishes and the 2 masters beside her practically drowning in their own sweat. Her ears flattened shyly as her voice dropped in embarrassment. I'm sorry. I think I might have eaten too much." Before she'd even finished, the 2 masters spoke in perfect unison, trembling voices earnest and desperate. No, not at all. Eat as much as you want, really." Foxy's cheeks still flushed red, and she suddenly stepped forward, pulling out something massive from within her tail. "This is for you," she mumbled shyly. "Take it as my thanks." Before Yu Sheng could clearly see what it was, a heavy boom echoed through the room. A dark, metallic lump had crashed onto the ground, so heavy it shook the nearby tables. Even Irene, perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder, jumped in shock. "Holy stars, what in the world's is that?" Without answering, Foxy simply grabbed Yu Sheng's arm, pulling him toward home. Glancing at the young lady whose blush had spread all the way to her neck, Yu Sheng could only give an awkward smile to Bai Li Qing. With one hand opening the great door leading to Wudong Road number 66, he quickly said, "I'll take her home first. Remember to let me know right away if there's news about the Anka Ayla crystal or that mysterious cloth fragment. I'll be waiting at home. Oh, and don't forget the orphanage's relocation funds." Stepping through the door, the familiar comfort of home washed over them. Foxy immediately relaxed, happily sprawling onto the couch, her fluffy tails gently swishing as she sighed contentedly. Irene jumped off Yu Sheng's shoulder instantly, shooting across the room like a tiny rocket to seize the remote control, proudly claiming the best viewing spot on the coffee table, even though no one was competing with her. Yu Sheng shook his head helplessly at the little doll who had once again started searching for silly variety shows. Hanging his coat on the rack, he turned curiously toward the fox girl. "By the way, Foxy, what exactly did you give them? That thing looked awfully heavy." Foxy lifted her head lazily from the cushions, stretching out luxuriously with all four limbs before replying through a sleepy yawn. "Oh, it's nothing special. Just some leftover core materials from reactions after loading fox fire into my tails. They're common scraps, not worth much, but good enough to forge tools. At the very least, they're richer in spiritual essence than mortal iron." With another leisurely stretch, she mumbled, "Benefactor, I'm sleepy now, nap time," and promptly fell asleep. Yu Sheng blinked silently at the sleeping fox. "I really didn't get any of that." What? Back at the Special Affairs Bureau, a technician crouched beside the heavy metallic lump Foxy had left behind, scanning it thoroughly with detection instruments. After a while, he raised his head toward Bai Li Qing, looking slightly baffled. "It's mostly iron, at least according to our instruments. To determine the exact purity, we'll need lab equipment." Bai Li Qing's expression twisted slightly. "Iron? You mean this is just a lump of cast iron?" "Exactly," the technician nodded seriously. "But there's also some strange residual energy I've never encountered before. Hard to say exactly what's going on. Where did this thing come from?" Bai Li Qing kept her face expressionless as she replied evenly, "Payment from Foxy after her breakfast." The technician stared blankly. The Special Affairs Bureau soon faced an outbreak of people exhibiting symptoms of acute textual confusion. The condition of, "What the heck does this even mean?" became widespread. "Send it to the lab later. Bring a cart to haul it away." Bai Li Qing waved him off, ignoring his confused expression. "It's probably harmless. Classify it as a Class II unknown substance. That's all." Some time later, Bai Li Qing returned to her spacious office, sinking into her chair with a weary sigh. She rubbed her temples, gathering her thoughts. Dealing with Yu Sheng and his strange companions had become quite an experience. Sometimes exhausting, sometimes nerve-wracking, but most of all, they constantly pushed the boundaries of her imagination. Yet overall, things were moving steadily, and she had to admit favorably. But what else might come next? A strange, unfamiliar feeling stirred within her heart, something she hadn't experienced in years. Hesitantly, she powered up the computer on her enormous desk, accessing a special communication channel. A low, humming vibration resonated beneath her feet, entirely different from ordinary computer machinery. After a moment's pause, the screen illuminated, displaying a scene of distant fairy pavilions and mist-shrouded peaks, glowing softly with celestial radiance. An elderly voice emerged from off-screen, gentle yet authoritative. "Director Bai Li, what brings you here today?" Bai Li Qing sighed quietly. "Immortal Yuan Ling, your camera is facing the wrong way." "Oh, forgive me," came the surprised reply. The image shook slightly before reorienting, briefly freezing as it adjusted. Now clearly visible was a serene-looking elder dressed in a simple, flowing Taoist robe, his white hair and beard accentuating the quiet majesty of his face. Behind him, a pavilion stood majestically atop the clouds, where two celestial cranes frolicked playfully amidst drifting wisps of mist. "Director Bai Li," the elder repeated softly, his voice calm and resonant. "What brings you here?" After a moment's hesitation, Bai Li Qing chose the direct approach. "Immortal Yuan Ling is your username on Frontier Messenger 3000 Wicked Disciples." The elder blinked, surprised. "How did you know?" Chapter 257, Across the Sea of Stars. Two figures gazed at each other through an interstellar communication screen. One sat within a large office, a sleek computer before her, behind her a vast floor-to-ceiling window shrouded in mist. The other perched atop an immortal mountain peak, a telepathic mirror hovering gently in front of him, a carefree pavilion at his back, and two cranes soaring gracefully past. Though worlds apart and so clearly different, the pair were old acquaintances who'd interacted for over a century. "This account of mine is freshly created, purely for the sake of peace and quiet," said the venerable elder through the communication interface. He stroked his beard, looking astonished. "Not even my closest disciples know about it. Director Bai Li, how did you uncover me? Could it be that the privacy clause of your frontier network is merely for show?" "It has nothing to do with that," Bai Li Qing replied casually. "I deduced it myself. Your account names are always predictable. Besides, let me mention something, and you'll understand. This morning, someone delivered an unusual sample to the Special Affairs Bureau, a mysterious piece of cloth, its origins unknown." At this, comprehension dawned upon the old immortal's face. He stroked his beard, nodding in understanding. "Ah, I see. Has he delivered it to you already?" "Indeed, I recently made a new internet acquaintance. Although we've just met, he seems blessed with remarkable fortune, having twice found peculiar items that even I cannot identify. Fascinating, truly fascinating. This second discovery closely resembles something my senior brother brought back many years ago. It seems he's mentioned our exchanges to you as well. No wonder." As he spoke, the elderly immortal cheerfully picked up a jade teacup from his side table, sipping with clear delight. Bai Li Qing quietly observed the aged immortal Yuan Ling, hesitating briefly before speaking again. "Do you remember the encrypted message Borderlands sent yesterday to various leaders, the unprecedented Angel's Descent incident?" Hearing this, immortal Yuan Ling hastily swallowed his tea, nodding vigorously. "Naturally. When that news broke, several old fellows could barely sit still. Even celestial maiden Shuang Hua, currently in seclusion, nearly broke her cultivation prematurely. Only her fellow disciples, desperate pleas, restrained her. Even without public disclosure, this news has stirred restlessness among the high-ranking figures everywhere." Bai Li Qing continued calmly. "Your new internet friend, the one who delivered the sample this morning, was the very individual who dealt with the dark angel Anka Ayla." Immortal Yuan Ling had not even lifted his next sip before suddenly spewing tea across the table. Eyes wide in shock, he sputtered, "Truly, truly." Yet he immediately waved his own words away without waiting for confirmation. "Of course it's true. You wouldn't jest about such matters. This is truly destiny, such remarkable fate." As excitement overcame him, immortal Yuan Ling stood abruptly and paced hurriedly within the view, muttering, "I must personally visit. Such an eminent one undoubtedly holds great destiny. Meeting him face to face would be extraordinary. Yes, a personal visit, it's only proper." But barely a few seconds later, he paced back again, shaking his head in frustration. "Ah, impossible. Grand Void's spiritual axis is currently at a crucial stage of star anchoring. Of all the times, I simply cannot leave, truly cannot." The elderly immortal swiftly returned to his white jade table, sitting down with youthful agility. "In that case, Director Bai Li, let me send my most trusted disciple to meet this eminent one instead. Ah, would that be acceptable?" Only then did immortal Yuan Ling realize the impulsiveness of his proposal. With a slight embarrassment coloring his face, he quickly added, "Forgive my rashness, forgive me. Could your side provide some assistance? I understand Borderland is surely chaotic following the Angel's Descent incident. Yet I share a certain fate with that eminent one. Please, if you could aid me, of course, ultimately it depends on him. After confronting a dark angel, he must have suffered significant depletion. If he is unable or unwilling..." Bai Li Qing, whose expression was normally impassive, now struggled slightly to maintain her composure. Interrupting his polite but lengthy request, she said plainly, "That eminent one you speak of is exceedingly approachable. You've already chatted extensively with him. Surely you've sensed it yourself. His affairs aren't within the Special Affairs Bureau's jurisdiction, so there's no need to ask me. Simply message him directly. If he's agreeable, send your disciple. I can assist in arranging the reception." Immortal Yuan Ling froze briefly, looking like a glitch on the screen. After several thoughtful seconds, he raised his head, solemnly nodding to Bai Li Qing. "Very well. I will discuss it with him. Should this come to pass, I'll rely upon your assistance, Director Bai Li." "No need for courtesy," Bai Li Qing replied calmly. "Thousand Peak Spirit Mountain has always been a good friend to the Special Affairs Bureau." A faint smile appeared on immortal Yuan Ling's face. Just before ending the communication, his expression turned peculiar as he asked, somewhat awkwardly, "Is this old man's secondary account really so easy to guess?" Bai Li Qing answered with complete seriousness, "Very easy." Immortal Yuan Ling stroked his beard thoughtfully, then suddenly laughed out loud, carefree as a child. "Ha ha ha! Well, that's fine, perfectly fine. Perhaps I'll simply create another account later. What? The faster-than-light communication that spanned the stars finally ended. The swirling lights and shadows on the telepathic mirror's surface slowly faded away. Sitting before the white jade table, the old man reached out a hand, and the mirror floated gently into his grasp. He brushed his hand lightly across its surface, and new images and characters appeared. An emblem from the Special Affairs Bureau bloomed like spreading ink, swiftly forming a screen almost identical to the Frontier Communication interface. Above it appeared the words, Frontier Communication Cross-Boundary Edition. Immortal Yuan Ling tapped the mirror lightly, swiftly finished his operations, then exhaled softly. He tucked the mirror into his sleeve and gazed thoughtfully outside the pavilion. Cloud roads twisted gracefully between mountain peaks veiled in mist and clouds. Looking out over the rolling sea of clouds, the old man calmed his mind, then casually called out, Xuanqi. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated gently throughout the mountains and clouds, echoing softly between heaven and earth. Instantly, a radiant glow soared from a distant peak, crossing the cloud sea and landing in front of immortal Yuan Ling. From within that brilliance, a handsome young man in a blue robe embroidered with cloud patterns appeared. He knelt respectfully. Master, did you call for your disciple? Xuanqi, you recently traveled abroad. Are your passport and borderland entry permits still valid? Xuanqi appeared momentarily confused but quickly replied, Yes, master, they haven't expired yet. Good, prepare yourself in the coming days. You might need to visit Borderland and stay there for a short while. Xuanqi blinked curiously, puzzled. Borderland? Master, what do you wish me to do? Immortal Yuan Ling spoke with a solemn expression. You'll go meet an internet friend in my place. Xuanqi. Wait. On the attic floor of Wudong Road, number 66, Yu Sheng sat at the large table previously used for making Irene's body, carefully stitching a tiny garment. This task wasn't easy for a beginner, but thankfully the little dress's design was simple, and he only needed to alter a small part. He felt confident he could handle it. If only someone weren't chattering non-stop beside him. Irene sat cross-legged on the table next to Yu Sheng, propping her chin on her hands. She watched him sew while chattering endlessly. Hey, Yu Sheng, are you really okay doing this? Maybe we should ask for help. I heard long-haired girl princess is good at sewing. That silly fox can really eat. Did you see those two cafeteria masters' faces? Absolute despair. Just serving her food is practically manual labor. Why haven't they unbanned my account yet? It's already the next day. Hey, do you think if I secretly registered a new one with Foxy's ID? Okay, fine, don't glare at me like that. Can you make me a new body in a couple of days? Didn't we get tons of top-quality alchemy materials from the Special Affairs Bureau? How about making me one that's around 1.67 meters tall this time? I used to have a great figure, better than Foxy's even. Yu Sheng, are you really okay doing this? Yu Sheng lifted his head, glaring fiercely at the babbling doll. One more word and you sew this yourself. Irene shrank back immediately, muttering under her breath, Fine, fine, won't talk anymore. HMPH. Yu Sheng sighed and continued stitching the uncomfortable doll dress. Irene quieted down at last. Leaning on her hand, she watched Yu Sheng intently with her crimson eyes, occasionally giggling foolishly to herself for no apparent reason. At that moment, the phone placed on the table vibrated gently. Irene quickly picked up the phone, glancing at the screen before holding it up to Yu Sheng. It's yours. A system notification from Frontier Communication. Seems you've received a message from an unknown user. Hold on, Yu Sheng quickly finished his final stitches, biting off the thread and setting the sewing kit aside before grabbing his phone. Unknown message. Who'd message me? He unlocked the phone, opened the Frontier Communication app, and immediately noticed the new contact with an unread private message. The sender's name was 4,000 Wicked Disciples, and 2 messages had arrived. The first one read, Greetings, Taoist friend. It's me, 3,000 Wicked Disciples. This is my new account. Yu Sheng. He quickly glanced at the second message. I am deeply intrigued by the mysterious artifacts you've discovered recently, and I've also heard of some of your activities. It seems we share many interests, and it's truly a pity we haven't connected sooner. I originally planned to visit you personally to discuss these curiosities in depth, but unfortunately, mundane affairs bind me here at the moment. Conveniently, one of my disciples will be heading to Borderland soon on business. He, too, excels in the mysteries of artifacts and otherworldly phenomena. If convenient, could he visit you on my behalf? Should this request trouble you, please forgive my boldness. Cold sweat instantly trickled down Yu Sheng's back. Chapter 258, New Clothes. As soon as Yu Sheng's expression shifted, Irene swiftly leaned over, eyes darting toward the screen. The little doll quickly grasped the situation and tilted her head, a mischievous grin forming as she teased. "Oh ho, didn't I say it already? You wouldn't go visit your internet friend, so now your internet friend is coming to visit you." Yu Sheng had no time to deal with her playful sarcasm. He stared at the message on his phone, gnawing at his lip anxiously. "I have a feeling of impending doom, and it's a really strong one." "Is your spiritual intuition going off again?" "No, it's not that, but maybe it's beyond the usual scope," Yu Sheng said seriously, eyebrows knitted in worry. "Or perhaps I'm just thinking too much. The universe isn't necessarily that full of absurd coincidences, right?" "I'll have to agree since you look like you're about to implode from anxiety," Irene said, sitting cross-legged atop the table, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "So what now? Planning to find some excuse and dodge him? It's not like you two are that close anyway. Or how about you open a random door to some barren planet, pretend you're out doing fieldwork and hide out for a few days? It would spare you the awkwardness if things really are that coincidental." "You say that so casually, but hiding out on some barren planet is probably worse than facing this sword-wielding internet friend directly." Yu Sheng glared at Irene briefly, before finally sighing and making up his mind. "Ah, forget it. Let him come, it can't be that bad. If it's really that big a coincidence, then maybe it's fate, and at least it'll be over and done with." He quickly tapped out a message in the Frontier chat. "Sure, it's good to have someone knowledgeable to chat with. Where should we meet, though? Need an address. My place is pretty out of the way, regular people can't really find it." Moments later, 4,000 wicked disciples replied. "No worries, I have some connections at the Special Affairs Bureau. When my disciple arrives, I'll have them handle the arrangements. Just wait for further details." After exchanging a few more messages, Yu Sheng put down his phone, letting out a long, relieved sigh. He suddenly felt as if a long-held burden had been lifted. The little doll hopped closer, stretching her hands up to grasp Yu Sheng's face, examining him carefully from every angle. After a long pause, she concluded solemnly, "I foresee bloody calamity in your future." "I've been bleeding left and right lately, it hardly counts as a calamity anymore," Yu Sheng said, brushing Irene's tiny hands away. He picked up a small dress from the table and handed it to her. "Here, try this on. I loosened the back a bit and replaced the glue with proper stitching. It should feel much more comfortable now." "Oh, nice." Irene instantly brightened up, hugging the dress as she leaped from the table. "I'll go change. Wait, there's nowhere private to change up here. I'd have to go downstairs." "Don't bother." Yu Sheng casually pulled over an old cardboard box that had previously stored random junk. Setting it upright on the floor, he pointed inside. "Just change in here. I'll leave a gap on the side. No light gets through, it's fine." "All right, but no peeking." Yu Sheng waved her off helplessly. The doll scrambled into the box. After some rustling and fumbling, Irene stepped out proudly in her newly adjusted purple dress, spinning gracefully before Yu Sheng. "Does it look good?" It does. I saw it last time already, it fits nicely," Yu Sheng answered casually, smiling faintly. "Does it still itch?" "Nope, not itchy at all," Irene beamed happily, climbing back up Yu Sheng's leg to the table. "You know, your skills are pretty decent. Maybe someday you could even be a professional doll master." "You sure love fantasizing. I know my limits," Yu Sheng replied with a chuckle. "Being able to fix you up now and then or put together a passable body for you is already plenty impressive. I'd starve to death as a real doll master." Irene pondered this briefly, then quickly switched topics. "Oh yeah, that wicked disciple fellow, did he say when exactly his disciple was arriving?" "He mentioned 5 or 6 days minimum. Apparently it's not just distance but also paperwork and permissions that need sorting out," Yu Sheng explained, waving his hand dismissively. "I've never traveled far doors or lived outside the borderland, so I don't really get their procedure. But from the sound of it, it's pretty complicated for outsiders to visit Boundary City." "Well, that's borderland for you," Irene nodded wisely. "Probably the most secure spot in the entire universe." In the 2 days that followed, Yu Sheng finally got some peaceful downtime, or at least days free of sudden crises. The internet friend across the galaxy was still sorting through paperwork. Special Affairs Bureau had nothing new to report. The room at the end of the second-floor corridor had been quiet lately, and there were no random doors popping up in the streets or bizarre entities crashing into the kitchen at Wudong Road, number 66. Foxy lived her days blissfully, eating until full, then happily awaiting the next meal, occasionally pestering Yu Sheng to comb her fluffy tails. Meanwhile, Irene stayed busy in her spirited routine of arguing with internet idiots, getting banned, unbanned, and arguing again. In between, she got deeply immersed in ridiculous online dramas and low-budget reality shows, making her own little life surprisingly fulfilling. Yu Sheng finally, slowly, finished writing a manuscript he'd owed for far too long. This time, the hero in his story no longer rode a motorcycle. Yes, motorcycles were cool, but he'd reluctantly replaced the hero's mount with a llama. His editor was clearly shaken by this, yet even more shocking was that this absurdity actually got approved. For a moment, Yu Sheng genuinely wondered if there was truth in the saying, "The longer you procrastinate, the more likely your story is to pass review." He even decided that next time, he'd give his protagonist a tricycle and see what happened. Meanwhile, in that hidden valley, life was progressing smoothly for the cursed children of fairy tale. Everything was gradually falling into place. The engineering team providing aid had already left. Little Red Riding Hood took charge, leading a group of superpowered middle schoolers to continue rebuilding their home. Sun Gong was quite reluctant to leave on the day of departure. As an adult, he felt it was his responsibility to see things through to the end. Entrusting the task of rebuilding an entire community to a group of teenagers felt wrong somehow. But this earnest thought vanished halfway when he first saw the Royal Stonemasons Association summoned by King. And after witnessing 7 Thunder Titans effortlessly construct buildings as if stacking toy blocks, he swallowed the other half of his objections too. With everything in the valley settled, Yu Sheng decided it was time to carry out another plan he'd had for a while. Opening a stable teleportation door in the center of town, connecting directly to the outside world. After all, Little Red Riding Hood and the others couldn't remain trapped in the valley forever. People would need to go in and out regularly. The council employees led by teachers who also needed proper commuting options. Right now, everyone either had to wait for Yu Sheng to open doors or use the fixed route from the portal platform, emerging inconveniently from the basement at Wudong Road, number 66. Neither option could last. Early in the morning, Yu Sheng arrived in the valley, accompanied by Irene and Foxy. Near the simple houses of town, they found themselves amid a lively construction site. A vast expanse of freshly formed foundations sprawled before them. Workers resembling puppets straight from a storybook, rigid and mechanical in speech and movement, yet exceptionally skilled, were measuring the ground and marking out plans. Snow White stood nearby with several guardians, discussing future building layouts. Meanwhile, several Thunder Titans summoned earlier effortlessly stacked enormous construction materials. Huge logs from the Black Forest, massive stones from a distant castle, and piles of steel and concrete previously delivered by the Special Affairs Bureau all moved easily beneath their colossal hands. Yu Sheng even spotted an armored giant sitting casually near the site. Holding a massive tree trunk in one hand and a dagger in the other, the giant carved at the wood casually, as if sharpening a pencil. After staring for a moment, Yu Sheng realized with astonishment that what the giant was leisurely carving was actually a house beam. Beside the giant, several similar beams lay already shaped. A voice spoke up next to Yu Sheng. "I heard from King that you can't just use freshly cut wood. It needs drying and dehydration first, then surface carbonization or something. Normally that takes forever, so they're building a drying room first. One of Snow White's Titans can manipulate fire, speeding up the process, but they need super precise control. Just hearing about it makes my head spin, but the Titan insists it's a fulfilling task." Yu Sheng turned to see long-haired girl Princess standing next to him, gazing at the construction area as well. She turned, flashing a bright grin. "Brother, looking for Little Red." Yu Sheng blinked. "How'd you guess?" "You've got that serious, here on important business aura around you." "Yu Sheng." Long-haired girl Princess laughed, then shouted towards the town. "Little Red, Big Sis Red Hood." Immediately, a figure dashed out of the town, surrounded by flickering shadows of wolves. In a heartbeat, Little Red Riding Hood was right there. "What are you yelling like a banshee for? Can't you just message me?" Long-haired girl pointed. "Your big brother wants you." Yu Sheng greeted Little Red Riding Hood with a smile, but then paused, stunned. The girl before him had changed clothes. Gone was her iconic red cloak, replaced by a thick, oversized jacket in plain blue and white. A line of text embroidered across her chest read, XX High School. "Yu Sheng." Little Red Riding Hood noticed his stare, glanced down at herself, then lifted her head again with a radiant smile. "How is it? It's my school uniform." Yu Sheng thought for a moment but stayed silent. Irene spoke up bluntly. "Gotta be honest, pretty ugly." "Right, it is pretty ugly, ha ha ha." Little Red Riding Hood laughed happily. But I wanted to wear something different occasionally. I used to have to wear that red cloak every single day. Whenever I tried changing outfits even just for a day, by the next morning my nails would start turning sharp again, but that's not a worry anymore. She twirled around joyfully. Yeah, definitely ugly, she said cheerfully. Chapter 259, A Good Place. Yu Sheng explained his purpose to Little Red Riding Hood, and immediately the girl's eyes lit up. Oh, are we finally getting our own dedicated door? That's great. Teacher Sue was just saying yesterday it's annoying to always trouble you when she needs to get home. Long-haired girl also nags me constantly about it. Where are you thinking of placing it? Choosing a spot here is simple enough, Yu Sheng said, pointing nearby. Anywhere spacious and stable near the resettlement site is fine. The open square at the center of town seems ideal, but the problem is the door on the outside. It has to be in the real world, hidden from ordinary people, yet convenient enough for your regular use and for employees like Teacher Sue to commute. How about Green Source Plaza? Long-haired girl chimed in enthusiastically from the side. They have tons of milk tea shops. Nobody paid her any attention. Little Red Riding Hood lowered her head thoughtfully for a moment, then seemed to reach a decision. Why not set it up at the old orphanage site? She suggested seriously. Look, first off, we're all familiar with the place. Even though we have a new home now, having our home door near the old orphanage entrance would mean our daily routes wouldn't change much, and Teacher Sue wouldn't need to switch commutes. Plus, the orphanage area has always been shielded by node devices. With the Dark Angels incident just ending, those nodes definitely haven't been dismantled yet. We just need to inform the Special Affairs Bureau, and then we won't even have to build new shielding for the teleportation door. The only issue is, the place got flattened. It's probably just rubble now. I wonder if there's even space to install a permanent door. Yu Sheng's eyes brightened with admiration as he listened to her reasoning. A high school student's brain really does work better. When you put it like that, it makes perfect sense. Should we go check it out first? Little Red Riding Hood thought for a second, then nodded gently. Yeah, actually, I wanted to see what it's like there now anyway. Long-haired girl jumped forward again. Where are you going? Our old home? Wait, take me too. Ever since it all happened, I haven't gone back once. I left so many things behind, my novels, my figures. Hey, are you two taking me along or not? Yu Sheng had already casually pulled open a door leading directly to the old orphanage site. Little Red Riding Hood turned at the doorway and shot a glance at her roommate, who was still standing there grumbling to herself. Keep stalling and we really won't take you. You want to come or not? Long-haired girl's expression immediately turned sunny. Yes, coming. A single step took them across worlds. In an instant, the lush paradise of their valley gave way to the familiar yet now ruined scene of their old orphanage doorway. But of course, nothing here remained as it was. The high, weathered wall had been crushed to rubble in the final eruption of the Dark Angels, now reduced to countless broken bricks piled along the street. The two main buildings, once twisted into angels' fetuses and their umbilical cords, lay collapsed as giant wrecks scattered across the grounds. The outdoor area where the cursed children once played had briefly been overtaken by nightmare substance. Now that the nightmare had receded, the swings, slides, and seesaws were blackened fragments resembling charcoal. And the big sandbox was now nothing more than a shallow, scorched depression in the ground. Little Red Riding Hood stood motionless, gazing at this landscape without saying a word. Long-haired girl, following behind, stared wide-eyed at the devastation. After a long moment, she forced out a casual smile and took a deep breath, patting Yu Sheng's shoulder roughly. Brother, you were totally right. It's all collapsed, totally wrecked. Yu Sheng said nothing, simply reaching out and patting Little Red Riding Hood's back quietly. But this ruined site wasn't abandoned. Members of the Special Affairs Bureau were scattered everywhere. Cleanup crews busily working through the rubble, heavily armed operatives maintaining careful vigilance, technicians conducting environmental assessments, and large machinery roaring as it cleared debris. Yu Sheng noticed a familiar face among the operatives securing the perimeter, Li Lin. Li Lin spotted him at the same time and hurried over. Clad in full protective gear and armed to the teeth, Li Lin seemed more dependable than usual. He nodded in greeting to Yu Sheng and the others, then his gaze fell gently on Little Red Riding Hood. Here to visit today. Little Red Riding Hood nodded softly, and Yu Sheng stepped in to explain. Not just visiting. We have another purpose. I plan on setting up a permanent teleportation door here. Li Lin's expression immediately turned serious. A permanent teleportation door. Since Fairy Tale has moved entirely into my backyard, Yu Sheng elaborated, we're setting up a convenient link back to reality for them. I mentioned this to your director before, but the exact location hadn't been decided. After some discussion, we agreed this spot fits best. I assume the shielding nodes around here haven't been dismantled yet. Of course we didn't tear it down, Li Lin quickly nodded. Even if you hadn't come, we'd still need to keep those nodes in place. This land was once host to an angel parasite, and according to protocol, it needs to remain shielded for at least 10 years before reassessment. So you really plan to set up your door here? Yes, Yu Sheng had no hesitation about this at all. After all, no one understood Anka Ayla's condition better than he did. Although the Special Affairs Bureau's caution was perfectly justified, Yu Sheng knew firsthand that this place was already quite safe. I'm just unsure about how far along your cleanup efforts are. Is there a suitable spot for my construction yet? Li Lin's face visibly tightened with tension, along with a noticeable dash of excitement and expectation. Yu Sheng, when you open a permanent door, are there any special requirements? How much space do you need? What kind of materials? Should we clear personnel from the vicinity? Should I call Sun Gong immediately to set up some kind of temporary shelter or something? Yu Sheng was momentarily overwhelmed by this sudden barrage of questions. The way Li Lin was excited, one might think this door wasn't being opened for the orphanage's cursed children, but rather for his own family. Instinctively, Yu Sheng blurted out, "Is this really something Sun Gong handles?" Before Li Lin could reply, Irene, perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder, interjected in a quiet, teasing voice. Construction big brothers are always like this. Yu Sheng rubbed his nose awkwardly. All right, but it doesn't need to be complicated. No personnel clearing is necessary. Just find me a cleared-out space that won't interfere with future plans. As for materials, they're pretty straightforward. The primary material is just an ordinary door serving as a carrier for auxiliary materials. He paused briefly, taking a breath. Li Lin's uneasy intuition spiked dramatically. Had he possessed a larger vocabulary, his spiritual intuition would be frantically pinging warnings by now. In one breath, Yu Sheng continued. Ritual candles, 5 bundles, rose essential oil, 3 2.5-liter barrels, crystal dust, 12 caddies, spirit communion ink, 2 thermos bottles. Oh, and also 4 roast chickens, 20 steamed buns, 20 steamed breads, 2 boxes of ham sausages, and 20 skewers of grilled mushrooms. I. Long-haired girl princess eagerly raised her hand. I also want an X-Star concert ticket. Little Red Riding Hood immediately nudged long-haired girl's arm. What do you even want that for? Just ask Little Mermaid to perform for you later. She can even replicate the screams and cheers of the audience. Close your eyes and it'll feel exactly like a real concert. But it's not the same. Li Lin listened to all of this, utterly dumbfounded. After staring blankly at the notes app on his phone for a while, he finally squeezed out, Brother Yu, I'm afraid I need to report this to the leader first. Yu Sheng, picturing exactly who that leader was, couldn't help but grin. No problem, go ahead and report it. Should I really tell him exactly what you just said? Yes, exactly that. Li Lin stepped aside, quickly dialing Captain Song's number. Hello, leader, there's a situation here. Yu Sheng came by saying he wants to open a permanent door and asked for some materials. Wait, how did you already know about the grilled mushrooms? A moment later, the young operative returned, looking oddly perplexed. Leader approved it. Yu Sheng simply smiled at him. We have the door you requested right here. Li Lin coughed twice, quickly regaining his composure. If it's just an ordinary door, plenty were salvaged intact from the ruins. You can take your pick. As for the auxiliary materials, they'll be delivered soon. Through the shortcut, they'll arrive in just over half an hour. And about the open space you requested. As he spoke, he pointed towards a corner of the orphanage ruins. That spot over there should be suitable. It's one of the few places that remained mostly undamaged. By some miracle, when the umbilical cord shattered and debris fell everywhere, that particular area remained untouched. You could place the door there. Later, we'll ask Sun Gong to come and build a roof over it, or perhaps even a small structure. Eventually, this could serve as the new fairy tale headquarters gatehouse. Li Lin kept explaining excitedly, but Yu Sheng had already turned to gaze thoughtfully at the spot he indicated, a quiet, untouched space among the ruins. It lay at the edge of the old outdoor activity area, shaded by a solitary tree, another miracle survivor of the devastation. Nearby, half of an old brick wall remained defiantly upright next to a toppled swing set. Yu Sheng stared at that spot for a long, quiet moment. He recalled a memory from long ago of a Cinderella who had survived until the age of 26, standing silently by that same brick wall and swing set, smiling gently as she watched old Zheng, back when he was still just little Zhang. He also remembered a younger Little Red Riding Hood planting a sapling in that open area, accompanied by a much younger Wang Jia. That small sapling had grown tall and strong now. Soon there would also be a door here. A door leading straight to a valley filled with sunshine. "All right," Yu Sheng slowly smiled, eyes warm and peaceful. "I think this place is perfect." Chapter 260, The Second Door. Thus it was settled. Shortly afterward, the field personnel quickly located the vessel Yu Sheng had requested, a large door salvaged from the ruins of the orphanage. Made entirely of iron, it was double-leafed, each panel a solid 1.5 inches thick. The entire doorframe stretched over 11 feet wide, impossibly heavy. Most adults could hardly move it even slightly, and it took a crane to set it upright. Standing there, it looked less like a door and more like a wall of steel. Yu Sheng stood staring in disbelief, quickly turning to Li Lin to clarify. He'd meant the simplest kind of door, literally, something a grade schooler could push open without effort, not a formidable thing like this, better suited to guarding a villain's hidden lair. Impressive as it looked without mechanical aids, the cursed children wouldn't even be able to open it. "Ah, I misunderstood," Li Lin said, sheepishly rubbing his nose. "When I heard you wanted a door connecting the valley to the real world, my mind immediately jumped to those heavy-duty security gates we have back at headquarters. I even considered calling Leader again to ask him to send Sun Gong." Yu Sheng and Irene both interrupted at once. "Please spare Sun Gong." Li Lin laughed awkwardly and signaled the crane operator, who soon hauled the massive security door back into the ruins. Not long after, a more suitable door arrived. It was still iron, painted a faded black-red, showing ornate ironwork that clearly belonged to a fashion of at least 2 decades past. Old, colorful stickers still clung stubbornly to its surface. It was set into a surviving piece of brick wall in the open space. "Oh, that's the old door from the East Building's main office," the long-haired girl princess exclaimed. "Those stickers, I put them there myself." Yu Sheng nodded approvingly. "This is perfect. Next comes the alchemy setup. Irene, help keep an eye on things. I want to try drawing that formation you taught me last time, the one with the augmentation node technique." As he spoke, he took out a piece of chalk and set Irene down on the ground, then began drawing the intricate alchemical pattern before the door. Incidentally, the chalk had come from Foxy. This young lady seemed to carry absolutely everything inside her tails. Why she'd stored a box of chalk there was anyone's guess. He just hoped she wasn't planning to snack on it later. Li Lin watched with wide-eyed curiosity from a short distance away. After getting permission, he even pulled out his phone to start recording. He knew perfectly well that the footage he captured right now would likely end up on the director's desk, and though Yu Sheng himself seemed unconcerned, these recordings could easily lead the technical department to a week's worth of overtime. After all, this was the first time the Special Affairs Bureau had so clearly recorded the process by which the humanoid entity Yu Sheng opened and stabilized a teleportation door into a physical object. From the corner of his eye, Li Lin saw that the Bureau operatives who'd been patrolling the perimeter had quietly gathered closer. Their detection equipment was already active, meticulously capturing every subtle change on the empty ground. Li Lin felt a pang of unease. Despite Yu Sheng's assurances that he didn't mind being observed or recorded, having a group of Bureau operatives hovering close with scanning devices running was still somewhat intrusive. He worried Yu Sheng might get annoyed. But as he continued to watch, Li Lin realized precisely why Yu Sheng seemed so unconcerned about their presence. Because the alchemy formation Yu Sheng was drawing on the ground was just a standard soul imbuement rite, and even a simplified version at that. Li Lin knew how to draw it himself. It had been covered in basic training. Not just field operatives, even Ren Wen when back in the office knew this rite. At this moment, more supplementary materials sent by the Bureau arrived. Li Lin watched Yu Sheng casually select a small amount of these for the formation, then toss the rest directly into Foxy's tail for storage. Soon after, Yu Sheng lit several candles placed at key nodes. Their flames flickered in the open air, but after he sprinkled in crystal dust, aromatic oils, and powdered tea leaves, the flames quickly stabilized. Foxy crouched just outside the alchemy circle, cheerfully munching on a skewer of grilled mushrooms while watching her benefactor draw. The long-haired girl princess, enticed by the delicious aroma, approached cautiously. "Give me a bite, won't you?" Foxy immediately clutched her mushrooms protectively, baring her teeth at the princess, emitting a low, threatening growl of wooer. Unbothered, the long-haired girl princess grinned. She'd played this teasing game with Foxy during the barbecue. "Fine, keep it." Move back, all of you, especially you silly fox, don't drip oil onto the lines. Irene wandered around within the alchemy formation, carefully inspecting it, occasionally directing Yu Sheng. Hey, you missed a line here, quick, fix it. Normally you shouldn't add lines afterward, but your alchemy never follows normal logic anyway, so go ahead. The scene before them was utterly devoid of professional solemnity. Li Lin held back for a long time, but finally couldn't help himself. In theory, no one should disturb a ritual of such powerful alchemy. But since Yu Sheng and the others weren't just casually talking, they were even grilling skewers beside the magic circle. He decided to ignore all the principles he'd learned. That's it, Li Lin blurted out. Your teleportation door is going to be anchored in reality, just like this. Yu Sheng looked up from his work. This is just step 1. Li Lin instantly breathed easier. I thought so, back when I was studying. Step 2 just needs one last ingredient, Yu Sheng interrupted calmly. Then he pulled out his trusty knife from his pocket and began awkwardly sawing at his hand. Li Lin stared blankly. Foxy, come bite me, Yu Sheng sighed helplessly, setting down his blade. He glanced toward the demon fox maiden who just finished eating grilled mushrooms. I really need a new knife. Oh, Foxy bounded over excitedly, opening her mouth wide and chomping down decisively on Yu Sheng's wrist, her sharp fangs sinking in with a soft puncture. Clearly, she had grown used to Yu Sheng's bizarre traits. Biting her benefactor no longer caused her any distress. Yu Sheng quickly guided his blood into the great iron door, activating the final and truly vital step of the ritual. He focused. He concentrated deeply. He imagined clearly the second door slowly taking shape within the distant valley. He could have built the corresponding door in the valley beforehand, linking the two afterward. The result would have been the same, but Yu Sheng felt lazy. Since he could control events remotely, why make an extra trip? A faint sound of friction emerged from both sides of the plain iron door. The candle flames around them surged suddenly upward, as if drawn by unseen forces. Li Lin, momentarily stunned, suddenly snapped alert, because the door was visibly growing and reshaping before his eyes. Strange organic structures emerged from either side of the door, rapidly merging it seamlessly into the brick wall. The brick surface writhed gently, forming a robust, rock-like layer that secured the door tightly. Abruptly, a thought, or rather an understanding, forced itself into Li Lin's mind. This door was alive. All the fancy alchemy symbols and strange ingredients had been meaningless. All the recorded visuals and collected data had no true value. The only meaningful act had been Yu Sheng's blood and those few seconds of quiet contemplation while touching the door. Yu Sheng grasped the door handle and turned it. The newborn door silently cheered its own existence in the real world, celebrating the gift of life. The organic tissues, unseen to human eyes, pulsed vigorously, swelling with a strong, rhythmic heartbeat. Then the door offered its creator a view into the distant valley. On the other side stood Snow White and her 7 Thunder Titans. Another girl, slender, graceful, dressed in a soft blue gown, leaned curiously through the doorway. This was Little Mermaid with Proud King perched upon her head. Red Hood's sister and brother Yu, Little Mermaid greeted joyfully. Wow, the door really opened. Human, you've done well. King nodded majestically through the door toward Yu Sheng, extending his head slightly forward. Come, hurry and stroke my head. Yu Sheng laughed softly, reaching across the threshold and scooping King into his arms, petting the proud cat comfortably. King didn't object, tolerantly enjoying the rub before elegantly hopping down and glancing around at their surroundings. Ah, such devastation, the tabby cat sighed very humanly. Raising a paw, King summoned a minstrel in short robes beside him. At this sight I must recite a poem, but since I cannot, you shall. The minstrel dutifully pulled a feather quill and parchment from his robe, lowering his head and beginning to compose. Satisfied that this newly birthed door would continue functioning even without his immediate presence, Yu Sheng exhaled gently and turned back toward the still stunned Li Lin, smiling broadly. All done, did you understand it? Forget me, Li Lin replied helplessly, spreading his hands. I doubt even the director could understand this if she saw it herself. No wonder you didn't mind us watching. Pausing thoughtfully, Li Lin eyed the door again. So, from now on, we can directly enter that valley through this door. Should we set up a guard post here or station extra security aside from the nodes, to prevent any unwelcome visitors who might slip through? Given your unique relationship with the fairy tale group, I'm sure the director would gladly allocate a security detail. Extra guards aren't necessary, Yu Sheng shook his head casually. I'll have Little Red Riding Hood and the others arrange a rotating door watch shift here, mostly to keep curious kids from sneaking out. Don't worry, this door requires specific permissions. Without them, even if the door stands open, intruders won't find the path. Realization dawned on Li Lin, just like Wudong Road number 66. Yu Sheng smiled gently. Yes, just like Wudong Road number 66. Chapter 261, Call for Help. News that the great door was open quickly spread throughout the valley. Cursed children came running, excitedly entering and exiting the new teleportation door. But soon enough, the youngest ones were caught by their ears and dragged back to the safety of the town by their guardians. After all, the orphanage was still a sprawling ruin littered with construction machinery, far too dangerous for children who hadn't mastered their abilities, or those who hadn't even awakened yet. Snow White, along with a handful of older kids, wandered through the debris, careful not to disturb the cleanup crew while searching for anything familiar. Even though the orphanage had been leveled, and the main buildings had twisted grotesquely into the umbilical cord, scattered items somehow survived amidst the rubble. They weren't necessarily useful, but each was filled with memories precious to the members of Fairy Tale. Dorothy suddenly called out from afar, her voice excited. "Long-haired girl, I found some novels. Are these yours? There are 2 broken figurines beside them." Long-haired girl immediately shrieked, rushing toward Dorothy with desperation in her eyes. At another corner, Snow White directed the Thunder Titans to shift aside melted, congealed chunks of concrete, uncovering part of what had once been their activity room. Beneath the wreckage lay a graffiti board and a wooden chest filled with indoor toys. Standing not far away, Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood quietly watched the search. After a moment, Yu Sheng softly asked, "Don't you want to look around? Maybe something of yours survived." Little Red Riding Hood shook her head gently. "I've already taken out everything important." Yet, after a brief silence, she glanced toward Li Lin, standing nearby. "Can we ask you to help us keep an eye out? If your team comes across anything intact during cleanup, could you collect them for us?" Li Lin immediately nodded. "Of course, we'll try our best." Then he added quickly, "But no promises. We'll mostly be using heavy machinery, and our cleanup crew probably won't be as careful as your people." "Doing your best is enough," she said quietly. "No problem." Yu Sheng listened quietly without interrupting, when suddenly his pocket vibrated with the shrill ring of his phone, cutting off Little Red Riding Hood and Li Lin's conversation. Pulling out the phone, Yu Sheng glanced at an unfamiliar number. After a slight hesitation, he answered the call. An anxious and vaguely familiar voice crackled through, interrupted by bursts of static. It was a young man's voice, trembling with fear. "Hello, hello, can you hear me, brother Yu? I'm %%%. Yu Sheng frowned, struggling briefly before recognition dawned on him. "Big nephew." Little Red Riding Hood stared at him in confusion. "Who is it?" "Old Zheng's nephew," Yu Sheng quickly explained. A sudden chill ran through him as the garbled words registered danger. "This is Yu Sheng. What's going on there? Are you in trouble?" After another brief wave of static, the voice returned, clearer this time. "I'm in the shopping mall, but something's really wrong. Everything changed positions suddenly. People have changed, and there are mirrors everywhere. I've never encountered anything like this, and I don't know any other experts. Can you come here? %@%#. Yu Sheng quickly switched to speaker mode. Before he could respond, Little Red Riding Hood impatiently shouted at the phone, "Quit the nonsense. Just say which shopping mall." Static again poured from the speaker, mixed with the young man's increasingly panicked, distorted voice. "Yang District, @Wangxiang Mall, but I entered through a strange door. Inside it doesn't feel like and." The static surged, overwhelming the words until the voice became a muffled blur, and then the call abruptly ended. Yu Sheng exchanged a tense glance with Little Red Riding Hood. Before either could speak, Li Lin had already pulled out his own phone, dialing with practiced ease. "This is Li Lin, Squad 2. We have an abnormality III at Wangxiang Mall in Yang District. Someone is potentially trapped. Communication ceased 1 minute ago, suspected submersion into an otherworld. Understood, patrol squads already dispatched. Good." Yu Sheng stared in slight surprise at Li Lin's swift, professional response. Noticing his gaze, Li Lin awkwardly asked, Something wrong?" "You're pretty reliable," Yu Sheng remarked casually. "Do you handle stuff like this often?" "Not that often," Li Lin answered quickly, somewhat embarrassed. "But we were trained for this. It's literally Special Affairs Bureau's job." He shifted nervously. "Actually, I'm still a bit nervous. This was my first time handling an abnormality III alone. I have to go check it out. Little Red Riding Hood interrupted Li Lin and Yu Sheng's conversation. Shadows rippled around her, wolf shapes already forming. She turned toward Yu Sheng, urgency clear in her eyes. Coming. Of course, Yu Sheng replied without hesitation, rising instantly. The guy called me after all. Li Lin shook his head with a sigh, clearly frustrated. I've got tasks keeping me here, but my colleagues are already there. Just ask if you need anything. Yu Sheng nodded, then quickly motioned for Foxy and Irene. Moments later, they slipped into the shifting shadows, following Little Red Riding Hood's wolf pack. Shadowy wolves leapt between abstract buildings, twisted silhouettes of reality, flattened into monochrome projections. The city flickered rapidly around them as they crossed multiple blocks in mere moments. Foxy, imitating Yu Sheng, sat cautiously atop a shadow wolf, eyes wide with curiosity as the surreal, shadowy structures rushed past. Irene clung tightly to Yu Sheng's shoulder, nervously scanning the surroundings, her voice wavering. What's happening? Is that big nephew okay? It's typical for someone with high sensitivity and low stability, Little Red Riding Hood explained, her voice tinged with regret. I should have requested Special Affairs Bureau protection for him earlier, but this case is truly bizarre. He hardly interacted with any supernatural elements during old Zheng's incident. All he did was get close. Who knew just that could invite attention from the other side? Who could have guessed? Yu Sheng replied, conflicted emotions evident in his voice. It was his first time witnessing a normal person entangled again in supernatural events just because they'd brushed against the otherworld once. After old Zheng's issue was handled, I sent him straight home. I really thought it was fine. Yu Sheng paused, glancing thoughtfully at Little Red Riding Hood. You know that shopping mall he mentioned? Could it be an otherworld? Wangxiang Mall, I've been there twice. It's definitely not an otherworld, but entrances shift unpredictably. Sometimes they appear directly in front of the victim's face, Little Red Riding Hood answered gravely. Remember the freezing rain you ran into once? Yu Sheng froze for a moment, recalling the frog in the storm. His expression turned complicated. Wow, if you hadn't reminded me, I'd have forgotten. Feels like it was ages ago. He shook off the strange nostalgia, refocusing on the immediate issue. You're the expert here. From what you heard on the phone, can you guess what happened to him? Is Big Nephew in danger? When the call first connected, his voice was clear. He hadn't fully sunk, yet probably somewhere between L0 and L1, Little Red Riding Hood said calmly, explaining with practiced clarity. If he were an experienced spirit realm detective or investigator, he could have easily escaped at that point. L0 and L1 are nearly connected directly to reality. The safe cracks back to normal are visible even to the naked eye. She shook her head slowly, but soon the static interfered, suggesting he dropped beyond L1. At that point, a normal person's chances depend solely on luck. Thankfully, L1 is usually harmless. It just looks wrong, but there's no lethal mechanism there. Safe paths back to reality still exist, though again, it's down to pure luck. Her voice grew heavier. The real trouble is how quickly the signal degraded, barely a minute before it was consumed by noise and strange whispers. He was descending too fast, possibly straight past L1, even into L2. I just hope he managed to anchor himself in an otherworld at L2, at least until the rescue team arrives. Yu Sheng listened attentively. Despite facing even dark angels, these practical insights into the foundational layers of the supernatural were new to him. Much of this knowledge couldn't be found in databases. It was earned through years of experience, something only seasoned professionals like Little Red Riding Hood possessed. Foxy turned her head, chiming in thoughtfully. He mentioned strange changes, people and objects altering, and mirrors everywhere. That alone doesn't help much, Little Red Riding Hood replied, shaking her head. Distortions like that are common when slipping into an otherworld. Often it's the victim's perception changing, not the actual surroundings. Mirrors, well, mirrors are common motifs. Dozens of otherworlds feature them. We'll know more once we reach the site. Special Affairs Bureau teams should have already arrived. They have plenty of high-powered detection gear plus city-wide scanners. They might have already caught his descent signal. Irene glanced at Little Red Riding Hood, then back to Yu Sheng, finally blurting out the question she couldn't hold back any longer. You two keep calling him Big Nephew, but he does have a real name, right? What's his name? Little Red Riding Hood and Yu Sheng exchanged a quick, bewildered glance. No idea, they answered together almost sheepishly. Chapter 262, An Unusual Incident. Shadowy wolves leaped swiftly through the fractures between light and shadow, passing through mirrored city blocks, twisted skyscrapers, and roads that appeared to vanish into thin air. In this mirrored world, the city was reshaped into a labyrinthine reflection. Yet the wolves knew precisely how to navigate this distorted realm. and soon their destination arrived. Yu Sheng felt his vision blur for a brief moment. The shadow wolf he rode sprang from the stark, black-and-white reflection whirled back into colorful reality. Immediately, the bustling noise of distant traffic surged into his ears, as if someone had switched on a machine. Foxy soon followed, hopping down lightly from her wolf. Intrigued, she reached out to pet the shadow creature's head and said cheerfully to Yu Sheng, "Benefactor, these beasts raised by Little Red Riding Hood truly have some profound doorway talent. Though their intelligence is a bit lacking, this shadow-leaping speed would be highly valued even back in my homeland." The shadow wolf let out a muffled growl, wagging its tail happily at Foxy's praise. "You're wagging again," Little Red Riding Hood snapped, smacking the wolf lightly on its head. "She just called you unintelligent, and you're still happily wagging your tail? Usually you won't even acknowledge anyone else." From Yu Sheng's shoulder, Irene glanced around at the empty alleyway and remarked dryly, "Makes sense. Both are canine, communication is easy." Foxy, clearly not understanding Irene's jab, paid the doll no heed and continued joyfully petting the wolf. Little Red Riding Hood quickly recalled her shadow wolves. After briefly confirming their direction, she led Yu Sheng and Foxy forward. "Wanxiangjai Mall is just ahead, only a few minutes' walk," she explained. "I've instructed my wolves to scatter unseen and scout the surroundings. Big Nephew claimed he fell into the otherworld from Wanxiangjai Mall, but dimensional shifts can distort perception. It's possible he entered from another nearby entrance and merely saw the mall's image at that exact moment." Soon, the group emerged onto a busy main street. Yu Sheng immediately spotted the large, strikingly visible shopping mall in front, and several parked black Special Affairs Bureau vehicles at the intersection. People were being organized and evacuated from the mall. Small groups still steadily exited from various doorways, but the evacuation remained orderly. Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood quickly found the Bureau's on-site leader, a tall, sturdily built man in his 30s with short, neatly trimmed hair. His size was only slightly smaller than Su Jiali's formidable frame. Little Red Riding Hood stepped forward and introduced herself professionally. "Hello. We're Spirit Realm detectives cooperating with the Special Affairs Bureau. My name is Little Red Riding Hood from Fairy Tale." Yu Sheng, standing slightly back as a newcomer, observed this scene quietly. He couldn't help thinking Little Red Riding Hood looked exactly like a high school girl asking directions from a policeman after getting lost. Gone was her usual cool, composed aura. The towering bureau operative also seemed momentarily baffled. He had indeed received Li Lin's briefing, yet clearly hadn't anticipated meeting a girl in a high school uniform. Surprised, he blurted out, "Wait, you're actually a high schooler." Little Red Riding Hood stared at him incredulously. "I've been cooperating with your bureau for so long, and you didn't know I'm a high schooler." Awkwardly scratching his nose, the operative confessed, "We knew, but never really registered it." "I'm never wearing my uniform outside again," Little Red Riding Hood complained sullenly, turning back toward Yu Sheng. "I'm Liu Bing, responsible for this district," the tall agent introduced himself, quickly diverting the conversation. Checking his gear briefly, he began walking them towards the mall entrance, summarizing, "Li Lin informed me of the basics, a distress call, right? The caller was previously your client, but something about this situation is unusual. We'll need you Spirit Realm detectives to cooperate closely with us Special Affairs agents on this mission. Oh, and you too are." It wasn't until halfway through his explanation that Liu Bing seemed to remember he'd neglected introductions. He turned quickly to Yu Sheng and Foxy, looking apologetic. Irene, remaining completely motionless on Yu Sheng's shoulder, was likely assumed to be nothing more than an accessory. "Oh, I'm Yu Sheng from Hotel," Yu Sheng volunteered first. Immediately following his cue, the fox demoness chirped, I'm Foxy from Hotel." "Irene," the little doll suddenly piped up from Yu Sheng's shoulder, "Irene from Hotel." Liu Bing halted abruptly, stiffly looking the odd trio up and down. A muscle in his face twitched slightly as he took a shallow breath, trying to steady himself. "This situation is indeed unusual. Later, we'll fully cooperate with your group." Little Red Riding Hood widened her eyes in disbelief. "That's not what you said a moment ago." "Seriously, it's better if we follow your lead," Yu Sheng said, half smiling and half sighing. He waved his hand dismissively. "I don't know how rumors spread in your bureau, but I'm truly a beginner at this. Dealing with dark angels and managing otherworld incidents are two completely different things. For the latter, I've got no experience. Just treat the three of us like super soldiers." "Super soldiers are tough to beat," Irene muttered softly. Liu Bing considered this for a moment. Seeing Yu Sheng's serious expression, she finally nodded. "All right, we'll handle it." Little Red Riding Hood tilted her head curiously. You mentioned something weird about this incident. Exactly how weird? The otherworld expanded very quickly but remained extremely limited in scope, Liu Bing said, suddenly very serious as she moved on to the main issue. After the entrance appeared, it remained open only for an instant before it closed, completely different from normal otherworld breaches, which typically expand over time. Precise, when the otherworld opened, our monitoring devices around the city detected just a single tremor lasting exactly 1 second. The intensity was so low it didn't even trigger the automatic alarms. It was only thanks to an alert technician noticing the anomaly. That 1-second tremor was the entire lifespan of the entrance. In other words, the guy who called for help had incredibly bad luck. He just happened to stand at the perfect spot during that one fleeting second. Yu Sheng exchanged glances with Little Red Riding Hood. They spoke almost simultaneously. High sensitivity, low stability, it's exactly like that. But there's more, Liu Bing continued, clearly not finished. We examined the data recorded at the time. Before and after that significant tremor, there were hundreds of smaller, weaker vibrations scattered throughout those few minutes, each lasting less than a second. Yu Sheng was stunned. What, hundreds of entrances? Isn't that like turning the place into a sieve? Liu Bing shook her head. No. Each tremor was extremely faint, far too weak to actually open an entrance. Theoretically, only that one stronger vibration was capable of creating a single entryway. Normally, such weak signals would be automatically filtered out. They were only logged this time due to their unusual frequency, causing the system's fuzzy logic to retain them. Irene sighed dramatically, staring upward, and the one actual entrance was caught by Big Nephew Huh. High sensitivity, low stability probably doesn't fully explain this situation anymore, Yu Sheng murmured thoughtfully to Little Red Riding Hood. I think after rescuing him, we should advise him to pray somewhere. Do any of the ancient holy spirits manage luck? There's one for good mental health, Little Red Riding Hood whispered back. Ancestor of the dolls, Alice, oversees keeping a good attitude, or he could pray to the Star Thrower, Madam. Star Thrower and her hound are in charge of surviving bad luck and beatings. Yu Sheng was momentarily speechless. Those ancient holy spirits, are they seriously all right in the head? Suddenly, Yu Sheng felt curious about this world's faith system centered around these so-called ancient holy spirits, beings supposedly present at the world's creation. He wondered what roles these entities actually played and how they influenced this world, though now clearly wasn't the right moment for such musings. Are the vibrations still ongoing? Little Red Riding Hood suddenly asked. No, they've stopped, Liu Bing replied, shaking her head. They ceased before we even arrived. Has something like this ever happened before? Yu Sheng asked, curiosity still gnawing at him. This is the first recorded case, Liu Bing said gravely. Usually an otherworld entrance emits one strong pulse lasting minutes or even hours, expanding steadily afterward. That's why immediate evacuations are necessary, to limit the damage. So strictly speaking, though strange, this incident seems minor, at least for now. Yu Sheng's brow furrowed deeper. For reasons he couldn't fully explain, he felt unsettled despite Liu Bing's reassurances. Something about the way the otherworld had opened felt incredibly suspicious. The Special Affairs Bureau clearly shared his suspicions. Even though the entrance appeared to have vanished, they maintained maximum alert, deploying defensive measures and reinforcements around the mall. At the main entrance, Yu Sheng saw a special vehicle-mounted, node, device, accompanied by various monitoring and protective equipment just brought in. Fully armed operatives had already sealed the front doors and adjacent exits. Presumably, the mall's other major entrances were similarly secured. This is where the entry appeared. Liu Bing led Yu Sheng to a massive tempered glass window near the mall's entrance. If we're correct, this is where the missing person stepped through into the otherworld mall he described. Yu Sheng took a slow breath and approached the glass, peering through carefully. Reflected there was only an ordinary street scene. Chapter 263, Across the Mirror. In the shop window, only an ordinary street was reflected. The avenue, now under emergency lockdown, stood empty, revealing no hint of abnormality. Yu Sheng pulled out his phone, attempting to redial the number from the earlier call, but as expected, there was no service. The communication barrier imposed by an otherworld didn't weaken merely by approaching its entrance. So far, aside from unique exceptions like Wudong Road No. 66 and its affiliated spaces, no otherworld had broken this rule. Any clue? Can you sense anything? Yu Sheng turned his head, looking at Little Red Riding Hood standing nearby. With a serious expression, Little Red Riding Hood slowly shook her head. The entrance is already closed. Right now, our biggest problem is figuring out exactly which otherworld this is. Without knowing that, we can't determine how to enter, she explained. It really is strange. How could it vanish without leaving a single trace? Normally, there should at least be some residual energy that my wolves could pick up on. What's the usual rescue procedure when someone gets trapped in an unknown otherworld? Yu Sheng asked. First, we'd identify the exact otherworld the victim fell into, then figure out its entry and exit conditions and current entrance location, Little Red Riding Hood replied promptly. If it's a stable entrance like the museum we visited earlier, we just satisfy the entry requirements. But if it's a shifting entrance, then we have to use tracking methods. My wolves make that easy, but regular spirit realm detectives and investigators need genuine detective work. As for the Special Affairs Bureau, she paused briefly. Liu Bing, standing beside her, continued smoothly. Our methods aren't so different. When facing a shifting otherworld, we first track down its entry point. But we can leverage monitoring devices deployed all over Borderland to quickly detect unstable rifts. Our deep diving unit also uses special techniques to forcibly access otherworlds that currently lack accessible entry conditions. He frowned deeply. But this time we've hit a wall, just as Little Red Riding Hood said. There's no trace left at all. We've requested a comprehensive scan from headquarters, but the monitoring devices across Borderland haven't found anything. It genuinely existed for just a second, and then evaporated from this world. Yu Sheng remained silent, turning his gaze once more to the reflective shop window, eyes narrowed in concentration. Suddenly he froze. In the reflection of the street, he glimpsed a fleeting figure, a young man with panic and anxiety written clearly across his face. He dashed down the empty street reflected in the glass, vanishing quickly into an alleyway outside the reflection's edge. On Yu Sheng's shoulder, Irene instantly shouted, Hey, Yu Sheng, someone just ran by inside there. I saw, Yu Sheng replied gravely, it's him. Instinctively, Little Red Riding Hood glanced back at the actual street behind them. Quickly realizing her mistake, she redirected her gaze to the reflective glass. Is he trapped within the mirror's reflection? Yu Sheng opened his mouth to reply, but before he could speak, his phone suddenly blared loudly. Immediately picking up, Yu Sheng switched on the speaker. A burst of static and interference filled the air, and then the young man's panicked breathing came through, fragmented and distorted. Brother Yu escaped from the shopping mall, heavy fog outside. There's nobody on the street, my calls wouldn't go through. Go back, return immediately to the shopping mall's main door, the large shop window. Yu Sheng interrupted urgently, seizing the moment before the connection broke again. Stop wandering around. Return, understood, I'll head back right away, Atishet ZZZT. And the connection died once more. He seems to be lingering around L1 depth. Little Red Riding Hood furrowed her brow deeply. Is the otherworld behind that mirror fluctuating? Liu Bing swiftly stepped aside upon witnessing this scene, pulling out a walkie-talkie to rapidly relay instructions to support personnel elsewhere, seemingly adjusting the monitoring devices, scanning patterns according to the new clues. Yu Sheng's gaze returned, yet again, to the broad expanse of glass. Minutes passed, and he saw that figure once more. The young man appeared again, looking exhausted and disheveled from running aimlessly. He emerged from the far end of the reflected street, jogging urgently toward the window, nervously scanning the empty surroundings, as if some unseen danger might leap out from thin air at any moment in his world. Foxy stepped forward decisively, banging on the glass with considerable force. The young man inside the reflection gave no response, seeming not to hear anything. Foxy knocked again, even harder this time. Careful, you silly fox, don't shatter the glass, Irene called out hastily. In the reflection of the shop window, only a normal street lay quietly empty under emergency lockdown, with no hint of anything unusual. Yu Sheng took out his phone and tried dialing back the number from the strange call he'd received earlier. No surprise there, still out of service. The communication blockage from an otherworld wouldn't weaken just by approaching its entryway. Until now, apart from special cases like Wudong Road No. 66 and its attached spaces, there had been no exceptions. Anything? Yu Sheng asked, turning to Little Red Riding Hood beside him. Little Red Riding Hood shook her head solemnly. The entryway has closed already. The biggest issue now is that we can't determine exactly which otherworld it is, nor the conditions for entering, she explained slowly. It's really odd. How could it vanish without leaving a single trace? Normally there, dB residual energy, something my wolf could detect. and just as Irene finished speaking, Yu Sheng saw the young man in the reflection suddenly turn around. He seemed to have heard the faint knocking on the glass. With tension written across his face, the youth approached carefully and stopped half a meter away from the window, cautiously touching the glass. Foxy knocked again. The vibrations passed through the mirror, reaching the world beyond. The young man startled, withdrawing his hand fearfully. But soon after, he seemed to understand the signal came from reality. With cautious anticipation, he lifted his hand again, gently tapping on the glass. Yu Sheng heard the faint knocking muted, as if muffled through thick layers, but it indeed reached this side. Yet before Yu Sheng could figure out how to leverage this slight connection to free the young man from the mirror, the youth suddenly turned his head in panic, then bolted away. Irene immediately panicked. "Hey, didn't I say not to run around?" Foxy responded seriously. "He's not running blindly, something's chasing him." "Obviously I saw that too," Irene cried, anxiously tugging at Yu Sheng's hair. "Yu Sheng, hurry up and do something, our client's about to bite it." "Don't rush me, I'm working on it," Yu Sheng muttered, stepping forward and feeling around the window glass. Little Red Riding Hood stared in astonishment. "Wait, you can open this thing." "He can open it even if there's nothing there," Irene smugly interjected, no longer anxious, though it wasn't clear what exactly she was smug about. Yu Sheng ignored the little doll's boasting, focusing instead on locating the door leading to the mirror's opposite side. He needed a coordinate, some guidance, or at the very least, a shred of information pointing toward the other side. The only thing that could provide that guidance was the young man's tapping gesture from within the mirror world. He placed his hand exactly where the youth had knocked, eyes slightly closed, picturing the vibration that had traveled through the thick glass, a heavy, muted tremor, obscured as though buried beneath layers of reality. He imagined it transferring to his hand, becoming an invisible handle. There was a door there, and turning its handle would open it. The handle turned. Liu Bing watched in stunned silence as Yu Sheng seemingly opened a door right out of the glass window, as though forged from a mirror itself. The door opened to reveal the familiar street behind them, except it was shrouded in dense fog, deserted and silent. "All right, it's open," Yu Sheng said casually, keeping his hand on the door handle as he glanced back at Little Red Riding Hood and Liu Bing. "I'll head over and see what's happening." Foxy immediately stepped forward. "Benefactor, I'm going too." "Me as well," Little Red Riding Hood quickly added, continuing firmly. "The wolves' scouting ability is very helpful in unfamiliar territory." "All right," Yu Sheng nodded. "But be careful over there. Even though the depth doesn't seem great, the situation feels strange." Just as Yu Sheng and the others were about to step through, Liu Bing approached quickly. The tall Special Affairs Bureau operative pressed something into Yu Sheng's hand. "Take this." Yu Sheng glanced down curiously. A palm-sized box with a black metallic surface, without switches or buttons, just several blinking indicator lights on its side. "What's this?" "A locator," Liu Bing explained. "My team has to hold down this side of the block. We can't follow you in right away. But this is urgent. Once you're on the other side, our backup team from the Bureau will follow the signal and find you." Yu Sheng paused, puzzled. "Didn't you say signals don't work once the otherworld depth goes past L1? "Normal communication signals won't," Liu Bing smiled faintly. "Or, to put it another way, no information that human rationality can understand would escape. But this locator isn't transmitting a normal signal. It sends a type of subspace vibration called a deep-sea echo. It isn't meant for people to hear, but rather for certain machine spirits back at the Bureau." "Didn't quite get it, but I'll carry it," Yu Sheng replied earnestly, then tucked the small locator casually into his pocket. He drew a breath and nodded to Little Red Riding Hood and Foxy. "Let's go." Little Red Riding Hood and Foxy stepped through the doorway opened in the mirror. Yu Sheng, with Irene perched on his shoulder, followed closely behind. The door silently closed, restoring the window as if it had never been opened. Before Yu Sheng's eyes, endless fog surged forward. Inside the mist lay the mirrored reflection of Boundary City. Chapter 264, Within the Mirror. Shadowy wolves gathered silently around Little Red Riding Hood. At a gentle command from their master, they melted into the rolling mist, swiftly vanishing without a trace. Behind Foxy, a cluster of tails unfurled like a blooming lotus. 6 tails detached smoothly, transforming into fox roaming cannons that hovered protectively around the group, vigilantly scanning the misty surroundings. 2 more tails rested securely in the arms of the demon fox maiden, their tips flickering with ready fox fire, while the ninth tail, used for storage, trailed lazily along the ground like a furry lifeline. Beside Yu Sheng, Irene gently lowered her hand. Threads of black spider silk emerged from her fingertips, drifting into the haze like living things, probing for any presence that might disturb their minds or harbor ill intent. Though the theoretical depth of this otherworld might only be L2 or even L1, otherworld realms seldom adhered strictly to logic. Sometimes, immense dangers lurked within even the shallowest of realities. Yu Sheng cast a glance at his companions, feeling an involuntary sigh build in his chest. Why is it that everyone else has such impressive powers? Honestly, I wish I had some flashy special effect whenever I used my abilities, he murmured. Something that just pops out dramatically, useful or not, to intimidate anyone watching. Irene twisted her small head around, gazing curiously at him from his shoulder. You already have a flashy effect. Isn't your door opening spectacular enough? Yu Sheng sighed again, casually summoning a door and pulling out his heavy combat rod, nicknamed Reason, a weapon that could severely injure just by grazing someone. He hefted it onto his shoulder. Irene instantly executed another flawless acrobatic maneuver, flipping gracefully across Yu Sheng's back to sit comfortably on his other shoulder. Little Red Riding Hood stared in astonishment at Yu Sheng's maneuver. Did you just convert your door into storage space? I just opened the door to the basement at Wudong Road number 66, Yu Sheng replied, brightening. But see, isn't it as convenient as actual storage? Little Red Riding Hood made a sound of wonder, while Foxy looked contemplative, perhaps linking this feat to some new immortal tale. Yu Sheng's own attention, however, returned to their mist-shrouded surroundings, taking in the hauntingly empty streets and buildings around them. This place was unmistakably the open plaza and avenue outside the shopping mall, mirroring reality precisely. But now it lay smothered beneath a thick, uncanny fog, utterly devoid of life. Yu Sheng cautiously stepped forward a few paces. Soon, he spotted the black vehicles belonging to the Special Affairs Bureau. They stood abandoned exactly where he remembered them, empty, of course. So this is a world inside the mirror, Little Red Riding Hood murmured, her brow furrowed slightly as she surveyed the eerie scene. Then she shook her head decisively. No, this otherworld just has mirror-like properties. It reflects physical objects from our reality, but not people. Have you ever heard of an otherworld like this? Yu Sheng asked quietly. Little Red Riding Hood thought carefully, then slowly shook her head. No, there are many mirror-related otherworlds, but nothing quite matching this. Benefactor, something about this fog feels very wrong, Foxy whispered, uneasy. It's as if there's something creeping closer through the mist, but my divine sense finds nothing when I search. Yu Sheng glanced toward the doll perched on his shoulder. Irene, can you sense anything? The doll shook her head, while Little Red Riding Hood also confirmed quietly. My wolves haven't found anything either. No entities, no signs of people, and a human shouldn't be able to get very far. Yu Sheng murmured thoughtfully, his eyes settling on the shopping mall's entrance ahead. Big Nephew said he escaped from inside the shopping mall. Could he have retreated back inside once he saw things were unsafe outside? Irene tilted her tiny head, thinking briefly. That's possible, should we check? Let's check, Yu Sheng nodded firmly. As he began walking toward the mall, he reminded the group again, stay close. Foxy mentioned something strange about the fog. Separating here might be very dangerous. The small group stayed tightly clustered, cautiously navigating through the plaza enveloped by dense fog until they reached the open glass doors of the shopping mall and stepped inside. Inside the mall, everything was similarly deserted. Storefront lights remained lit, illuminating shops and open spaces devoid of life. Thin mist seeped persistently through cracks and gaps, drifting in delicate, ghostly layers around them. Suddenly, Foxy let out a soft cry of surprise. There are mirrors everywhere here. Indeed, mirrors filled every corner of the shopping mall. The glass shop doors had become mirrors, advertising screens turned reflective, and even numerous products displayed on shelves had transformed into mirrors of varying sizes and shapes. Those few items that were not mirrors were twisted into bizarre shapes, grotesquely distorted as though malformed renderings or failed geometries. Yu Sheng slowly moved past one of these mirrors, eyes instinctively drawn to his own reflection staring back at him from within its polished surface. Before Yu Sheng could clearly grasp any details, the mirror shattered with a sharp crack. In an instant, it seemed to endure countless years of erosion. The reflective surface, once seemingly made of glass, rapidly shriveled and wrinkled, turning into a charred mass before silently crumbling to black ash. All Yu Sheng remembered was seeing a pitch-black humanoid shape cloaked in shadowy mist, standing within the mirror. Irene was startled by the sudden event. Wait, what the heck, it broke just like that. Yu Sheng, equally puzzled, stared at the black ash scattered on the ground. Instinctively, he bent down, dipping his finger into it, rubbing the powder gently between his fingertips. He had no idea what this would reveal, but detectives in movies always seemed to do this whenever they encountered mysterious powders. But the moment his fingers rubbed together, the entire world around him lost its color. A monochrome realm of death abruptly enveloped him, accompanied by a muffled voice echoing through his mind. Wait, what the heck, I just died. In barely a second, the gray world vanished. Colors and sounds flooded back, restoring normalcy. Yu Sheng stood in stunned confusion, a single thought surfacing. The rubbing trick actually works. Beside him, Foxy immediately turned her head, sensing the change in his aura. Benefactor, what just happened? Seems like I discovered two things, Yu Sheng replied thoughtfully, brushing the remaining ash off his hand. First, the mirror here was alive. Second, I heard its dying words. Foxy, Irene, and Little Red Riding Hood exchanged bewildered glances. Irene leaned closer, and what did it say? Yu Sheng gave a helpless shrug. Its dying words were that it died. Irene stared blankly. What the heck? Don't ask me, I'm just as confused, Yu Sheng said with a sigh, his gaze cautiously shifting toward the other mirrors scattered around. He had half expected them all to shatter simultaneously, filling the air with echoes of I died. Yet nothing happened. Instead, the mirrors simply stopped reflecting him altogether. Even the largest mirror before him showed only Foxy and Little Red Riding Hood standing normally. Irene floated midair as though suspended by invisible threads. His own reflection had been neatly erased. They weren't even pretending anymore. Yu Sheng frowned. Can you see me reflected in the mirror? Little Red Riding Hood nodded quickly. Of course, you're standing right here beside us, perfectly normal. Wait, you can't see yourself. Yu Sheng gave a slow nod. Right, I can't. So the key isn't about who's reflected, but who's looking. Or is it both conditions combined that caused the mirror to die just now? But why? What's the logic behind it? Questions flooded Yu Sheng's mind, each more puzzling than the last. Yet his companion seemed even more confused. Little Red Riding Hood looked at Yu Sheng oddly. I can't tell whether this place is weirder or if you're somehow even stranger than this place. Did you eat too much weird stuff recently? Yu Sheng. Despite this strange interlude, their search inside the shopping mall proceeded swiftly. With Foxy's divine sense, Irene's weaving spider threads, and Little Red Riding Hood's shadow wolves scouring every corner, they quickly determined the mall was empty. No sign of survivors or hidden threats. Frustrated, they eventually stepped back outside, confronting once again the unending sea of fog. Perhaps it was imagination, but the mist seemed thicker now, heavy enough to blur the outline of those black luxury cars parked at the square's edge. Doesn't it feel like this fog is chasing us? Irene whispered nervously. Wherever we move, it gathers thicker, coming closer from all sides. Yu Sheng frowned. He hadn't felt the subtle pursuit Irene mentioned, nor sensed anything hidden like Foxy did. He lacked their impressive spider senses or divine sight, yet he couldn't deny an unsettling intuition was beginning to stir, a feeling like his spiritual intuition was warming up, ready to sound alarms at any moment. The fog was changing, and deep within the mist, faint sounds echoed. Little Red Riding Hood's expression suddenly twisted. My wolf was attacked. A shadow wolf abruptly appeared beside her, its shadowy body severely damaged as if something unseen had violently bitten it in half. The injured wolf let out a confused, angry howl, quickly weakening to a frustrated whimper. After briefly brushing against its master's leg for comfort, it faded back into the shadows. The defeated wolf had delivered critical information. Little Red Riding Hood jerked her head up, eyes wide with alarm. There's a massive creature hidden in the fog, covered in countless limbs and teeth. Its exact shape was unclear, but it destroyed my wolf instantly. The moment she finished speaking, Irene pointed urgently toward the immense glass wall of the shopping mall behind them. Is it the thing currently crawling down the wall? Chapter 265, The Entity That Should Not Be. Yu Sheng lifted his gaze upward. Within the swirling mist, he saw the monstrous form creeping down the glass facade of the shopping mall, or rather, flowing downward. It appeared as an enormous mass of living ink, spreading across the building. Its surface rippled constantly, unstable and fluid. At its edges, countless limbs extended and contracted without purpose, flailing briefly in the air before melting back into the main body. Occasionally, the ink opened gaping mouths filled with jagged teeth and writhing tongues. Sometimes these mouths murmured in low, unintelligible whispers. Mostly, however, they simply devoured the surrounding fog in great gulps. This liquid-like entity slithered down the mall's exterior wall, a sight terrifying to behold. Little Red Riding Hood let out a shocked gasp when she clearly saw what it was. Ink blot. Yu Sheng snapped his head around immediately. What is that? You recognize this monster. A dangerous entity, ink blot, hostile to all life forms. It attacks by spawning splits from its main body, Little Red Riding Hood quickly explained, but the confusion on her face deepened. But this doesn't make sense. Ink blot only spawns in the other world known as Lakeside Town. There's no way this place could be Lakeside Town. Yu Sheng stared in confusion, but now was clearly not the time for more questions. That massive ink creature descending the mall had noticed the intruders in the plaza. In an instant, its form began to tremble and expand, countless thin tendrils bursting from its shifting edges. The scene resembled invisible brushes dipped in heavy ink, suddenly painting wild lines upon an unseen canvas. Those black streaks, once imprinted on the glass wall, detached from their surface and dropped into the fog, surging toward Yu Sheng and his companions. Now Yu Sheng clearly understood why the entity was called Ink Blot. He was facing an assault from these ink marks brought to life, numerous grotesque shapes with razor-sharp edges, charging unpredictably like a crazed horde of beasts. Shadow wolves swiftly emerged beside Little Red Riding Hood. Ever since the fairytale curse had been broken, the girl was free to wield her powers at will, calling forth far more wolves than she had before. A vast pack filled the mist, howling, running, fearlessly colliding with the incoming swarm. At almost the same moment, thick black threads filled the air as Irene raised her hands, weaving a massive spider web. The threads reached out, catching the densest cluster of ink creatures. Although they looked like mere marks with no real substance, each creature froze the instant it touched the silk, trembling before being torn apart by the wolves, dissolving into droplets of dark fluid. Foxy, meanwhile, wasted no time, launching a barrage of fox carrot missiles directly at the main mass clinging to the shopping mall's wall. Freshly energized after her feast at the Special Affairs Bureau, the nine-tailed fox's arsenal was at peak capacity. Without even waiting for the smoke to clear, she unleashed a second barrage. The explosive roar from the fox carrot missiles was deafening. Their force momentarily dispersed the surrounding mist, allowing Yu Sheng to see the enormous ink creature engulfed by scorching fox fire. The entity seemed to let out a brief, chaotic scream, and immediately afterward, the mall itself began to groan with the sound of breaking and collapsing structures. Mid unbearable noise, the entire building began to topple. Brilliant blue fox fire leaped wildly across the structure, burning through everything in its path. Irene was busy weaving her web when she heard the noise. Glancing back, she shrieked, "Oh crap, stupid fox, you brought down the building, and it's falling toward us." Yu Sheng reacted faster, "Run first." As the words left his mouth, a flash of silver appeared beside him. Foxy transformed into a huge nine-tailed demon fox. Sweeping Yu Sheng and Irene onto her back with one tail, she immediately bolted out of the collapsing building's shadow. Even as she ran, the giant fox shouted apologetically, "Sorry, benefactor. Back then, I failed firepower control and precision demolition classes." Yu Sheng and Irene held tightly to the silver fur to keep from falling, anxiously watching the building collapse behind them. Hearing Foxy's explanation, Yu Sheng's eyes almost popped out. "Why were you even studying that stuff in elementary school?" "Father signed me up," the demon fox maiden yelled back earnestly. "He said girls must learn to control their firepower to become elegant ladies." Yu Sheng felt his jaw drop, instantly overwhelmed with admiration for Foxy. What kind of absurd logic was this? Controlling missile firepower is ladylike. Wait, why does she even have missiles in the first place? Just as he was processing this, a dark blur flashed in his peripheral vision. Little Red Riding Hood came charging out of the thick fog, riding a shadow wolf. She strained her voice to shout while desperately trying to catch up to the speeding nine-tailed demon fox. "Don't go so big. What if Big Nephew was hiding nearby? He'd be done for." Foxy turned her head calmly toward Little Red Riding Hood, eyes sparkling confidently. "I scanned the whole area with my divine sense. No other living humans around. Teacher taught us clearly, a lady never bombs her allies." Little Red Riding Hood stared, dumbfounded, but didn't forget to urge her shadow wolf faster, barely managing to keep pace. Still shouting, she complained loudly, "Slow down, I can't keep up." "She's already going slow," Yu Sheng laughed at the sight. She hasn't even fired a booster yet. You really want to see what a supersonic fox looks like. Though joking, Foxy did gradually ease her pace. Once safely clear of the collapsing area, she ran a few dozen more meters, then stopped completely and turned to stare toward the ruined shopping mall. The thick fog rolled everywhere, visibility extremely poor. Only faint embers of fox fire could be seen flickering within clouds of rising dust and shattered debris. Yu Sheng guessed the entire building had collapsed completely, burying the attacking ink splashes beneath its rubble, or incinerating them in the scattered flames. As for the main body of the ink splash, it probably couldn't have survived such an abrupt and overwhelming attack. After all, it didn't seem like one of those stubbornly resilient creatures such as the enhanced hunger, which boasted both exceptional stats and annoying battle mechanics. Maybe it was finally safe to take a breath. Yet that relieved sigh lasted less than 2 seconds. From the depths of the fog came a strange, murmuring hum. Yu Sheng lifted his head, and a chill ran down his spine as countless shadows emerged slowly from the mist. These were ink splashes, but something new, human-like beings made of jittering, twisted lines of bright colors, lacking proper faces or proportionate limbs. They shuffled forth as an eerie crowd, large and small, thin and thick, approaching slowly from the far side of the street like wandering corpses. Are all entities this abstract? Can't we get one or two with a decent appearance? Yu Sheng felt goosebumps rising across his skin, turning anxiously toward Little Red Riding Hood. What are these things? Do you know them? Can we just attack? Little Red Riding Hood fixed her gaze intensely on the colorful figures emerging from the fog, her expression tense and complicated. Clearly, she recognized them. A swarm-type entity called Carnival Revelers. Each manifestation numbers between 1,000 and 10,000. Normally, they appear at carnival sites following a fixed path. Sometimes they approach and even attack the living, other times they pass harmlessly. Danger level fluctuates between 2 and 3, she explained swiftly in a hushed voice. Be very careful. Never let them directly touch your skin. Each contact stains your body with their lines. After 3 touches, you become one of them. Don't do anything rash. They seem calm for now. Irene and Foxy instantly suppressed their urge to attack, cautiously moving aside with Little Red Riding Hood. They warily observed the jittering figures made of colorful lines. Yu Sheng, however, seized upon a key detail. Did you say carnival? Yes, carnival, Little Red Riding Hood whispered gravely. These things shouldn't appear here at all. They're supposed to only emerge within the otherworld known as Nameless Carnival. And that ink splash earlier too, this place is seriously messed up. Her words abruptly cut off, because the colorful figures crossing the street suddenly halted in unison. For a chilling few seconds, silence enveloped them, thick enough to suffocate. Then one short figure, like a curious child among adults, slowly turned its head toward their group, drawn by something intriguing at the roadside. With that figure's movement, several crisp popping sounds rang clearly in the thick fog, party poppers, going off one after another. Confetti bloomed in midair, fluttering colorfully through the mist. And as the confetti danced downward, all the jittering carnival revelers slowly turned their faceless heads toward Yu Sheng's group. Then, step by deliberate step, they began moving closer. It was as though they intended to invite the intruders into a grotesque dance at their nightmarish festival. The distorted, colorful lines composing their heads twisted disturbingly, somehow forming horrifying, crooked smiles despite their lack of features. Irene's reaction was immediate, loud, and clear. What the hell? Chapter 266, Reinforcement. Yu Sheng had no idea how many terrifying and bizarre figures had suddenly emerged from the mist. He only knew they were everywhere, staggering and swaying. Abstract human silhouettes drawn from colorful lines materialized straight out of thin air, instantly flooding his vision. Their numbers swelled rapidly, becoming a surging tide that filled the entire block. Swarm-type entity. Now Yu Sheng truly understood what the word swarm meant when applied to an entity. In fact, he strongly suspected he had stumbled upon the largest cluster of the entity known as Carnival Revelers right now. The swaying figures on the street had to number in the tens of thousands. The crowd surged forward with illusory yet continuous cheers, popping of festive cannons, bursting balloons, and off-key celebratory music echoing as if from above and below. Those bizarre and frightening figures stretched out their hands toward Yu Sheng and his companions, their distorted heads cracking open into chaotic grins, inviting the newcomers to join in their boundless and invisible revelry. Ow-woot! A wolf's howl shattered the noisy chaos. Countless shadow wolves charged into the oncoming chaotic lines of entities, tearing them into even more tangled remnants. At the same time, Fox fire blanketed the sky. Foxy maintained her form as the nine-tailed demon fox, her silver-white tails blossoming dramatically behind her, unleashing fierce barrages of scorching fire like whips against the massed swarm of entities. Yet their sheer number was overwhelming. No matter how fiercely the wolf pack and fox fire barrage assailed the tide of revelers, entities kept breaking through the blockade and closing in on Yu Sheng's group. Yu Sheng swung his battle staff, smashing each laughing reveler that approached into fragments. He carefully avoided direct contact, even brushing against the color released upon their destruction was dangerous enough. Individually, the revelers posed little threat. Yu Sheng even found that the feedback from striking them was lighter than hitting those evil wolves in the Black Forest. But their endless number and ear-splitting cacophony soon became overwhelming pressure. Each defeated reveler burst into countless colored paper shreds like festive confetti, quickly covering the streets. And still, they continued pouring forth, tens of thousands of swarm entities rapidly materializing from the mist. "These things are worse than that ink stain we faced earlier," Irene shrieked. "Do they even have any weakness?" In the otherworld nameless carnival, you just find a plaster clown with a balloon hat, drink the sweet wine he offers, and the crowd would disperse. Little Red Riding Hood shouted angrily as she struggled to maintain the wolf pack's defensive perimeter. "But this place, this isn't the nameless carnival. Where the heck are we supposed to find a clown here?" "If we have to, let's just retreat." Irene tugged at Yu Sheng's hair urgently. "We can't beat them all. Entities like these have their rules locked inside their original otherworld. Now they're loose here with no weaknesses." Yu Sheng gritted his teeth. Retreat wasn't his first choice since they were here to rescue someone, but they hadn't even seen the person they came to save yet. Continuing seemed futile. The revelers multiplied at an unnatural pace, their untouchable nature making escape methods incredibly risky. At this point, opening a door and fleeing seemed like the only rational option. But just then, he suddenly heard a strange, humming noise piercing the air. It sounded like some kind of high-frequency interference, disturbing even the already chaotic noise. "Arg!" Irene immediately began shouting again. "What is it this time? Can we not?" Before she could finish, a brilliant flash tore through the air, plunging straight into the mass of revelers, causing a violent explosion. Then came more flashes. Heavy fire from an unknown source blanketed the street, ripping massive holes through the carnival horde. Yu Sheng instinctively looked skyward. One after another, massive figures 2 or 3 meters tall, clad in black-powered armor, suddenly appeared 10 meters above the street, falling like cannonballs into the entity's swarm. Dozens of these heavily armored warriors emerged abruptly from the sky, jetpacks and waist-mounted thrusters blasting aside groups of entities even before they touched down. Immediately upon landing, they formed 7 or 8 tight firing positions with dazzling coordination, methodically covering each other as they unleashed furious firepower against anything moving that wasn't an ally. The weapons in their hands were enormous and heavy, firing not bullets but blazing spheres of light. When those glowing rounds touched anything, they erupted instantly into white-hot fireballs a meter wide, incinerating everything within that blazing sphere. Amid the chaos, a dozen soldiers in lightweight powered armor raced through the battlefield, wielding glowing energy swords to swiftly cut down any entity that broke through their defense line. These warriors showed no fear of touching the colorful, thread-like outlines of the carnival revelers that could normally assimilate a person. Their powered armor shielded every inch of their bodies, further protected by thick energy barriers. Perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder, Irene stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding on the street below. After a long pause, she murmured, "Whoa." Little Red Riding Hood exhaled deeply, relief washing over her face. Special Affairs Bureau finally made it, but why so many? There must be 70 or 80 deep divers here. I've never seen such a large-scale deployment. Yu Sheng didn't respond. Curiosity and astonishment flickered in his eyes as he watched these armored warriors, standing nearly 3 meters tall, slice effortlessly through the battlefield like farmers harvesting crops. The longer he stared, the more familiar their suits appeared. Suddenly, one of the massive, black-armored warriors stepped forward, flanked by 2 slightly smaller comrades. Approaching Foxy in her imposing 9-tailed demon fox form, he reached up to tap his helmet. The thick faceplate snapped open, revealing Su Jili's cheerful, somewhat goofy grin. Su Jili tilted his head back, looking at the awe-inspiring demon fox towering before him. His gaze then shifted to Yu Sheng's group and the thick layer of colorful confetti littering the ground around them. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "You guys can really fight. When I dived down and saw 10,000 entities surrounding you, my blood went cold. I even started imagining where the director would bury me afterward. Little Red Riding Hood sighed, exhaustion clear on her face. Stop flattering. 2 more minutes and we were going to run. Good thing you brought enough people. Headquarters sent everyone they had on standby. The situation was unusual, and the deep-sea echo from our trackers indicated something seriously wrong down here, Su Jiley explained. Without turning his head, he casually raised his hand and fired off a shot, obliterating several carnival revelers emerging from the fog. That huge cannon he wielded probably weighed more than Little Red Riding Hood, yet he swung it around as easily as if it were a feather. If we'd had more prep time, we'd have brought the hunting owl along. Irene blinked. The what? Su Jiley chuckled. An atmospheric bombing vessel equipped with a machine spirit. It can execute deep dive missions alongside us, but it takes longer to prepare. At this moment, Yu Sheng, silent until now, suddenly blinked. Recognition flashed in his eyes as memories fell into place. Oh, I recognize it now. He pointed excitedly at Su Jiley's armor. I opened a door once and saw 2 people fighting on an alien planet. One of them wore exactly this kind of suit. Su Jiley's expression froze on his face. He had nearly forgotten about that incident. Yu Sheng immediately noticed the change in Su Jiley's demeanor. Initially surprised by how closely Su's armor matched his memories, realization quickly dawned on him. Wait, don't tell me that was you. Su Jiley reached up to scratch his head, forgetting the helmet and clanging his hand awkwardly against the metal. Yeah, that was me, he admitted sheepishly. Yu Sheng, Su Jiley. Both spoke simultaneously. Why didn't you say something? You didn't ask. Honestly, after 2 seconds of embarrassed silence, Su Jiley spoke again, looking more uncomfortable than ever. At first, I had to keep it secret. That was a classified mission. Later on, the timing just never felt right. You know how it is, some things, if you don't say them right away. He paused, lifting his massive cannon again. Yu Sheng struggled to see the thing as a mere gun, and blasted several carnival revelers that had escaped his comrades' barrage, sending confetti swirling into the air once more. Then he finished. If you don't speak up at first, it just gets harder later. Yu Sheng considered this, finally shrugging with an understanding smile. All right, I get that. Then he gave Su Jiley another thorough look over. So this is your fully equipped form. No wonder you said you weren't in combat mode last time. To be truly fully equipped, I'd still need a mentally controlled fire support shuttle, 2 walking tactical robots, some lightweight drones, and a psychic attendant. Su Jiley shrugged, smiling wryly. But that's standard equipment for missions outside Borderland. Here I have to scale things back. Last time you saw me was an emergency. I ran into a heretic cultist unexpectedly and didn't have time to gear up. Fortunately, my skills got me through that scrape. Chapter 267. Lucky to be alive. The swarm of carnival revelers was gradually fading away. It wasn't because they'd all been destroyed. In fact, they kept regenerating endlessly. No matter how many were taken down, more of these eerie figures, traced by colorful abstract lines, would continuously materialize from the mist. But when the heavily armed deep divers brought by Su Jiley crossed a certain threshold, in their destructive efforts, Yu Sheng noticed a clear shift. The entities began receding rapidly, vanishing before their very eyes. First, the colorful silhouettes retreated from the outskirts, slipping quietly back into the fog. Soon afterward, even the entities closest to the battlefield dissolved into the haze, and finally, those already destroyed ceased to reappear. The fog-laden streets gradually quieted. The pulse rifles in the deep divers' hands ceased their roar, and glowing energy blades cut down the final carnival revelers. Countless scraps of festive paper fell, blanketing the street like multicolored snow, before swiftly disintegrating into dust on the wind. Yet these seasoned warriors did not fully relax. They continued to loosely hold their combat formations, splitting into small teams of 8 to 12, scattered around the area. Each team stayed within sight of at least 2 others, ensuring constant visual contact as they monitored the entire district. Soldiers took small instruments from compartments in their powered armor, placing them around to collect environmental data. These instruments connected back through peculiar rope-like devices extending from their armor, referred to as umbilical cords, sending real-time information directly to the command center. Su Jiley stood by Yu Sheng's side, explaining these procedures clearly. This is our umbilical cord, said Su Jiley, a man already nearly 2 meters tall, now towering around 2.5 meters clad in his powered armor. He gestured at the black, cord-like appendage floating eerily from his chest plate, swaying slowly as though immersed in an invisible fluid. Its other end is connected to the deep dive pool in reality. This tether maintains our humanity, sanity, and our communication with command. Irene stared wide-eyed. At this point, I hear umbilical cord and my nerves immediately twitch. Su Jiali chuckled helplessly. I understand. Ever since the Anka Ayla incident, many of my colleagues have developed a bit of paranoia about it. Someone even suggested we change the name, call it a tether rope if we have to, but higher-ups turned that down. Yu Sheng thought deeply, murmuring, so communication isn't completely impossible between otherworlds and reality. First the locator, and now your gear. The Special Affairs Bureau clearly has solutions. Regular communication methods get blocked. Su Jiali nodded, watching his comrades carefully secure the area, but we have irregular alternatives. Although, truthfully speaking, these methods always feel a bit sinister. Technical division folks will chew me out for describing it like that, but honestly, many of us feel this way. You've seen my umbilical cord, right? During deep dive missions, we're essentially dissolving our physical and mental forms in the deep dive pool, then diving straight into the otherworld like plunging headfirst into a nightmare. Our dissolved selves carry the umbilical cord along, establishing communication from within. When returning, we reverse the process. Our forms fragment again inside the otherworld, and these fragments are pulled back through the cord into the amniotic fluid of the dive pool, where we're reassembled and reborn anew. Su Jiali gave a faint grin as he rambled on, clearly proud despite his complaints. Yu Sheng listened in astonishment, frequently glancing at Su's impressive gear. Indeed, it was quite striking. Irene muttered softly, "Why does your diving technique sound incredibly unsafe? The whole thing feels like an accident waiting to happen." "There's definitely some risk, but it's quite minimal compared to the inherent dangers of fighting in other worlds," Su Jiali said nonchalantly. "The odds of losing control during deployment or diving are practically negligible. It's just the new recruits who tend to panic. Their first time dissolving and being reborn in the amniotic fluid tends to cause psychological stress. Veterans typically need to guide them through the process dozens of times before they stabilize." With Su Jiali's detailed explanations, Yu Sheng finally gained a clearer picture of the Special Affairs Bureau's elite capabilities in handling otherworld incidents. According to Su, scenarios demanding deep diver intervention were relatively rare. Most cases were manageable by teams of conventional operatives like Li Lin, who handled simple rescues or investigations within known otherworlds. Clearly, however, this particular situation fell firmly into the rare category. Su Jiali raised his head, gazing thoughtfully at the endless mist overhead. Within it, the outlines of mirrored streets flickered in and out of view, eerily reflecting the world they knew. "This place has an ominous feel," Su Jiali muttered grimly. "It's definitely not an otherworld we've encountered before. This one is new. Someone back at the Bureau is definitely pulling another all-nighter after this. Not that it's unusual. Someone's always working overtime back there, either one department or another. Earlier we faced Ink Stain, and now we encountered the Carnival Revelers' swarm," Little Red Riding Hood added seriously. "These entities normally only appear in their respective otherworlds, yet here they are, roaming through this mist. How did they even get here?" "Two possibilities," Su Jiali responded, his manner casual but reasoning sharp. "Either this mirror otherworld is linked to other worlds, much like the train otherworld, connecting at deeper layers, or its unique trait allows it to spawn distinctive entities from different otherworlds directly." "If that's really the case," Little Red Riding Hood's expression darkened, "then the threat level here just skyrocketed. The depth of this mist is likely between L1 and L2, but its danger might reach level 3 or higher." Su Jiali waved his hand dismissively. "Let the Bureau smart folks handle the analysis later. Right now our main concern is that someone's trapped inside, right?" He sighed heavily, his brow deeply furrowed. "I'll be blunt, given what we've seen so far, his chances are slim. Ink Stain and Carnival Revelers alone are lethal threats to any ordinary human. Nobody could easily outrun them, especially since I heard he's got that troublesome, high-sensitivity, low-stability constitution. If anything, he'd attract entity attention even faster than you folks, at this point." The muscular soldier let out a heavy sigh. Yu Sheng's expression darkened further. Beside him, Foxy's ears drooped low, and she slumped to the ground. Now that she was a gigantic nine-tailed demon fox the size of 2 vans, the earth trembled at her weight. Yet just as a suffocating gloom was beginning to settle, Su Jiali's communicator crackled to life. It was a deep diver on perimeter patrol, his voice excited and tense. "Leader, we found the trapped civilian." Everyone instantly perked up. Su Jiali jumped, eyes widening as he barked eagerly into the communicator. Where is he? What's his condition? Is he alive? The response came with an awkward hesitation. Alive, but it's complicated. We're currently, trying to cut him down from a wall. He's sealed inside an amber-like substance, but he's fine. Yu Sheng and Irene exchanged bewildered looks. Little Red Riding Hood appeared thoughtful. As for Foxy, well, Foxy's gigantic fox face was hard to read, but she suddenly leaned down and gave Yu Sheng a huge lick, almost knocking him off his feet. What exactly this meant was anyone's guess. Su Jiali instructed the deep divers to bring over the rescued civilian immediately. Moments later, Yu Sheng finally caught sight of the long-missing big nephew. He immediately understood why the situation was described as complicated. The perpetually tired-looking young man was frozen inside a massive block of pale yellow amber. He was locked in a running pose, a look of terror frozen on his face as if captured in the midst of desperate escape. Despite his alarming state, he bore no visible injuries. What the? Yu Sheng murmured, bewildered. Are you sure he's alive? Hope he doesn't suffocate in there, Irene added anxiously. Little Red Riding Hood relaxed visibly upon seeing the amber's shape, waving her hand dismissively. He's fine, really. His luck is incredible. Yu Sheng turned to her, puzzled. It's a neutral entity called Tree Granny, originally from the otherworld known as Autumn Forest. Little Red Riding Hood patiently explained, seeing Yu Sheng's confusion. Tree Granny looks like a giant human-shaped tree with an elderly woman's face. It chases intruders in its territory and encases them in resin, just like amber, but it doesn't harm them. Those captured remain conscious, able to breathe and think clearly inside. The resin even provides a powerful protective shield. She paused, letting Su Jiali pick up where she left off. Tree Granny's a unique entity, both powerful and strangely benign, Su Jiali explained. In fact, it became so famous that at one point, poaching groups even appeared. They'd purposely provoke Tree Granny to obtain her resin, sending a team member as bait. Rumors spread that drinking resin-infused water cured high cholesterol, high blood pressure, and diabetes, and applying it directly could improve your skin. Yu Sheng listened in stunned disbelief. Seriously, poaching groups formed because of this, so how'd you solve that? Star Media brought in 2 respected experts, one from Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain, a Taoist immortal, and the other a prophet from Bamosian. Both solemnly declared on TV that Tree Granny's resin was radioactive. Yu Sheng stood in speechless silence. Chapter 268, Unknown Realm. Clearly the big nephew, now swallowed by crystalline resin, had stumbled blindly through the mist and encountered an entity. Yet among his misfortunes today, at least one stroke of luck had found him. He ran into a gentle, harmless, and neutral entity known as the Tree Granny, rather than the sinister ink stain or the endless swarm of carnival revelers. As to why Tree Granny, usually seen drifting among autumn forests, appeared here within the strange fog, no one bothered to ponder too deeply. After all, it seemed as though anything could materialize from this mist. Our scanners found no trace of the Tree Granny. It likely wandered elsewhere or dissolved on its own, reported a deep diver whose powered armor bristled with additional scanning equipment, marking him clearly as a support specialist. We didn't detect any other entities near the survivor, only dried, cracked branches scattered around. It seems the Tree Granny initially tried planting a tree to suspend him, and when that failed, she resorted to sealing him to the wall. So what now? A huge fox head leaned in curiously from beside Yu Sheng. The demon fox peered at the crystalline resin on the ground with bright, intrigued eyes. Do we smash this open and pull him out? It almost looks like candy. Yu Sheng immediately broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly hugged the demon fox's muzzle, preventing any tragic misunderstanding. No licking allowed. We can't just smash it open, he'll break along with it, Su Jiali quickly intervened, shaking his head. We shouldn't even move him right now. From what I see, the resin has already entered its fragile phase, we just wait. The resin of Tree Granny holds people only for 1 or 2 hours, after which it'll dissolve naturally. Judging by this crystal state, he's probably been sealed for more than an hour. It should start melting any moment now. All right, let's wait it out. Yu Sheng sighed in relief and simply sat down beside the sealed survivor, leaning comfortably against Foxy's soft, fluffy paw. Perfect timing, I need a rest. Those 2 waves earlier were exhausting. Foxy lowered her head, gazing at Yu Sheng as he rested against her paw, then gently touched him with her other paw. Finally satisfied, she placed her head down as well, closing her eyes and following his lead. Su Jiali stared, momentarily speechless. You realize we're still inside an otherworld, right? How can you 2 be this relaxed? This is normal. Silly Fox relaxes whenever she's near Yu Sheng, and Yu Sheng can relax pretty much anywhere, Irene piped up, climbing onto Foxy's paw and settling into a comfortable position. She casually waved at Su Jiali, but I'll tell you something, Yu Sheng's actually pretty upset right now. The ink stain he met earlier turned into ink smudges he couldn't eat, and all those carnival revelers ended up as paper scraps, also inedible. You bet he's sulking about that? Ouch! Without even opening his eyes, Yu Sheng delivered a swift chop to the little doll's head, silencing her chatty complaints instantly. Su Jiali's lips twitched, but he was already used to these three's eccentric personalities after working alongside them a few times. Shaking his head slightly, he turned away to continue patrolling the perimeter vigilantly. Perhaps the anthropomorphic entities could afford to slack off, but he and his team of deep divers didn't dare drop their guard even a little. There was something deeply unsettling about this dense, unnatural mist. Instinct told him that something more dangerous than random entities lurked here, something woven into the very nature of the mist itself, something far more sinister than mere wandering spirits. Looking around, Su Jiali noted with relief that at least one other person here shared his vigilance. Little Red Riding Hood stood alert, eyes sharp. The shadows of her wolf pack flickered in and out of sight around her, some wolves continuously disappearing into or returning from the deeper fog as they scouted tirelessly. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, sometimes it was high school students who turned out to be the most dependable. You guys came all the way here from that shopping mall, right? Su Jiali asked abruptly, turning toward Little Red Riding Hood. Did your wolves scout the entire area? Do you know how big this fog actually is? So far, we've confirmed at least 6 blocks, Little Red Riding Hood replied gravely. Centered around Wanxiangjai Mall, the mist contains mirrored duplicates of at least 6 surrounding blocks. The farthest we've seen reaches all the way to Taiyuan Road. But that isn't even the limit. Beyond that point, there are still solid ground and buildings, though the fog becomes thicker, obscuring everything. My wolves' senses become blocked, blind and deaf beyond 3 meters. It felt too dangerous to go further. She paused momentarily, softly stroking a wolf that emerged silently from the air, a somber expression on her face. I suspect there's something hidden in those deeper parts of the fog. My wolves communicated fear to me. However, whatever's hidden there doesn't seem interested in approaching. Could it be another entity? Su Jiali questioned quietly. It's hard to say. The fog is too dense, completely impenetrable. Little Red Riding Hood shook her head, troubled. Maybe only your director's special eyes could clearly see what's hidden there. Su Jiali's expression hardened at her words. He nodded heavily, turning abruptly back toward the fog-filled streets, his voice heavy with dread. What's the current depth reading here? A deep diver swiftly raised an armored arm, fingers dancing over the control panel embedded in his gauntlet. Depth reading stable at level 2, with fluctuations around 20%. Level 2, Su Jiali murmured, releasing a breath. Not an extreme environment in theory. The laws of physics should mostly hold true here, but if depth is unevenly spread, we might only be in the shallow end of this other world. Just then, a faint crackling interrupted the large man's muttering. Yu Sheng, who had been resting against Foxy's enormous paw, snapped his eyes open instantly. Several others nearby also turned sharply toward the sound. The pale yellow, translucent amber crystal had begun to fracture rapidly. Within seconds, fissures spread across its surface. Then, like ice beneath a glaring sun, the crystal swiftly melted away. It turned to thick resin, quickly softening further, releasing the young man previously trapped within. He fell onto the ground, jolted awake by the mild impact, and drew a sudden, ragged breath before collapsing into violent coughs. Cough, cough, the young man struggled to rise from the dissolving resin. Attempting to stand, he slipped again, falling awkwardly. The fall finally cleared his mind somewhat, and he sat upright, eyes widening as he took in the bizarre scene around him. Powered armor-clad warriors stood vigilantly on all sides. Shadowy wolf silhouettes roamed the mist nearby. A sinister doll glared at him through blood-red eyes. And looming largest, a fox twice the size of a van, its head alone dwarfing his whole body. Though sealed inside amber, his thoughts had remained active but severely dulled. He had seen only vague shadows wandering around. Now he finally understood what those shadows were. Big Nephew stared blankly for a moment, then with a choked gasp toppled backward. Before he hit the ground, Irene yanked him upright with a strand of spider silk. The chilly, nightmarish thread jolted him awake as effectively as a bucket of icy water, and he shouted in clear astonishment. Holy crap! Oh, you're awake now, Yu Sheng finally spoke, somewhat amused. Little Red Riding Hood nodded casually. "We've been waiting." The young man blinked, finally noticing the familiar faces of Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood. The overwhelming images surrounding him had distracted him entirely until now. Familiarity slowly brought his rational thoughts back into focus. Yet echoes of distant terrors still whispered at the edges of his mind, half-formed visions clawing at his consciousness. Shaking his head, he barely caught the words from a tall figure in black armor nearby. "Light mental contamination, sanity decreasing, 0. 5 units mental stabilizer, 1 unit buffering agent. Skip the sanity blocker, he won't withstand it." Someone firmly grabbed his arm, and a prickling sensation followed. "Medication administered." The confusion lifted from the young man's eyes once more. He glanced around in lingering disbelief, finally settling again on Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood. "Did I just get rescued?" Right then, the enormous fox's head curiously peeked over Yu Sheng's shoulder, cheerfully chiming in with a girl's voice. "Yep, benefactor brought everyone here to save you." Instantly backing away several shaky steps, the young man's voice trembled as he asked Yu Sheng, "Brother Yu, it doesn't eat people, right?" "No, I don't." Before Yu Sheng could answer, Foxy herself vigorously shook her head, deeply serious. "I only like chicken legs, grilled mushrooms, benefactors cooking, and noodles." At the mention of food, drool nearly dripped from her mouth. She lowered her huge eyes to Yu Sheng. "Benefactor, I'm hungry." Across from them, the rescued young man was visibly trembling. Little Red Riding Hood chuckled softly, sympathetically watching the man's fearful reaction. She spoke gently, like a seasoned veteran, even though she was clearly younger than him. "Everyone feels like this their first time seeing this side of the world. You'll get used to it soon, but save your questions until we're safely back in reality." Yu Sheng nodded decisively. "Right, it's best not to linger here." As he spoke, he raised his hand, swiftly opening a door back to Boundary City. Immediately he turned and saw Foxy attempting to squeeze her enormous muzzle through the door. Sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. "Transform first? You think that size can fit through?" She hastily complied, shimmering into human form, prompting yet another dazed stare from the young man, whose confusion was now utterly complete. Yu Sheng turned to Su Jiali, who remained clad in his black-powered armor. "Need a lift? My door seems much easier than whatever tech you're using." "No way, we've got our own methods," Su Jiali quickly waved off the offer. "If headquarters finds out we disconnected our umbilical cord, there'll be screaming alarms all the way up. The director would personally bury me alive." Behind him, the deep divers, figures began fading one by one, vanishing back into the thick fog. Yu Sheng sighed lightly, signaling to the rest of the group, "All right, let's go too." Without another word, they stepped through the door, leaving the mist-shrouded world behind. Chapter 269, Aftermath. A line of mermaids crossed through the large door back to the real world. As usual, Yu Sheng lingered at the rear. Before stepping through, he glanced back one final time at the mist-covered streets within this mirror otherworld. The otherworld's self-repairing trait had already activated. Streets damaged by the battle were slowly reconstructing themselves within the dense fog. No new entities had appeared, and silence reigned once more, as if the frenzied horde and fierce combat moments ago had merely been a strange illusion. After a brief hesitation, Yu Sheng bit down hard, breaking the skin on his finger. He flicked several drops of blood onto the pavement nearby and confirmed once again the coordinates needed to open a door into this unknown otherworld. Only then did he finally turn around and step through the door, returning to reality. Outside Wanxiang Jai Mall, a special ambulance dispatched by the Special Affairs Bureau had already arrived at the plaza. The young man, who had barely escaped death, was immediately taken into the vehicle by several Special Affairs operatives as soon as he crossed the door. He was swiftly given a thorough emergency examination to ensure he carried no residual mental contamination or other symptoms from exposure to the otherworld. Security scans were also conducted to confirm no unwanted entities had tagged along. Additionally, operatives helped him remove the residual tree resin from his body, provided professional psychological counseling, and briefed him thoroughly on essential safety measures for those who had encountered an entity or otherworld for the first time. Above all, they emphasized keeping a calm heart. Clearly, the Special Affairs Bureau had perfected a professional approach for handling such incidents. By the time Yu Sheng and his companions saw the young man again, an hour had passed. He sat holding a cup of medicinal tea, reportedly brewed to gently soothe and calm the mind. Slowly sipping his tea, he appeared slightly dazed, jolting out of his reverie only when Yu Sheng, his companions, and Little Red Riding Hood sat down opposite him. Forcing a weary, nervous smile, he greeted them awkwardly. "How do you feel now?" Yu Sheng asked casually, still sticky all over. "That tree resin won't come off completely, and I really just want to go home and shower." The young man sighed heavily. "Also, I'm exhausted, like I ran 3,000 meters. Actually, it must have been way more than that. There were all sorts of weird things chasing me in the fog." "A lot of them?" Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow instinctively. "What did they look like?" "I couldn't see clearly and can't remember exactly," the young man said, face nearly crumpling. "I don't even want to think about it. It's terrifying. I only clearly remember getting caught by a tree with legs that ran around. It looked like some old granny. It knocked me down with branches, spat resin all over me, and the next thing I knew, you guys were there. And this young lady here was still a 3 or 4 meter tall fox back then." As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at Foxy again. There was lingering fear in his eyes, as if the vivid memories and emotions were still etched clearly in his mind. Immediately realizing his slip, he quickly apologized. "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean anything by that. It just startled me at the time." Foxy wasn't even paying attention, busy as she was rummaging through Yu Sheng's pockets for biscuits. Although her tails stored plenty of food, Fox Girl still found stealing snacks from benefactors' pockets far more entertaining. Little Red Riding Hood leaned closer and whispered to Yu Sheng. "He still seems slightly impaired, with a bit of slowed thinking. It's probably the medication. Even though the sanity treatment medication dosage given to ordinary people during first encounters is drastically reduced, it's his first dose, so effects might linger for a while." Yu Sheng nodded understandingly, then turned back to the young man. "Big nephew, do you remember how you fell into that other side?" "The 2 Special Affairs Bureau agents in the ambulance asked me that earlier, but I really can't recall any details clearly," the young man admitted apologetically. "Honestly, I don't even know exactly when things started going wrong. I'm usually quite absent-minded. This morning, when I arrived, I didn't pay attention." He paused, struggling to recall more. "I just remember entering the mall through a side door. It seemed newly opened, so I went straight in, head down, and lost in thought. Eventually, I noticed how quiet it had got. I looked up, and all the people inside the shopping mall had become blurry shadows, and a fog had crept in. In the blink of an eye, even those shadowy people disappeared completely. Suddenly, I was alone, and my phone had no signal, no matter how many calls I tried." Yu Sheng listened with a thoughtful expression, while Irene jumped in with another question. "Big nephew, do you recall tapping on the shopping mall's display window earlier? Did you hear something that made you go over? Did you see anything through the glass?" "Actually, I didn't hear anything clearly. Everything in the fog felt dreamlike. I just had a vague impression that something moved behind the glass, so I knocked on it. But I couldn't see anything clearly through it, just misty streets," the young man replied, frowning in concentration for several moments before shaking his head regretfully. "I can't remember anything else." "So, big nephew, you—" "I do have a name, you know." The young man finally couldn't bear hearing the constant big nephew. He awkwardly pointed at himself. "It's Zhang Zhai." But instead of easing the atmosphere, his words made the car fall into an even deeper silence. The mood turned stranger than before. "Then you're still a big nephew." Irene jumped onto the seat, confidently placing her hands on her hips. "Who gave you that weird name anyway?" "My grandma," the young man answered, looking innocent. "She wanted me to grow up upright and honest." Yu Sheng finally coughed twice, breaking the meaningless conversation. "All right, Zheng Zhai, I'll remember that. Judging by your current state, you probably won't recall anything useful now, so we'll stop asking. Go home and rest first. The Special Affairs Bureau will arrange transportation for you. If you remember anything later, contact us immediately." "Got it," Zhang Zhai nodded at once, though his expression became complicated again. Hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds, he carefully asked, "By the way, you rescued me, so I should pay you, right? I heard you guys are professional Spirit Realm detectives, and Spirit Realm detectives charge money for their services." Seeing their puzzled faces, he quickly explained, afraid they might misunderstand. "I have money, I really do. Maybe not a lot, though. I just don't know your usual fees." His nervousness and uncertainty made him sound timid and awkward. Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood exchanged glances, both a bit amused yet sympathetic. "You don't have to worry about that," Little Red Riding Hood said helplessly. "Spirit Realm detectives aren't heartless money-making machines. Unless someone specifically hires us beforehand for a rescue mission, our rule is always to save anyone trapped by accident, regardless of payment. The Special Affairs Bureau has their own system for rewarding these cases." Only then did Zheng Zhai relax, scratching his head with another embarrassed smile. "But there's something else I have to tell you," Little Red Riding Hood suddenly continued. "I'm not sure if the Special Affairs Bureau warned you, but from now on you need to be careful." Zheng Zhai's expression changed notably. With a bitter smile, he spread his hands. "They did. Once you've dealt with the other side, you build a connection with those things beyond the boundary of rationality, a link that cannot be undone," Little Red Riding Hood said seriously. "From now on, you'll likely start seeing things ordinary people can't, hidden doors and secret entities. Considering your natural, high-sensitivity, low-stability constitution, this might become even more pronounced, and it's highly probable you'll fall into an otherworld again." The Special Affairs Bureau said the same thing. Zheng Zhai's hands tightened together until his knuckles turned white. "They said they de-arrange for community registration. I can pick up medication from the anomalous doctors, and after the adjustment period, I can switch to reduced doses of sanity-blocking agents to weaken my connection to the other side. They'll also provide follow-up training, teaching me basic mysticism knowledge to protect myself if anything happens again." As he spoke, he sighed deeply. "Ironically, that was my uncle's biggest fear, and now it's happening to me." "It's good you know," Little Red Riding Hood nodded gently. "Then I won't put more pressure on you. Go home, relax, take a bath, have a good sleep, eat and drink as you normally would. Worrying doesn't help. Trust the Special Affairs Bureau and the Council. Use the emergency number they gave you, or just reach out to us directly if something happens." Zheng Zhai left with a gloomy face, taking the Special Affairs Bureau's car home. Yu Sheng stepped out of the vehicle, watching Zheng Zhai leave, and muttered softly, "Poor guy, such rotten luck." "It is unlucky," Liu Bing's voice came from beside him. "But in Borderland, cases like his are pretty common." Liu Bing then turned, facing Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood directly. "I've reported everything to my superiors, including your reward application. You saved a life, discovered a brand new otherworld, and gathered valuable first-hand data. You'll receive a generous bonus, probably around 300,000 to 400,000. It'll be directly transferred into the accounts of Fairy Tale and the hotel." Hearing this, Yu Sheng's face immediately lit up, his smile now genuinely heartfelt. He was simply a pure, straightforward kind of guy. Chapter 270, Research Conclusions. The situation is basically as described. The trapped civilian has returned home safely, and the lockdown around the shopping mall will continue until tomorrow. During this time, evaluation personnel will ensure no residual risks remain within the sealed zone. Song Cheng stood before Bai Li Qing's imposing desk, carefully summarizing recent events. Meanwhile, the technical division is currently analyzing various data streams and audio-visual records gathered by the deep diving unit during their mission. Bai Li Qing sat silently behind her expansive desk, her expression calm, giving away none of her inner thoughts. Only after Song Cheng had finished speaking did she nod slightly. "Have any conclusions been reached so far?" "We've confirmed this is an entirely new otherworld. Sensors from the deep divers indicate a depth range of level 1 to level 2. It manifests as a district veiled in dense fog, likely a mirrored reflection of the real world. The exact boundaries remain unknown, though preliminary analysis suggests depth increases as one ventures deeper into the mist. This particular otherworld exhibits an unprecedented characteristic. It randomly generates entities that should belong to other known realms. Currently identified entities include the Ink Stain, Carnival Revelers, and Tree Granny. Based on this, we've provisionally assigned it a danger level 3. However, given the limited sample data, this assessment is strictly provisional. We strongly advise that no Spirit Realm detective teams or individual investigators attempt entry unless they are highly experienced groups like Fairy Tale or Hotel. Of course, Song Cheng paused briefly, sorting out his thoughts before continuing. There's no immediate concern about unauthorized entry, as we haven't identified any stable means to open this otherworld. At present, there are only 2 confirmed methods of entry: Yu Sheng's door-opening ability, or using the locator left behind by deep divers before evacuation, which would require sending deep divers back in. Song Cheng paused again, his expression grave. Beyond the entry conditions, our immediate research priority is determining precisely how entities are generated inside. This phenomenon, one otherworld spawning entities from others, is unprecedented. We urgently need to clarify this mechanism. How many types of entities can it produce? Could it even generate those classified danger level 4 or higher? While our current records show Ink Stain, Carnival Revelers, and Tree Granny appearing individually, we cannot rule out the possibility that multiple entities might manifest simultaneously. Depending on what answers emerge, this otherworld's true threat level may actually be far greater than currently rated. Level 3 may simply represent its baseline. After Song Cheng finished speaking, Bai Li Qing remained silent for a long while, seemingly lost in deep thought. Eventually, she raised her head. Little Song, besides the entity generation mechanism, don't you also find the unusual conditions surrounding this otherworld's appearance and opening suspicious? Director, you mean? Bai Li Qing tapped her desk gently with one finger, her voice quiet but firm. Those dozens of short-lived vibrations, each lasting barely a second and nearly unnoticed by our instruments, as well as the sudden disappearance of all traces afterward. Song Cheng's eyes widened. You think someone deliberately erased the traces? A human-engineered incident. Bai Li Qing stopped tapping, her expression turning serious. Doesn't it seem plausible? Those short bursts strongly resemble tests, experiments aimed precisely at opening this otherworld. But the civilian who became trapped might have been deliberately selected as part of the experiment, Bai Li Qing said gravely, to confirm that the entrance actually opened. Song Cheng frowned deeply. Who could be reckless enough to perform such dangerous experiments within Borderland, and who could possibly have the capability? He abruptly stopped, embarrassment flickering across his face as he met Bai Li Qing's eyes. Both quickly averted their gaze, sharing an unspoken moment of understanding. Of course, it's definitely not him, Bai Li Qing said flatly. I never said it was him either, Song Cheng quickly added. An awkward silence fell between them for a few seconds. Nevertheless, we must consider deliberate sabotage as a plausible theory, Bai Li Qing continued evenly. We have many enemies. The phenomena from the night of the Angel's descent caught attention from all directions. It wouldn't surprise me if some misguided factions decided to seize this opportunity. Stay vigilant. Yes, Director. Song Cheng soon left after completing his report. Bai Li Qing remained seated at her desk, deep in thought. After a while, she opened her computer, accessing a series of video recordings. Fog-shrouded streets, scenes of intense combat, destroyed remnants of the carnival revelers. All these visuals were first-hand documentation, captured from various angles by cameras carried by the deep-diving unit members. After scanning through the footage briefly, Bai Li Qing stood up from her desk, lightly tapping a particular spot on the desk's corner. A soft humming sound resonated faintly from the ceiling above. In the next instant, the room plunged into darkness. Hidden projectors embedded within the ceiling and floor awakened, painting every wall and object with dazzling holographic lights. Reality vanished beneath a tide of flickering imagery. Dozens of videos appeared simultaneously, splintering further into hundreds of fragments sorted by timeframes, flooding every inch around Bai Li Qing. Every scene began playing at once, speeding swiftly through recorded events. Bai Li Qing poured herself a glass of water, drinking slowly as her eyes carefully examined each second, frame by frame, captured by the deep divers. Behind her, the massive window shimmered faintly. Mist rolled and shifted beyond the glass, rapidly reconstructing the streets swallowed by fog, streets born anew through Bai Li Qing's powers. A pair of phantom eyes opened within the shifting, misty landscape, swiftly darting through the projected scenery. Stop, Bai Li Snow said suddenly. The scene outside froze, the holographic images inside halting instantly at Bai Li Qing's gesture. Those eyes passed silently through the window, coming to rest beside Bai Li Qing, their gazes locked onto one particular frame. It was an unremarkable moment, merely an advertising board beside a street. Bright, colorful scraps from shattered carnival revelers drifted through the edge of the image, framing the clear letters on the sign, Roman 20 fresh produce. The words are normal, Bai Li Snow whispered. Bai Li Qing nodded. Indeed, if this were a mirror image, the words should appear reversed. So the true nature of this otherworld isn't as simple as streets reflected in a mirror. Bai Li Snow's voice betrayed a hint of tension. The mirror is merely its gateway. The world behind it may well be independent, a separate. She hesitated. Bai Li Qing finished softly, real-time duplicate of our reality, or perhaps, more alarmingly, another boundary city entirely. A heavy silence filled the room. Several minutes passed before Bai Li Snow cautiously asked, How large do you think it could be? Bai Li Qing shut off the holograms and sank into her chair, rubbing her temples. I don't even want to guess. The phantom eyes drifted slowly to rest against the glass behind Bai Li Qing. After a long pause, the sisters muttered in perfect unison. Why do such absurd things always happen when he's involved? A sharp knock on the door interrupted their musings. Immediately, Bai Li Qing straightened, her expression regaining its usual calm and composure. "Come in." A duty secretary entered quietly, placing a thick stack of documents before Bai Li Qing. "Director, these just came from the technical division. Data on the Anka Ayla crystals." "Crystal test results?" Bai Li Qing raised an eyebrow, flipping swiftly through the pages. Her expression shifted subtly. "According to all tests conducted," the secretary began earnestly, "the Anka Ayla crystals, both mother and secondary, show no special response to psychic attacks. We tested hypnosis, consciousness guidance, even advanced memory manipulation, mind control, and direct psychic shocks emitted by the entity enthralling Butterfly. The technical division practically threw every type of psychic shock available in a lab setting at the crystals. The result, as stated in the report, was clear: 0 protective effects." Bai Li Qing inhaled slowly. She flipped through the file again, noting another concluding remark from the technical division. "Apart from psychic attacks, no other forms of stimuli have elicited special reactions from the crystals. In terms of specialized defense, the crystals exhibited no particularity." "So," Bai Li Snow's voice echoed inside Bai Li Qing's mind, monotone as ever, though tinged with subtle amusement. "These crystals are only effective against that doll and nothing else." Even Bai Li Qing struggled to maintain her composure now. This whole thing was specifically designed to counter her. "What?" Irene, completely absorbed in a brainless TV variety show, laughed so hard she toppled right off the coffee table, complaining noisily as she struggled back up. Yu Sheng watched helplessly, rolling his eyes. "Keep watching that garbage and you'll rot your brain, what little you've got left." "I'm a doll, I don't have a brain to begin with," shouted another Irene defiantly from the sofa. Noticing the row of knives Yu Sheng had lined up, she tilted her head curiously. "Why do you have all these fruit knives and box cutters here? You're not planning something creepy, are you?" Yu Sheng sighed, picking up a knife and dragging it futilely across his palm. "The knife I usually use to draw blood doesn't work anymore. I tried every blade we have at home." "So the knives aren't the problem. It's you," Irene snickered, gleefully poking his hand repeatedly until the knife's tip dulled visibly. "See, this is what you get for eating all that weird stuff and whatever nonsense that Fox cooks for you. I've always said your diet's messed up." Yu Sheng snatched the knife away. "Getting tougher is a good thing, isn't it?" "You're beyond tough. Next time you have appendicitis, the surgeon's scalpel won't even cut you." Yu Sheng blinked, momentarily impressed by the doll's vivid imagination, but then shrugged. "If that happens, I'll just open a door over an active volcano and jump in. 30 minutes later, I'll be back appendix-free. Beats surgery anyway." Irene stared, mouth agape. "You'd rather suicide into a volcano than get surgery." "Well, what else am I supposed to do?" Yu Sheng tossed the knife down in frustration. "At this rate, I'll have to start carrying around a chainsaw. Battery-powered won't even cut it." Just then, Yu Sheng's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Irene glanced at the screen and handed the device over. "It's Bai Li Qing again." Yu Sheng sighed, taking the phone and placing it against his ear. "What exactly is a crystal specifically made to counter Irene?" Chapter 271, The Pickup Spot by the Doorstep. Foxy wandered into the living room, holding a bowl. She crouched beside Yu Sheng, shoveling rice into her mouth while curiously eyeing the 3 Irenes curled into a tight circle, hugging their knees in gloomy silence. After a long pause, Foxy couldn't help but ask, "Benefactor, what happened to Irene?" "She's upset," Yu Sheng sighed. "She just found out there's a new type of stone in this world that's completely useless except specifically against her. She thinks she's cursed." "Oh," Foxy nodded absent-mindedly, unsure if she understood. She leaned over and gently patted one Irene on the shoulder with her tail. "The teachers at school always say the capable draw the envy of heaven." All 3 Irenes lifted their heads at once, speaking in perfect unison. "What's that mean?" Foxy honestly replied, "I don't know, but teacher said when someone's very unlucky, that's how you comfort them, though usually it doesn't change the fact they're unlucky." All 3 Irenes let out identical sighs. 2 of them promptly collapsed onto the sofa, resuming their miserable states, while the third got up and rushed over to Yu Sheng. "Ah, Yu Sheng, I swear this world is targeting me." Yu Sheng nodded seriously. "Yeah, I noticed." "You're not supposed to agree?" Irene looked like she might burst into tears. "I just don't get it. When that thing knocked me down, I thought it meant it had some incredible power, but no, it defends against nothing except me. Did I ever offend Anka Ayla? How should I know?" Yu Sheng rolled his eyes. After a moment, he felt compelled to comfort the little doll. But hey, maybe those crystals specifically target Alice dolls. When we contact Alice's little house later, you can let your sisters test it out too. Yu Sheng had no actual evidence, yet Irene's mood brightened immediately. Oh, you might be right. It must be because we dolls are so amazing, naturally overpowering dark angels. Even after Anka Ayla's gone, the crystals still fear us. If nothing else, Irene's optimism was impressive. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by noisy sounds coming from outside. Foxy instantly perked up her ears, alert. Yu Sheng also raised his head, glancing toward the window in surprise. Wudong Road number 66 had always been quiet. Aside from Special Affairs Bureau or fairy tale members, ordinary people usually found it impossible to even approach within dozens of meters. Where was the commotion coming from? Puzzled, Yu Sheng rose and walked to the window, followed closely by Irene, who squeezed past his arm onto the windowsill. Foxy quickly joined, still clutching her bowl. Two adults and a small doll peered curiously out the window together. They saw several people bustling around the street corner closest to their house, a typically deserted area Yu Sheng jokingly called the no-man's zone. A few storefronts stood there, perpetually vacant with rent signs hung for so long Yu Sheng once suspected them to be part of number 66's anomalous region. He'd even checked with local authorities, discovering they were simply too isolated to attract tenants. Yet now one of those storefronts appeared occupied. A large truck was parked at the corner, and several muscular young men briskly unloaded shelves, counters, and computers into the building. Yu Sheng clicked his tongue in amazement. Wow, is our neighborhood finally becoming lively? No way, Irene squished her face flat against the glass, skeptically mumbling. Even dogs avoid this place like the plague. Yu Sheng scowled playfully. You're right, but your phrasing's annoying. Foxy, finishing her meal and casually wiping her mouth with her tail, looked thoughtful. Benefactor, should we go say hello? They're not exactly neighbors, but still new people around. Yu Sheng considered briefly. Not exactly neighbors, but checking out what they're up to might not hurt. I'll go greet them. Immediately, Foxy stuffed her bowl into her tail. Benefactor, I'll come too. I'm coming. Irene leaped from the windowsill into Foxy's arms. I'll just play dead. Before finishing her sentence, the little doll dropped her limbs limply, her eyes instantly losing their spark, clearly practiced at this. Not to be outdone, Foxy removed her ears and promptly retracted her tails with a pop. Yu Sheng shook his head helplessly. Fine, fine, let's all go. After quickly changing into outdoor clothes, Yu Sheng led Foxy, with Irene still feigning death in her arms, out the door toward the newly occupied storefront. As he curiously glanced around, his gaze was suddenly captured by a logo on the truck. A diamond-shaped emblem, black with red patterns, reminiscent of a vigilant vertical eye. Yu Sheng stared blankly at the familiar Special Affairs Bureau symbol. In that brief moment of distraction, a cheerful voice reached him. Teacher Yu. He raised his head toward the voice and saw Ren Wen standing in front of him, dressed smartly in a black office suit, smiling brightly. Several young men busy arranging shelves nearby also looked up. Among them, Yu Sheng immediately recognized two Special Affairs Bureau operatives who had recently lent a hand back in the valley. Yu Sheng. As soon as Irene realized these were familiar faces, she stopped pretending to be asleep, poking her head out from Foxy's arms. Oh, it's you guys. What are you doing here? Yu Sheng also turned an inquisitive look toward Ren Wen, who cheerfully pointed toward a sign lying next to the shop's entrance, waiting to be hung. Stellar Transit Wudong Road Collection Point. Yu Sheng's expression shifted subtly. A package station. Ren Wen laughed lightly. Didn't you tell the Special Affairs Bureau before that living at Wudong Road number 66 made it inconvenient to get deliveries or takeout? So we decided to set up this collection point as close as possible. It might not look like much, but every aspect, from location to staffing, went through extensive analysis and testing. She explained earnestly, this location is at the very edge of the shielded zone around your home. It's also the closest normal humans can approach without their perceptions getting distorted, a perfect spot. From now on, there'll always be two Special Affairs operatives stationed here, essentially making this place a special bureau outpost. I'll be directly managing communications here. You can even list this as your hotel's reception address, so future clients won't have trouble finding you when they have detective requests. Ren Wen listed each benefit methodically. Yu Sheng could only nod along vaguely, murmuring things like, oh, I see, as if he was caught completely off guard. Yet this actually wasn't that sudden. He had mentioned this request to buy Li Qing a long time ago, but with everything that happened recently, he'd forgotten completely. Noticing Yu Sheng's awkward reaction, Ren Wen lowered her head apologetically. Sorry for taking so long. It seems small, but it actually involved multiple departments. Plus, since we considered potential future needs, we integrated the Stellar Transit Service into it too, and that required a full round of council approvals. Every step was expedited, but it still took a lot of effort. Only now did Yu Sheng fully register the situation. Quickly waving off her apology, he said reassuringly, no worries, no worries. It's just that things got so hectic I totally forgot. Wait, what did you say Stellar Transit was? I've been meaning to ask since I saw the sign. Oh, it's a delivery and shopping platform directly funded and managed by Borderland Council, Ren Wen replied, swiftly pulling out a QR code. Here, scan this to download the app. At this moment, Yu Sheng suddenly felt she resembled less a bureau agent and more one of those eager shopping mall salespeople, chasing customers around to subscribe, follow public accounts, and sign up for membership cards. Ren Wen remained oblivious to Yu Sheng's subtle reaction and continued enthusiastically. Most people can't even register. It's strictly whitelisted since many items there are restricted in Borderland or require special credentials. But you don't have to worry. You're already whitelisted, personally approved by our director. You just need to register. Of course, if you actually select restricted items, it'll still pop up a warning. But even if you never use the special merchandise, Stellar Transit still handles regular logistics within Borderland. It'll be very convenient. Yu Sheng didn't even register Ren Wen's trailing words clearly. He downloaded and opened the app, browsed silently for a moment, then closed it. Opened again, browsed, closed again. He got the gist pretty quickly. This thing was selling delicious Bargomo alien canned meat as its top recommendation. The first line in the product details explained practical self-defense techniques after opening the can. He had a strong feeling he probably wouldn't need such a hardcore product anytime soon. But right then, Ren Wen abruptly changed topics. Oh, by the way, Teacher Yu, I saw the new story you published. Yu Sheng practically flinched, mainly because her previously intense enthusiasm for shipping character pairings had left a deep psychological impression on him. However, he quickly recalled he'd changed the protagonist's mount to a llama last time. Relieved, he smiled and casually asked, Well, how'd you like it? It's stimulating, Ren Wen said seriously after a moment's thought, as if taking on some sacred duty. To be honest, it's really challenging, but I'm doing my best. Yu Sheng. He stood there dazedly, mentally trying to figure out what exactly she meant, until he suddenly wished he hadn't figured it out at all. No, wait a second, young lady. Exactly what are you even trying so hard for? Chapter 272, Trouble Follows Him Everywhere. Yu Sheng suddenly felt deeply pessimistic about his writing career. Extremely pessimistic. His gloom stemmed mainly from the fear that the literary legacy he would leave behind might become quite troublesome. Even though he'd only encountered one extreme case, Ren Wen, he already sensed things wouldn't end well for him. But he couldn't exactly interfere with someone's hobbies, especially if that someone worked for the Special Affairs Bureau. Facing daily high-stress, high-risk environments, even clerks stationed at the Bureau's headquarters had jobs comparable to elite operatives. Perhaps these peculiar hobbies were the only things keeping their sanity intact. Ren Wen didn't notice Yu Sheng's shifting expressions at all and continued excitedly. Teacher Yu, when's your next story coming out? Will it still be a mystery? Any chance of old characters returning? I especially love Mr. 17 from your Raineyport story. Will he ever become the main character? Yu Sheng remained silent, but Irene, still nestled comfortably in Foxy's arms, quickly spoke up, her little face tilted upward. The hero's next ride is gonna be a three-wheeler. Ren Wen's eyes instantly lit up. Oh, that's intriguing. Love blossoming between man and machine spirits, such potential. Yu Sheng. He finally understood. So her obsession was with people and machine spirits. Let's talk about something else. He sighed deeply, mentally and physically exhausted. He glanced up at the shop's newly hung sign. I was thinking this place isn't just a pickup point, is it? Although I don't know exactly how your bureau classifies a station. If you've set one up here, I doubt it's simply to deliver parcels and take out to my door. I'm guessing it's also an observation post. Ren Wen's expression grew immediately awkward. Relax, I already figured it out. Yu Sheng chuckled, amused by her reaction. Even now, you probably have people watching me from somewhere close, and even without observers, I bet your director often looks my way anyway. I'm just double-checking, don't overthink it. Why, yes, you could call it that. I mean an observation station, Ren Wen admitted sheepishly, then quickly turned serious. This site does monitor the situation at Wudong Road number 66. But as you know, we can't actually observe your house. So the main focus is monitoring your surroundings, in fact, all of Wudong Road. Yu Sheng looked genuinely puzzled. What's so special about Wudong Road, enough to warrant a dedicated station? Ren Wen replied cautiously, because trouble always follows you around. Yu Sheng. Wait, those weren't my words, Ren Wen hastily added, sensing she'd stepped over a line. Captain Song said that. As for where he heard it from, I honestly don't know. I think I can guess, Yu Sheng sighed helplessly, shaking his head with a bitter smile. All right, it's fine by me. I'll just consider it as having extra sentries outside. At least it'll make receiving deliveries easier. I'll leave you to your work now. He waved goodbye to Ren Wen, then curiously glanced once more at the half-unloaded cargo on the truck before slowly walking away. His stride carried the carefree aura of a retired elder out for a leisurely stroll. Ren Wen watched until Yu Sheng vanished through a door he casually opened midair several dozen meters away. Only then did she let out a quiet breath, turning back to inspect the large crates still on the truck bed, border scanning systems, fixed-depth sensors, entity detection radars, 2 stationary shield generators usually reserved solely for deep diver deployments, and numerous other specialized gadgets. Enough gear for a full-scale frontier outpost. When do we really need these shield generators? A Special Affairs Bureau operative grumbled, hoisting a heavy equipment case. And even if we do, isn't one enough? 2 feels excessive. The frontline teams wish they could sleep surrounded by these things. Ren Wen gave him a flat look. Stop complaining and move them inside. These are top-tier resources. Normal domestic observation stations don't get this kind of treatment. Oh, all right. What? In the director's office, Special Affairs Bureau headquarters building, Song Cheng was giving Bai Li Qing an update. Wudong Road Station made contact with Yu Sheng. Ren Wen was present. Everything went smoothly. Yu Sheng seemed okay with the new station. Actually, he appeared rather pleased. In most cases, he's easygoing and rather lazy, Bai Li Qing replied calmly. As long as we don't seriously interfere with his life, he won't resist. Our observations mean nothing to him, but having an additional delivery point definitely adds convenience to Wudong Road number 66, so naturally he wouldn't object. Just ensure the station personnel understand clearly that under every circumstance, I repeat, every circumstance, they must treat Yu Sheng strictly as a human being. This is paramount. Understood. We've already put that into our official protocols. Everyone there will undergo specialized training, Song Cheng nodded gravely. I've instructed them explicitly. Even if they witness Yu Sheng capture and devour an entity alive right in front of them, they're required to remain absolutely calm. Incorrect, Bai Li Qing said calmly. A natural human response would show appropriate surprise or even comment on why someone would eat something strange. Your training logic is flawed. Rework the materials. If necessary, assign that young man, Li Lin, or find someone equally open-minded. Song Cheng tensed slightly, nodding in embarrassment. Understood, Director. I'll adjust it immediately. Bai Li Qing nodded briefly. A polite knock broke the brief silence, and the duty secretary stepped inside. Director, Technical Division Director Zhang is here. He says there's a significant update requiring your immediate attention. Send him in, Bai Li Qing instructed. Moments later, a lean middle-aged man with thinning hair strode confidently into the room, his white shirt neatly tucked into dark brown trousers. His eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. Spotting Song Cheng, he offered a quick nod in greeting, his smile unwavering. Bai Li Qing raised an eyebrow. Zhao Zhang, you're in an unusually good mood today. Director, the filtering system is finally ready. Zhang's excitement was palpable. You know, the system designed to automatically recognize and suppress alarms whenever Yu Sheng activates his teleportation door, switching seamlessly to data recording mode. It's fully operational. For the first time, Bai Li Qing's normally icy expression softened visibly, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Excellent. I'll contact Yu Sheng soon and arrange a test run to verify your system. Director Zhang kept smiling but suddenly seemed hesitant, rubbing his hands awkwardly. There's something else, Director. Oh, Bai Li Qing prompted. Just before coming here, I received a message from the testing lab. Director Zhang began cautiously, his thinning hair gleaming slightly beneath the lights. "It's about that piece of cast iron sample delivered from the cafeteria recently." Bai Li Qing quickly understood. "You mean the iron block left by our hotel guest, the fox, as payment for her meal? What have they discovered?" "Well," Director Zhang reported carefully, "routine analyses revealed nothing unusual. It's simply highly pure iron. After standard tests, the lab team decided to forge it into a tool to see how reshaping it might affect its mechanical properties. They crafted a hammer." "You're rambling," Bai Li Qing sharply interrupted. "Simplify, tell me clearly what happened." Director Zhang spread his hands helplessly. "It manifested a machine spirit." Song Cheng, previously content to remain quietly observing, visibly jolted, eyes widening dramatically. "Zero." Even Bai Li Qing couldn't hide her surprise, abruptly looking up with a penetrating gaze that made Director Zhang flinch. After a brief silence, Bai Li Qing composed herself. "Explain in detail this time." "To be honest, there isn't much more detail," Director Zhang admitted, clearly uneasy now, his previous confidence fading into bewilderment. "Simply put, the hammer developed a machine spirit. It exhibits self-repairing abilities, actively seems to assist human strength when used, and even shows a desire to interact with nearby machinery. Surveillance footage captured it lightly tapping a shock analysis device in what appears to be social behavior, according to our researchers." Song Cheng finally blurted out incredulously. "What exactly did you make? A powered war hammer? A rocket-propelled impact hammer? Or was something else installed inside?" "Nope, just an ordinary hammer," Director Zhang interrupted helplessly. "They literally cut off a chunk from the iron block, shaped it a bit, drilled a hole, and stuck a wooden handle through it. Nothing fancy at all." "And it developed a machine spirit just like that?" Song Cheng's voice was thick with disbelief. "Yes, just like that." Director Zhang sighed deeply. "I've overseen the technical division for years, researched numerous machine spirit phenomena. Such things normally require extreme complexity, long-term human interaction, or incredibly rare conditions. Never in my career have I witnessed anything remotely like this. Honestly, I suspect if they'd made something even simpler, like an ear pick, it would have also gained a machine spirit." Song Cheng stared blankly, thoroughly stunned. "Forget you, old Zhang. No one has ever seen something like this." "Indeed, it's unprecedented," Bai Li Qing said as she stood decisively from behind her desk. "Show me this hammer right now." Chapter 273, Days Spent with the Demon Fox. Today was another glorious day of overtime for many within the Special Affairs Bureau Technical Division. Not only would they enjoy the exhilarating thrill of continuing their tasks after the workday ended, but they also had the distinct honor of sharing this overtime with their revered director. Meanwhile, the culprit responsible for this overtime was entirely oblivious. Having eaten to her heart's content, Foxy cheerfully followed beside Yu Sheng as they strolled along a small river at the edge of the old city district. For Yu Sheng, it had been a long time since he'd last experienced such carefree moments. Ever since he arrived in this boundary city, his nerves were constantly tense. Just as he finally adapted, troubles large and small continually arose. To simply wander outside, worry-free and without any burdens, it felt like something from a past life. Though his past life hadn't been all that long ago. For Foxy, strolling alongside Yu Sheng was something incredibly, delightfully special, different from the joy she felt when freely roaming in the valley. She cherished the process of Yu Sheng gently helping her grow familiar with this city, whether it was memorizing a new street, discovering a small shop, encountering a strange new animal, or even noticing a single blade of grass, a flower, or a tree. This simple process filled her with a quiet reassurance, though she herself couldn't clearly explain why. The evening breeze carried a slight chill, and faint music drifted from the distant commercial streets. Yu Sheng walked leisurely by the riverside, watching Foxy joyfully scamper around him. Although they called it a walk, this young lady rarely stayed beside him for long. Most of the time, she darted excitedly about, now exploring the grassy banks, now hopping onto the concrete riverside, sometimes even disappearing into nearby bushes. Sometimes Yu Sheng would lose sight of her, but after glancing around a few times, the demon fox maiden would inevitably leap out from some hidden corner, often eagerly displaying some new treasure she'd found. "Benefactor, look, I found a flower. It's still blooming even in winter." Foxy rushed back from the grass, eyes sparkling as she waved a small bunch of wildflowers before him. Yu Sheng chuckled helplessly, introducing her find. "I don't recognize it. Just call it a wildflower." "Okay," Foxy nodded delightedly, promptly stuffing several blossoms into her mouth before darting off again. Minutes later, she returned, excited as ever. "Benefactor, rocks from the riverbank." Rocks," Yu Sheng replied casually. "Benefactor, a wooden stick, very straight." "A wooden stick? Hey, give me that, it might be useful at home." "Benefactor, a bottle." "Throw it in the trash." "Benefactor, a balloon." "Ball, wait, where did you get a balloon?" Suddenly, a child's loud wailing erupted nearby. A tiny kid, even shorter than Zio Zio, cried heartbreakingly just a few meters away. "Big sister stole my balloon." Yu Sheng broke into a cold sweat, hastily urging Foxy, "Hurry, give it back." Foxy reluctantly returned the balloon, muttering softly, "I saw it float from his hand. I thought he didn't want it anymore." Half a minute later, Foxy trotted back to Yu Sheng, clapping her hands cheerfully as though nothing had happened. Yu Sheng could clearly see how happy the demon fox maiden was, but still couldn't shake off the odd feeling about taking her out, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what felt off. Lost in thought, Yu Sheng barely noticed when Foxy suddenly bolted from sight again. Within seconds, she rushed back excitedly, raising something proudly in her hand. "Benefactor, a rat." Yu Sheng jumped back in horror. "Whoa, you don't have to show me that, and definitely don't eat it." "All right," Foxy sighed regretfully. The rat vanished instantly from her palm, transformed into a small burst of glowing flame. "Actually, my hometown had a special dish made from these." Yu Sheng felt another wave of cold sweat, quickly checking around to make sure no one saw. Exasperated, he turned to Foxy. "Please stop running around, you'll scare people. Can't you just stroll quietly with me for a bit?" "Yes," Foxy agreed happily at once. Though they'd repeated this process several times, at least she quieted down again, keeping pace slowly beside Yu Sheng. "Why are you so happy?" Yu Sheng asked, trying to distract this overly energetic demon fox so she might stay calm beside him a little longer. "Just being out for a walk makes me happy, and being with Benefactor makes it even better," Foxy replied cheerfully. Clad entirely in white, her brilliant smile shone in the winter evening, radiantly beautiful beyond words. "It's too bad Irene didn't come along, she'd have fun too." For the technical division at the Special Affairs Bureau, today was yet another perfect day for overtime. Not only could they savor the thrill of working after hours, but they could also do so alongside their revered director. Yet the culprit, responsible for this extra work, remained blissfully unaware. With a satisfied belly, Foxy cheerfully trotted beside Yu Sheng, enjoying a leisurely stroll along a small river at the edge of the old city district. For Yu Sheng, moments of ease like this had become rare. Ever since arriving in this strange place known as Boundary City, he'd lived mostly on edge. He'd barely adapted to the city's rhythm when troubles big and small constantly disturbed his peace. Just walking freely outside, without worrying or thinking too deeply about anything, now felt like a memory from another lifetime. Though in truth, that previous life wasn't very distant at all. "You know, if she heard you say that, there'd be no end to the fuss she'd make." Yu Sheng shook his head helplessly. "Shopping malls are about the only thing that excites her. A stroll outside just seems boring to her, not like you. For you, it's enough just to step outdoors." "It's the way of demon foxes," Foxy replied earnestly, her eyes bright with pride. "Since ancient times, we've cultivated our strength in wild mountains and vast fields." Without waiting for Yu Sheng to respond, she suddenly dashed away, returning in a blink. "Benefactor, look, a screw." Yu Sheng fell silent. At last, he understood the strange feeling accompanying his walks with Foxy. Heavens above, I'm basically taking a 9-tailed cyber-cultivating fox dog out for a walk. This wasn't an ordinary stroll. He almost felt like attaching a leash to her. But as Yu Sheng considered Foxy's monstrous strength, her lightning-fast speed and seemingly endless energy, he quickly realized that if anyone were to be leashed, it'd probably be him, not her. He wisely decided to dismiss the thought. Just then, the streetlights flickered to life. Ignoring the excited demon fox maiden darting about, Yu Sheng took a deep breath of the night breeze and exhaled slowly, relaxing fully as he admired the nighttime landscape of Boundary City. Once upon a time, this city's nightfall had filled him with tension and unease. Yet gradually, even the peculiar phantoms appearing after dark had become strangely familiar, even comforting in their own strange way. A street lamp nearby flickered faintly, and within its dim light appeared a tall, slender shadow. The empty-eyed specter stood silently beneath the glow, watching Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng met its gaze calmly, and seeing no one else nearby, he greeted it cheerfully with a nod. High above, weaving through distant buildings, emerged the ghostly steam locomotive. Trails of white mist billowed silently as it passed through walls of glass, disappearing once more into the distant skies. Yet somehow Yu Sheng imagined he could hear its whistle, a faint echo that pierced across realms of space and time. Now he knew these mysterious visions, visible only after nightfall in Boundary City, were gentle illusions, far removed from the truly dangerous entities of the otherworld. They posed no threat, no cause for alarm. Just then, the melodic ring of his phone broke through his thoughts. Taking out his phone, Yu Sheng saw the caller's name, Bai Liqing. Calling at this hour, is she still at work? Yu Sheng was briefly puzzled, but he answered promptly. Hey, good evening. Good evening, Bai Liqing replied. 2 things is now a good time. Sure, I'm free, Yu Sheng replied easily, keeping an eye on Foxy. Just taking a walk. Good, first can you open a few teleportation doors right now? Anywhere will do. Yu Sheng blinked. Teleportation doors, what for? We've just rolled out a new automated identification and filtering system, Bai Liqing explained calmly, yet Yu Sheng noticed a rare hint of joy in her tone. It automatically recognizes and filters out your space-time openings, bypassing alarms and logging them directly. It's online now. We'd appreciate your help testing it. If all goes well, you won't need to report each door you open in the future. Yu Sheng's eyes lit up with delight, understanding why even the stoic Bai Liqing sounded pleased. No problem. Hold on, let me find a quiet spot to test it. He quickly stepped behind a large billboard nearby, casually opening a door to the basement of Wudong Road, number 66, without reporting first. How's this, the door's open? Yu Sheng heard muffled conversations from Bai Liqing's side, technicians reporting data. The system's working, can you try a few more? Yu Sheng happily obliged, opening several doors in quick succession, to places across borderland, the valley, the museum, and even a desolate alien world. He methodically tested every type of door he knew, updating Bai Liqing continuously. All right, that's everything I can open. Any issues? A slight delay on otherworld entries, but still acceptable, Bai Liqing reported, sounding even happier now. The system's working perfectly. From now on, no more manual reporting required. That's great news. Congrats, you'll save a lot of trouble, Yu Sheng replied cheerfully. And what's the second thing? Bai Liqing hesitated a moment. The second thing, she said slowly, sounding oddly uncertain. The last time you brought Foxy to our cafeteria at Special Affairs Bureau, she paid using those iron ingots. Do you have more of them? Yu Sheng blinked. Chapter 274, It's Just Too Strain. Under the glow of the street lamp, Yu Sheng stood listening to Bai Liqing describe how the random lump of iron Foxy had tossed out turned into a hammer that somehow awakened with a machine spirit. Not far away, the demon fox maiden crouched by the greenery, earnestly digging a hole, intent on burying a stone she'd picked up from somewhere. Yu Sheng was too preoccupied with Bai Liqing's absurd tale to remind the fox girl not to vandalize public plants, because what he was hearing was truly beyond belief. The lab originally planned to immediately produce a series of items to test that material's spirit imbuement characteristics, but since it might be extremely valuable, I halted their tests, Bai Liqing explained seriously. The properties of that material puzzle us. Its composition is ordinary, yet it displays unbelievable energy activity after simple processing. We're very curious about what exactly it is, and whether Miss Foxy can provide more samples. After a short pause, she added, Of course we will compensate accordingly. Yu Sheng rubbed his forehead thoughtfully. That stuff, Foxy said it's just reactor core residue, and it seemed pretty worthless, at least back where she's from. After hearing that, Bai Liqing fell into stunned silence for at least 10 seconds. When she finally spoke again, her voice held a hint of suppressed shock. Reactor? Are you saying Foxy has a reactor inside her? Something like that? Yu Sheng belatedly realized just how outrageous this sounded, scratching his chin. Yeah, now that you mention it, it does seem a little extreme. A little extreme? It was the first time Yu Sheng had ever heard Bai Liqing nearly lose her cool, her normally calm, indifferent tone suddenly rising sharply. You call that just a little extreme? Yu Sheng's lips twitched as he watched Foxy still busily digging away at the flower bed, his expression complicated, though Bai Liqing couldn't see it. Honestly, after the first time I saw her fire off her tails like missiles, my ability to feel shocked by her was completely exhausted. I've rebuilt my worldview so many times around her, it's starting to scare me. There was another pause on the line, and Yu Sheng could clearly hear Bai Liqing taking a deep breath to regain composure. So your point is, Foxy can produce more of these metal ingots anytime, but needs some time to recharge. Yes, that's what she said, but maybe she has some stock left. I'll ask her later. She's busy right now. What's she busy with? Bai Li Qing asked instinctively. Digging a hole in the flower bed. Bai Li Qing. Another awkward silence followed. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, Yu Sheng coughed softly and stepped toward the fox girl. Foxy, stop digging a second. I've got something to ask you. Foxy finally looked up from her enthusiastic excavation, eyes sparkling brightly in the dark. What's up, benefactor? You remember that lump of metal you left at the Special Affairs Bureau cafeteria after your meal? Yu Sheng struggled for the right words, eventually settling on something vague. Do you have any more of that? Also, how long does it take you to make another one? It depends on the type of food consumed and my reactor's usual power output, Foxy blinked thoughtfully. Usually about 7 or 8 days each, though I still have a few stored away. They want more. Yu Sheng nodded. Before he could speak further, Bai Li Qing's voice cut in immediately over the phone. Tell her Special Affairs Bureau is willing to build a cafeteria just for her. She can have her own dedicated door straight to the serving window. Yu Sheng. Foxy continued blinking, clearly unsure what was happening. Yu Sheng quickly relayed the situation at the Special Affairs Bureau. Although Foxy usually appeared a bit silly, she was actually cleverer than most. After just a few words, she immediately understood, clapping her hands happily. Oh, that's just spirit imbuement. Spirit Fox Dark Iron is commonly used to forge artifact spirits where I come from. It's totally normal. Yu Sheng opened his mouth slightly, inwardly marveling. Of course Foxy thinks this is normal. Meanwhile, Bai Li Qing continued speaking calmly. We should schedule a formal discussion sometime soon about setting up a Special Affairs Bureau cafeteria specifically for the hotel, as well as arranging an official long-term procurement contract with the hotel for, what did she call it again? Foxy leaned in helpfully, Spirit Fox Dark Iron. Yes, a long-term supply contract for Spirit Fox Dark Iron. What? Irene stared intensely at Yu Sheng with her bright red eyes. Yu Sheng sat casually on the sofa, completely at ease as he faced the doll's scrutiny. Nearby, Foxy proudly spread out a heap of treasures she'd collected on their walk, a perfectly straight stick, an exceptionally round stone, and several oddly shaped screws. The demon fox maiden happily busied herself, utterly oblivious to the tense silence around her. You mean the Special Affairs Bureau is really willing to spend a fortune or regularly supply tons of resources just to get their hands on those iron lumps Foxy throws away? And to guarantee enough production, they're seriously thinking about building a private cafeteria for that silly fox, even letting you open a door directly at the serving window. The little doll's eyes widened incredulously. Hey, are they insane? What iron lumps? They're called Spirit Fox Dark Iron now. Yu Sheng corrected her gravely, his expression utterly serious. Even in Foxy's homeland, those are rare spiritual treasures. In this world, they're even more precious. They can reliably awaken a machine spirit, you know. The little doll listened in a daze, dropping onto the couch. Huh, really? But almost immediately, she jumped back up, glaring at Yu Sheng indignantly. Wait, that's not fair. How come the leftover scraps she spits out after eating are treasure-grade materials Special Affairs Bureau happily pays for, while my earnest cooperation with their crystal testing ends up discovering some antirine crystal? I knew it. This whole world is against me. Yu Sheng sighed, sympathetically patting the little doll's head. I know, you have my deepest condolences. Irene stared up at him, thinking for a moment before generously waving her hand. All right then, fine, I won't be mad. This time Yu Sheng was the one caught off guard. He blinked, momentarily speechless. Since when did this doll's mentality get so good? After successfully soothing Irene with vague reassurances, Yu Sheng smiled helplessly and turned toward Foxy, who was busy organizing her pile of spoils beside the tea table. Still not finished sorting yet. The demon fox maiden raised her head, delightedly displaying 2 wooden sticks in her hands. Benefactor, look, don't these sticks look exactly like 2 swords? Yu Sheng glanced down, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Actually, you're right, they really do. Then these will be our matching swords? Foxy generously handed him one of the sticks, quickly gathering the scattered mess of trinkets into her storage tail. In moments, everything was neatly put away. Yu Sheng stared blankly at the stick he'd just received, another peerless wooden blade added to his collection. His eyes inevitably drifted toward Foxy's storage tail. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he murmured aloud, Honestly, I've always wondered how exactly your tail manages storage. You always toss items directly inside without much organizing, yet when you take things out, everything's perfectly tidy. I do organize it, Foxy immediately protested earnestly. Though maybe not very well, but really it's not that messy inside. Oh, benefactor, would you like to take a look inside? Yu Sheng, still contemplating the mechanics behind Foxy's tail and how it differed from his usual method of opening doors, took a few seconds to process her words. When he did, he was stunned, speechless. What? Benefactor, do you want to come inside my tail and take a look? Foxy repeated cheerfully. I've never invited anyone inside before. Ah, wait, Irene's picture frame that one time doesn't count. Yu Sheng opened his mouth, closed it again, and eventually conceded defeat. Clearly, his imagination was still limited compared to the nine-tailed fox's worldview. But just as he started to become genuinely curious, intending to accept the invitation, a sudden shout from the window interrupted their unusual conversation. Hey, Yu Sheng, quick look outside, it's super foggy, Irene exclaimed loudly. Perhaps because of their recent rescue mission in that mist-filled otherworld, Yu Sheng's spine immediately stiffened at the mention of fog. He jumped to his feet, rushing to the window to join Irene. The little doll was already perched on the windowsill, pointing out at the street beyond the glass. Thick, heavy fog filled the view outside, like some viscous, flowing substance. It had swallowed the entire street, distorting even the distant glow of street lamps into unsettling shapes that wobbled and bent, as though seen through an unnatural lens. The entire scene gave off an ominous, eerie vibe. What the heck? Yu Sheng blurted out, rushing over and peering anxiously at the fog-filled street alongside Irene. When did this happen? He asked sharply, turning to the doll. No idea, Irene replied helplessly, equally confused. I just glanced up a second ago and it was already like this. It definitely hasn't been long. One of my bodies looked outside just as night fell and it was totally clear then. Benefactor, this fog? Foxy had come up behind them, speaking cautiously. It looks just like the fog we saw when Zheng Zhai was trapped, but this one's thicker, heavier, and gives off a more ominous feeling. Yu Sheng frowned deeply. He turned abruptly, marching toward the front door and shoving it open forcefully, intending to quickly check the situation outside. Beyond the door, Wudong Road's old street was calm, the night clear and peaceful. The street lamps cast a gentle glow over the quiet neighborhood. Above, the night sky stretched overhead, clear and tranquil. There was no trace of any fog. Chapter 275, Yu Sheng's Thoughts. Yu Sheng stared blankly out at the street, which appeared perfectly normal. After a long pause, he heard rapid footsteps behind him. Irene had run over from the living room, and she stood by his side, equally confused. Wait a second, where'd all that fog go? It was everywhere just a moment ago. Yu Sheng didn't answer. Instead, he narrowed his eyes thoughtfully at the scene outside, then suddenly turned and went back to the living room. Through the window, the thick mist still blanketed everything. He checked several times, yet the result never changed. The fog was limited only to the window. Returning to the window, Yu Sheng stared deeply at the mist. After some hesitation, he decided to open the window to test it. The window swung open easily. Looking through the open window, the street outside was entirely normal. But when he glanced through the closed portion of the window, the dense fog was clearly visible, as if engulfing the entire world. Irene and Foxy watched the whole process unfold, growing more bewildered by the second. Irene widened her eyes and spoke first. Do we have to look through glass to see the fog? An illusion, Foxy guessed immediately. Yu Sheng quietly closed the window again. Staring thoughtfully at the foggy street outside, he finally said, We should check the other windows in the house. In a flash, Foxy rushed upstairs. Irene's two other bodies scampered quickly behind her. After thinking it over, Yu Sheng followed. He wanted to inspect the room at the end of the upstairs hallway personally. Moments later, the three reconvened in the living room to share their discoveries. There's fog outside the master bedroom window. The attic window has fog too, Irene quickly reported. Foxy nodded in agreement. Same with my room, but once the window opens, the fog disappears. It's only visible through glass. Yu Sheng finally spoke, his voice solemn as he summed it up. The room at the end of the second-floor hallway is exactly the same. It seems the fog completely surrounds us, but only appears through windows. Open the door or window and look directly, and everything is normal outside, only visible through the window, visible. He repeated that last word slowly, furrowing his brow. Irene immediately jumped up from the sofa. Did you think of something? Just an odd idea, Yu Sheng replied hesitantly. What if the fog really is outside, truly surrounding this house, but only on the other side? Maybe when we open the window or door, we see the normal side. but when looking through the glass we see the other side. His words left Irene's head spinning. Little doll's brain was never very good at following complicated logic, and now she looked completely lost. Foxy, however, quickly understood Yu Sheng's thought. Benefactor, you're saying the foggy side and clear side are two different realms. Our house is stuck right between them. The fox's sharp mind had grasped it exactly. Hearing Foxy's explanation, Irene finally caught up. She blinked, mentally translating Foxy's terms into something she knew better, then clapped her hands loudly. Oh, Wudong Road number 66 is slipping into an otherworld. Then she stared with wide scarlet eyes, locking her gaze onto Yu Sheng. What kind of nonsense is this? She blurted out loudly before anyone else could speak. I've only ever heard of people falling into otherworlds, or at most, a machine spirit falling in, but a house. What's this house got, a house soul? Yu Sheng said nothing, just calmly pointed at the mist-covered streets outside. Irene fell quiet instantly, having nothing to add. What do we do now? Foxy glanced curiously between Irene and Yu Sheng, eyes wide open. If our house really is sinking, shouldn't we pull it back up somehow? Or maybe we should go to the other side and check what's going on there. Perhaps something over there is pulling our house downward. Irene stared at Foxy in amazement. Not bad imagination for a silly fox, but seriously, how do we even pull a house back from an otherworld? I don't know, how do we get a person out of an otherworld? If they're not too deep, they find an exit and walk out. But our house doesn't have legs. Obviously not. Yu Sheng listened quietly to Doll and Fox's banter, yet strangely, he felt no anxiety at all. He thought he should be worried. After all, Wudong Road number 66 was now his anchor in this world. The idea of the entire house sinking into an otherworld was unprecedented, and if true, far more serious than if he alone fell into one. Yet he couldn't summon even a hint of worry. Somehow he sensed very clearly that Wudong Road number 66 was stable, safe, and exactly where it was supposed to be. The mist outside posed absolutely no threat. Yu Sheng sat quietly, a strange sensation whispering at the edges of his mind. Was this what people called spiritual intuition? He wasn't sure, but the feeling was strong enough to push him into a decision. After a long silence, he finally spoke. We'll go into the mist and take a look. Irene and Foxy stopped their meaningless chatter instantly, their eyes fixed curiously upon Yu Sheng. How exactly? Irene questioned cautiously. Opening the door now just leads outside to normal streets. We haven't fully sunk yet, right? Or do you mean opening a door to where we found Big Nephew and trekking all the way here from the other side? That's pretty far, and who knows what we might run into on the way. I'll try opening the door directly, Yu Sheng answered cryptically, standing up and stepping toward the large front door. Without further explanation, he placed his hand firmly on the handle. Doll and Fox watched intently, puzzled but intrigued. Yu Sheng didn't explain himself further. He merely closed his eyes slightly, focusing intensely on the connection between himself and the door handle. He hadn't done this for a very long time. Opening this door, but without anchoring it to the familiar courtyard outside. Usually, he avoided consciously changing the destination of the door at the entryway of Wudong Road number 66. He felt a strange affection and lingering hope tied to it. After all, it was an accidental opening of this very door that had whisked him away from his familiar home, dropping him into this strange, dangerous world called Borderland. Deep down, he had always harbored a faint hope that one day this door might again open onto that original home. But first, he needed to fully grasp his powers and the hidden laws of Borderland itself. Yet now he felt a daring urge. Perhaps before anything else, he needed to truly understand the mysteries of Wudong Road number 66 itself. He realized he actually knew far too little about this house, the very place he now called home. He reached out with his senses, recalling the faint presence of the blood droplets he had deliberately scattered earlier into that mist-covered otherworld. The connection they created was extremely faint, but it was there, and a connection, no matter how weak, always pointed to something true on the other side. Guided by this tenuous link, Yu Sheng carefully discerned the subtle differences between the mist-shrouded otherworld and their present location. He wasn't simply aiming to open a door into the streets where Zhang Zhai had been stranded. No, he had something more ambitious in mind. He was attempting an entirely new method of positioning. His aim was to identify the very essence of that mist-covered world, and map the entirety of Wudong Road number 66 onto its corresponding coordinates. Since Wudong Road number 66 could gradually sink into the otherworld, this house clearly wasn't anchored firmly in place. His task now was merely to speed up the process and bring it under his control. Just try it, maybe it'll work. Yu Sheng opened his eyes and gently turned the handle. The door opened onto a world shrouded in heavy mist. In the depths of Old City District, at the far end of Wudong Road, light still shone brightly from the storefront bearing the freshly installed sign, Stellar Transit Collection Station. Inside, two Special Affairs Bureau operatives tasked with temporary oversight of the new site had just finished calibrating their monitoring equipment when an odd static noise suddenly echoed from one of the machines. "Wait, what's that sound?" One operative quickly stepped forward. Strange noises or brief interferences were common in freshly installed devices, but strict protocols and training compelled him not to ignore even minor abnormalities. He swiftly scanned through the recorded data. "Everything looks normal, but I definitely heard a signal just now. Why isn't it logged?" His colleague stood up and approached another sensor, preparing to cross-check the readings. As he rose, his eyes briefly glanced out the window, catching a glimpse of the street outside. It was the deepest part of Wudong Road. Several old, abandoned houses stood dark and silent beneath flickering street lamps. The alley was narrow, the walls weathered and worn. Nothing appeared unusual at first glance. Blinking once or twice, the younger operative initially noticed nothing out of place, and so he returned his focus to the machine they'd installed just hours ago. Nearly 10 seconds passed before his body abruptly froze in shock. He jolted upward, eyes wide with terror, staring unblinkingly out the window into the narrow street and the cluster of old buildings nearby. Without lifting his head, his partner spoke irritably. "What's wrong? Don't freak out. Just help me double-check these readings." "CC check my ass," the younger operative stammered, eyes fixed outside, cold sweat visibly dripping down his forehead. "The CC courtyard, it's gone." "What?" "Wudong Road number 66 is gone." Chapter 276. Just like that, we're here. To most people, Wudong Road number 66 was invisible. Yet to Special Affairs Bureau operatives gifted with spiritual sensitivity and trained focus, the mysterious empty lot and the strange wall marking the end of Wudong Road number 66 were clearly visible, an uncanny territory, strictly off-limits. Now, under the serene cloak of night, both the empty lot and that eerie wall had silently vanished, gone without a trace, as though they had never existed at all. Two Special Affairs Bureau operatives practically blinked out of their guard post and froze in astonishment. Standing dumbstruck in the narrow alley, they felt the chill of the night air, yet cold sweat trickled from their necks down to their toes. Their specialized training sharpened their senses, and they quickly assessed the surrounding buildings. Each one had shifted or changed in various subtle yet unmistakable ways. Houses that once stood far apart now stood shoulder to shoulder. Buildings formerly located across the empty lot had somehow moved much closer. Everything gave the impression that this entire space had been forcefully expanded by something alien. Now, with that mysterious presence abruptly gone, the distorted space quietly reverted to its original shape, unnoticed by the outside world. One operative wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned anxiously to his partner. "Now what?" "What else can we do? Report it," his partner replied, equally pale-faced. "This definitely has to go straight to the director." "But how the heck are we gonna explain this?" "We'll just say exactly what we saw. It's way beyond our pay grade anyway," sighed the younger operative, his expression growing even more worried. "You don't think we did something wrong and drove them away, do you?" "Nah, shouldn't be. Yu Sheng was out walking Foxy just now, and I greeted them myself. They seemed in great spirits at the time." Thick mist flowed through the streets, rising and falling like some kind of viscous fluid. Strangely, the fog stopped abruptly a few meters away from Wudong Road number 66, forming a clear boundary. None of it breached even slightly past that line. "Hey, it actually worked," Yu Sheng said, quite pleased. He turned to Irene and Foxy, who had eagerly come over to check out their new surroundings. "Open the door, and here we are right in the foggy side." Irene didn't respond immediately. Instead, she cautiously stepped outside the house, looked around, then glanced back before staring suspiciously at Yu Sheng. "Are you sure you just opened a door? Why does the atmosphere feel so weird? Wait a second, the entire house is here, and something feels really off about our surroundings. The utility pole over there used to be a bit further to the left." Yu Sheng took a careful look around, brow furrowing as if sensing something. After a moment of hesitation, he rubbed his chin uncertainly. "Maybe it's a bit crooked." Irene suddenly grasped what he meant. "What exactly did you make crooked?" "The house. Holy crap. Well, theoretically, I might have successfully landed all of Wudong Road number 66 into this foggy side. The whole process seemed controllable, Yu Sheng explained sheepishly, scratching his head. Since the entire house was already slipping into another world, I figured, if it could descend like a person, maybe it could move like a person, too. Like you once said, humans have souls, machines have machine spirits, houses might have their own spirits, too. So I tried to steer and control it intentionally while opening the door, imagining Wudong Road number 66 itself as part of the door frame. Irene's eyes nearly popped out. That actually worked. She glanced around again before quickly darting back. You're not messing with me, right? This isn't just some projection of Wudong Road number 66 appearing on the foggy side. You genuinely moved the whole building itself over here. Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. You really think a place like Wudong Road number 66 would cast a projection here like any ordinary building? Right, good point. Wudong Road number 66 is an otherworld itself, after all, and a special one at that, Irene admitted, scratching her head. And you even landed it crooked. You really don't have to emphasize that. Foxy looked up eagerly, eyes bright and tail wagging with excitement. She turned to Yu Sheng without a hint of worry. Benefactor, what now? Do we head out now? Hold on, let's go back first, Yu Sheng replied, not yet stepping out. Instead, he closed the door again. We need to confirm the situation in the valley first. Valley? Oh, right, Irene suddenly realized, eyes wide. You moved the entire Wudong Road number 66. Who knows what happened to the connection with the valley? Yu Sheng soon led Fox and Doll down into the basement, pushing open the fixed teleportation door to the valley. A tranquil valley greeted them beneath its artificial curtain of night. Yu Sheng stepped onto the portal platform and gazed up at the sky. Thick clouds formed an artificial canopy overhead, crafted by his own hands. He was already adept at controlling this cycle. Every evening, as the real world grew dark, he would draw this curtain over the valley. When dawn broke, he'd open the skies again. This simple yet effective method solved two great mysteries. The crops finally flourished, and the restless little ones learned to sleep through the night. No greenhouses necessary. Next, Yu Sheng felt out the teleportation door in the town. Looks stable enough, he nodded in satisfaction. Seems Wudong Road number 66's little shift didn't disturb our doors, and the valley's environment remains unchanged. They returned to the living room. Yu Sheng pulled out his phone again. Signal's all good, too. The entire house sank into the other side, and you've still got cell service. Irene leaned forward, eyes wide in disbelief. Seriously, what's up with this place? Beats me, Yu Sheng shrugged. The signal itself was already a mystery from day one, and now you want to solve it. Solving isn't the issue. Irene suddenly recalled something important. But I just remembered, since you've dragged the entire house over here, shouldn't you notify the Special Affairs Bureau? Yu Sheng froze. Oh crap, that's right. Before he could finish, an urgent ringtone erupted from his phone. Caller ID. By Li Qing, recent champion of Yu Sheng's call log. You should get a family plan with her. Might save you some money, Irene muttered, glancing at the screen. Yu Sheng waved at the noisy doll to be quiet, cautiously picking up the call. He forced a nervous, awkward smile, even though Director Bai couldn't see it. Ah, good evening, Director Bai. Strangely, when his overly polite greeting echoed out, he thought he heard a faint sigh from the other end, as if Bai Li Qing had suddenly relaxed. Her calm, clear voice came through. I just received a report from the Wudong Road station. It seems your house and the entire plot beneath it vanished. Yu Sheng. Truth be told, he hadn't imagined anything so drastic. The whole area disappeared, that powerful. He'd thought, at worst, the Bureau might have gotten another weird alarm, given the unconventional way he'd opened the door this time. Maybe their new automated filtering system simply couldn't recognize it yet. In Yu Sheng's brief silence, Bai Li Qing spoke again. What happened? Yu Sheng raised his head, gazing thoughtfully at the thick mist drifting through the streets. He carefully pieced together words, hoping to form a sentence that would logically and truthfully depict reality. After multiple considerations, he broke the silence cautiously. I noticed a strange fog outside earlier, the kind that's clearly unnatural, so I decided to go out and investigate. All right, and I brought my house with me while I was at it. Bai Li Qing. Irene nearly leapt off the coffee table. That's the best explanation you could come up with after all that thinking. I realize it's hard to grasp. I literally just discovered this new trick myself. Yu Sheng tugged awkwardly at the corner of his mouth, trying to explain. But don't worry, everything's fine here. My house is fine, too. The deafening silence from Bai Li Qing said it all. Irene sat cross-legged on the coffee table, nodding sagely. She's cursing right now, really nasty stuff, involving at least 3 generations of your family. Yu Sheng ignored the doll's nonsense. On the other end, Director Bai took a steadying breath. Will you be coming back? Bai Li Qing asked, her voice incredibly calm. After a pause, she added awkwardly, I mean you and your house. Are you returning? Yu Sheng answered just as awkwardly, yes. When? Maybe by tomorrow morning, Yu Sheng ventured, uncertain. Mainly because I still want to go outside and see what's happening. Honestly, you have no idea how thick this fog is. Who knows if I'll even get anywhere. Do you need backup? I can dispatch a deep diving unit. No, that's not necessary. It'll just be me, Irene, and Foxy. Fewer people might actually make it easier. All right, just remember to activate environmental recording on the Frontier communicator, and message me when you're back. Chapter 277, Assault. Yu Sheng put away the phone, drew a deep breath, and glanced over at Irene. I think Bai Li Qing has a pretty stable mindset. Of course she does. She's a director after all, the little doll responded cheerfully, hopping down from the tea table as soon as she saw Yu Sheng finish his call. She started toward the door. Well, shall we head out? Without further ado, Yu Sheng opened a nearby door, reached in, and pulled out his rusty tetanus staff, casually slinging it over his shoulder. Let's go. The 3 stepped out from Wudong Road number 66, and into the swirling mist just a few steps away. As soon as they crossed that invisible threshold, an icy, oppressive chill settled around them. The alien sensation of the otherworld sent a small shiver through Yu Sheng. After walking a short distance, he turned to glance back. The house at Wudong Road number 66 had become merely a vague silhouette, looming silently through the mist like some slumbering behemoth. His brow furrowed slightly. Did we lock the door when we left? We did, Foxy replied earnestly, nodding her head. Benefactor, you locked it yourself. I watched you do it. Irene, sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder, poked him on the head impatiently. You looked so serious just now, and that's what you were worried about. Are you afraid someone might sneak into our house from the mist to steal our stuff? Just making sure. Yu Sheng brushed away the little doll's tiny hand. His attention then shifted fully to their surroundings. Stay alert. Anything might appear out of this fog. In the boundary city of reality, night had deepened. On this side, the side enveloped in mist, the otherworld also lay beneath a shroud of darkness. The tall street lamps faded into blurred shapes, their glowing orbs hovering eerily midair, appearing like ghostly eyes floating in the gloom. Further away, vague neon lights shimmered indistinctly among distant buildings. The silence was profound. Occasionally, Yu Sheng thought he heard distant horns or strains of music drifting faintly from the real world. But each time he listened carefully, the sounds dissolved into the empty rustling of wind. A soft blue glow rose quietly beside him. Foxy's tails had unfurled, and tiny flames of foxfire drifted serenely behind her. A little nervous, Yu Sheng asked quietly, smiling gently. The demon fox maiden shook her head stiffly, but another dozen wisps of foxfire still escaped around her, betraying her tension. Irene carefully studied their surroundings. So this really is the same other world where Big Nephew was trapped before, the little doll murmured softly. It should be, Yu Sheng confirmed. The connection through blood confirmed it. Why the sudden question? I was just thinking about how massive this foggy otherworld must be, Irene replied thoughtfully. If this is truly the same place, it stretches from Wudong Road all the way to the Wanxiang Jai shopping mall. That's not a small area. Little Red Riding Hood was right. Beyond the mall, there's a vast space covered in fog, even extending into the old city district. Who knows how far it actually goes? Yu Sheng frowned, distracted by Irene's observation. How vast was this mist-covered realm? This fog already spanned from Old City District to the bustling commercial areas near the city center, and it clearly didn't stop there. What about beyond that, where the fog was even thicker? Could it be as big as all of Boundary City, or even as vast as the entire borderland? Irene quietly speculated. Wouldn't that make it like another borderland? Foxy's ears twitched attentively. An otherworld version of borderland. Yu Sheng felt a sudden jolt within him, recalling something. His brow tightened further. I remember Bai Li Qing saying once that there can't be a second borderland. Even in the vast universe, no place identical or even closely similar to borderland can exist. It's like a cosmic law. She mentioned another place called Terra as being similarly unique. Did she mention anything about otherworlds when she said that? Irene interjected quietly. Otherworlds don't really care about rules. She didn't, Yu Sheng admitted, pondering. We didn't know about a mist-bound city then. While speaking, he took out his phone and checked the screen. No signal. Irene peered over and gave a wry smile. Seems there's only a signal within the boundary of Wudong Road number 66. That really must be your house's unique trait. Suddenly, Foxy halted, standing stiffly beside Yu Sheng. The demon fox maiden's brows knitted tightly as she raised her head slightly, sniffing at the air intently. What is it, silly fox? Irene quickly lowered her voice. The scent of a human, Foxy whispered cautiously, her ears swiveling delicately to track it. A stranger's scent. Someone passed through here recently. A human presence in the mist. Yu Sheng's eyes instantly sharpened, growing solemn. Irene perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with excitement for some unknown reason. Another one stuck here? Did we just get an order for door-to-door rescue delivered straight to our doorstep? Not necessarily. Foxy's voice was unusually serious, and a hint of unease shadowed her expression. Doesn't feel like someone trapped. There's a strange aura lingering nearby. I've never sensed it before. Definitely not human. A weird scent. Weird scent? Yu Sheng couldn't fully grasp how the fox immortal perceived the world, given the barriers of their different realms of understanding. Still, he quickly deduced she meant something humanoid had passed by recently. Instantly alert, he muttered, Then let's be careful, Foxy. Put your fire away. It's too noticeable. Foxy softly nodded, extinguishing the wisps of fox fire one by one until nothing but shadow remained. She then lifted a finger, pointing silently into the depths of the fog, and quietly led Yu Sheng forward. She moved cautiously, tracking the faint trail left by the mysterious scent. Occasionally, she stopped, crouching low and sniffing the corners of walls or the cracks in the pavement. After carefully recalibrating her direction each time, she pressed onward with a focused professionalism. Irene gently prodded Yu Sheng's head and whispered teasingly into his ear. Hey, look, our hotel has its own sniffer dog now. Yu Sheng's voice was indifferent, though tinged with amusement. If she smacks you later, I'm not stepping in. Irene snorted dismissively, but her silence barely lasted a few heartbeats. Her voice soon returned, tinged with unease. Is it just me, or is the fog getting even thicker? Are we sure the silly fox isn't leading us astray? Who in their right mind chooses to walk deeper into the thickest fog? Maybe that's proof we're not following someone good, Yu Sheng muttered back, yet he too noticed the environment growing stranger. Quietly, he lowered the tetanus staff from his shoulder, gripping it cautiously, and approached Foxy. Are we close? The scent is muddled here, Foxy halted, lifting her head with obvious frustration. Whoever it was circled this place many times. I can't tell if it was intentional to hide their tracks or if they had other business here. Either way, it's unclear where they went afterward. Yu Sheng nodded once, falling silent, his gaze carefully scanning the surrounding gloom. The mist had become alarmingly thick, cloaking everything beyond a few meters in indistinct shapes. The shadowy silhouettes of buildings and dull, flickering streetlights distorted in the swirling fog, bending and twisting unnaturally. Distant streets appeared warped, undulating, as though the fog itself held some malign will. Neon lights flickered erratically in stairwells, their glow shifting slowly into an ominous crimson hue. As the fog deepened, it was evident that this other world was shifting, growing darker and deeper. As if to confirm his suspicions, a shadow flickered at the edge of Yu Sheng's vision. It was a tall, spindly figure. Before Yu Sheng could fully process the form, a surge of malevolence erupted from behind him. Instinct screamed at him. He lunged forward without hesitation, spun around mid-step, and swung the tetanus staff in a fierce horizontal arc. Without pausing to check if he'd hit, he swiftly dodged sideways. A sharp clang echoed through the fog-filled night, sparks flying. Yu Sheng glimpsed the gleam of a slender, peculiar blade being knocked aside. In the same instant, several more cold flashes sliced into the spot he'd just vacated. A sphere of fox fire exploded into existence, clearing the fog in a burst of radiant flames. Yu Sheng finally steadied himself, eyes locked onto their assailant. An unsettlingly graceful figure emerged from the mist, towering nearly a head taller than Yu Sheng. It bore the slender, feminine outline of a woman, but that was where any human resemblance ended. Her body was entirely encased in glossy black metal armor that seemed both skin and shield. Her joints were visibly doll-like, metal hinges revealing delicate mechanisms beneath, with subtle crimson glows seeping from seams and joints. Her face, disturbingly elegant, was crafted from polished white metal, frozen permanently in a cold, lifeless smile. Most disturbing of all was the veil atop her head, a black, seemingly ceremonial garment reminiscent of a nun's headdress. Despite its apparent lack of defensive function, it lent her a deeply sinister aura. She advanced slowly from the mist, her metal heels clicking softly against stone. Then with slow, deliberate grace, she raised a hand. Each finger was a blade more than half a meter long, gleaming menacingly beneath the shadowed sky. Chapter 278, Iron Doll. Yu Sheng felt a strange yet dangerous aura from the Iron Doll. Her smiling face, cast from white metal, showed no human warmth or emotion, but he clearly felt her gaze fixed on him, radiating a pure, emotionless desire for attack. Yet she didn't immediately rush forward. Instead, she kept a distance of several meters, subtly shifting stance as if dancing, seeking the perfect angle to strike. Her fingertips were deadly blades, slicing through the thin mist with flashes of cold, sharp light. Yu Sheng's nerves tightened. During their brief earlier clash, he'd felt her incredible speed and strength. Those seemingly thin blade-like fingers had deflected even his wolf-fang club, making her more dangerous than most evil wolves he'd encountered in the Black Forest. Foxy slowly approached, posture low like a predator ready to spring. Her golden-red eyes shone brighter as clusters of foxfire quietly bloomed in the air around her. "Irene, is this your relative?" Yu Sheng whispered. "Absolutely not," the little doll shouted, furious. "I'm an elegant, noble, ball-jointed doll. This ugly thing is obviously a cursed C-type buckle. How dare you even think it's related to an Alice doll?" Yu Sheng's mouth twitched. He had just casually asked, never expecting Irene to react so strongly, and precisely at that moment, the iron figure's steps paused for an instant. Spiritual intuition surged, a powerful warning. Yu Sheng didn't have time to plan. He instinctively raised his weapon in defense, and in that instant, the tall, slender female figure lunged forward like a ghost, blades slicing lethal arcs through the air. Metal clashed, sparks flew. Yu Sheng's arm went numb, but the iron doll retreated gracefully like a dancer, impossibly agile despite her metallic body. Dodging his next attack effortlessly, she blurred forward again, fingertips flashing like an endless storm of deadly strikes. The mist echoed with constant metallic clashes and the slicing whispers of blades. Yu Sheng barely managed to block the initial barrage and stumbled backward. Immediately, foxfire exploded around him, forming a fiery net around the iron doll, followed by Irene's layers of black spider silk appearing from thin air, closing in ominously. But at the exact moment the silk was about to ensnare her, the doll twisted impossibly, her joints snapping into impossible angles, slipping effortlessly through the smallest gap in the spiderweb. With another series of shadow-like movements, she weaved gracefully through the foxfire barrage, her blade-tipped fingers aimed straight at Yu Sheng's heart. Swift, silent, powerful, bloodless, and emotionless. The iron doll had clearly chosen the group's leader. Each strike went directly for Yu Sheng, devoid of wasted motion or sound, except the brief rush of air displaced by her agile movements. An elegant, perfect killing machine. Yu Sheng was now dripping with sweat. It was his first time facing something like this. He relied completely on his enhanced, superhuman reflexes, backed up by Foxy and Irene. In this rapid and close-range combat, Foxy couldn't unleash her devastating attacks, and even Irene's summoned threads struggled to keep up with the iron doll's ghostly speed. Just what is this thing? Another entity born from the fog. But her movements were unlike any entity he'd faced before, methodical and professional rather than chaotic and instinctive. Yet clearly she was no human, especially considering Irene's reaction. "What on earth is this thing?" Yu Sheng yelled. He swung his tetanus staff high. Maybe his luck finally came through. This time his blow landed squarely on the doll's shoulder, interrupting her ghostly dance. The enemy staggered slightly, and Irene instantly seized the opening, wrapping black threads around the doll's joints. "How should I know? I've never seen anything like this before," little doll shouted frantically. "Well, whatever it is, tear it apart first and ask questions later." Yu Sheng shouted and dashed forward, Wolf Fang Club raised high, seizing the chance as the iron doll struggled to break free from Irene's spiderweb. But just as he was about to strike, the doll lifted its head. Its pale metallic face still bore that gentle, chilling smile, while suddenly the armor plating on its chest snapped open. A crimson glow pulsed within, throbbing like living flesh between shifting metal parts. A display flickered to life in the eerie red light, digits racing downward. Yu Sheng's eyes widened. What the? Too late to stop, he dug his heels into the ground, desperately skidding to a halt. Irene instantly reacted, withdrawing her webs and swiftly weaving them into ropes, hauling Yu Sheng backward. Foxy rushed forward to help. But then, in an instant, the countdown stopped. The iron doll's chest sealed shut again, and before any of them could react, she ripped free from her bindings, launching herself forward with terrifying speed. Yu Sheng barely managed to adjust his stance and block his vital areas, but a sharp agony pierced his arm. Two razor-sharp blades stabbed deep through his flesh, spearing clean through his arm and burying themselves lethally into his chest. For a breathless moment, time seemed frozen. Silence hung heavily in the air. Yu Sheng slowly lifted his head, staring directly into that elegant yet nightmarish face, her gentle, empty smile mere inches away. You can cancel your own self-destruct." Yu Sheng's expression twisted incredulously, muscles twitching slightly in shock. The doll gave no reply, merely tilting her head slightly, seemingly perplexed by Yu Sheng's strangely calm demeanor. Yu Sheng glanced downward, examining the twin blade-like fingers embedded in his chest. After a brief contemplation, he concluded this wound should indeed be fatal. But maybe dying repeatedly had given him some resistance. He didn't feel death's embrace immediately. "These blades of yours," Yu Sheng murmured seriously, looking back up at the iron doll. "They're good, give them to me." Blood began seeping into the blades. The doll finally sensed something amiss. Though expressionless, her next movements betrayed subtle panic. She hastily yanked her blades free from Yu Sheng, leaping backward nearly 10 meters in rapid clicks of metal heels. Yu Sheng lunged forward to intercept, managing only to tear off the doll's nun-like head veil. A short distance away, the doll raised her arms again, preparing for combat, but one arm noticeably lagged half a second behind. She paused briefly, then began shaking the arm furiously, as if trying to fling away some contamination. Yet the loss of control spread swiftly, first fingers, then hand, forearm, elbow. Yu Sheng's head swam, dizziness washing over him. He staggered slightly, and immediately Foxy rushed to his side, gently supporting him with worried eyes. "Benefactor dying again already." Yu Sheng waved weakly, eyes fixed firmly on the iron doll struggling against her own rebellious limb. "Just hold on a moment longer. Next time maybe skip the fighting part and just sell your blood from the start," Irene muttered. "Would save us a lot of trouble." "Had to at least try," Yu Sheng retorted, glancing at her wryly. Pain lanced through his chest and arm, causing him to gasp sharply. Knowing his time was almost up, he swiftly shoved the doll's torn veil into Foxy's grasp, urgently instructing them, "You two go back quickly. Once I die, that thing might go wild, and who knows what else might emerge from this mist. It's unsafe for you two out here." "Huh," Irene protested in surprise, pointing urgently at the iron doll still immobilized by its internal struggle. "Shouldn't we just dismantle her right now?" "No," Yu Sheng shook his head slowly. "She's not normal, doesn't feel like a regular entity. Don't kill her. Let my blood seep in a bit more." Before he even finished speaking, Foxy and Irene nodded simultaneously. Understood. Yu Sheng wasted no time, opening a door directly to Wudong Road, number 66. Without hesitation, Foxy and Irene stepped swiftly through. This was the silent understanding forged within their hotel. No unnecessary heroics, no melodramatic hesitation, only unwavering trust. Yu Sheng trusted Foxy and Irene to act decisively at this critical moment. Foxy and Irene trusted Yu Sheng was definitely about to die. As the door vanished, Yu Sheng heard a sharp, wrenching sound of metal from behind. Looking up in shock, he saw the iron doll furiously tearing at her rapidly deteriorating arm. With a desperate, brutal motion, she plunged her still-functional blade fingers deep into her own shoulder joint, and with one violent wrench, ripped her malfunctioning arm entirely off. Chapter 279, Harvest. To be honest, Yu Sheng felt quite surprised, not only at the monster's savage intensity, but also at its judgment when it decisively severed its own arm. His curiosity about this strange enemy grew stronger by the moment. Now the iron doll stood silently nearby, bathed in the gentle glow cast by streetlights through the dense fog. Its tall figure appeared like a beautiful yet grotesque statue, radiating an elusive, almost holy aura. That metallic face still smiled quietly, watching Yu Sheng. Slowly, she raised her remaining left arm, her half-meter blade fingers clicking softly. The biological functions of a living human were gradually collapsing. Yu Sheng swayed slightly, then raised his head and walked towards that saintly statue, wrapped in a cloak of death. The iron doll took a half-step back. Yu Sheng reached out his hand, the hand that had been pressing on his bleeding chest. Blood droplets slipped from his fingers, floating midair, circling him like living creatures. A gentle smile spread across his face as he softly invited the creature. "Come on, don't be afraid, it's still warm." The iron doll's body emitted an unsettling clicking sound, and she stepped back again, this time almost leaping backward. "So you can feel fear, you can even think clearly." Yu Sheng stopped moving, staring intently at the strange monster. "What exactly are you?" The iron doll bent her knees slightly, appearing ready to charge, but suddenly she changed her stance, jumping high and backward instead. Her form was swallowed instantly by a sudden surge of shadow, vanishing into the thick mist. Yu Sheng didn't chase after her. Yu Sheng had already died. As darkness swiftly enveloped him, Yu Sheng's mind floated in chaotic oblivion, yet he continued pondering, replaying every detail of his fight against that monster. He had to admit, aside from the Dark Angels, this creature was undoubtedly the most challenging, pressure-inducing opponent he'd ever encountered. Its oppressive presence surpassed even those hideous and terrifying beasts, and this pressure arose not just from her sheer strength, but also from the unsettling aura she emitted. She looked human, yet wasn't human. She seemed alive, yet her aura spoke overwhelmingly of death rather than life. And she was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Incredibly fast, enormously strong, and agile as a phantom, she didn't use flashy skills, only basic cold weapon attacks, but every strike from her 10 blade-like fingers was devastating. More importantly, her combat intelligence was extremely high. She understood tactics, deception, and how to fight or flee at will. She could even retract her self-destruction. Her outer shell was also extraordinarily sturdy. Yu Sheng had landed blows directly upon her, yet each strike left no visible damage. Even Foxy's fireballs, which could usually melt common steel, had only scorched her surface. Granted, Foxy's rapid-fire fireball was meant primarily for suppressive fire, but still, the Iron Doll's protective capabilities were shockingly formidable. However, the Iron Doll wasn't without weaknesses. She could think, she felt fear, she could deceive, and she could be deceived. Yu Sheng's consciousness drifted through darkness, reviewing the battle repeatedly as he awaited the dissipation of his death. Eventually, after an uncertain stretch of time, he felt a sudden, intense sensation of falling. Death faded, life returned. Cold, hard ground pressed against his back. Chilly mist slipped into his nostrils. Yu Sheng opened his eyes, finding himself lying once more on the fog-shrouded street. He took a deep breath. His reborn body felt pure and strong as he rolled to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. He was still at the recent battleground. The strange iron doll was long gone, and she had apparently not returned to inspect the scene. A few meters away, an object caught his eye. Yu Sheng approached slowly and saw the severed metal arm quietly lying on the ground. He bent down and picked it up, feeling its coldness in his palm. The once deadly weapon was now lifeless. The loose joints drooped, softly grinding together with a faint metallic whisper. The half-meter-long blade fingers reflected silvery glints under the streetlights. Although any traces of blood had vanished, Yu Sheng still sensed a subtle connection between himself and this severed limb. And it wasn't only the arm he felt connected to. Yu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a vague guidance from within his blood. A distant blood trail was swiftly moving deep within this massive city. The Iron Doll had acted decisively by severing her own arm, but it wasn't enough. Yet her desperate move had achieved some effect. Yu Sheng could sense a distant connection, though weak and indistinct, made even more elusive by the great distance separating them. Unlike the entity, security guard at the museum, he couldn't pinpoint the Iron Doll's exact location or observe her surroundings through her eyes. That was somewhat disappointing. Yu Sheng felt a slight relief. At least he'd left a trace behind. If that creature appeared again, he'd sense its presence instantly and finally uncover the secret hidden behind it. Breathing slowly, Yu Sheng reached out and opened the great door leading back into Wudong Road, number 66. The moment he stepped through, he heard Irene and Foxy talking from the direction of the living room. "Hey, dumb fox, check the time. How long has Yu Sheng been dead?" 30-something minutes now. Shouldn't he revive soon? Think he got corpse scamped by that cheap doll with the Type-C buckle. Like, resurrected just to get chopped again. Nah, impossible. That monster didn't know Benefactor could revive. True enough. Oh wait, I sense Yu Sheng's mental presence. He's revived, he's really revived. He's close by too, just. Little doll looked up sharply and spotted Yu Sheng standing not far away, watching her with an amused smile. "Irene, wah." Foxy immediately bounded over joyfully. "Benefactor, you're alive again." Yu Sheng casually tossed aside the iron arm he'd brought back and steadied himself in a low stance, bracing for Foxy's enthusiastic embrace. Quickly realizing he was running out of breath, he urgently reminded her, "Enough, enough! Easy, don't break my new body again." Foxy hastily released him, her tail spinning happily beside her like fiery wheels. Meanwhile, Irene ran up, curious yet cautious, and attempted to lift the arm he discarded. Halfway up, she let go again with a gasp. "Holy cow, this thing's ridiculously heavy. Yu Sheng, you're pretty good, huh? Managed to rip off an arm before you kicked it." "She ripped it off herself," Yu Sheng replied, catching his breath after Foxy's crushing hug. "Probably trying to escape my blood's influence. Still, she left something for me to track." He went on, recounting everything that happened after Foxy and Irene had retreated, along with the wild thoughts he'd entertained during his brief time in death. Irene and Foxy listened intently. "At least there's some good news," Yu Sheng concluded, bending down and lifting the iron arm from the floor again. "I marked that iron doll. Right now she's still somewhere deep within the foggy city, moving constantly, probably sensing something left on her and trying to shake off pursuit. But she can't run forever. Other than that, there's just this arm I brought back, a trophy at least." He carefully placed the limb, blades, and all onto the tea table. His caution stemmed mostly from the absurd sharpness of the finger blades, each seemingly capable of easily piercing through any furniture around. "What could you even use this for?" Irene climbed onto the tea table, poking suspiciously at the palm and blades, disdain coloring her tone. "You, ugly and crude." Yu Sheng replied casually, "Still stronger than you, though." Irene's curses that followed were harsh indeed. Ignoring her indignant jumping and waving, Yu Sheng continued thoughtfully, "I'll take this to the Special Affairs Bureau later. Maybe they can figure out where that creature came from. But honestly, what caught my eye most were these finger blades, perfectly balanced, sharp, and sturdy. One poke and they open up a neat hole in my body." Irene's tirade stopped abruptly. She stared wide-eyed at Yu Sheng before finally blurting out, "Whoa, listen to yourself. You sound like a psych." "I've been struggling to find a reliable bloodletting knife lately," Yu Sheng answered, entirely serious. "Normal knives from shops go blunt after stabbing myself just a couple of times, and it's not like I want to bite myself every time. I'm civilized, after all." Irene was speechless. "Civilized, my butt. You think using a dinner knife to cut yourself makes you refined." Ignoring the little doll's complaints, Yu Sheng gently pushed the iron arm toward Foxy. "Can you try dismantling this thing? I mainly want one of those fingernails. Cut off about 10 centimeters of the blade, that's enough. I'll put a proper handle on it." The iron doll's outer shell was astonishingly strong. Even Foxy's carrot gatling had only managed to scorch the surface. But Yu Sheng knew Foxy's flames had many levels, though he wasn't sure exactly how many. Thus far, he'd personally witnessed several categories: heated meal level, fox stew level, fox carrot gatling level, booster rocket level, and most intriguingly a mysterious tier called argon fox welding, rumored to intensify infinitely against stronger opponents. Surely one of these flame tiers could handle slicing the thing currently sitting on his tea table right. Chapter 280, Origin. Yu Sheng always had countless creative ideas, though some of them bordered on sheer madness. And Foxy, without a shred of doubt, would joyfully carry out even the most absurd of her benefactor's whims. Thus, when Yu Sheng declared his intention to pry off a murder machine's fingernail to forge a knife and stab himself, the demon Fox found nothing peculiar in it. Hearing his instructions, she cheerfully hoisted the terrifying mechanical arm, grabbed one of her tails from behind, rubbed the tip vigorously, and conjured a dazzling blue flame. Immediately, she began slicing through the metal doll's palm. She planned to cut off all 5 fingernails first, then follow Yu Sheng's detailed instructions for further refinement. As for dismantling the entire arm, well, that could wait. Blue sparks erupted in the living room. The blazing glow splashed across Irene's face, nearly blinding the little doll. "Hey, dumb fox, could you not do that here?" Irene protested loudly. "There's a sofa here and electronics everywhere. You'll burn the house down." Foxy paused thoughtfully. Realizing Irene was right, she hugged the arm and scampered off to the basement, deciding it'd be safer to finish the job in the valley. Irene watched Foxy run down the stairs before turning back to Yu Sheng. "You're really planning to turn that thing's fingernail into a knife? Seems kinda sinister." "Why not?" Yu Sheng replied casually, eyes fixed on his phone as he typed away. "Defeating a monster and crafting gear from the loot, it's standard procedure." Irene, recently immersed in games herself, nodded knowingly at this explanation. Then she noticed what Yu Sheng was doing and leaned over curiously. "What are you up to?" "Messaging by Li Qing." Yu Sheng had already attached photos of the mechanical arm he'd taken earlier, swiftly adding a brief account of his encounter in the fog. She's probably asleep, but I'll leave a message. Who knows, maybe she recognizes whatever we fought tonight. Either way, tomorrow I need to visit the Special Affairs Bureau. Irene hummed absently, then returned to the sofa and picked up a black head veil to examine. It was the very head veil Yu Sheng had pulled off the Iron Doll's head, a garment resembling something a nun might wear. Its fabric appeared high quality, and embroidered prominently at its front was a strange golden symbol. Two circles, one large, one small, intersecting at their bottoms, split vertically by a golden fissure. During the intense battle earlier, Yu Sheng hadn't noticed this marking clearly. Now, seeing it up close, he quickly snapped a photo with his phone. Meanwhile, Irene lifted the head veil higher, curiously inspecting its inner structure. Given her mere 66.6 centimeters, the veil practically doubled as a cloak. Yu Sheng nearly reached out to poke the little doll, tempted to see her vanish beneath the fabric, but ultimately resisted. You think that Iron Doll might have been an entity? Yu Sheng mused aloud. Not one of Alice's little house dolls, certainly, and with that eerie aura she seems exactly like something spawned from the fog. However, Irene immediately contradicted him, her voice muffled beneath the veil. Whatever that C-type buckle is, I'm sure now she's not an entity. Yu Sheng blinked. How can you tell? Irene struggled to flip the veil around, pointing to a small tag sewn onto the inside. Because there's a brand label here, plus washing instructions recommending hand wash only. Yu Sheng nearly leaped off the sofa in shock. What? He leaned in, astonished to see Irene wasn't joking. Indeed, the ominous Iron Doll's veil bore a commercial brand and care label. Yu Sheng immediately searched online for the brand, quickly finding countless results. It wasn't even some obscure or rare designer label, just a common brand available almost anywhere. Of course, what Yu Sheng found online differed slightly from the veil in his hands. The general shape was subtly altered, and none of the online images displayed that distinct golden double circle insignia. Seems like someone bought this online and modified it, Irene analyzed seriously from her perch on Yu Sheng's arm. Trimmed the sides and embroidered the symbol onto the forehead. Ah, and it's pretty expensive, too. Yu Sheng didn't answer immediately, deep in thought. Irene glanced up. What are you thinking about? With a grave expression, Yu Sheng replied, I'm trying to figure out what this information means. It means the C-type buckle definitely isn't an entity. Entities don't go shopping. No, it's more than that, Yu Sheng shook his head slowly. It means she isn't alone. There's at least one human behind her, either an ally or her master. Irene tilted her head, puzzled. Why? Because her claws weren't made for sewing. Yu Sheng shot a glance at the little doll, whose mind always seemed to freeze up at critical moments. And besides, there's this symbol here. It obviously means something special. Before he could finish speaking, his phone rang loudly. It was Bai Li Qing, still awake at 11:30 at night. Yu Sheng felt a jolt of surprise, but quickly collected himself and lifted the phone to his ear. Before he could even speak, Bai Li Qing's cold, urgent voice poured from the other end. You were attacked by an enemy resembling a black metal doll, tall, thin, female-shaped. Yeah, exactly, Yu Sheng replied immediately, sensing Bai Li Qing knew more about this than she was letting on. He skipped asking why she was still awake. About Su Jiali's height, covered entirely in metal with a pale face. She fights like she's dancing, moves so fast you can barely track her, and her weapons are fingernails, each one like a sharp blade. Oh, and she had a head veil, kind of like. A nun, Bai Li Qing interrupted. Yeah, a nun, but with the vibe of an evil cultivator, Yu Sheng agreed, quickly sending over the picture he had taken. I tore off her head veil. It has this symbol on it. Judging by your reaction, you seem to know who she is. A tense silence settled over the call for a few seconds, presumably while Bai Li Qing checked the photo. Yu Sheng heard a sharp, quiet intake of breath. You've encountered an artificial saintess from Holy Revere Hermitage. Yu Sheng paused for several seconds, vaguely recalling having heard the name Holy Revere Hermitage before. He had an impression they belonged to the same category of troublemakers opposed to law-abiding society, though the specifics eluded him. Sounds like something incredibly powerful, he tested cautiously, and I guess we shouldn't normally be running into it. A highly lethal killing machine, Bai Li Qing's voice was unusually grave. They protect important Hermitage assets or key personnel. Normally, it takes an entire squad of fully armed deep divers to handle one. Ordinary fighters, alone or in small groups, have a survival rate of 0. You're saying it appeared in the fog and attacked you without warning. Yes, Yu Sheng's expression hardened instantly. Even without knowing exactly who these Holy Revere Hermitage people were, the urgency in Bai Li Qing's tone made it clear this was far more serious than dealing with those sneaky angel cultists from before. The Iron Doll's emergence meant the situation had escalated dangerously. We were deep in thick fog, where things started becoming visibly strange, and then that thing jumped us. Did you activate the Frontier Communications environmental logging? Bai Li Qing asked suddenly. Special Affairs Bureau-issued phones are equipped with specialized sensors that can record environmental data. Yeah, turned it on as soon as we stepped out the door. Good, I'll have someone pull the logs from the back end immediately, Bai Li Qing said swiftly, then pressed further. Where exactly were you when the attack occurred? Near the northern edge of the old city district, close to the shopping street, Yu Sheng recalled uncertainly. But the streets in the fog felt very bizarre, especially as we went deeper. Buildings changed positions, sizes, even directions. Where we fought, the ground in the distance seemed curled upward. I'm not sure how reliable my memory is. He paused for a moment, then added, Also, I confirmed that the fog around the old city district is connected to the fog at Wangxiang Mall. Even though we didn't directly walk between them, I could sense it. This otherworld might cover an extremely large area, possibly even the entirety of Boundary City. Bai Li Qing responded briefly, sounding unsurprised, as if she'd long considered this possibility. She fell silent for barely 2 seconds before speaking in a low voice. Could you come over to the Special Affairs Bureau now? Bring along the sample you took from the artificial saintess. Yu Sheng instinctively glanced up at the clock. Almost midnight. Right now. Sorry, but it's urgent. Oh, it's fine, Yu Sheng hurriedly reassured her, recognizing the sincerity in her voice. I'll head over immediately. Wait, are you still at the bureau yourself? Yes. Wow, that's rough. Bai Li Qing's voice remained steady, indifferent. It's all right, I'm used to it. Yu Sheng. Chapter 281, Holy Revere Hermitage. Yu Sheng hung up the phone, standing in place thoughtfully for a few seconds before breathing out a heavy sigh. Being director isn't easy for her either. As soon as he spoke, Irene opened her little hands, palms upward. Why do I feel half of her recent troubles can be traced back to you? Tonight's incident isn't my fault, Yu Sheng hastily defended himself. Artificial saintesses from Holy Revere Hermitage have already infiltrated. Actually, I discovered them early. Who knows how many troubles I've prevented for the Special Affairs Bureau in the long run. Irene pondered that for a moment. Is that right? Of course, Yu Sheng chuckled, waving a hand dismissively. All right, let's call Foxy back first and get that arm to the Special Affairs Bureau experts. Before Irene could reply, the sound of swift footsteps echoed up from the basement stairs. Foxy bounded into the room, happily clutching an iron arm, now neatly segmented into 3 parts with all its fingers cut off. She showed it off proudly, beaming at Yu Sheng. Benefactor, it's all done. Yu Sheng was startled, already. Irene was equally surprised, staring wide-eyed at the pieces Foxy was holding. You actually got it cut off that quickly, and you dismantled the joints, too. Yes, Foxy nodded enthusiastically. It wasn't easy at first. The same firepower I used to cut steel beams only turned it red-hot, but after adding a few spells, it finally came off. The joints were easier, just needed a hard pull, a really strong pull. Irene giggled knowingly. See, exactly, those C-type buckles are just like that, Foxy blinked innocently. Why do you have such a big issue with these joints? Imagine there's another demon fox species that brushes its fur backward, Irene said gravely. Instantly, Foxy's tail fluffed visibly in shock, clearly covered in goosebumps. I understand now. Yu Sheng finally spoke up. Well, dismantled is dismantled. Let's just take these pieces to Bai Li Qing, bring the blades too. Irene, take the head veil, time to head to the Special Affairs Bureau. Yay, all right. With a wave, Yu Sheng opened a translucent door directly to the hallway outside Bai Li Qing's office. Stepping through, the bright corridors of the Special Affairs Bureau appeared before them. Even at this late hour, the building was still ablaze with lights. In this structure, tasked with monitoring countless otherworld gateways and safeguarding the entire borderland region, there was always someone awake and on duty. As Yu Sheng entered the office, Bai Li Qing was at her desk, issuing urgent commands into the phone. Teams must operate in groups. No one should act alone. Artificial saintesses are extremely dangerous. Concentrate searches in the northern Old City District, but if the mist grows too thick, pull back. The first phase is to deploy detectors. Monitoring teams remain on standby at Channel 16 of the deep dive. Report immediately if there's any situation. Bai Li Qing swiftly and seriously delivered her instructions until she noticed Yu Sheng approaching. Only then did she force out a tired semblance of a smile. You've already deployed investigative teams? Yu Sheng guessed, based on what he overheard. Yes, Bai Li Qing nodded, rubbing her forehead gently. A team of deep divers is already inside the mist, approaching Old City District from the other side. They're specifically inspecting the area around your recent attack. Artificial saintesses don't just randomly appear in Special Affairs Bureau-controlled zones. They usually guard significant assets or important individuals. Something must be hidden nearby. This mist-bound city keeps becoming stranger and stranger. She paused here, glancing thoughtfully between Yu Sheng, Foxy, and Irene, her expression stern but faintly concerned. Yu Sheng felt a bit awkward under her scrutiny. What's wrong? You three were ambushed by an artificial saintess, yet none of you were injured. Bai Li Qing's voice carried a clear hint of disbelief. Yu Sheng's expression became complicated instantly. How to explain this? He wondered internally. It definitely wasn't accurate to say they weren't injured. He'd received fatal wounds, stabbed twice with 8 holes left behind. But at the same time, calling it an injury felt odd, considering mere fatal wounds. Yu Sheng's face twitched slightly before he carefully answered, "Just minor injuries. My body heals faster than average." Bai Li Qing eyed him suspiciously, clearly unable to imagine exactly what a minor injury looked like when inflicted by an artificial saintess. Fortunately, she didn't push further, instead shifting her attention to the pieces Foxy and Irene carried. Yu Sheng gestured for Irene and Foxy to put the items directly onto Bai Li Qing's desk. Bai Li Qing carefully examined the pile for a moment before lifting her head thoughtfully. "I recall the arm was intact in your photos." That was just my curiosity at work. I needed the blades, so I had Foxy dismantle it," Yu Sheng replied sheepishly, touching his nose with embarrassment. "Should I not have?" "It's fine," Bai Li Qing shook her head lightly. "Even dismantled, it still holds value. Our main goal is extracting intelligence from it. I'll call in some experts from identification. They're familiar with these types of things." She paused briefly, then glanced at Yu Sheng again. "Don't worry, we'll return it afterward." Yu Sheng chuckled easily. "No worries, I just need the blades. Keep the rest. I won't be able to analyze anything useful from it anyway." Suddenly remembering something important, he stepped forward, pointing at the head veil on the desk. "Oh, right. There's something weird about this veil. It even has a brand tag and washing instructions." But Bai Li Qing's expression remained calm. "Is there something wrong with that?" Isn't there?" Yu Sheng blinked, momentarily confused. "It's from Holy Revere Hermitage, an artificial saintess and all. Sounds sinister and mysterious. Why would their gear have a normal commercial brand? It's pricey but still ordinary." Bai Li Qing's expression didn't change, though her eyes showed a faint hint of amusement, as if questioning why he'd find this odd. Holy Revere Hermitage is still an organization run by mortals. They don't produce everything themselves and certainly can't create goods out of thin air. Isn't it logical they'd buy supplies from the outside? Yu Sheng paused. "Yeah, that actually makes sense." Bai Li Qing studied Yu Sheng for a second longer, and a quiet glimmer of amusement shone in her gaze, as though secretly pleased at seeing this usually resourceful man momentarily bewildered. However, she quickly regained her composure. Soon the identification experts arrived. They took away the remnants of the artificial saintess's arm and the head veil. Once they'd left, Yu Sheng casually pulled over a chair and sat down, finally asking the question he'd been pondering since before leaving home. "So what exactly is this Holy Revere Hermitage? Another cult like those angel cultists. How'd they end up in Borderland?" Bai Li Qing adjusted herself seriously behind her desk and nodded slightly. "In most civilized regions, Holy Revere Hermitage is indeed classified as a cult," she explained. "But their structure and methods differ greatly from angel cultists. Angel cultists have a loose organizational structure. Apart from their shared worship of dark angels, their followers are divided into countless small branches, each serving their own angel. Despite their vast numbers, they can't form unified forces, making them relatively easier to counter. But Holy Revere Hermitage is the complete opposite. They strictly follow a doctrine called the Path of the Holy, which outlines clear goals and behavioral guidelines. Their hierarchy is rigid, their personnel tightly controlled and highly efficient. Even though their total numbers are far fewer than the angel cultists, their combined power is significantly greater. In remote lawless regions, they've even established stable bases with substantial armed forces, something obvious from the existence of deadly creations like the artificial saintess. You must have noticed how formidable an artificial saintess can be. What's scarier is they can be mass-produced. Yu Sheng immediately sat up straight, alarmed. Wait, mass-produced? Bai Li Qing nodded calmly. You heard correctly, mass-produced, but only within their core territories and even then only in small batches, so don't worry too much about encountering an army of them. Yu Sheng exhaled nervously before continuing. All right, then what exactly is this path of the holy? Bai Li Qing took a gentle breath, her voice deepening with solemnity. Holy Revere Hermitage believes our world is fundamentally flawed. All disasters and sufferings, otherworld incursions, wars, diseases, famines, are merely symptoms of these flaws. Similarly, human imperfections like greed, selfishness, and cowardice are reflections of the world's deeper faults. To put it simply, they consider our world and everyone in it defective. Their self-proclaimed mission is to repair these defects. They believe humans can be perfected through intense spiritual and physical refinement, through alterations leading to a holy transformation into perfect beings. Alternatively, through advanced technology, they aim to directly create flawless humans. The artificial saintess is one such byproduct of this pursuit. Based on the same logic, they believe the world itself can also be perfected, though they haven't discovered how yet. The first necessary step is producing a true saint, someone embodying all their ideals. All actions taken toward this end constitute their path of the holy. Chapter 282. Returning home means bringing it back with you. Yu Sheng listened quietly as Bai Li Qing explained all these intricate details. Once she finished, the greatest impression left on him was just how capable those organized groups were when it came to crafting their theories. The followers of the Holy Revere Hermitage were clearly leagues beyond the mad ramblings of the angel cultists. No wonder the Hermitage could create something as insane as an artificial saintess and hold onto their own territory, while those angel cultists only managed to kill themselves, hoping to startle some dark angels enough for their lord to glance their way. The two groups simply weren't on the same level. Of course, Yu Sheng had little interest in deeply analyzing whether the Holy Revere Hermitage's grand idea of redeeming humanity and repairing the entire world through sanctification actually held any truth. These were heretics, after all. Of course their words had to be alluring. Even if the core of their philosophy was twisted, they'd always manage to make it sound appealing. Otherwise, how else could they attract new members? After all, true believers who started out genuinely wanting revenge on society were rare. If a fringe organization openly declared its mission was to set the world aflame, the only ones it could attract were embittered failures already beaten down by life. But if they said something like, "Our organization's mission is to use scientific innovation to bring warmth to the entire world," it instantly sounded cultured. Yu Sheng's thoughts wandered in circles for a few seconds before he snapped back, quickly asking another question. Has Holy Revere Hermitage caused Borderland trouble before? Have they tried anything big here? Given Borderland's special status, we've crossed paths with nearly every heretic group or large criminal organization, including Holy Revere Hermitage, Bai Li Qing replied. But most conflicts occurred far out on distant frontier stations or colonial planets. They rarely dared to cause trouble here on Borderland's home turf. Past incidents were mostly limited to smuggling or rescuing their captured members, but this time is different. As she spoke, Bai Li Qing's voice grew heavier. The artificial saintess isn't something they casually deploy. Beyond their formidable combat abilities, each of these killing machines holds a special symbolic importance within Holy Revere Hermitage. An artificial saintess often serves as the core of a major sanctification operation, symbolizing a saint's guidance and protection as much as defending Hermitage assets. You understand my meaning. Yu Sheng remained silent, his brow furrowed deeply in thought. After a long pause, he finally broke the silence. Could it be related to this sudden fog? That's precisely what I'm suspecting. Bai Li Qing nodded gently. This fog is highly abnormal. An otherworld of this scale couldn't have been here all along without anyone noticing, and its timing is especially suspicious, appearing so soon after the Angel's descent incident. Right now, anyone causing disruptions in Borderland is especially suspicious. Just then, the specialists from the identification department returned. They brought back the black head veil and several of the blades Yu Sheng requested. We've completed our analysis. It's an N12 type artificial saintess with an estimated operational lifespan of less than 5 years. The N12 is a new model, so our database has limited records, the specialist reported to Bai Li Qing. Its outer shell is constructed from military-grade Type-I Auton alloy armor with traces of carbonon crystal clusters, likely produced in the Grand Cross constellation. The blades are made of single-direction crystallized alloy, a mature technology carried over from the previous N11 model. The exact production location couldn't be determined, but it's believed to originate from a secret forge belonging to Holy Revere Hermitage. The technician paused briefly, pointing toward the head veil. We also examined this veil. It's a ceremonial design from a local brand distributed widely through the Council's trade network to over 20 external channels. It's particularly popular outside Borderland, resulting in numerous counterfeits and rebrands. Unfortunately, authentic product verification has been poorly managed, complicating attempts to trace its origin. Yu Sheng listened, a bit overwhelmed, silently acknowledging that professionals truly were in a league of their own, even though he didn't quite understand what they meant by alloys and production sites. Yet clearly to Bai Li Qing, these details were invaluable. N12, she murmured thoughtfully, deploying such advanced models can't be decided by local branches alone. It must have been authorized by a senior sage at the middle level or higher within Hermitage. After a brief pause, she nodded toward the technician. Good, you may return for now. Yes, Director. The specialists departed. Bai Li Qing's gaze then fell squarely back onto Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng listened as Bai Li Qing explained, stunned by what he heard. After she finished, his main feeling was simple amazement. Organizations that studied theory were truly impressive. Those people at Holy Revere Hermitage were clearly far superior to the chaotic angel cultists. No wonder they had successfully created absurd things like an artificial saintess and claimed their own territory. Meanwhile, angel cultists only knew how to kill themselves, hoping their deaths might scare some passing dark angel enough to earn their deity's glance. The difference in efficiency was clear as day. Of course, whether Holy Revere Hermitage's theories about repairing humanity and the world through sanctification actually made sense was something Yu Sheng had no interest in analyzing closely. After all, heretical cults always had compelling arguments. Even if their logic was twisted at the core, they'd wrap it up smoothly enough that everything looked polished and convincing on the surface. We'd like to keep this arm for analysis, Bai Li Qing said seriously. Samples of artificial saintess bodies are rare, especially this new model. The Special Affairs Bureau is prepared to purchase it as a high-grade artifact. Is that acceptable? That's fine by me, Yu Sheng replied with a carefree smile. Like I said, all I want are these long blades. You handle the rest. I'm not really sure about market prices. I'll just take these blades back with me. Carefully, he picked up the exceptionally sharp and sturdy blade-like fingernails, handing them to Foxy, who promptly tucked them away inside her tails. Yu Sheng then hesitated slightly before picking up the black head veil. Turning toward Irene, he asked curiously, "Want me to turn this thing into a skirt for you?" "I absolutely do," Irene instantly showed her disgust. "It's creepy and weird. Who knows how many terrible things that C-type buckle has done while wearing it. I don't want the bad luck." Yu Sheng chuckled. "Funny, you seem plenty happy when you strip monsters of their skins and scales to craft equipment in your games." Irene stood firmly atop Bai Li Qing's desk, hands on hips. "That's completely different. A game is a game, reality is reality." Yu Sheng casually tossed the head veil to Foxy. "All right, fine. If you don't want it, you don't want it. Foxy, just store this thing for now. You've got plenty of space in your tails anyway." By the time they finished discussing the Holy Revere Hermitage, it was nearly 3 in the morning. Considering that the investigation wouldn't be solved overnight, Yu Sheng decided to return home first. Foxy was already yawning constantly, her ears drooping with exhaustion. Besides, Yu Sheng still needed to bring the house back into the real world. Although Wudong Road number 66 naturally generated cognitive interference, allowing it, theoretically, to drift through the skies of Boundary City unnoticed. He worried that staying too long in the otherworld might still cause unforeseen problems. "We'll be heading back first," Yu Sheng said, casually opening a large door directly into the living room at home. "Wudong Road number 66 will be back in position soon. There might be some minor movement, so be ready to record the new signature and update your automatic systems." "Understood." Bai Li Qing rose from behind her desk. "I'll personally oversee the deep-diving unit's search efforts. If we discover new leads inside Mistbound City, I'll let you know immediately." Yu Sheng nodded, stepping through the door with Foxy and Irene. As the illusory door closed silently behind them, Bai Li Qing stood still for a few seconds before quietly exhaling and picking up her phone, dialing an internal extension. "Who's on duty in the technical department right now? Good, there's something we need." "Home feels so much better," Irene muttered the moment they were back, hopping from Foxy's arms to stretch vigorously. The steel-faced Ice Queen's office was cold everywhere, even the air felt heavy. Foxy gave a massive yawn, several of her fluffy tails drooping with fatigue. "Benefactor, I'm sleepy." Seeing her state, Yu Sheng laughed, reaching out to scratch gently behind the demon fox maiden's ears. "Go upstairs and sleep first. I'll bring the house back." "Okay," Foxy mumbled drowsily, heading slowly upstairs. Halfway there, she simply dropped to all fours, crawling up lazily. Watching this, Yu Sheng chuckled helplessly. It seemed this fox girl was growing more relaxed and casual by the day. Not that it was a bad thing. Shaking off his own sleepiness, Yu Sheng approached the main entrance, placing his hand on the door handle to begin returning Wudong Road number 66 to the real world. This was the first time he'd attempted a reverse operation, so admittedly, he was a little nervous. When a person became nervous, strange ideas tended to pop into their head. As soon as he established a connection with the door, an odd thought flashed through Yu Sheng's mind. If his house could travel freely between the borderland and Mistbound City, would it also be possible to go elsewhere? What if he assigned new coordinates and sent it somewhere distant? Maybe another planet, or perhaps one of those strange worlds he'd glimpsed when practicing door opening before. Would Wudong Road number 66 naturally appear there as well? What if it landed in another city, another civilization? Seeing Yu Sheng suddenly freeze, then smile oddly, Irene immediately guessed what was happening. The little doll quickly interrupted him. Hey, don't start experimenting now. It's past 3 in the morning, give it a rest." Yu Sheng coughed lightly, hastily dismissing those wild ideas. I was just imagining possibilities. Imagining, not like I'm going to actually do anything crazy this time." Muttering quietly, he dutifully refocused, carefully reassigning Wudong Road number 66 and the door as a single, complete entity, readying it to return to its original spot. The door handle turned gently, clicking softly as the lock disengaged. Slowly, Yu Sheng pushed open the heavy door. The street outside was peaceful under the night sky. No mist, everything normal. Standing on the empty lot outside were 2 unfamiliar Special Affairs Bureau operatives. Each held something resembling a recorder, staring blankly at Yu Sheng. After an awkward pause, the 2 operatives spoke simultaneously. You're back." "Yeah, we're back," Yu Sheng answered. "Welcome back." "Want to come in?" Yu Sheng asked politely. No, we've got instant noodles waiting." "Oh, all right, I'll close the door then." Please do. Closing the door, Yu Sheng exchanged puzzled looks with the little doll at his feet. "I feel like these 2 aren't very bright," Yu Sheng commented. "Yeah," Irene agreed, nodding vigorously. "Pretty silly if you ask me." Chapter 283, Foxy's Confusion. Yu Sheng dreamed. In that dream, he once again stepped into the thick mist, alone this time without Foxy or Irene by his side. A strange street stretched straight ahead from his front door. At the end of that path, something called out silently, pulling him forward. He kept walking deeper into the mist, as if he'd walked for 10 years, 100 years. In the dream, he felt no exhaustion, only the endless urge to advance. Slowly, the mist-shrouded city began twisting into bizarre scenes. Buildings melted and drooped like candles under heat. Roads curled upwards toward the sky, floating like strange seaweed underwater. Countless shadows hovered upside down above the city, radiating eerie lights in the haze. Yet Yu Sheng walked on, passing through one distorted mirage after another, each stranger than the last, until the mist around him thickened into pitch-black darkness. Solid shadows gathered into massive clusters, drifting silently over a broken, desolate land. His entire dream world dimmed into shadow. Standing at the edge of this barren place, he saw once again that tall, slender figure. The artificial saintess of Holy Revere Hermitage approached gracefully, her footsteps like a phantom's dance. Then, abruptly, jets erupted behind her, launching her forward. Her metal skull crashed mercilessly into Yu Sheng's chest. Yu Sheng woke up with a scream. When his eyes snapped open, daylight filled the room. Irene was sitting cross-legged on his chest, clearly still asleep. The little doll muttered loudly in her sleep, "I'm Alice doll, pay me money." Then she toppled forward, rolling off his stomach onto the bed, sprawling out and snoring again without a care. Even Yu Sheng's scream failed to wake any of the Irenes. He glanced downward, seeing another Irene clutching his lower leg like a tiny koala, grumbling dreamily. Who's a noob? Call me a noob. Your whole family, heh. A third Irene was crawling gloomily on the floor nearby, probably having fallen off the bed halfway through the night. Still half asleep, she wriggled aimlessly, trying to find her way back, but clearly she had lost all sense of direction. Yu Sheng sat up, feeling dazed. Just how did a doll once sealed inside a painting end up sleeping so chaotically, sprawled all over and crawling randomly around the room? He shook his head clear, then gently removed his leg from the grasp of the little doll clinging to his ankle. Turning toward the bedside table, he glanced at the familiar oil painting frame resting quietly there. Because the bedroom wasn't large, Irene never worried about straying too far from her core. The teddy bear inside the painting still lay quietly slumped on its red velvet chair, black button eyes fixed vacantly outward. Yu Sheng tapped the painting lightly, greeting Irene's main body, and the teddy bear inside, then picked up his phone and saw it was almost 10 o'clock. Too late to return to sleep, he decided to get up and wash. Just as Yu Sheng finished brushing his teeth, the three Irenes woke up too, marching into the bathroom in sleepy, disorderly fashion and greeting him randomly. Morning. Yo, Yu Sheng. Yon, did you kick me onto the floor last night? He responded with a few vague murmurs, twisted the tap open, then casually picked up the first Irene to wash her face, quickly swiping water across her little face before putting her back down and tossing a tiny towel her way. Then he repeated the process swiftly for the second and third Irenes, fluidly, practiced as if he'd done this hundreds of times. By the time he finished washing the last Irene, the first was still clumsily drying her face. The three little dolls stood in a circle, rubbing each other's faces dry with a single towel. Occasionally, one would peek up at Yu Sheng. What's today's plan? Yu Sheng glanced down at his phone and shook his head. Nothing special today, just waiting to hear back from Special Affairs Bureau. We need to see if Bai Li Qing's deep diver teams found anything on that artificial saintess in the mist. Large-scale sweeps like that aren't something we can handle. One of the Irenes looked surprised, towel in hand. Still no news yet. Of course not. It hasn't been long, and the environment in that mist is complicated. It slows down everything, Yu Sheng replied, retrieving the small towel from Irene's hands and hanging it back onto her personal towel hook. Technically, Irene could manage her own washing at the master bedroom sink. Yu Sheng had even placed a small ladder there specifically for her. But ever since she'd slipped once and fallen into the sink, taking an unexpected bath, she had refused to climb up by herself, always needing help now. Yu Sheng thought this little doll was just being melodramatic. I'll go make breakfast. You go see if Foxy is awake. Wake her up if she's still asleep. All three Irenes answered in perfect unison, got it. Yet as soon as Yu Sheng and Irene stepped out the door, they realized Foxy was not only awake, but seemed to have been up for quite a while. The door to the demon fox maiden's room was wide open, and she sat cross-legged on the bed facing the window, completely motionless. She looked as if she were meditating or in some sort of cultivation trance. Irene immediately lowered her voice in amazement. Hey, is this what they call spiritual energy absorption from those novels? She's actually cultivating. She's surprisingly diligent. It was the first time Yu Sheng had seen something like this too. Hearing Irene's whisper, he also became hesitant, afraid to interrupt Foxy's cultivation. Yet his curiosity won out, and he cautiously stepped forward, three little dolls trailing behind him. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Foxy's large fox ears twitched once, and she abruptly turned her head, revealing a bright, sunny smile. Benefactor Irene, you're awake. Irene nearly jumped out of her skin. The one carrying the painting frame actually did. Holy, I thought you were cultivating your spiritual energy. Spiritual energy absorption. Foxy tilted her head with confusion. Isn't that some ancient method of energy conversion? Isn't it more practical to refine an internal reactor instead? Irene. Realizing Foxy wasn't cultivating at all, Yu Sheng walked forward openly. So, what exactly were you doing just now? I was spacing out, thinking about a problem, she replied earnestly. Thinking about a problem. With great seriousness, Foxy reached behind her and lifted two gleaming, radiant golden forms from the bed. She solemnly offered them to Yu Sheng. Benefactor, plain boiled and salt-baked have been growing stranger and stranger. Are chickens from this world supposed to look like this when they grow up? They don't seem at all like their siblings back in the valley anymore. Irene, just now regaining her senses, glanced up and cried out, What the heck? Why are they glowing? Yu Sheng's gaze locked onto Foxy's hands, and remained locked for a full half-minute in stunned silence. What Foxy held were two creatures of celestial magnificence, each with golden wings, jade-like crowns, elongated necks, and magnificent tails, clearly chickens, yet transcendent chickens. Indeed, they barely resembled chickens anymore, except for their two pairs of familiar, silly-looking eyes. Aside from that, these once tiny chicks now appeared as if they'd overdosed on heavenly energies, poised at the brink of ascending to immortality. Moreover, they'd grown significantly larger than their siblings back in the valley. Though Foxy still comfortably held them, their shimmering multicolored tails nearly reached her crossed legs. Clearly, their current state was not yet the end of their growth. A mysterious, youthful aura surrounded them, hinting at even more astounding transformations in the future. Yu Sheng struggled, finally blurting out, "Are these seriously still plain boiled and salt-baked?" "Yes, they are," Foxy vigorously nodded. "They've been growing fast recently, but this time the change was especially huge. I originally took them out to bask in the sunlight, but when I did, I found they were already glowing on their own. It really startled me." What could Yu Sheng say to that? After all, he'd also been startled. At this point, the two divine birds in Foxy's hands seemed tired of being held. They spread their wings, lightly flapping to rise into the air. Effortlessly, they circled gracefully around Foxy, drifting smoothly as if floating on spiritual currents, wings barely moving at all. After two elegant loops, they landed neatly upon Foxy's shoulders, their slightly foolish eyes staring straight at Yu Sheng. They looked like majestic celestial birds, but cursed with silly minds. Foxy, however, was utterly delighted by the chicken's newfound ability. Her eyes sparkled joyously. "Wow, you two learned how to fly already, but wait, chickens can fly." Yu Sheng said nothing, his mouth twitching slightly. Did this fox seriously think she was still raising regular chickens? The entire species had clearly changed. Irene approached Yu Sheng, tugging at his pant leg, confusion written plainly on her small face. Yu Sheng, how's this possible? What's going on?" "How would I know?" Yu Sheng sighed, slapping his forehead helplessly. "But there's one thing I'm sure of, we definitely can't eat them anymore, not when they've become like this." Hearing Yu Sheng's words, Foxy quickly reacted, turning anxiously toward him. "Oh right, they're so full of spiritual power now it wouldn't be right to eat them. But then what should we do, benefactor?" "What else can we do? From now on, consider them your loyal chicken followers," Yu Sheng sighed again. "At least now you'll have two divine guardians. You always insisted they'd have some big purpose one day, and it seems you were actually right about that." Chapter 284, Irene is fired up. Foxy descended the stairs, carrying her two guardian chickens on her shoulders, then obediently took her seat at the dining table, awaiting the meal. Irene stood atop the table, eyes locked fiercely on the feathered duo perched upon the fox girl's shoulders. Two pairs of cross-eyed gazes stared straight back at the little doll, each side exuding a kind of equally matched intelligence. "I have a bad feeling about those two," Irene suddenly declared. "They're definitely plotting something nasty." "No way, plain boiled and salt-baked are very well-behaved," Foxy responded seriously. "They mostly just sleep inside my tail, and even when they're outside, they never fight." "They're clearly knocked unconscious from eating all the weird junk you feed them," Irene retorted, glaring. Though nobody could fully explain why the two chicks ended up looking so peculiar, it undoubtedly had something to do with Foxy's chaotic immortal techniques and the spiritual essence stuff she concocted. Realizing this, Irene's frustration mounted. It's a miracle these two featherballs are still alive after getting knocked out 3 days out of every 2.5. Foxy paused, then began to ponder seriously, suddenly clapping her hands as she understood. "So that's what's going on. No wonder they always sleep so long after meals." Irene was stunned. They really do spend 3 days out of 2.5 unconscious. The path of transcendence is full of hardships even for true spiritual beasts, let alone ordinary poultry. Foxy waved her hand confidently. "Anyway, I'll protect them no matter what. I'll have you know I'm an expert at raising immortal birds and spiritual beasts. Back at school, I was the leader of our small animal care group. Those 2 black-plumed sparrows on the mountain behind our academy were fed by me." She turned to her shoulders, speaking proudly to her guardians. "Right, haven't I taken good care of you too?" Plain boiled and salt-baked nodded solemnly in reply. Irene jumped in shock. "Wait, these 2 dumb-looking featherballs actually understand you." Before she could finish, plain boiled and salt-baked soared into the air, each dive-bombing Irene's head and knocking the little doll flat onto the table. Completely caught off guard, Irene rolled across the tabletop in a daze before flying into a rage. She leaped up and immediately engaged the 2 chickens in a furious battle, shouting angrily, "See, I told you these guys had bad intentions." Foxy was startled too, quickly jumping up to rescue Irene while insisting on accuracy. "But you did insult them first." Yu Sheng had just finished stir-frying in the kitchen when he heard a commotion from the dining room. At first, he assumed it was just Irene and Foxy's usual playful banter. But the sounds soon felt off, prompting him to quickly turn off the stove and hurry out to investigate. He was greeted by the surreal sight of Irene pinned down by Plain Boiled, who pecked furiously at her head, while Foxy desperately tried to shove salt baked back into her tail. Yu Sheng stared blankly at the chaos, speechless. When things finally calmed down and the events were explained, Yu Sheng could only sigh and stare helplessly at the doll, who was angrily fixing her hair. So, you insulted them first, got into a fight with 2 chickens, and ended up losing. Irene hopped up angrily. You didn't have to emphasize the last part. She quickly added indignantly, besides, what do you mean by losing to chickens? Have you ever seen normal chickens flying with auspicious clouds, diving at you with lightning bolts? You try fighting that. Yu Sheng felt nothing but admiration. I'll discipline them carefully from now on, Foxy quickly said, mistaking Yu Sheng's silence for anger. She lowered her head apologetically. They've just begun transforming, they don't fully understand the rules yet. No worries, Yu Sheng waved cheerfully. Let's just eat first, I'll bring out the dishes. Foxy jumped up instantly. I'll help. Yu Sheng promptly pushed the demon fox maiden back down. Stay right here. If you carry even 1 dish, you'll have to wash plates before reaching the kitchen door. If you help, we won't get to eat today. Foxy's ears drooped sadly. Oh. Soon, the dining table overflowed with delicious dishes. Although Irene didn't need food, she insisted on securing her spot every mealtime. Now, standing on the table, her eyes widened with excitement. Wow, what special day is it today? Why's the meal so extravagant? The Special Affairs Bureau transferred the money, the reward for discovering Mistbound City and rescuing those citizens, Yu Sheng announced happily. Also, I just got word that the subsidies for settling the Fairy Tale members were approved too, though that money will take a bit longer since the sum is large and some council paperwork is needed. Either way, we're not short on money anymore, so today calls for celebration. Yay, Irene clapped enthusiastically, then quickly paused. Wait, when did you even buy groceries? Just now while cooking, Yu Sheng answered casually. Whatever ingredient was missing, I bought directly from the market. Plus, this huge pot of rice was taken straight from the Special Affairs Bureau cafeteria, borrowed the pot from their serving window, so we'll need to return it later. Irene stared blankly for a long moment before finally blurting out, Your door-opening skills have truly reached perfection. Foxy had no time for compliments. Her head was already buried in the cooking pot. Luckily, Yu Sheng had the foresight to serve himself a bowl first. Otherwise, the whole pot might not have been enough to satisfy the demon fox maiden's appetite. When the meal finally came to an end, which basically meant Foxy had moved on to enthusiastically licking everyone's bowls, Irene, who had been daydreaming atop the table, suddenly spoke up. Hey, Yu Sheng, make me a new body. Yu Sheng, who had just been peacefully enjoying the sight of a fox immortal delicately licking the dishes clean, looked up in surprise. Huh. You mentioned before that you'd make me another body when the chance came. And didn't we just gather all those top-tier materials from the Special Affairs Bureau? True, I did say that, but why are you suddenly thinking about this now? Irene replied with utmost seriousness. Make me one that's stronger, if possible one with normal dimensions. Yu Sheng nearly dropped his bowl, just because you lost a fight with 2 chickens. Irene's serious expression instantly shattered. She sprang to her feet, angrily pointing a finger at Yu Sheng. Who said it was because of that? Do you really see me as someone that petty? Yu Sheng didn't dare nod directly, instead replying solemnly yet evasively. Yeah. It's because I lost to that stupid C-type buckle doll. Irene's eyes widened, genuinely furious now. It's humiliating, a disgrace. I'm a proud, ball-jointed doll. How could I lose to some junk doll with C-type buckles? Yu Sheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Is that really the important point here? Plus, I seem to remember that artificial saintess wasn't entirely built with C-type buckles. Her mechanical structures were actually quite complicated, like that exploding hatch, for example. You see, we both have grudges now, me because I lost the fight and you because you got caught in her self-destruct trick. In the end, it all comes down to those evil buckle dolls. Irene walked closer, patting Yu Sheng's arm gently. They're incredibly dangerous, you know. We've only encountered one so far, and it was stronger than many dangerous entities. Imagine if we ran into more of them. What if we meet 2 next time? Or worse, something even stronger. The little doll's voice carried unusual gravity, and even Yu Sheng found himself becoming serious. I have a feeling we'll keep encountering tougher enemies and trickier situations. Even the Special Affairs Bureau director said that trouble always finds you. Don't get me wrong, I'm perfectly fine with that. Adventuring with you is loads of fun, but losing fights isn't fun at all. We can't always open doors to escape or let you charge in just to get chopped up. Irene plopped down cross-legged on the table's edge, her gaze steady on Yu Sheng before turning briefly to the fox immortal, who was utterly absorbed in her bowl-licking task. Your body keeps getting stronger every day, and you're mastering those strange abilities of yours faster than ever. Foxy, she's powerful to begin with, and she's growing stronger rapidly too. Now she's even managed to raise 2 battle chickens. Well, the chickens might have been unexpected, but the point stands. She's formidable and will only grow stronger. Irene pointed at herself solemnly. As for my body, sure, it's made of rebar, sturdy enough, I guess, but clearly not sturdy enough. It's good for surviving the battlefield, but my speed and offensive capabilities during the fight with that doll were hopelessly inadequate. Frankly, I barely have any offensive power at all. Yu Sheng nodded earnestly. Yeah, your whole body's smaller than one of that artificial saintess's fingernails. Irene leaped up and slammed a headbutt directly into Yu Sheng's chin. Screw you, Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng yelped loudly, startling Foxy from her diligent bowl-cleaning routine. Rubbing his jaw, he quickly appeased Irene. All right, I get it. I totally get your point. You want a finely crafted body this time to properly fill that gap in your combat capability. Exactly. Irene stood before Yu Sheng with hands proudly on hips, her eyes gleaming with fiery determination, as if prepared to wage war against every C-type buckle doll under the heavens. This time, I'll instruct you on using a higher-level soul imbuement right. We'll use the best materials available, create the most robust skeleton, and the finest filling materials. We'll seal up every loophole from past rites to ensure I finally manifest my true strength. I promise you, I'm incredibly powerful. A true Alice doll should never lose to some mass-produced counterfeit created by a bunch of heretic cultists. Her voice trembled with renewed resentment. This time, Yu Sheng refrained from any teasing. Instead, he gently patted Irene's head. Fine, Special Affairs Bureau won't have results anytime soon anyway, and we've got nothing else pressing. Let's get busy crafting Irene Pro Max. What kind of terrible name is that? Chapter 285, Irene Pro Max. After cleaning up the dishes, Yu Sheng opened a door and stepped directly into the valley with Foxy and Irene, emerging onto the familiar portal platform. This time, all 3 of Irene's little bodies had come along. This arrangement was necessary because the little doll intended to personally handle many key tasks in the ritual, drawing the complex formation, carefully placing the alchemy ingredients, and even shaping parts of her new body. With her current small size, one body alone couldn't possibly manage it all. Their goal was clear: to achieve the highest possible quality, eliminating any flaws or weaknesses this new form might have. Here again, Irene glanced around the platform and quickly found the same spot where they'd created her last body. This place works fine. Give me a moment. I'll put up a wall first to keep the wind from blowing out the candles, Yu Sheng muttered as he concentrated, commanding the stone beneath their feet to rise and shift into shape. If I'd known this earlier, I wouldn't have torn down the walls last time. Rather than worrying about that, you should hurry up and build that temple you keep talking about. You promised you'd make this place into a proper hub, yet here we are, still standing on a bare platform with just a door sticking out of it. Not even a decent shelter, Irene complained softly. Instead of obsessing over those epic building pictures you found online, maybe start with something simple, even if it's just a matchstick box. Cold sweat trickled down Yu Sheng's forehead. So that's why she always had such a strange expression when I looked at those pictures. She already guessed I was planning to copy them. But despite his embarrassment, Yu Sheng's hands didn't pause. A grinding sound echoed softly, and the platform trembled slightly as rock rose steadily from the ground, shaping itself into temporary walls to shield them from the breeze. A smaller platform rose within, serving as their alchemic platform. He nodded toward Foxy, signaling her to place the items. From Special Affairs Bureau's bountiful supplies came ritual candles, sacred oils, rare incense, crystal dust, and special ink. Each material was the finest available in Borderland. Some were so rare they weren't even sold openly, instead reserved for internal bureau use. Yu Sheng couldn't help but marvel at the difference high-quality ingredients made. These were leagues ahead of anything he'd previously purchased from the 5-yuan store. Some incense was even stored in gilded boxes enchanted with seals, whereas his old stuff had come in plastic bottles. Little Doll's eyes grew wide at the luxurious assortment laid out before her. She turned to Yu Sheng in awe, blurting, Just how much stuff did you swipe from them? Oh, this isn't even half of it. Foxy still has plenty stashed in her tails, Yu Sheng boasted with pride. Besides, weren't you there when I grabbed these? Why so shocked now? Irene blinked, scratching her head sheepishly. Now that you mention it. Yu Sheng fell silent. He found himself less concerned about how powerful her new body might become, and more curious whether these premium ingredients might somehow fix Irene's fuzzy memory. Meanwhile, the little doll had already begun carefully tracing out the foundation of the alchemy formation. Compared to the basic array she'd taught Yu Sheng earlier, this new pattern was far more intricate. Every line was filled with dazzling runes, each node meticulously crafted to amplify, stabilize, and connect energies. 4 concentric rings surrounded the formation's heart, becoming progressively more complex towards the center, dizzying to behold. 2 of Irene's bodies knelt intently on the platform, each holding a brush dipped in ceremonial ink. They wore serious expressions as they traced out the lines, while the third Irene stood back, supervising the process carefully from a distance to ensure perfect symmetry and balance. Yu Sheng couldn't help but envy her multitasking ability, having several bodies coordinating seamlessly, with a third-person view for perfect oversight. If only I could do the same while shaping buildings, maybe my structures wouldn't look like scenic toilets every single time. Even as she worked, the supervising Irene had enough spare focus to ask him casually, "So, what material are we using for the skeletal frame this time?" "I still think rebar would be fine," Yu Sheng began. Before Little Doll could protest, he quickly changed his tune, but Foxy actually came up with a better suggestion. The supervising Irene paused, turning around curiously. At that exact moment, Foxy gently shook one of her tails. With a heavy metallic crash, she released a huge lump of iron onto the platform. Little Doll's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap. Yu Sheng hurried to explain, "Don't look at it like that. This might actually be the highest-level material we could possibly find. According to the Special Affairs Bureau, the mystical ratings on this thing are literally off the charts. Its ability to contain and channel spiritual energy surpasses even living humans. The Bureau doesn't have anything better themselves. Think about it. They even have to come to us to get it." Irene stood there, dazed by Yu Sheng's flood of explanations. She was almost convinced, until a troubling thought occurred to her. "Wait a minute," she cried out suddenly, eyes wide with alarm. "If this thing can produce machine spirits, even a hammer made from it gains life, then what about my bones? Would my skeleton end up with a mind of its own? Would I need to consult my bones every time I move?" "No need to worry," Foxy said gently before Yu Sheng could answer. "Spirit Fox Dark Iron isn't an evil material that would control your mind. It just gains a spirit easily when made into ordinary objects. But if it's tempered into a skeleton and merged into a living form, it'll simply resonate with your will. In my homeland, merchants from foreign worlds often bought our dark iron to craft implants for bodies, and there were never any problems." "What kind of magical place is your homeland anyway?" Irene muttered under her breath, doubt easing from her face. Yet she still eyed the lump of dark iron dubiously. "But how are you even going to make bones out of that thing? Don't we need a forge or something?" Yu Sheng smiled with pride. "Oh, that's easy. Watch, I'll just carve a bone-shaped mold into the ground and Foxy can melt the iron and pour it right in." He walked a safe distance away from the alchemic platform, raised his hand, and focused. The ground rippled like a living thing, swiftly forming into a perfect mold shaped exactly like a doll's skeleton, complete with realistic proportions. Foxy then moved to the mold, waving her hand gracefully while whispering an ancient chant. The lump of dark iron rose gently into the air, bathed in shimmering fox fire, gradually melting into a glowing liquid. Yu Sheng proudly explained to Irene, "I learned this technique online from videos of people pouring iron railings on the ground." Irene stared blankly. Her somewhat slow little head couldn't help but feel something profoundly strange about the scene before her. On one side, her 2 other bodies busily etched out intricate alchemical formations, carefully tracing ancient symbols passed down through countless generations of dolls. On the other, Foxy was skillfully manipulating magical flames from distant realms, chanting obscure fox spirit spells while melting mystical iron from another world. And binding these 2 vastly sophisticated magics together was Yu Sheng, carving a trench in the dirt, based mainly on rural craftsmanship techniques for casting metal railings. Yet despite the absurdity, it turned out surprisingly well. Yu Sheng's mold was pretty evenly carved. Moments later, as the fox fire faded, Foxy quickly cooled the molten metal with buckets of water pulled from her tail. With great care, she lifted the still steaming metal skeleton from the mold and gently placed it in the heart of Irene's intricate alchemy formation. For your flesh, Yu Sheng explained, we'll use Valley's earth and stone again, since it's the closest thing we have to living clay. Unfortunately, we don't have anything better right now. Well, at least it isn't lotus root starch this time, Irene sighed in resignation. You handle the basic shaping, and I'll refine the details. Precious oils and rare herbs burned in sacred fire, as the clay-like soil and stone surged forth to wrap around the spiritually charged skeleton. A doll's form swiftly took shape, guided carefully by Yu Sheng. He took the blade from the artificial saintess and sliced open his palm, allowing his blood to drip into the writhing, changing earth, completing the crucial step. Meanwhile, Irene directed the finer details, ensuring perfection and readiness for her spirit. The mystical metal slowly awakened. Lifeless earth and stone stirred with vitality. Pale gray doll flesh soon gained the softness of skin. Yu Sheng, Foxy, and Irene gathered anxiously around the alchemic platform, eyes filled with expectation. The chest began to rise and fall, mimicking breath. Hands and feet formed clearly, trembling gently. It waited silently for someone to speak its name. Irene, Yu Sheng softly called. And thus she was given life. An elegant and luxurious black brother skirt swiftly draped the newborn doll's body. Instantly, the stiff features softened into lively beauty, becoming a perfect vessel for Irene's consciousness. Yet the very next second, Yu Sheng saw something inexplicable. Her body began shrinking. Rapidly from 5'6" down to 4 feet, then swiftly even smaller, ending abruptly at exactly 66.6 centimeters tall. Both Yu Sheng and Foxy stared in shocked confusion. On the alchemic platform, Irene Pro Max, 66.6 cm, sat up in confusion, staring blankly at her 3 other bodies. 2 seconds later, she burst into tears. Chapter 286, Something's Not Quite Right. Irene cried, and no amount of comforting seemed to help. In fact, even Yu Sheng himself couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy at the sight of 4 66.6 centimeter tall Irenes lined up in a row. But beneath that sympathy, he also felt a strange urge to laugh, a dangerous urge he barely managed to suppress with great difficulty. Why ye? The little doll stood on the alchemic platform, crying out a question from the depths of her soul in 4-part harmony. Her sorrowful voice, combined with her blood-red eyes, made her look like a vengeful spirit straight out of a horror film. One who could chase the protagonist for 6 seasons, come crawling out of the TV in the finale, and even star in 12 bonus episodes. Even Foxy instinctively hid behind Yu Sheng, cautiously peeking out from behind his arm and gently saying, Please accept my condolences. Hearing these words, Irene only felt worse. After another long while, thanks to the persistent efforts of Yu Sheng and Foxy, the unfortunate little doll finally calmed down somewhat. She stopped crying, but instead formed a tight circle of gloom at the platform's edge, all 4 bodies squatting together, their heads hanging low, silently doubting their existence. Yu Sheng watched this from nearby, feeling a bit emotional. Actually, now that she's got one more body, her gloomy little circle looks a lot neater than before. But he wisely didn't say this out loud. After an unknown period of continued gloominess, the newly crafted Irene Pro Max, or perhaps Pro Irene for short, finally raised her head with a heavy sigh. So why exactly did it go wrong? It can't be the ritual steps this time. I triple-checked everything. The materials were top-notch, straight from Special Affairs Bureau storage, no way they'd be defective. I drew the alchemy circles myself, every symbol was correct. I supervised the body shaping from skeleton to filling, and everything looked perfectly fine. How on earth did I shrink again? Yu Sheng stood by quietly as the little doll mumbled to herself. Several times he nearly spoke up, but the moment never felt quite right. Finally, he mustered up the courage, stepped forward, and cleared his throat. Well, maybe, just maybe, this whole thing is related to one particularly critical material. Irene looked up sharply, staring straight into Yu Sheng's eyes. Her piercing red gaze made Yu Sheng feel guilty, but now that he'd said it, backing down wasn't an option. He simply shrugged. Could it possibly be related to my blood? Like maybe the first time I shaped your body, I got the proportions wrong, and somehow this mistake permanently imprinted itself onto you, becoming something like a, how do I put this, ancestral bug. He braced himself, fully expecting 4 angry dolls to leap at him and leave a ring of bite marks around his head. Yet nothing happened. Yu Sheng blinked. Irene. You think I haven't already suspected that? Pro Irene snapped, putting her hands on her hips and glaring upward indignantly. I started suspecting your blood the moment something felt off with the third body. Yu Sheng awkwardly rubbed his neck. Oh, so you. That's exactly why I personally controlled every single step of the spirit infusion ritual and supervised every stage of the body-shaping process. Irene's expression turned utterly despondent, her tiny face radiating a tremendous sadness. I even split my awareness this time and had 3 outside perspectives observing every detail as my spirit entered the body, just so I could pinpoint exactly when things went wrong. At that, Yu Sheng suddenly felt he had guessed correctly, but he didn't dare jump straight to conclusions. Instead, he asked carefully, "Did you discover anything?" Irene dropped her head. Everything was fine until my soul entered the new body. The problem only started afterward. Yu Sheng said nothing. This matched his suspicion exactly. Irene walked to the edge of the platform and sat down, elbows on her knees, lost in thought. Yu Sheng quietly went over and sat down next to her. So the problem is with your soul? Probably, Irene sighed heavily. But then we're back to square one. Why? I just don't get it. I felt fine, perfectly fine all along. Without saying anything, Yu Sheng reached out and gently picked up Irene number 1, who was still wearing the familiar painting frame on her back. Carefully, he took down the painting and held it before his eyes, studying it thoughtfully. The chair and the teddy bear in the painting looked the same as always. The doll was not in the painting, yet the doll had never truly left. Then the issue can only be here, Yu Sheng finally said after a moment's silence, lightly shaking the painting. Actually, I've suspected this for a long time. I just didn't want to upset you by bringing it up. But before he could finish, the little doll beside him muttered softly, "If someone was truly free, why would they still need to carry their own prison around?" Oh, Yu Sheng hesitated. I didn't realize you'd already thought of that. My memory might be bad, but I'm not stupid, Irene huffed, rolling her eyes at him. Besides, what's the point of figuring it out? It's not like I can undo it. Being able to carry the painting around at all is already way better than before. Plus, now I've got several other bodies that don't even need to lug that painting around all the time, even if they're all stuck being this short. She stretched out her small arm and motioned toward the ground, marking out a height, her face filled with helpless resignation. Yu Sheng gently pressed little doll's flailing arms back down. Honesty is important. Are you even human? She wailed. Can't you see how upset I am? Seeing Irene baring her teeth like an angry cat, Yu Sheng was finally reassured. She seemed fine. Foxy approached quietly. She didn't understand much about alchemy, but she was quick-minded. Sitting beside Yu Sheng, she thoughtfully asked, "So, you two think Irene's new bodies keep having flaws because part of her soul is still sealed in the painting?" Exactly, Irene answered wearily, barely lifting her eyelids. Got any bright ideas? I don't know this alchemy thing, and I still don't really understand what an Alice doll is, Foxy admitted frankly. But if half your soul was sealed away, wouldn't you feel it? Back home, we'd call that splitting and imprisoning your spirit. It should hurt terribly, but you say you feel nothing. Nothing at all, little doll replied helplessly. Everything points to part of my soul being trapped in that painting, meaning the part I'm using right now is incomplete, but honestly, I feel perfectly fine. Yu Sheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe the sealed half has been trapped too long and died. That's a soul you're talking about, not nerve endings. Irene leaped up and headbutted his arm furiously. You're the one whose brain died. Half your brain is necrotic. Yu Sheng hurriedly restrained the squirming doll and hung the painting back on Irene one's back. Sighing softly, he rose from beside the alchemic platform. Anyway, whatever the real issue, we can't solve this body problem quickly, Yu Sheng remarked, looking meaningfully at the little doll. So what's next? Do you want to craft another body to see if anything changes? We still have plenty of good materials left. No more, definitely not. Irene waved her tiny hands frantically. Making just this one has already exhausted me. Next time, even if I craft a new body, I'm skipping all these complicated rituals. My head is spinning. Fair enough. Let's tidy up and store the rest of these materials. We'll figure it out when you're ready for another try. Yu Sheng nodded, signaling Foxy to start packing away candles, spices, and oils from the alchemic platform. As he did, his gaze fell once more on the little doll, eyes curiously. Feeling his stare, Irene shrank back uneasily. What now? How's the new body feeling so far? Irene blinked, confused. Pretty good, very agile since it's brand new. I mean, after all those high-end materials, top-tier alchemy formations, and the special smelting techniques I learned from online videos. Yu Sheng explained earnestly. Your new body should literally be the Pro Max version. Compared to your regular bodies, shouldn't there be some special bonuses? A couple of golden tags or red glow features at least. It can't just be expensive and nothing else, right? Oh, true. Irene tilted her head thoughtfully, realizing Yu Sheng had a point. She jumped to the ground, tested her agility by hopping in place, and then darted around the platform swiftly, circling it like a tiny rocket. Finally, she stopped next to Yu Sheng's feet, took a stance she'd picked up somewhere, then gathered her strength and punched forward. Hiya! Her tiny fist landed squarely on Yu Sheng's shinbone. The room fell into awkward silence. Irene slowly lifted her eyes, hesitant. Does it hurt? Yu Sheng shrugged. Not really. Well, it hurts me, Irene shrieked, hopping and clutching her hand as she danced around in pain. Ow, 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 what is your leg made of? Running full speed into a cement wall hurt less than this. Yu Sheng sighed helplessly and knelt down again, patiently comforting the doll until she calmed down. You don't need to push yourself into physical fights, really. Let's face it, at your size, 66.6 cm, you're already at a disadvantage. Trying to brawl head-on with something as tall as that C-type buckle with meter-long legs isn't realistic. One kick from her and you'll spend half the day just rolling away, ouch. Let go, don't bite. Irene stared up angrily, crimson eyes blazing. What kind of consolation is that? No, that's not what I meant, Yu Sheng quickly clarified, rubbing his bitten calf. You're clearly a mage type, I mean an intelligence-based hero. Right, we're skill-focused. So let's see what you've got. Show me your usual silk thread. There's no way the thread would change, Irene grumbled skeptically. Still, she raised her tiny hand, aiming away from the group. It's a doll's natural gift from the ancestor of the dolls. It doesn't just change with a new body. A blazing, bright blue ray shot out with a resonant hum, effortlessly punching a neat hole through the thick stone wall Yu Sheng had erected earlier. Everyone stared at the perfectly round hole in stunned silence. Yu Sheng cleared his throat carefully. See, Intelligence Hero. Chapter 287, Battery Life Too Short. A dazzling blue beam shot forth with a humming buzz. It was so sudden that neither Yu Sheng nor Foxy could react, and Irene herself had no clue what just happened. The 66.6 centimeter Irene Pro Max stared blankly upward at the neat, round hole burned into the distant wall. Several seconds passed before she realized she'd caused it herself. She glanced down at her fingertip, then back up at the wall, repeating this motion several times. Finally, her bewildered gaze settled on Yu Sheng. Holy! Yu Sheng snapped out of his daze and stared wide-eyed at the little doll. Holy me, how'd you manage that? I have no idea, Irene exclaimed, waving her arms frantically. I just did what you said. I tried releasing a thread, flicked it out like this, and then... Seeing her gestures, Yu Sheng instinctively jumped aside. Talk with your mouth, not your hands. Those things are basically regulated weapons now. Meanwhile, Foxy darted toward the damaged wall. She stood beneath the hole, studying it carefully before flying up to examine the burned edges. After a thorough inspection, she returned with a puzzled expression. Benefactor, this seems similar to Foxfire, but it's really strange. I've never seen anything exactly like this before. Yu Sheng's mouth twitched. He turned his head toward Irene, who was now staring at her own fingers, counting and muttering under her breath. Light beams are threads, too. How did I do it earlier? After a few moments, Irene appeared to figure something out. She looked toward the sky, struck a dramatic and mysterious pose, like charging a super move, shifting her stance and gathering momentum. She thrust both hands upward. Hiya, an even thicker blue beam pierced the heavens with a buzz, splitting the clouds and leaving behind a bright, lingering trail. Irene's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement as she jumped up and down. Whoa. Did all your threads turn into this? Yu Sheng finally asked, after watching quietly for a long while. Or is it just this body? Only this one? Irene's enthusiasm remained high. She continued fiddling with her fingers, investigating further. The other bodies still just produce regular threads, only this one shoots out like a laser. Excitedly, she fired several more beams into the sky, each accompanied by delighted shouts. Then, bouncing happily over to Yu Sheng like a child who'd found her favorite new toy, she said, Yu Sheng, this is awesome. Whoosh, biu, I feel super powerful now. I bet this beats that C-type buckle doll for sure. No matter how fast she is, can she outrun light? Next time I see her, I'll poke her full of holes. Watching Irene's joyful face, Yu Sheng knew she had already completely forgotten their earlier conversation. Concepts like the blessing of the ancestor of dolls, or Alice Doll's innate thread skill, were undoubtedly tossed aside by her forgetful brain. As he quietly marveled at this fact, Yu Sheng's mind returned to the clues Foxy had provided earlier. Could this have something to do with the skeleton we used this time? Irene didn't catch his meaning right away, turning to him with a blank stare. Huh. I mean, your new power might be related to the skeleton material we used in this body, Yu Sheng said thoughtfully. Foxy said your beam seems similar to fox fire. Your current skeleton was refined from her spirit fox dark iron, which, according to her, has a kind of spiritual essence. Irene stared blankly, visibly straining to comprehend. Eventually, she clapped her hands, eyes lighting up in realization. Oh. Then she giggled happily, waving her arms around. Anyway, this body's super strong now, right? Yu Sheng sighed, giving up on complicated explanations. Yes. He sometimes genuinely envied Irene's carefree attitude toward life. Her thoughts ran on such a low-power mode. She didn't even have a brain, technically. The little bit of intelligence she possessed was entirely devoted to ensuring she stayed cheerful. Deciding to let Irene return to counting fingers again, Yu Sheng moved closer to Foxy, lowering his voice. Is this normal? I really don't know, Foxy honestly admitted, shaking her head. We didn't have dolls like Irene back home. There were mechanical beings, sure, but I've never heard of one gaining the ability to shoot fox fire like lasers just because its skeleton was made from spirit fox dark iron. This question clearly wouldn't have a quick answer. Yu Sheng shook his head, no longer overly concerned. After all, the number of inexplicable things surrounding him already outnumbered the stars. One more doll suddenly gaining laser beam fingers hardly mattered. At least Irene was happy, and this exceptionally expensive body seemed to possess considerably higher combat abilities. Overall, it was definitely a good thing. A dazzling blue beam shot out with a low hum. Forget about Yu Sheng and Foxy, even Irene herself was stunned, unsure what had happened. This Irene Pro Max, measuring 66.6 cm, raised her head blankly, staring at the perfectly round, scorched hole melted into the distant wall. It took several long seconds for her to realize she'd caused it herself. Then she lowered her head, glanced at her fingertip, looked back up at the wall, repeating this motion several times. Finally, she settled her bewildered gaze on Yu Sheng nearby. Oh, my mom. Yu Sheng also finally reacted, wide-eyed, staring at the little doll. Oh, my mom, me, how'd you manage that? I don't know, Pro Irene stammered, eyes wide as she gestured frantically. I was just doing what you said. I was gonna release the thread and flick it out, and then suddenly. Yu Sheng shook his head, approached Pro Irene, and gently rubbed the little doll's head. All right, stop trying to figure it out and don't blast any more holes in my walls. I'll clear away this temporary barrier and come up with a plan to build a full roof for the platform. Later, when we have some time, I'll make a dedicated training area for you in the valley, targets and everything, so you can be all you want. Irene immediately brightened, nodding excitedly. Yes, that's great. Yu Sheng smiled, waving his hand. The sturdy gray-white stone wall around them trembled, softening like wax, retreating into the ground and becoming part of the portal platform again. Just as the walls vanished, Yu Sheng noticed several familiar figures standing outside on the platform, staring at him, Foxy, and the four Irenes with wide eyes. The long-haired girl princess had king perched on her shoulder. Snow White stood nearby with a group of doll heads, and Cinderella and Little Mermaid were there too, all gazing blankly at the spectacle before them. Yu Sheng blinked in surprise. Why are you all here? We saw the commotion from far away, said the long-haired girl princess, still astonished. There were lasers shooting into the sky, so we came to check. Then a random wall went up, and I figured you must be up to some new invention again. As soon as she finished speaking, Snow White pointed directly at the four dolls behind Yu Sheng. But why is there another one? Yu Sheng had expected this reaction. Laughing lightly, he casually replied, Oh, she just grew out of the ground. He had just tossed out a silly explanation, but Little Mermaid immediately believed it, exclaiming in surprise, Really? Yu Sheng put on a serious face. That's how our hotel works. If you leave it alone long enough, dolls start sprouting up from the ground. Don't believe his nonsense, Irene finally exploded, shouting indignantly with all four voices at once. I just made a new body, it's combat ready. Proudly, Pro Irene leaped out from behind Yu Sheng and marched up to the fairy tale group. Let me tell you, I've finally got my own tactical version now. This right here is my ultimate battle form. Wait, what's with that? Look, you think I'm small? Let me show you what I can do. Excitedly, the little doll began to posture dramatically, hopping from foot to foot, twisting and turning for extra flair. Although she clearly didn't need any build-up. For style's sake, she ended up performing something like military martial arts before finally striking a flashy energy blast pose toward an empty area. HUD! A tiny, matchstick-sized blue flame flickered weakly at her fingertip, for a brief moment before quickly vanishing. Irene stared at her fingers, dumbfounded. She tried again but failed completely this time. "What the—" She mumbled to herself, attempting to turn back toward Yusheng, only to discover her neck suddenly felt as stiff as rusted metal. Then, limb by limb, her joints froze and grew heavy until she couldn't move a single finger. Only her mouth remained functional. Hey, Yusheng, help, 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 help. Something's wrong, my new body broke down, I can't move anymore. Yusheng, thinking Irene was just fooling around again, soon realized something was genuinely wrong. He rushed forward immediately and scooped her up, but she was as stiff as a plaster sculpture. The little doll was on the verge of tears. Her other three bodies quickly crowded around Yusheng, pulling at his sleeves, tugging his trousers, climbing onto him noisily. What do we do now? I didn't even do anything. No, I finally got a decent body. It can't possibly be disposable, right? We use so many high-quality materials. Yusheng felt his head about to explode from all these noisy dolls. Just when he couldn't think clearly, the rigid Irene in his arms suddenly twitched slightly. Irene immediately felt it too. Hey, Yusheng, this body seems to be able to move again. My hand moved. Yusheng stared blankly at this bizarre situation, before finally turning his gaze toward Foxy. The demon fox maiden had clearly been thinking. She'd been observing Irene thoughtfully the whole time, ears twitching slightly. Now she turned seriously to Yusheng and said, she might have run out of spiritual energy. Yusheng blinked in confusion. She was using so much power earlier, Foxy continued helplessly, sighing softly. She's small, it makes sense she doesn't have enough power. Yusheng lowered his head, glancing at Irene Pro Max in his arms. Sure enough, the little doll was about to cry again. Chapter 288, Creating Wonders. When Foxy finally explained what had gone wrong, the little doll's expression collapsed, as if the entire sky had crashed down upon her. She'd never imagined that her powerful new body was nothing but a limited-time trial version. Now that her energy had run dry, even moving a finger was nearly impossible. What do we do now? Irene No. 1 murmured beside Yusheng, tilting her head upward to gaze at the immobile new body still resting helplessly in Yusheng's arms. She then turned anxiously toward the fox girl. Do you have any ideas? Foxy stepped forward seriously and examined Irene's state, carefully bending and stretching the doll's limbs and performing a series of mystical gestures and chants whose usefulness seemed questionable. After a long while, she nodded. In theory, just wait. Yusheng and Irene spoke together. Wait. Just wait for her to recharge, Foxy explained, pointing toward the doll's hand. See, her fingers are already moving a little. Spirit Fox Dark Iron naturally gathers the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Once forged into such a complex puppet body, it still retains this ability. If we wait patiently, she should slowly recover. Oh, really? Irene No. 1's eyes sparkled hopefully. You're not tricking me, right? Foxy tapped Irene No. 1 lightly with her tail. Why would I trick you? Fine, let's just wait. As it turned out, Foxy really wasn't lying. After several more minutes, Irene gradually regained basic motor functions. Although she moved stiffly, squeaking and creaking like an old iron puppet that hadn't seen oil in years, at least she could finally stand and even shuffle around. Recovering basic mobility cheered the little doll slightly, though clearly not enough. Dragging her feet like an old, rusty machine, she shuffled half a circle around Yusheng, stopping next to her other three bodies with a gloomy look. Feels like I'm hauling around a human-shaped coffin. This recharging speed is awful. If just moving takes this long, when can I ever gather enough energy to fire another laser cannon? She turned hopefully to Foxy again. Isn't there a way to speed up the charging? Foxy pondered. Usually I just eat things, lots and lots of things. Irene. Yusheng coughed quietly at her side. She doesn't have a digestive system. Wouldn't matter even if she did, Foxy's ears twitched. Ordinary stomachs can't refine matter into energy anyway. Then please think harder, is there another quicker way? Yusheng glanced nervously at Irene's face. She looks like she's about to cry again. Absorbing spiritual energies directly, Foxy suggested tentatively. Before Irene's eyes fully lit up with excitement, Foxy quickly shook her head. But I only saw that technique in short online videos about ancient cultivation. I don't actually know how it's done. Maybe some other external power source. But I can't think of how. We can't exactly plug her into a power socket right. Hearing Foxy muttering, Yusheng knew the nine-tailed fox, who hadn't even finished elementary school, wasn't likely to offer much help. With a sigh, he picked up Irene again and spoke gently, trying to comfort her. At least you can recharge yourself. Sure, it's a bit slow, but you have multiple bodies, remember. Think of this as your special trump card. Charge it slowly at home, and when there's trouble, I'll open a door and bring you out to unleash your big move. The little doll raised her head, glaring from Yu Sheng's embrace. Yu Sheng. She clenched her teeth. You really are great at comforting people. Yu Sheng had a feeling this wasn't a compliment. A while later, the nearby crowd, led by the long-haired girl princess, had finally figured out the situation. They all gathered around, some offering comfort, others eagerly questioning the doll about her multiple-body replication process, a few praising the colorful daily life at the hotel, and one, in particular, enthusiastically complimenting Irene's earlier military boxing moves. This last person was none other than the carefree long-haired girl princess herself, who, halfway through praising Irene, was soon pounced upon by 3 angry little dolls and hammered with a furious barrage of tiny headbutts until she fled, squealing. Yu Sheng looked around briefly and noticed someone was missing. Curious, he asked, "Where's Little Red Riding Hood, off on another mission?" "She's in class," Snow White answered casually, watching the playful scuffle between Irene and the princess. "She won't be back until evening." Yu Sheng blinked, "But isn't it Saturday?" Snow White shrugged. "She's a senior, remember." Yu Sheng paused, nodding slowly. "Right, I forgot." "Oh, by the way," Snow White leaned closer, whispering quietly, "did you know her birthday's next week?" Yu Sheng nodded. "She mentioned it to me ages ago." "Have you picked a gift yet?" Snow White murmured again before quickly adding, "I plan to give her some books." Yu Sheng's expression turned uncertain. After a long hesitation, he admitted sheepishly, "Actually, I was also thinking of giving her some books." "That's good then, she likes books anyway." With that, Snow White walked away. Yu Sheng watched Irene and the long-haired girl playfully chasing each other nearby, lost in thought. A gift, huh? He tried to remember, but couldn't recall ever choosing gifts for others. He couldn't even remember many birthdays he'd celebrated. His life before arriving in this strange place called Borderland had always flowed quietly like clear, gentle waters. Quiet, peaceful, solitary. Even writing had been little more than a way to get by. Compared to that serene past, even 3 days here felt noisier and brighter than all those previous years combined. Though sometimes things here were too lively. Yu Sheng chuckled quietly, shaking his head. He glanced once more at Irene and the long-haired princess, who were now squealing and tumbling about even more fiercely. Finally, he sighed in resignation. "Hey, you two, take your play fighting somewhere else. Get away from the platform, I'm going to build something here." The moment he spoke, Irene and the long-haired girl froze, immediately ceasing their playful tussle. Several pairs of curious eyes turned toward Yu Sheng at once. The long-haired girl was the first to hurry over, tilting her head inquisitively. "Brother, what exactly are you building?" "Walls and a roof around this platform," Yu Sheng explained, spreading his hands helplessly. "It's the heart of our hotel base, after all. We can't leave it as just a plain slab of stone. Actually, I plan to build several floors, make it impressive." "Several floors?" Irene's interest was instantly piqued. "What will you do with all of them?" "Haven't figured that out yet. I'll build them first, then decide," Yu Sheng admitted easily. "But the second floor definitely needs an alchemy lab, not a makeshift one, a real one, complete with an alchemy table, preparation room, and storage." Irene's eyes sparkled. "To make new bodies for me." Yu Sheng scowled slightly. "Can't I research something else?" "You know how to make something else." Yu Sheng's mouth twitched. "To make new bodies for you." "Great." Regardless, after many chaotic twists and turns, Yu Sheng was finally ready to build atop the long-prepared hub platform. Thanks to their profound trust in Yu Sheng's talent for raising buildings out of the ground, the long-haired princess and her companions immediately moved 100 meters away from the platform. Even Foxy and Irene fled. The mobility-impaired Pro-Irene had to be carried off by her other 3 doll-like selves. "Is this really necessary?" Yu Sheng glanced back, muttering helplessly at the group, already gathered at a safe distance. Still, he paid them no further attention, instead calming his mind and turning his focus inward. Standing at the edge of the platform, he began visualizing the construction in his mind, the blueprint slowly taking shape. First, he needed a good vantage point for construction. The soil beneath his feet stirred and squirmed, hardening into solidity, rising steadily. Soon, a tall, gray-white pillar emerged, carrying Yu Sheng upward, granting him an expansive view over the portal platform. Far away, Irene observed quietly, whispering in awe. It actually looks pretty cool. Foxy nodded solemnly. I've always said Benefactor could become a civil engineering immortal. Yu Sheng could hear their distant whispers. In fact, at this moment, he could hear everything on and around the platform with stunning clarity. The faint whisper of wind over sand, tender sprouts breaking through soil, and even the quiet, grinding sounds of rock rising steadily from the earth. In his vision, the land had become a living thing, a form he could mold and shape at will. Massive walls began ascending from the platform's edge, their deep rumbling echoing through the air. Sturdy, ancient-looking stone columns rose alongside them, supporting a graceful walkway circling the outer perimeter. Additional columns rose inside, appearing like the mighty ribs of some giant beast, preparing to support the dome that would soon cover it all. Yu Sheng watched closely as this structure of stone swiftly assembled itself, the bones and flesh of his building rising floor by floor. His mental blueprint depicted an enormous pyramid. The pyramid had 7 levels, each smaller than the one below, each distinct in purpose. The first floor would serve as the foundation, the portal platform itself, a core structure connecting the hotel's many destinations. Considering the boundless vastness of the universe, even the largest hall wouldn't suffice, so the doors here would connect only to the most critical points. Hence, it would be known as the Hub Hall. The second floor was for research, centered around an alchemy lab dedicated primarily to crafting more iron bodies. It would be surrounded by additional rooms awaiting future use. The third level was a massive storage area. Yu Sheng needed a warehouse, a grand one, to hold all the strange and wondrous things he found, along with useful tools and weapons. After all, the basement at Wutong Road No. 66 was spacious, but nowhere near as vast as a marvel built here in the valley. Considering how many unusual items existed in this universe, space in the basement would soon run short. Thus, the entire third floor would become his personal treasure pavilion. The 4th to 7th levels, well, they weren't particularly useful. They were mainly to complete the majestic look and achieve the perfect pyramid shape. Chapter 289, The Nexus. Yu Sheng, naturally, knew nothing about architecture, a fact easily seen in the strange marvels he'd built so far. But he had no fear that his latest wonder in the valley might collapse due to his lack of craftsmanship. For in his vision, those rising stones were not mere buildings. They were alive. They possessed flesh, bones, and even nerves capable of conducting signals. Though these signals were intangible, he could clearly feel them. He sensed how every pillar should form, exactly where each should grow, the weight each would bear, and how they should connect in the most rational structure. Yu Sheng followed these instincts, guiding the immense rocks to grow both wildly and precisely. Pillars rose to support beams, interlocking like a skeleton taking shape. Diverse substances, which could hardly still be called stone, filled the gaps like organs and flesh. Standing atop the highest square pillar, he gazed upon the vibrant embryo gradually forming into the shape of a pyramid, and only then did he begin carving out its finer details. Its base expanded dozens of meters outward from the original portal platform. Around it wrapped a simple yet solemn colonnade. The pyramid clearly had 7 distinct layers. At the highest tier, a small viewing platform was set, providing an unobstructed view across the entire valley floor. Each external platform of the pyramid featured planters, which would eventually bloom into lush greenery. This design came after careful consideration of various architectural plans. Since Yu Sheng doubted his ability to create elaborate details, he decided that wherever he failed, he would simply plant trees. Let nature's brilliance hide any imperfections, and at least achieve sufficient greenery. In the distance, smoke rose from cooking fires. Foxy had retrieved her ever-present cookware from within her tails, and Snow White dispatched Thunder Titan to town to collect food supplies. King summoned 2 cooks to handle slicing lamb meat, and soon they had a lively hot pot feast underway on the grass near the portal platform, now known as the Hotel Nexus. The group enjoyed the cool mountain breeze, leisurely dipping meat into bubbling broth while watching Yu Sheng sculpt his massive structure. Long-haired girl held a small bowl, stirring her sesame sauce thoughtfully, and gazed upward at the already impressive pyramid, remarking with admiration, "Old brother's got skills. This thing looks pretty epic, like those meaningless yet majestic buildings you see in game backgrounds." "The kind of structure you can see but can't enter," Snow White replied lazily, tossing leafy vegetables into the pot. "I've seen you playing those games, opening a dozen new servers daily, never understood what you got out of it." Little Mermaid, squatting patiently beside the hot pot awaiting her potato slices, glanced thoughtfully at the pyramid, studying it closely before murmuring, Why does it remind me of a grave, just a really giant one? A brief silence followed, quickly broken by enthusiastic agreement. Yeah, that's exactly it. Oh right, it totally looks like that. Good grief, the giant grave nexus is chasing me even here. Hey, the potatoes are done, potatoes ready. Sitting closest to the hot pot, Foxy remained silent, intently focused on adding vegetables, meat, fish balls, crab sticks, and tofu to her bowl. Nearby, the four Irenes sat in a line, eyes wide in envy. Despite having 4 bodies, they couldn't muster a complete digestive tract among them, and one body was still partly immobile. Yet Little Doll seemed oddly cheerful, swaying slightly, occasionally agreeing that Yu Sheng's project truly resembled a grave, especially now that grass had begun sprouting atop it, as part of the Greenery Initiative. Still can't move this body freely yet? Long-haired girl curiously glanced at Irene, casually inquiring. It's still stiff, but it's better now, Irene Pro Max replied, raising her arm slightly. Earlier I couldn't even lift this arm above my head, now I can manage. She then turned to glance at the Great Pyramid again, before turning back to the greasy-faced princess, asking mischievously, You guys sure Yu Sheng won't be annoyed when he sees you just chilling here, when he comes down? Before she could finish, Foxy raised her bowl solemnly. I saved this bowl specially for Benefactor. Irene blinked skeptically. Though inexperienced in actual eating, her theoretical knowledge seemed oddly robust. Hot pot tastes okay after it cools down. Across from her, King mumbled through a mouthful of fish balls. Best eaten cold, best eaten cold. At that moment, a deep rumble sounded nearby. The towering pillar began to descend slowly, and Yu Sheng jumped from its top, landing smoothly. Behind him, the main structure of the hotel nexus stood complete. You all seem to be enjoying yourselves. Yu Sheng shook his head helplessly at the impromptu picnic. He immediately recognized his kitchenware, undoubtedly smuggled out by Foxy once again. Hey, didn't anyone think to bring my bowl and chopsticks? Foxy carefully carried a heaping bowl, stepping up eagerly. Benefactor, this is for you. Yu Sheng chuckled, reached out, and rubbed the young fox girl's head affectionately. Finding a spot on the ground, he sat down and cheerfully explained his latest project to the circle gathered around him. My hub is basically finished, at least the structure is done. Next, I'll plan the teleportation door layout on the first floor. Then I'll get in touch with Sun Gong so he can handle the interior decoration. We'll need an elevator, no, 2 elevators. It's 7 stories tall, each floor very high. Without elevators, we'd tire ourselves to death. Snow White instinctively began calculating. That's going to be expensive, isn't it? Back when our orphanage wanted a new electric door, we had to pinch pennies for months. It won't be cheap, Yu Sheng agreed readily, but the hotel has plenty of funds right now. What's the point in saving up all that money, right? Long-haired girl princess, however, had her attention fixed on another matter entirely. Brother, don't tell me, you forgot stairs again, didn't you? Yu Sheng froze mid-bite, his chopsticks hovering awkwardly. A heartbeat passed before he calmly lifted his head. No, not this time, I definitely remembered. But Little Mermaid suddenly raised her ears attentively, listening closely to something nearby. There's movement in that gravestone hub. It just started a moment ago. Sounds like something growing inside, going like this. She perfectly mimicked the sound of living rock rapidly growing inside a hollow building, even including the soft patter of gravel falling onto stone. Hearing this, Yu Sheng broke into a cold sweat on the spot. Yet he quickly realized another problem. Wait, what did you mean by gravestone hub? Long-haired girl princess shifted backward, innocently deflecting blame. Don't look at us, brother. Salty Fish said it. She said this thing you built looks like a gravestone. And so, once again, the valley echoed cheerfully with lively chaos. What? In the depths of the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters, within the director's office. Hundreds of dazzling projection windows hovered in the expansive space, each displaying scenes captured by deep divers navigating the heavy mist. Some were real-time transmissions, while others were earlier recordings. Bai Li Qing sat behind her desk, attentively watching the multitude of images, calmly listening to reports crackling through the communicator. 2 teams have successfully opened a route from He-Yang District to the Old City District, but due to interference from dense fog zones, the other groups have encountered significant delays. The current path isn't entirely stable. The barrier devices are being heavily disrupted by the fog. We're currently searching for the contact point Yu Sheng mentioned. We've narrowed down the area, but nothing abnormal has appeared yet. Traces of the artificial saintess have been found in the southern city, but the area is enveloped by particularly thick fog. We're awaiting the arrival of a high-powered barrier device before proceeding. Following your orders, all units are moving strictly in groups. The artificial saintess is cautious, likely already aware of our presence. Several agents briefly sensed her attention through spiritual intuition, but she always quickly withdrew. She's difficult to track. Bai Li Qing listened silently, waiting for a pause before asking, "Have there been any dangerous entity encounters?" One team ran into Entity Balloon while opening a pathway, but there were no injuries. Other groups have had no encounters yet. Compared to the initial situation in Heyang District, the rate of entity generation in most fog-affected districts seems lower. Remain vigilant, Bai Li Qing instructed calmly. We still don't fully understand the entity generation patterns in the mist-bound city. Current observations might only be temporary. Continue expanding the search radius and immediately report any new developments. Understood, Director. Communication ended. Moments later, Bai Li Qing switched off the projection system in her office. Hundreds of dizzying images vanished instantly, returning the room to its original, ordinary state. "It's unsettling, big sister," whispered a giant pair of eyes, appearing faintly reflected in the wide floor-to-ceiling window. "I sense you're troubled." "Holy Revere Hermitage has been extremely quiet over the past decade," Bai Li Qing replied steadily. "This recent activity was entirely unanticipated. They bypassed every single intelligence channel we have." "Is it really just that?" The enormous eyes narrowed slightly, the voice growing softer. "Or is it because something in that mist has brought back memories, certain distorted images reminiscent of that faded labyrinth we explored together once? The atmosphere is strikingly similar." Bai Li Qing turned her head sharply, fixing a cold, unwavering gaze onto those large, floating eyes. Beyond the window, the shifting fog continued its slow, restless drift. The eyes blinked gently. "All right, I'll stop mentioning it. It's not exactly my favorite subject either." "Then don't bring it up so often." Yes, whatever you say." Chapter 290, Visit. As the first rays of morning sunlight spilled gently through the window, Yu Sheng opened his eyes, only to behold 4 Irene dolls sprawled haphazardly across his bed. Half of his body dangled precariously off the edge. To be fair, a single 6 cm doll didn't occupy much space. Even if she rotated a full 360 degrees in her sleep, the disturbance would still be minimal. But 4 dolls tumbling around was an entirely different story. Each night was like enduring 20 sets of drunken martial arts, punctuated occasionally by surprise flying kicks and headbutts. Anyone would find this unbearable. Thinking about the barrage of punches and kicks he'd suffered overnight, Yu Sheng sighed deeply, questioning if agreeing so readily to make new bodies for this little doll was a grave mistake. Groaning with an aching back, he pushed himself upright from the edge of the bed, ready to go brush his teeth, when sleepy mutterings rose behind him. "Morning, yawned. I dreamt I got into a fight. Why are you up so early today?" "I'm wrapped up in the blankets. Help get me out." Yu Sheng sighed again, turned back, and pulled free the small figure squirming helplessly beneath the covers. While doing so, he grumbled, "You really need to sleep somewhere else, or at least spread out your bodies a bit." Immediately, he was met with a fourfold chorus of protest. It used to be only 3. "Why, your room is so big, can't I even have a small corner?" Yu Sheng glared back, exasperated. "Look at how many bodies you have now. My bed plus the bedside table can barely hold you. I was practically sleeping on the floor this morning." At his words, the Irene dolls glanced around, looking at one another with embarrassed faces and scratching their heads in unison. "Hey, don't be so strict. Let's make do for now. When I have even more bodies, I promise I'll put a few up in the attic." "No more excuses. I'll order some doll storage boxes online later. From now on, keep one main body on the bed, the rest of you into the boxes." Yu Sheng waved his hand dismissively, cutting off Irene's babbling. "Goodness, you're silently taking over my sleep space." Predictably, a 4-channel chorus of whining erupted again from the dolls. However, Yu Sheng knew from experience that if he ignored her for 3 minutes, peace would return to the world. His strategy worked perfectly once more. By the time he finished washing up, Irene seemed to have completely forgotten the threat of being packed into boxes. She was happily scurrying around the room again. But one of the dolls clearly lagged behind the others, noticeably slower in her movements. Surprised, Yu Sheng asked, "Your Pro Max body hasn't recovered yet." "It's mostly fine now, just heavier than the others." Pro Irene stopped her morning run and stretched slowly, muttering thoughtfully. Maybe it's because I overused energy last time. I probably need to be fully charged to recover completely. Your recharge speed is ridiculously slow, Yu Sheng instinctively frowned. You've been charging since yesterday and you're still not at full energy. Hearing his complaint, Irene threw up her hands helplessly. It's not like I can do anything about it. I don't understand that ancient method of cultivation Foxy talked about, nor do I know how to gather spiritual energy from nature. And I can't eat stuff like Foxy to refine spiritual power either. Maybe I should just chew on a power cord. Yu Sheng laughed instantly. Go ahead, try chewing one. Once you're charred, I'll toss you into the washing machine. The little doll let out a shriek and lunged at him. However, due to her sluggish reflexes, she slipped as soon as she jumped, skidding flat onto the floor at Yu Sheng's feet. Completely accustomed to her antics, Yu Sheng casually scooped her up and cleaned her off. Afterward, though, he found himself distracted, staring absent-mindedly out the window. Irene had already forgotten her indignation and grew curious instead. What are you looking at? I don't know why, Yu Sheng hesitated, but ever since I woke up today, I've felt a bit uneasy. Your spiritual intuition acting up again. No, it's not spiritual intuition, just a gut feeling. Yu Sheng concentrated briefly before shaking his head. But I don't sense danger exactly, probably not something bad. Irene pondered this and suddenly brightened. Want me to perform a divination for you? Yu Sheng was startled. You can do that? Of course, I'm an Alice doll, my mysticism stat is maxed out. Irene proudly patted her chest. Immediately, her 4 bodies ran to the bedside table, coordinatedly opened a drawer, and took out a deck of playing cards. Then they sat in a circle on the floor, shuffling and drawing cards solemnly, chanting while they worked. I'm telling you, my divination skills are incredible. Card divination and crystal divination are just the basics. I can even do divination by divine wine. First, you get a golden goblet, a gold-plated one is fine, then pour sacred wine, or cooking wine if needed. Then you light special incense, or mosquito coils will work, and watch the visions form in the wine. Yu Sheng stood quietly beside the tiny doll, Irene, listening to her endless murmuring. After some time, he grew doubtful. But why does it look to me like you're just playing landlord against yourself? You don't understand, Irene, though Yu Sheng wasn't sure exactly which Irene this was, threw the cards onto the floor. Divination with cards isn't about the cards themselves, but about the seer's insight into destiny. For example, I just read from this game that you'll face a bloody calamity today. Hearing that, Yu Sheng instantly relaxed. Well, she says I'll face a bloody calamity every single day. Meanwhile, at an intersection near Wudong Road number 66, a tall, handsome young man in casual clothes calmly stepped out from an alley. He walked forward a short way, only to see the road abruptly end, opening into an empty, deserted lot. This should be the place. He paused for a moment, took out a note from his pocket, and examined it closely. Yes, the address matches perfectly. He tucked away the note, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then cupped his fists respectfully toward the vacant lot. With practiced ease, one hand swept across his eyes while the other swiftly formed several hand seals. His aura subtly shifted, and mystical strands of faint, glowing light emerged, swirling around his pupils. He opened his eyes, carefully scanning the emptiness before him. Yet before he saw anything hidden there, 2 figures rushed out from a small building marked as a parcel drop-off, sprinting toward him like a gust of wind. They shouted urgently, Hey, stop right there, don't move. Restricted zone, got your permit. The young man froze instantly, completely bewildered. After a brief exchange, he stared blankly at the 2 Special Affairs Bureau operatives assigned temporarily to guard this place. You're saying you registered with the Special Affairs Bureau to visit the owner of Wudong Road number 66? One of the younger operatives asked, eyes stern. The young man quickly produced his identification papers. Yes, exactly. Here's my permit, signed personally by your director. The operatives examined the documents closely, then confirmed the situation with their phones. After verifying everything, they handed back the permit but still looked puzzled. You just came here by yourself? Alone? Yes, the handsome youth nodded confidently. Then he quickly added, Well, I visited Boundary City some years ago, so I roughly know my way around the old city district. Besides, this was a private matter arranged by my esteemed master. I didn't want to trouble your bureau too much. That's why I handled the paperwork and came alone. He paused briefly, then sighed in admiration. But I never expected the Eminent One's concealment arts to be this profound. Even surrounded by forbidden zones, I've been reckless. You sure have, the second operative groaned, clearly frustrated. At least check carefully next time. within a 100-meter radius of Wudong Road number 66, activating supernatural powers or using unconventional methods to spy or probe is strictly forbidden. There are warning signs painted all over the nearby intersections. Didn't you see them? The young man looked embarrassed. I got here using world condensing steps. The two operatives glanced awkwardly at each other, muttering quietly. I told you we should put those warning signs farther away. 100 meters isn't enough. Just moving signs won't solve the issue. We might need to apply for a disturbance generator from above. That works too, but aren't we switching shifts in a couple days? Still, let's file a report first. Got to leave a paper trail. Excuse me? The handsome young man had waited patiently but finally couldn't help interjecting. Could you perhaps inform them first? My master's orders. Oh, right, sorry. One operative finally remembered, nodding hurriedly. Please hold on, I'll call inside the house right away. Soon after, the young man stood at the edge of the vacant lot, staring in confusion at a peculiar floor tile. Painted clearly in red were the words, "Beware when door opens," fresh enough that a tuft of silvery fur was stuck at one corner, likely from some passing cat or dog whose tail had brushed the paint. Even now, he couldn't sense any hidden dwelling or mystical aura whatsoever. The Eminent One truly lives up to his reputation. Just as he inwardly sighed in admiration, a door suddenly appeared before him without any sign or warning. Quietly, simply, the ordinary-looking door opened, revealing an equally ordinary-looking figure. Yuan Tong gazed solemnly at the Eminent One standing in the doorway. Yu Sheng stared back at this strikingly handsome fellow. For several long seconds, neither spoke. Then, holy bloody calamity. Chapter 291, The Polite Yuan Tong. The moment the door opened, everyone involved felt a jolt, both those standing inside and the one waiting outside. For an instant, no one knew quite how to react. In fact, the tall, handsome young man standing outside seemed even more startled. After a brief flash of shock, a rich array of emotions danced across his face. Clearly, his life was passing before his eyes, and judging by his expression, the memories surfacing weren't pleasant. Images of ceiling beams, copper-headed belts, spinning like a human top, and the grim vision of a head within an alchemy furnace appeared vividly in his mind. Seeing the young man's distant stare, Yu Sheng also felt a jolt. His memories mirrored those of the youth, though from a more comfortable third-person viewpoint. Almost simultaneously, the two men came back to reality, each taking a half-step backward in an oddly synchronized manner. Separated by the threshold, they stood rigidly, solemnly reflecting upon life and gathering their thoughts. To be honest, Yu Sheng had an immediate urge to close the door. When the 4,000 wicked disciples had informed him they'd send someone for a visit, he'd certainly imagined all sorts of bizarre possibilities. But having their eldest senior brother show up directly on his doorstep at the crack of dawn was still beyond his expectations. Yet the impulse only lasted a second before his remarkable sense of responsibility, unyielding determination, calm acceptance of life, and, most importantly, fearlessness quelled the urge to shut the door in the visitor's face. Mostly it was fearlessness. But the situation soon took another unexpected turn. The handsome youth outside the door finally snapped out of his daze, though it was unclear precisely what he'd realized. He took another slight step back, lifted his hands respectfully, and bowed deeply, offering a formal greeting that left Yu Sheng utterly stunned. This humble junior, Yuan Tong of the Thousand Peak Spirit Mountain, disciple under immortal Yuan Ling, greets the Eminent One. He clearly hesitated when deciding how to address Yu Sheng, finally settling on Eminent One. A simple yet oddly ambiguous title. Yu Sheng's response was even simpler. He was still frozen in confusion. Thankfully, someone at his side had quicker reflexes. Irene, probably the Lotus Root one, poked Yu Sheng gently behind the knee, whispering urgently, Hey, there's no killing intent." Oh, right." Yu Sheng jolted awake, his mind racing to form an appropriate reply while his mouth automatically greeted the newcomer. "Yuan Tong, was it? I heard your master mention your name before. Well, come in first." Then Yu Sheng noticed two other people standing a bit further away, the two Special Affairs Bureau operatives from the courier station. They were observing the scene curiously yet warily, clearly sensing something unusual but unsure whether they should approach. Yu Sheng waved awkwardly toward them, calling out, "Would you two like to come in and sit too?" One operative hastily shook his head. No, we still have work." The other quickly added, "Right, our instant noodles are already soaking." They promptly scurried off, jogging away without looking back. Irene poked Yu Sheng's leg again, grumbling softly. Does Special Affairs Bureau skimp on meal allowances or something? Why do those two keep eating instant noodles every day? How would I know? Yu Sheng muttered back, then turned again with a forced, polite smile, ushering the handsome fellow named Chuan-Chi into the house. The entire atmosphere remained strangely awkward, yet the guest had at least entered the premises. But as soon as he stepped inside, Yu Sheng realized this Chuan-Chi seemed even more tense than himself. Indeed, Chuan-Chi was exceedingly nervous. The moment he entered, he knew his initial respectful behavior had been correct. It was a self-contained universe. Separated by a seemingly ordinary door, this home was entirely its own independent realm. His divine sense, which usually extended effortlessly across mountains, forests, cities, and illusions, was instantly blocked, cut off completely from the outside world. Even the flow of spiritual energy here felt isolated, circulating only within this small dwelling, never mind the eerie feeling permeating every corner. Some doors looked close yet felt infinitely distant when he closed his eyes. The sitting room appeared small, yet blinking his eyes gave him the sensation of standing upon endless plains stretching to the horizons. Truthfully, the place reminded him of an otherworld. However, this otherworld was unnaturally complete, unnaturally independent, already far beyond what could be considered normal. What troubled him even more were the strange sensations coming from deeper within. He vaguely sensed that this visible, immortal abode was not the entirety. Everything he saw seemed merely a tiny extension, a small facet of something vastly larger and utterly incomprehensible hidden right beneath his nose. Suddenly, the warning his master gave before he set out echoed clearly in his mind. Chuan-Chi, your talent is extraordinary, yet your cultivation is still shallow. Once you arrive before the Eminent One, do not casually observe or listen to anything unnecessary. In an instant, Chuan-Chi felt a shiver race down his spine. His gaze drew inward, mind guarded, breath careful. He quickly withdrew his divine sense and his demeanor turned even more cautious. Yu Sheng placed 2 cans of cold cola from the refrigerator onto the tea table. This is all I've got, Yu Sheng said awkwardly as he set one in front of Chuan-Chi. Maybe I should have prepared tea for someone like you, a cultivator. You probably don't drink things like this. Before Yu Sheng could finish, the young man politely thanked him, deftly popped open the can and took a refreshing gulp, his expression instantly turning content. My master does usually forbid us from drinking too much of this, Chuan-Chi confessed after regaining his composure, visibly more relaxed now. He says drinks like this affect the alchemy Tao. Yu Sheng blinked in confusion. Cola affects artillery. It's alchemy Tao, Chuan-Chi hurriedly explained. It affects the crafting of medicinal pills. We're forbidden from drinking it before entering the alchemy chamber. Yu Sheng's curiosity piqued further. Why is that? Because it makes you burp, Chuan-Chi explained earnestly. Your movements can go awry at crucial moments. Though personally I don't think the impact is that significant, Master's teachings must be respected during alchemy. Yu Sheng hadn't anticipated such a practical reason, but oddly enough, it made the atmosphere between them instantly lighter. With the mood relaxed, Yu Sheng finally brought up some awkward past matters. Anyway, about the alchemy furnace incident last time, sorry about that. I never thought we'd meet again under these circumstances. As Yu Sheng spoke, he saw the young man's expression twitch slightly. Perhaps the trauma from that copper-headed belt hadn't entirely faded yet. Still, Chuan-Chi swiftly regained his polite composure. Please, you don't have to apologize. An eminent one such as yourself surely acted with the world's greater good in mind. How could I, a mere junior, take offense? Hearing this, Yu Sheng felt even more embarrassed. You don't need to keep calling yourself junior. I might not even be older than you. Yu Sheng quickly changed the topic. Let's just treat each other as peers. Even as he said this, Yu Sheng felt he might be taking advantage. After all, the young-looking cultivator before him might well be a centuries-old elder. Unexpectedly, Chuan-Chi remained quite serious. That wouldn't be appropriate. You are a friend of my esteemed master. By all rights, I should treat you as a senior. Let's just handle it separately. I'll call you Chuan-Chi, you call me Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng quickly interjected, leaving no room for further discussion, then swiftly introduced everyone else in the room. The one beside me is Irene, and that one's also Irene. The one squatting on the windowsill and the one sprawled on the TV cabinet. They're all Irene, too. They're her clones. Chuan-Chi had long noticed the multiple Irenes around the living room, but had been too polite to ask. Now he quickly greeted the little dolls courteously. At that moment, footsteps echoed from upstairs and Foxy descended, yawning. She paused halfway down, eyes widening slightly upon seeing a stranger. "Benefactor, do we have a guest?" "Yes, a guest from Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain, the same one that previously investigated your origins." Yu Sheng rose again to introduce. "His name is Xuan Qi, disciple of immortal Yuan Ling. This is Foxy, you probably know about her." "Yes, certainly." Xuan Qi smiled respectfully, raising his hand in a greeting. "Xuan Qi of Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain greets the otherworld immortal elder." "Why do you have to be so polite with everyone?" Yu Sheng finally couldn't hold back. "Relax a bit." Upon hearing this, Xuan Qi secretly smiled helplessly. Easier said than done. "There's not one being here I can perceive clearly." Even those little mechanical dolls, smaller than medicine jars, appeared in his divine sense as unfathomable icy black mists. The fox girl who descended the stairs burned bright as molten fire, a presence he couldn't even directly gaze upon with divine sense. As for Yu Sheng, this eminent one was even stranger. Xuan Qi couldn't perceive him clearly at all. He could see Yu Sheng physically, but his divine sense encountered only a human-shaped black hole, an emptiness that seemed carved directly out of the world itself, neither alive nor dead. Something surely dwelled inside that void, but what it was, he couldn't discern. Yet here stood this mysterious hole, smiling warmly, telling him to relax. Xuan Qi again firmly suppressed his divine sense, resisting the habitual urge to explore the true nature of these enigmatic beings. Given his exceptional talent, constantly keeping his divine sense spread outward had become second nature. To rein it in was no small feat. Still, he found solace in one thing. These not-quite-humans were genuinely friendly, just as his master had predicted before sending him here. Those capable of directly confronting and defeating dark angels couldn't possibly be ordinary humans. Yet it was clear they stood firmly by humanity's side. How fortunate indeed. Chapter 292, he even brought gifts. Yu Sheng felt relieved. Today he thought there would be no bloody calamity. Clearly, the little doll's earlier divination had missed the mark. Standing before him was Xuan Qi, eldest senior brother from Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain, whose attitude was pleasantly friendly. Perhaps this goodwill was out of respect for his esteemed master, or maybe due to the intimidating tale of Anka Ayla's incident. Either way, it seemed clear he had no intention of pursuing that past grievance involving being hung from the rafters and whipped with a copper-headed belt. This realization alone allowed Yu Sheng to quietly breathe a sigh of relief. With his anxiety settled, Yu Sheng wisely decided not to inquire further about the aftermath of that past misunderstanding. After exchanging more polite greetings, Xuan Qi finally grew accustomed to the peculiar atmosphere inside Wudong Road No. 66. Reaching into his robe, he conjured from nowhere a finely crafted wooden box and presented it respectfully to Yu Sheng. "This is a modest gift from my esteemed master," the young cultivator said politely. "Please don't refuse. It's merely an ordinary specialty from Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain." Yu Sheng's heart fluttered the moment he saw the beautifully carved box, excitement blooming within him. He'd often written about such scenes in his novels, but to experience one firsthand was something else entirely. This was a genuine cultivator's gift. Although cultivators in this world seemed somewhat peculiar, surely whatever was inside would be remarkable. He accepted the box eagerly, offering his thanks while carefully lifting the lid, hoping fervently to find precious spiritual treasures inside. Inside lay neatly arranged pills, each a delicate, shimmering violet. Upon closer inspection, the surface of each pill glowed softly, intricate mystical patterns rising and falling like starlight. Yu Sheng's eyes immediately brightened, his mind racing through 1,000 cultivation stories. He glanced up at Xuan Qi eagerly. "Are these immortal pills crafted by your Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain?" "My esteemed master personally refined them," Xuan Qi answered, smiling gently. "Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain has 3 main peaks: Spirit Infusion, Divine Armament, and Beast Taming. Spirit Infusion Peak is preeminent, excelling in alchemy and runecraft. My esteemed master is a grandmaster in this art. His pills are celebrated among the stars." Yu Sheng was thrilled. Sure, Foxy often cooked strange concoctions with peculiar powers, but those always seemed oddly bizarre. At least the contents of this box looked exactly as he had imagined proper, immortal pills would appear, fitting every stereotype of an authentic cultivator's gift. Enthusiastically, he asked the moment Xuan Qi paused, "What are their effects? Are they for foundation establishment, body tempering, or perhaps boosting cultivation?" Chuan-Chi hesitated, opening and closing his mouth as if uncertain how best to continue. After a few awkward seconds, he finally spoke again. Their primary benefit is flavor. These ones are grape-flavored, actually my esteemed master's proudest creation. Yu Sheng's face froze stiffly mid-smile. Before Yu Sheng could recover, Chuan-Chi continued calmly. These are the export version. Naturally, they do have minor benefits, regulating internal balance, soothing nerves, aiding digestion, effective for most carbon-based life forms. But forest folk shouldn't consume them. It causes kidney stones. Yu Sheng's expression remained rigid. He felt as if he'd just heard something incredibly reasonable, yet utterly absurd. He needed clarity. Wait, I have a question, Yu Sheng said carefully. I rarely go out, and I admit I don't fully understand the wider universe, nor have I visited your thousand-peak spirit mountain. But from my understanding and what I've gathered from frontier communications, you cultivators seek spiritual ascension, so shouldn't these pills, he pointed to the grape-flavored immortal pills with confusion, at least have some effects like enhancing cultivation, calming one's chi, or reshaping muscles and bones? Oh, we do have pills like that, Chuan-Chi explained helplessly. But we wouldn't dare give them out, impossible to get approved. Approved? Yu Sheng asked blankly. Chuan-Chi sighed, spreading his hands in mild frustration. Mainly the Foreign Consumption Safety License and Universal Biological Intake and Distribution License. The latter is especially tough. You need extensive alien species toxicity and harm evaluation reports. Our regular immortal pills definitely can't pass the screening. He paused again, carefully considering how to phrase it clearly. Finally, after half a minute, he found his explanation. Simply put, any species not native to our planet or not professionally trained beforehand would die immediately upon eating them. Yu Sheng. Instantly, he recalled the scene when he'd first encountered canned alien meat on the Stellar Transit app. This was exactly how the world operated. Perfectly logical, absurdly logical. Yu Sheng sighed deeply, offering a helpless smile and an understanding nod. All right, I get it now. So you've specially crafted this export version. Truly, it is indeed a local specialty. It's quite famous, Chuan-Chi said proudly. To many outsiders, Featherwing 13B is a place of mystery. Thus, many have become fascinated by our pills and runes. My esteemed master is forward-thinking. He has spearheaded many cultural and creative projects to further our external relations. Yu Sheng felt quite fortunate at the moment. He thought today might finally pass without any bloody calamity. Irene's earlier card divination clearly missed the mark this time. This eldest senior brother Chuan-Chi from Thousand Peak Spirit Mountain was surprisingly friendly. Maybe it was out of respect for Yu Sheng's master, or perhaps he still remembered the intimidating scene involving Enka Ayla. Either way, he obviously wasn't planning on holding grudges for that incident of being hung from the ceiling and whipped with a copper-headed belt. This made Yu Sheng feel greatly relieved. With that relief, Yu Sheng decided it was probably best not to ask about the follow-up of that particular misunderstanding. After exchanging polite pleasantries, Chuan-Chi finally got used to the slightly eerie atmosphere inside Wudong Road No. 66. He reached into his clothes, seemingly out of nowhere, and conjured a beautifully crafted wooden box. It turned out to be the specialty merchandise from Thousand Peak Spirit Mountain, a star product personally handmade and signed by their local leader. By this point, Yu Sheng's expression was calm, utterly unruffled. Yet Irene, standing nearby, suddenly perked up with excitement. The little doll swiftly climbed onto the tea table, pointed straight at Yu Sheng, and said to Chuan-Chi, "Hey, you should have brought your authentic elixir pills. This guy eats anything. Even if it kills him, we won't hold you responsible." Chuan-Chi blinked, his expression freezing instantly. Seeing this, Yu Sheng generously leaned over and gave the handsome young man's shoulder a reassuring pat. It's always like this when different worldviews first meet. One sentence and someone's bound to freeze. Just ignore this little one's nonsense. I actually really like your gift. To emphasize his words, Yu Sheng picked up one immortal pill from the wooden box and popped it into his mouth. It truly tasted like grapes. He then tossed another into Foxy's eagerly waiting mouth and promptly put the rest away. He had no choice but to store them securely. Judging by Foxy's intense gaze, any hesitation meant the whole box would vanish into her stomach. With that, the conversation finally moved toward the real purpose of Chuan-Chi's visit. Under orders from his master, 4,000 wicked disciples, Chuan-Chi had come specifically to meet this internet friend, Yu Sheng, to investigate the mysterious object found inside a strange room on the second floor of Yu Sheng's house. Shu and Chi placed another small wooden box on the tea table. This is the object eldest martial uncle brought back from his wanderings years ago. My esteemed master retrieved it from eldest martial uncle's treasure pavilion. Yu Sheng, Foxy, and Irene immediately crowded around, examining the plain-looking piece of cloth resting quietly inside. Indeed, the patterns along the edges match perfectly. The texture and color are slightly different, but they definitely came from the same source. Yu Sheng carefully compared the cloth fragment to photos on his phone, thoughtful as he spoke. Also, the edges on this piece are neatly cut, as if by something sharp, whereas the one I found appears to have been roughly torn off. Could I perhaps take a look at this room you mentioned? Chuan-Chi asked politely. Junior does have some modest skills regarding mystical techniques and otherworldly spaces. I might be able to notice something. Yu Sheng nodded at once, rising to his feet. Of course, it's right upstairs. I'll take you there now. Picking up an Irene and placing her on his shoulder, Yu Sheng led Foxy and Chuan-Chi up to the second floor. They soon arrived at the strange room at the end of the hallway. It's this room, Yu Sheng gestured to the door. It has always felt weird. Sometimes it shows scenes that aren't from our world, and this door itself was quite tricky. I struggled a lot to open it the first time. Chuan-Chi couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This room feels weird. Nothing about this whole house feels normal. Yet mindful of his master's instructions, he quickly calmed himself. After discreetly casting several protective spells on himself and crushing a pill in his palm for added safety, he cautiously stepped behind Yu Sheng and crossed the threshold into the room. At first glance, it was simply an ordinary room, just as plain and normal as any other in Wudong Road, number 66. Yet as soon as Chuan-Chi stepped inside, he felt an immediate sense of dissonance. This feeling wasn't about spatial orientation or distance. It was as if the room itself wasn't quite right. His eyes instinctively fell upon the mirror on the opposite wall. Yu Sheng noticed this immediately, raising an eyebrow slightly. You sense something. This mirror is peculiar, Chuan-Chi said quietly, stepping closer and cautiously touching its surface. But Junior can't quite place why. You're right, there's definitely something odd about it, Yu Sheng casually explained. At the moment, the mirror is closed. When it opens, it reveals scenes from another place, sometimes ruins filled with dark mist, sometimes snowy caves with fierce wind. And when it shows the latter, snow actually blows through this entire room. Sometimes I even get the feeling that the room itself has torn into two, not physically, but... Yu Sheng hesitated, unable to find words to describe the strange sensation clearly. After a pause, he finally added, It's as if the whole room exists simultaneously in two places at once. What our eyes can see overlaps with another side that we can't see. Chuan-Chi thought carefully, then spoke slowly, like it's stuck between two worlds. Chapter 293. Chuan-Chi's great martial uncle was quite a character. Like being stuck between two worlds. Hearing Chuan-Chi's words, Yu Sheng immediately felt his heart jump. Yes, exactly like that. But then he quickly reacted. Wait, do you actually know something about this? I've never personally encountered it. Chuan-Chi shook his head gently, his tone changing slightly. But my great martial uncle once told me about something peculiar he encountered during his youthful journeys. One incident in particular seems similar to what's happening here in your home. Yu Sheng's curiosity rose instantly. Can you tell me more? Chuan-Chi paused, recalling carefully. My great martial uncle traveled widely in his quest for the Tao. One time his celestial ship malfunctioned, causing him to drift off course and land on an unknown, desolate star. This planet wasn't charted anywhere, nor were there navigation markers or signs of civilization nearby. The space around the planet was filled with strange, echoing wails. Outsiders called them electromagnetic howls. In order to repair his celestial ship, my great martial uncle had no choice but to land. And there, he encountered truly bizarre phenomena. He described the planet as barren, yet covered in countless massive black stones. Each stone was thousands of meters tall, hundreds of meters wide, resembling mountains shaped like giant stone tablets arranged neatly across the ground. Between these colossal stones were dried riverbeds and cliffs littered with toppled stone columns. Whether upright or collapsed, all these monumental structures appeared crafted by intelligent hands. He landed on the top of one such giant stone on the shadowed side of the planet. On the second day, he saw a golden-red sun rise from the left side of his celestial ship, bright and large as a chariot wheel. But on the third day, he saw another sun. What, another sun? Yu Sheng had been engrossed, but now paused in confusion. Clarify this. Did a second sun appear in the sky, or was the first sun replaced entirely? It was replaced, Yuan-Chi slowly explained. This new sun was orange-red, about the size of a fist from his vantage point, rising also from the left side. That day, this dimmer sun hung gloomily in the sky, making the entire planet appear shadowy and bleak. Then, on the fourth day, the bright golden-red sun returned once more, repeating the cycle indefinitely. Yu Sheng stared, speechless. Despite finding it somewhat odd that a cultivator was discussing such sci-fi phenomena so naturally, he could hardly care at the moment. His attention was entirely on those two suns. Just to be clear, how many suns were actually around that planet? He couldn't help asking. Only one, Yuan-Chi answered instantly, clearly anticipating the question. Before landing, Great Marshal Uncle had already observed the star system. The golden-red sun was the one visible under normal circumstances. So the other smaller, orange-red sun was also real, but existing in another world, Yuan-Chi continued slowly. My Great Marshal Uncle remained stranded there a long time, trying to unravel this strange occurrence. Ultimately, he theorized that the planet existed simultaneously in two different worlds, orbiting two different suns which occupied the exact same position in space. Observing from afar, you'd see only the sun belonging to our side. Yet standing on the planet itself, you'd experience alternating days, seeing skies from two separate worlds. Yu Sheng stood dumbfounded, silent for a long moment before finally nodding to Yuan-Chi with a subtle expression. Your Great Marshal Uncle was quite a character. I have immense respect for my Great Marshal Uncle, Yuan-Chi replied with a gentle smile, though his expression quickly turned slightly awkward. But my esteemed master has always grumbled that Great Marshal Uncle spends too much time wandering around instead of handling matters within the sect. Please don't mention this to master. Yu Sheng's mouth twitched slightly, struggling to adapt to Thousand Peak Spirit Mountain's rather unique style, but quickly refocused on the issue at hand. This desolate star you mentioned, where exactly was it? Has your Great Marshal Uncle explored it again? Unfortunately, after Great Marshal Uncle left, that star and even its sun seemed to vanish entirely, Yuan-Chi sighed lightly. He revisited the coordinates logged by his celestial ship several times, only to find nothing but cold clouds of dust drifting there. He suspected that perhaps the planet had completely fallen to the other side, along with that sun, into the other world. Or perhaps the recorded coordinates were flawed due to the ship's malfunction. If the latter were true, maybe that world could still be found someday, though the chances seemed slim. Yu Sheng stayed quiet, walking slowly to the end of the room, reaching out to softly touch the cold, unyielding mirror. Yuan-Chi told a most peculiar tale, a planet caught between two worlds, suns taking turns rising and falling. Such strange wonders seemed worlds apart from this small, quiet room. Yet in the smallest details there was an unsettling similarity. A place existing simultaneously in two worlds. But is it truly only two worlds? Yu Sheng frowned deeply. He recalled the visions that had appeared in this mirror, not just a snowy cave, but also dark ruins cloaked in mist. Among the ruins lay a broken doll with golden hair, scattered in pieces among crumbling walls. What if each scene reflected in the mirror represented another place overlapping this very room? Then perhaps this humble room was even stranger than the unnamed planet Yuan-Chi's eldest martial uncle had described. Yu Sheng's thoughts surged, stretching out wildly. Only after a long moment did he manage to gather the scattered threads of his imagination. Looking up, he saw Yuan-Chi carefully examining the wall around the mirror, tapping here and there. Occasionally, Yuan-Chi would pull a talisman from his casual clothes, whisper something, and the talisman would ignite, vanishing in ripples as though testing unseen forces. Nearby, Irene and Foxy were huddled together, whispering urgently. The two creatures, neither holding even an elementary school diploma, were eagerly analyzing whatever Yuan-Chi was doing. The little doll poked Foxy's fluffy tail. Look, this is real cultivation style. Okay, maybe still a bit weird, but definitely way more normal than your stuff. I know that stuff too, Foxy protested, obviously fascinated by Yuan-Chi's charms but unwilling to lose face. But back home we didn't use such old-fashioned talismans. We mastered spellcasting without talismans. Sounds soulless, Irene snorted. Unable to win a verbal duel, Foxy resorted to vigorously slapping Irene's head with her fluffy tails. Yuan-Chi glanced back briefly at the noisy doll and fox, then turned to approach Yu Sheng. I've carefully inspected every corner of this room, Yuan-Chi reported thoughtfully. Indeed, there are many places defying reason, but as you mentioned, they all seem closed. Is there any way to open these fissures manually? No, Yu Sheng shook his head slowly. At least I haven't found a way yet. Then we must rely on fate, Chuan-Chi sighed softly. We can only wait until the doors here open again. For now, I cannot uncover more secrets. That's fine, Yu Sheng replied with an easy smile. The story you told already gave me plenty to think about. Let's head back to the living room. I'd love to hear more about Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain. Of course. They left the strange room at the end of the corridor. Yu Sheng lingered behind, carefully confirming the door was securely shut before catching up. Yet after only a few steps, his eyes fell on Irene, the little doll scurrying energetically at his feet. Wait, I just remembered something important. Several pairs of eyes turned toward him simultaneously. Yu Sheng glanced from Irene to Chuan-Chi. Irene Pro Max was desperately short on energy, and Foxy, raised in a cyber-cultivation civilization, had no grasp of ancient cultivation methods. But now, standing right in front of him, was an authentic ancient-style cultivator. Although Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain wasn't exactly traditional nowadays, they certainly possessed a complete cultivation system. Perhaps they had a way to solve Irene's energy shortage. Thinking quickly, Yu Sheng composed himself and faced Chuan-Chi seriously. I need your advice on something. Cultivators like you absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, right? Of course, Chuan-Chi nodded immediately. That's the foundation of all cultivation. Can outsiders learn it? Yu Sheng suddenly worried his blunt question might sound inappropriate. In stories, cultivation secrets often led to bloody conflicts. Hurriedly he clarified just the very basic techniques. Even advanced techniques are open to outsiders, Chuan-Chi replied calmly. You just have to pass the qualification exams. The basics are even simpler. Every major sect has annual enrollment. Everyone who reaches enrollment age must sign up. Skipping it is actually illegal. Wait, even people from other worlds can learn. Of course, Chuan-Chi said matter-of-factly. You just register and pay tuition fees. How far you get depends on your talent. By the way, students from Japuro usually have exceptional talent. Yu Sheng. A moment later, he slapped his forehead with a resigned sigh. Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain might not be quite as advanced as Foxy's homeworld, but clearly, they were already walking a similar path of cultivation modernization. After clearing his throat, Yu Sheng pointed to Irene. Here's the situation. This little one might desperately need your technique for absorbing spiritual energy. Chapter 294. The Path of Cultivation Opens and Closes. In the living room on the first floor of Wudong Road number 66, 4 Irenes sat neatly in a row atop the tea table. Irene Pro Max 66, 6cm occupied the edge closest to the table's border, staring wide-eyed at Yu Sheng and Chuan-Chi on the sofa opposite. Nearby, Foxy leisurely combed through her tails, watching with the relaxed air of someone anticipating a good show. Let me first confirm. Chuan-Chi finally broke the awkward silence, lifting a finger toward the little doll. You said these young ladies are dolls from Alice Little House. Yes, Yu Sheng nodded earnestly. There's a complicated story behind why she ended up this way. The bodies you're seeing now are temporary vessels I crafted for her. Her original body went missing a long time ago. Ah, Chuan-Chi exclaimed, visibly relieved. He nodded rapidly. I was genuinely confused earlier. I assumed perhaps she'd shattered, and something had gone terribly wrong during reconstruction, accidentally splitting her into 4 pieces. Yu Sheng and Irene froze simultaneously, and even Foxy, busy grooming, jolted upright. 3 people, 6 eyes, snapped toward the polite young cultivator on the sofa. A heartbeat later, Pro Irene shot up into the air, unleashing a floral burst of curses. Your XX was shattered into 4 pieces. Yu Sheng immediately grabbed her back down, hastily turning toward Chuan-Chi. Don't mind her, really. She's a bit vile. Hey, stop biting. My apologies, deepest apologies. Chuan-Chi quickly bowed with cupped hands, realizing his misstep. I've just been so curious why the young ladies are so small. I've met Alice dolls before, and none were quite like this. After much thought, that was my only guess. Forgive my tactlessness. Don't be so polite with her. She'll only push harder, Yu Sheng sighed, holding the still struggling Pro Irene down. He turned back to the overly courteous young man beside him. Let's focus on business first. Due to certain circumstances, one of Irene's bodies now needs spiritual energy to move. But her normal energy recovery rate is terrible. I was wondering if your Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain might have some solutions. Chuan-Chi listened earnestly, yet couldn't help but frown slightly. but living dolls belong to an ancient Holy Spirit-blessed race. Their methods in our grand void spiritual axis cultivation path differ greatly. Mixing them carelessly could cause severe issues. In the first place, how did Irene's body end up needing spiritual energy? That relates to this nine-tailed fox here, Yu Sheng admitted awkwardly, gesturing toward Foxy, who had moved on to combing her second tail. Plus, I added a bit of my own research enthusiasm. He briefly explained Irene's current situation, mentioning the spirit fox dark iron as he went. Throughout Yu Sheng's explanation, Xuan Qi wore an expression clearly communicating confusion. What are you even saying? What did you say now? What was that earlier? By the end, the look on his face fully matched his name, pure and thoroughly baffled. This 1,000-peak spirit mountain disciple, considered a top talent among the young cultivators of the entire grand void spiritual axis, who had diligently cultivated for 100 years, had never even heard of anyone this reckless. Unfamiliar metal of unknown principles and uncertain origins from another world, ancient alchemical rituals borrowed who knows where, rocks and soil from some other world, plus blood from the suspiciously unclassifiable eminent one in front of him. These mad geniuses simply mashed it all together, shaped it into human form, dared to mold it into a golden body, and sent a soul into it. Yet unbelievably, these supremely wise, clever eminent ones actually succeeded. And from the lineup of dolls on the tea table, it appeared they had pulled off such outrageous feats at least 4 separate times. For a moment, Xuan Qi's mind was spinning. If it were truly this easy to create a physical vessel, then the scoldings I've received over the last century for misremembering pill recipes, the punishments for miscalculating the celestial hour, the beatings for mishandling pill fires, what were they even for? Yet feelings aside, Xuan Qi quickly refocused himself. After carefully considering Yu Sheng's words, he spoke cautiously. Could I perhaps inspect this spirit fox dark iron first? That way I can judge whether it conflicts with our grand void spiritual axis cultivation methods. No problem, Yu Sheng readily agreed, patting one of Foxy's tails. Fetch a small piece and show it to him. Happily, Foxy chirped, enthusiastically nodding as she rummaged through her tail. She soon pulled out a small leftover chunk of the iron used to form Irene's skeleton, placing it gently on the tea table. Here it is. Xuan Qi visibly paused when he saw Foxy withdraw the item from her tail, but his attention quickly shifted entirely to the unassuming lump of metal on the table. This thing, eyes wide with curiosity, he hesitantly reached out, lifting the piece of dark iron carefully. He examined it closely for several long moments before gently tapping its surface with a fingertip. In the very next instant, a faint yet melodious hum resonated from within the metal, sending translucent ripples cascading through the air, layer upon layer, long and lingering. Yu Sheng didn't understand, but he found it rather fascinating. Marvelous, truly marvelous, unrefined and unawakened, just a rough piece, yet it's incredibly clear and resonant. I've never seen such a thing, clearly ordinary, but what is its fine inner structure? Xuan Qi suddenly raised his head, eyes shining with excitement as he looked at Foxy and Yu Sheng. Its main component is iron. As for why it has these strange properties, even the Special Affairs Bureau hasn't figured it out. Yu Sheng shook his head. Foxy herself doesn't know either. He paused, seeing the eager look on Xuan Qi's face, then added, If you want this small leftover piece, you can have it, if Foxy doesn't mind. But if you want a larger chunk, you'll have to get in line. The Special Affairs Bureau has already placed orders. Xuan Qi immediately looked embarrassed and quickly placed the iron lump back onto the table. You're too kind. It would be improper of me to ask for more. Let's focus on Irene young lady first. As he spoke, he pulled out a small jade token from his robe and handed it to the little doll sitting at the edge of the tea table. He explained, From what I've tested just now, this black iron doesn't conflict with our grand void spiritual axis cultivation. It even seems quite suitable. But whether this doll young lady can actually cultivate our methods, that depends on her personally. This jade token is a basic spirit treasure. It can stir spiritual energy and nourish the mind. Hold it first. The little doll took the jade token in confusion. In a normal person's hand, it would fit nicely in the palm, but Irene had to grab it with both tiny hands. And then. You should feel a gentle warmth spreading from your palm toward your heart. Irene blinked, but I don't have a heart. Xuan Qi paused. Then toward your body core, the warmth will follow your mind's intention, so try to guide it. Irene stared blankly. I don't feel any warmth at all. Xuan Qi froze instantly. He looked even more shocked than when Yu Sheng had described the bizarre methods used to create Irene's current body. This feeling can be very subtle, he said after a moment with a slightly peculiar expression. Try again carefully, it must be there. It is, Irene declared confidently. My senses are very sharp, there's absolutely nothing. Really, not even a tiny bit. No, you're being so slow-witted about this. Yu Sheng noticed the expression on Xuan Qi's face. Could it be that Irene has poor talent for this? Yu Sheng asked gently. Meaning she can't use your cultivation method. Xuan Qi hesitated, almost looking troubled. No, it's not that her talent is poor. So she has absolutely no talent at all. No, it isn't a matter of talent anymore. Xuan Qi suddenly took a small breath, retrieved the jade token from Irene's hands, and carefully chose his words before speaking again. Even someone with no talent should feel something. Talent only affects how strongly or weakly you feel it and how easily you can guide it. Even in the worst case, it shouldn't be like this. Yu Sheng opened his mouth slightly, uncertain. Could it be because she's a doll, special physique? Theoretically, that shouldn't matter. Xuan Qi shook his head slowly. Dolls are also living beings, and all living beings have some spiritual affinity. This token isn't limited to flesh and blood. Yu Sheng frowned. Let me try. He reached out, took the jade token from Xuan Qi, and carefully felt it according to instructions. After a moment, he tossed the jade token to Foxy. You give it a try, too. Several minutes later, Xuan Qi faced 3 blank, confused looks. Irene was the first to break the silence. Maybe your token is broken. It shouldn't be. This time even Xuan Qi began to doubt himself. He took back the jade token, holding it tightly for several moments, examining it closely, tapping it a few times. It seems fine. It's definitely broken, none of us felt anything, Foxy stated confidently. I also know immortal techniques. Whether this can work or not, I would know instantly. Yu Sheng glanced at Foxy, unsure where this 9-tailed fox from another world got her confidence, given her entirely different cultivation system. Still, he was inclined to agree with Foxy that Xuan Qi's token was indeed faulty. Seeing the situation was hopeless, Xuan Qi reluctantly put away the jade token and took out a paper talisman. Then use this one. Ignite it, and its smoke will linger. Breathing it in stimulates blood, allowing you to control energy and connect to heaven and earth. Before he could finish, Irene interrupted again. I don't have blood either. Then use this spirit infusion pill directly. Irene sighed dramatically. I don't have a digestive system. Then there's this golden hairpin. It's a shortcut but directly stimulates the brain. I don't have a brain either. Do you not have any internal organs at all? Nope, an Alice doll doesn't have those things, don't you know? I am ashamed. Chapter 295, Numbed. Irene and Xuan Qi stared at each other in tense silence. After about half a minute, the little doll finally glanced at the scattered items Xuan Qi had laid out and asked softly, That's it. Xuan Qi's expression twitched slightly, his century-cultivated heart nearly shaken, yet he still bravely nodded. Indeed, that's all. Yu Sheng sighed gently and stepped forward to comfort him. It's okay, you tried your best. Ah, my abilities truly fall short, Xuan Qi sighed, a look of dejection appearing as he began packing up his things. There might still be a solution, I just can't grasp it now. Once I return, I'll ask Master or perhaps consult the elders behind the door. Maybe they'll have some insight. Yu Sheng nodded sincerely, then we'll count on you. By the time this discussion concluded, noon had approached. Naturally, Yu Sheng invited his guest to stay for lunch. He didn't worry whether a cultivator from Thousand Peak Spirit Mountain needed to eat or not. After all, Xuan Qi had already chugged down a whole can of cola, and besides, he had a cultivator at home who practically inhaled food at every meal. Xuan Qi didn't hesitate to accept the invitation. In fact, he was somewhat curious about how these beings, clearly not human, yet earnestly imitating human ways, spent their daily lives. Staying for a meal thus took on a sense of adventurous discovery. He'd soon realize his choice to stay was indeed eye-opening, because Foxy was cooking. Perhaps excited by finally having a guest from a similar realm, Foxy eagerly volunteered to prepare lunch, determined to show this local immortal a taste of authentic cuisine from her homeland. Yu Sheng's initial instinct was to intervene. After all, he knew the fox stew dishes had grown increasingly eldritch in recent attempts. Setting down a bowl of rainbow-colored squirming matter was bound to shock their guest. Worse yet, if Xuan Qi panicked and drew his sword to battle their lunch as if it were some demon spawn, it'd make for an awkward afternoon. But Yu Sheng failed to stop her. Because Foxy grabbed his hand and wagged her tail earnestly. You really spoil her. Irene's original body grumbled from atop the dining table, looking at Yu Sheng with resignation. Anything she asks, you give. Anything she wants to do, you approve. You know her cooking is growing more unsettling every day. Soon, she'll open that kitchen door and lunch will walk out carrying her instead. Not that bad, not that bad. Yu Sheng hurriedly waved his hand, defending earnestly. She endured a harsh life for decades. I just want to treat her well now. And haven't I been good to you too? You've got 4 new bodies already. Irene rolled her eyes. If you hadn't built them out of cheap dime store materials, maybe I'd believe you. Xuanqi remained curiously focused on the kitchen door. With the door closed, his usually penetrating divine sense was oddly blocked here, leaving him completely in the dark. He could only hear periodic clangs, hisses, flashes of fiery explosions, and bursts of bright light. Honestly, it didn't sound much like cooking, though calling it trench warfare felt exaggerated. After hesitating for some time, he finally looked up at Yu Sheng. This is cooking. It's a specialty from Foxy's hometown called fox stew, Yu Sheng cheerfully explained. The noises are normal. She's probably just negotiating with the ingredients. Once they reach an understanding, the dish will be ready. Xuanqi stared blankly. Yu Sheng added cautiously, giving a friendly warning. By the way, when it comes out, it might look slightly alarming, so brace yourself. It might not look appetizing, but I promise the flavor is good. Besides, for cultivators like you, it'll probably have beneficial effects. Xuanqi's curiosity only intensified. Just as he pondered how startling a dish could really be, the kitchen door swung open. Unintentionally, he swept the scene with his divine sense. Instantly, he was greeted by the blinding spectacle of a blazing 9-tailed flame, so intense it was impossible to gaze upon directly. Within that fire, fierce energies roiled, surging like a cauldron of molten light as Foxy carried it forward. Xuanqi recoiled immediately, pulling back his divine sense in shock. He watched as a large, lidded pot was set down onto the table. Yu Sheng rose to help Foxy remove the lid, and amidst billowing steam, something else rose gently upward. Bewildered, Xuanqi peered cautiously into the pot. His Dao heart trembled violently. After several frozen seconds, he turned slowly toward Yu Sheng, eyes wide and voice dazed as though dreaming. It greeted me. Yu Sheng pondered briefly before nodding thoughtfully. Then it seems today's stew has good manners. Xuanqi stared back, speechless. Is this stew about to ascend and take human form? Yu Sheng sat in quiet puzzlement, watching as Foxy hurriedly served up dinner, scooping portions from the steaming pot while murmuring softly. 1 bowl for benefactor, 1 bowl for me, 1 bowl for the guest, another for me, 1 for Irene, and the pot's for me. Eat up while it's hot, Yu Sheng urged the handsome young man across from him, a gentle smile on his face. The taste really isn't bad. But Xuanqi hesitated, eyes fixed upon the bubbling bowl in front of him. A few solemn words echoed in his mind, master's orders. Within the swirling, strange broth, he thought he glimpsed something familiar drifting, his master's copper-headed belt. His master's words resounded clearly, full of solemn wisdom. Xuanqi, remember clearly. The one you visit today is a great eminent one who once overcame dark angels. Beside such a mighty figure, the strangest wonders must dwell. Be brave, be careful. Should he offer you anything except, it might be a grand destiny. Xuanqi clenched his jaw, gathered his courage, and took 1 spoonful from the bowl into his mouth. Across the table, Yu Sheng noticed his guest suddenly freeze with a very peculiar look, as though struck by revelation. After half a minute of silence, Yu Sheng could no longer hold back. Is something wrong? Not to your taste. Xuanqi jolted awake, face even stranger than before. Struggling for words, he finally muttered, It surpasses my alchemy. Yu Sheng blinked in confusion. Huh. Xuanqi was already too absorbed, taking another spoonful. Each mouthful brought vivid memories flooding back. Scoldings from misremembered recipes, punishment kneeling for misjudging hours, beatings for mismanaging flame timings. Gazing down at the strange substance in his bowl, Xuanqi pondered a single mystery. How could something so potent look so unusual? Then something shining caught his attention. 2 majestic, radiant creatures of golden brilliance hopped gracefully onto the table, leaping down from Foxy's shoulders to peck at their tiny bowls of stew. He couldn't recognize the divine species, but their aura felt even stronger than his master's immortal cranes, though their eyes were oddly unsettling. Yu Sheng warmly introduced them. These 2 are plain-boiled and salt-baked, Foxy's pets. Xuanqi paused, glanced at the nine-tailed fox now happily lifting the entire pot to her mouth, and forced himself to smile stiffly. Very good names. Yu Sheng awkwardly laughed, considering whether to explain their true species, but a sudden loud pop interrupted him. Immediately after, the living room television fell silent, kitchen lights dimmed to darkness, air conditioning ceased its hum, and even the refrigerator became quiet. Irene, who had been sitting cross-legged on the table, gave a startled squeak, eek, and tumbled straight off the edge. Yu Sheng jumped, quickly catching Irene mid-fall, only to find her dazed and wobbly. Then came a crashing noise from the living room, sending a chill of dread straight through his spine. Without another word, he bolted toward the sound. He froze at the scene before him. Another little doll sprawled beside the TV stand, smoke curling from her charred hair, next to a badly exploded power strip. Yu Sheng stared dumbfounded for a moment before rushing to the little doll's side, nearly pulling his hair out. You actually went and chewed on the wires. The burnt Irene shakily lifted her soot-covered face, and defiantly raised a tiny middle finger. As Yu Sheng stood bewildered, another Irene popped up from between the sofa and the coffee table, glaring angrily. You're chewing wires. Your whole family chews wires. I'm not an idiot. Yu Sheng pointed at the smoking doll on the ground, utterly perplexed. Then what's this? What happened? Irene snapped, her tiny voice fuming. Ask the cheap power strip you bought. I was just watching TV when the stupid thing started smoking. I tried to unplug it, and the moment I grabbed the wire, bang. Didn't even have time to dodge. Now I'm all numb. Yu Sheng suddenly felt a deep embarrassment replace his frustration. He vaguely remembered Irene complaining just days ago about the cheap socket and urging him to replace it. I completely forgot. Feeling guilty, he gently scooped up the smoking Irene, carefully wiping soot from her face with a tissue. Just as he opened his mouth to offer some comfort, Irene suddenly twitched, pushing his hand away. Wait. Yu Sheng blinked. What now? Irene Pro Max Black and Gold Smoke Limited Edition, 66.6 cm, moved her arms experimentally, then hopped down, staring curiously at herself. I'm charged. Yu Sheng stared blankly, lost for words. You're what? Chapter 296, The Mist Rises Again. Yu Sheng didn't immediately grasp what the little doll meant. Everything had become rather uncanny lately. Only when Irene cautiously cupped her tiny hands together and conjured a dazzling orb of scorching light between her fingertips did he finally understand the meaning of her words. I'm charged. He was utterly dumbfounded. Honestly speaking, Yu Sheng considered himself fairly adaptable. He could accept dishes Foxy cooked that greeted him cheerfully. He could accept that 1,000-Peak Spirit Mountain's immortal pills tasted like grapes. He could even accept that among his readers were those who shipped his protagonist with a llama, but right now, even he was completely at a loss. Chewing on electrical wires actually worked, JPG. At this moment, Xuanqi and Foxy hurriedly emerged from the dining room to see what was happening. Thus, another bewildered face joined Yu Sheng's. The bewildered one was Xuanqi. Foxy wasn't baffled at all. She had even calmly brought her bowl along. Upon seeing the sparkling electric sphere Irene had conjured, Foxy unhurriedly took a sip of soup before leisurely commenting, Oh, so she's a lightning cultivator. Yu Sheng nearly broke into laughter. Lightning cultivator, my foot. Really? Irene was easy to fool. She lifted her head in confusion and looked at Foxy earnestly. Is this what lightning cultivators look like? Xuanqi quickly guessed what had occurred, but perhaps he'd already encountered too many shocks today. Right now, he felt oddly numb, a thought circling persistently in his mind. It's perfectly normal for such strange occurrences to happen at this big manor. I must not let these trivial matters disturb my Tao heart. Hearing Irene's question, he genuinely pondered for a moment before responding seriously. Where I'm from, lightning cultivators aren't quite like this. In my hometown, anyone who deals with lightning counts as a lightning cultivator, Foxy explained matter-of-factly, scooping another spoonful of food into her mouth. As she chewed, she continued casually, Irene, you have a natural talent for directly absorbing energy from electricity. Next time there's a thunderstorm, you could give that a try. Perhaps you'll become a thunder-struck immortal. Instantly enraged, Irene Pro Max Smoky Black Gold Limited Edition, 66.6 cm, leaped up, baring her teeth and claws as she lunged at Foxy. Yu Sheng intercepted her midair, but she continued flailing indignantly. Stupid fox, you did that on purpose. Usually you call Yu Sheng a civil engineering immortal or a cooking immortal, so why am I suddenly a thunder-struck immortal? Yu Sheng held Irene firmly. The name was too long to repeat entirely, confirming the little doll had truly fully recovered. The main evidence was how unexpectedly strong she'd become now. After some chaotic wrestling, Yu Sheng finally managed to calm down the hyperactive doll. He first replaced the burnt-out electrical outlet, ensured the television was undamaged, then reset the tripped breaker to restore power. Carrying Irene to the bathroom, he meticulously cleaned her up, spending considerable effort to comb down her frizzy, electrified hair. Afterward, her hair remained slightly fluffy, resembling Foxy's tail during winter, ending in natural curls. Nothing more could be done. They'd just have to let her wash it frequently and gradually return to normal. After finally resolving this disturbance, Irene once again became the center of attention. Did that one electric shock really fully charge you? Yu Sheng remained incredulous. Watching Irene again conjure dazzling orbs of electricity between her fingers, he couldn't help but ask, "How does that even work?" "No idea," Irene answered casually. Thinking back on the electric shock incident, she explained, "Actually, I wasn't fully charged by that shock alone. I'd probably already charged up over the past day and night. The shock was just the last little bit I needed." "All right, fair enough." Yu Sheng scratched his head, conceding that bizarre events were commonplace around him now. Observing Irene forming yet another brilliant sphere of electric light, he belatedly broke out in a cold sweat. "Anyway, could you please stop making those electric orbs indoors? I'm worried one accidental twitch might punch a hole in the house." "Oh, fine." Irene reluctantly dispersed the electricity from her fingertips, looking genuinely disappointed. "But I finally got my energy back. I wanted to practice my control." Yu Sheng knew the little doll was just showing off, but given her recent run of bad luck, he refrained from pointing it out. "Let's put the exact principle aside for now. At least we've finally discovered a way to recharge you quickly, or at least have a workable idea. Next, we'll need to figure out how to make this process practical." Irene lifted her head curiously. "Practical?" "Obviously, we can't destroy an electrical outlet or have you literally chewing on wires each time." Yu Sheng rolled his eyes. "You saw what happened. It trips the breakers and you nearly fried yourself." True," Irene blinked thoughtfully, finding his reasoning sound but still somewhat puzzled. "Then how should we make it practical? Are you going to install a charging port on me?" Yu Sheng was startled. "Can we even install a charging port on you?" "I absolutely can't," Irene said firmly, though she quickly added, "but I can give it a few more tries. Maybe I just wasn't ready earlier. Now that I think about it, if I prepare ahead, I could probably control the charging process, as long as you don't use such cheap outlets." Yu Sheng thought carefully about this. For the sake of household electrical safety, he wisely decided not to indulge the doll's ridiculous suggestions. "How about I set up a proper charger for you?" he said earnestly. "I'll add a bulb into the circuit and maybe an air switch with leakage protection. I'll leave 2 connectors for you. When you run out of spiritual power, you just touch the electrodes." Irene immediately brightened. "Sounds perfect." Foxy nodded enthusiastically as well, though she probably didn't understand at all. Benefactor's plan sounds very good. Xuan Qi didn't speak. He just stood quietly, watching Yu Sheng and Irene talk about the charging method. His heart was calm like an undisturbed lake, his gaze serene. In fact, he even felt a strange kind of enlightenment rising inside him. He didn't know exactly what he was enlightened about, but he felt it clearly. Now he believed nothing in this world could shake his Tao heart anymore. Glancing at the time, Xuan Qi began to bid Yu Sheng farewell. "You're leaving already?" Yu Sheng asked in surprise. "No, I'll stay a bit longer in Boundary City," Xuan Qi quickly explained. "My esteemed master has arranged other tasks for me, but if you need anything, especially concerning that strange room, please don't hesitate to call on me." "Oh, I thought you might stay here," Yu Sheng responded sincerely. "The place is spacious enough. I can easily set up a guest room for you." Xuan Qi subconsciously glanced around, recalling all the bizarre things he'd seen and experienced since stepping through Yu Sheng's front door. Reflecting on these experiences from a perspective of maintaining his newly enlightened Tao heart, he concluded it was probably best not to accept the offer. Even though he felt his Tao heart was stronger than ever, who knew what strange things might emerge next in this big manor? Seeing Xuan Qi's thoughtful expression and hearing about his other responsibilities, Yu Sheng didn't insist. After exchanging pleasantries, he began to lead his guest toward the door. However, just before that, he suddenly remembered something important. Almost forgot. How should I contact you?" Xuan Qi immediately reached into his robes and produced a small mirror glowing with purple-golden light. Yu Sheng's eyes lit up instantly, assuming this mirror to be some powerful magical artifact. He began imagining all kinds of mystical rituals or special methods that might be used to communicate through it, even fantasizing about learning some cool, visual effect-laden techniques from Yuan Tong. But just as his imagination was running wild, Yuan Tong smoothly tapped the mirror's surface, bringing up a QR code. Yuan Tong smiled modestly. "Just scan this. It will add me to your Frontier Messenger contacts." Yu Sheng. He immediately felt a cold splash of reality. Only now did he fully realize how the other 4,000 wicked disciples usually communicated with him. After exchanging contacts, Yu Sheng brought his guest to the front door. But just as he reached for the handle, Yuan Tong paused, glancing toward the nearby window. "Such dense fog outside," he remarked with surprise. Yu Sheng froze instantly, turning sharply to the window. Outside, heavy mist rolled through the streets, thick and tangible, blurring the entire neighborhood into indistinct shapes. Irene immediately leaped onto the closest windowsill. "Whoa, again." Yuan Tong, who had initially spoken without thinking much, quickly noticed something wasn't right. "Is there something unusual about this fog?" "Foundry City has been unsettled lately, mostly due to this fog," Yu Sheng said solemnly, observing the mist outside carefully. "Mistbound City, that's what the Special Affairs Bureau named this misty otherworld. They've issued warnings to all Spirit Realm detectives and investigators in the borderland. Normally, the mist shouldn't appear in our real world, but this house has some unique traits. Strange phenomena often appear around it. This isn't the first time the mist has shown up outside the window." "What?" Yuan Tong frowned thoughtfully. Did this eminent one really think his house was only somewhat strange? Yu Sheng, oblivious to Yuan Tong's inner reflections, continued after some consideration. "But you don't need to worry. The mist usually remains outside. Special methods are required to enter it. I can still open the door normally. You'll have no trouble leaving." But Yuan Tong's response surprised him greatly. "If that's the case, I'd actually like to see this mist for myself." Chapter 297, A Clue from Yuan Tong. Yu Sheng was taken aback by Yuan Tong's response. He asked once more just to be sure, but Yuan Tong seemed quite earnest. "You're just a visitor from out of town. You don't need to get involved in investigating these local disasters, do you?" Yu Sheng said with a frown. "Battle evil and shelter the innocent is the duty of every cultivator," Yuan Tong replied warmly, his eyes bright with pride. "Since our founding, we disciples of Thousand Peak Spirit Mountain have always held to the teachings. Those with great power must aid humanity. Please don't worry. Although our outside world isn't quite as special as Borderland, it too has other worlds. My fellow monks and I have considerable experience exploring these realms and combating entities. We won't be a burden." "What? Ah, no, I wasn't worried you'd hold us back," Yu Sheng said reflexively. But since Yuan Tong had spoken so earnestly, Yu Sheng paused, swallowing back any further protests. Instead, he just added a warning. "All right then. Wait until I move the house into the other world, then we'll step out together. Mistbound City is strange. You'll need to stay alert." Yuan Tong. He felt like he'd just heard another string of words that made no sense. But after hearing plenty of these odd phrases today, he simply gave up asking questions. Ignoring Yuan Tong's peculiar expression, Yu Sheng stepped forward, placing his hand upon the great door. As he had done before, he stilled his mind and guided the entirety of Wudong Road number 66, shifting its position toward the coordinates of Mistbound City. Yuan Tong suddenly sensed a subtle shift around him. Deep within the mansion, a hollow rumble echoed faintly, like an immense, invisible creature slowly moving its limbs. For a brief moment, the house itself felt alive. Even the electric lights overhead, the wallpaper on the walls, and the innocent tissue box on a nearby table seemed to glance curiously at him, though without any malice. But just as quickly, that sensation passed. Before Yuan Tong could fully comprehend what had happened, everything settled into calm once more. "All right, we're here," Yu Sheng announced. The great door swung gently open, revealing a fog-laden street outside. Yuan Tong stared in amazement. The instant the door opened, his divine sense, previously suppressed and isolated, now broke free. As he perceived the surroundings beyond Wudong Road number 66 clearly for the first time, he finally understood what Yu Sheng had meant by moving the house into the other world. He gaped at Yu Sheng, a single phrase spiraling through his mind. "Eminent one indeed. How in the heavens did Special Affairs Bureau come to accept this house, and its entire bizarre, sentient-themed setting?" But the Eminent One paid no attention to Yuan Tong's shocked expression. Instead, he was carefully selecting which Irines to bring along. "One damage dealer and one crowd control type should be enough. Pro and Steel Bar Irene, you'll come with me. The other two stay home," Yu Sheng quickly decided. If you notice anything strange through the windows, contact me or Foxy immediately. You can bring one more. Lotus Root Irene stood in the doorway, craning her neck upwards. You never know when you'll need extra fighters. I'm running out of room, Yu Sheng sighed helplessly, glancing at the two little dolls already sitting brazenly on each of his shoulders. Unless you plan to walk on your own. Without hesitation, Lotus Root Irene stepped back, cheerfully waving. Safe travels, take care, come home soon. I'll contact you right away if there's trouble. Yu Sheng. Moments later, Yu Sheng, carrying two Irenes, led Foxy and Xuan Qi into the thick mist. He still held the fearsome tetanus staff. During the last encounter with the artificial saintess, the staff had been severely damaged. Half its blades and spikes had been hacked away by the enemy's blade-like fingertips. Fortunately, Foxy had reinforced and repaired it afterward, restoring its menacing appearance. The two Irenes sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulders kept nagging as they moved forward. Don't suddenly rest that thing on your shoulder. We're both sitting here, remember. I know, Yu Sheng snapped impatiently. You've said that at least 800 times since we left the house. Xuan Qi's gaze kept drifting to the tetanus staff, his expression uneasy. Several times he seemed to want to speak but held back. Yu Sheng easily noticed his hesitation. Interested in the club? He asked casually. You've been staring at it quite a while. Mr. Yu, please forgive my impertinence, but there is something troubling me. Xuan Qi finally spoke, his tone turning solemn. Why does your weapon bear such heavy murderous intent? Moreover, it seems surrounded by layers of deathly qi. His expression was tense, filled with the determination of someone ready to risk death rather than compromise their Dao heart. Yu Sheng paused briefly, caught off guard by the question. Before he could respond, Irene burst out laughing from his shoulder. Ha, he thinks you're a demonic cultivator. Yu Sheng tugged helplessly at the corners of his mouth and waved the battle staff in his hand, explaining to Xuan Qi, Don't worry. The blood scent on it is all mine. I coated it with my own blood. It gives it special effects against weaker entities, though it makes the weapon look a bit strange. And the layers of deathly aura you mentioned, that's probably from all the entities it has slain. Is that so? Xuan Qi muttered doubtfully, but seemed to accept Yu Sheng's explanation. Irene, noticing his hesitation, quickly chimed in. Hey, don't overthink it. Our hotel always acts with honor and fairness. Even if someone ends up dead, they probably deserved it anyway. Yu Sheng felt increasingly uneasy listening to this remark. Wait, why do I feel you're implying something? You're imagining things. Irene patted Yu Sheng on the back of the head, swiftly and awkwardly changing the subject. Anyway, why are we even exploring here ourselves? Didn't the Special Affairs Bureau send plenty of people already? Can't we just wait for their reports? It's not the same. Yu Sheng slowly shook his head. This fog appeared right outside Wudong Road number 66, and that alone bothers me greatly. And besides, there's still the matter of that artificial saintess who got away last time. What about her? She was spotted nearby, Yu Sheng said softly, eyes carefully scanning the dense mist around them. And she still hasn't strayed very far. Both Irenes instantly perked up. C-type buckle. At Yu Sheng's words, Foxy's ears immediately pricked up. She swiftly inspected their surroundings, vigilant and alert. Benefactor, this place isn't far from where we were ambushed before. So after all this circling around, the C-type buckle returned close to the old city district. Irene clung tightly to Yu Sheng's head, her small face growing grim. Could there really be something hidden here? It's difficult not to suspect as much, Yu Sheng frowned. But the Special Affairs Bureau's deep dive squad already thoroughly searched the area and found nothing. Xuan Qi, who had been quietly listening all this while, suddenly spoke up. This artificial saintess you're mentioning, it's one of those mechanical dolls crafted by the Holy Revere Hermitage. Exactly, Yu Sheng nodded. You've encountered those things too. Not personally, but I've heard my sect brothers mention them. They're very troublesome enemies, Xuan Qi said gravely. Their fighting techniques are bizarre, they're incredibly fast, can meld into shadows, and even teleport short distances. Ordinary monks are no match for them. You either need a true expert or overwhelming numbers to take them down. Yu Sheng looked at him with surprise. Even cultivators like you, who fly around and vanish at will, find these metal dolls challenging. Precisely because of their metal shells, Xuan Qi sighed. From what I know, those shells are crafted from starship-grade armor, extremely tough, reinforced by strange and sinister methods. Most spells have practically no effect on them. Being mechanical constructs, they're immune to curses, illusions, and restraints, which already renders many monks nearly powerless. That leaves only brute force, close-range attacks. and when flesh and blood monks have to strike directly at starship-grade armor. It's dangerously risky. He paused a moment before adding, "Of course, skilled monks do have ways to handle them, but it'll always require extra effort." Yu Sheng listened intently, recalling something Bai Li Qing had mentioned in their recent conversations. The Holy Revere Hermitage operated within a limited territory and had maintained a low profile over the last decade or more. Frowning slightly, he recalled another detail from Bai Li Qing. Thousand Peak Spirit Mountains territory, Featherwing 13B, was an isolated star sector whose security, though perhaps not as strict as Borderlands, was nonetheless formidable. "Has the artificial saintess invaded your region as well?" Yu Sheng asked instinctively, brows furrowed. "When did this happen?" "Within the past year or two, signs of the Hermitage appeared on some remote planets in our star sector. Twice they deployed artificial saintesses," Yuan Qi replied solemnly. "Though they didn't cause significant damage, local monks swiftly repelled those heretics. Their appearances were undeniably suspicious." "What were they doing in your territory?" Yu Sheng quickly pressed. "Apparently smuggling something," Yuan Qi shook his head thoughtfully. "Sadly, those heretics are extremely cautious. When our guardian monks arrived, all they found were destroyed storage facilities and machinery. To this day, we still don't know exactly what they were up to." Chapter 298, Striking Once More. After listening to Yuan Qi's words, Yu Sheng couldn't help but ponder deeply, forming new suspicions about the Holy Revere Hermitage and their activities within Borderland. But a faint noise from the mist suddenly broke his thoughts. A quiet wet splash, like a foot stepping in water. Yu Sheng immediately snapped his gaze toward the direction of the sound. Yet all he saw were pale, milk-white mists slowly rolling in the distance. The ground around them was dry, completely devoid of puddles, let alone anyone stepping through them. But the absence of visible water only heightened Yu Sheng's vigilance. "If my ears heard it, but my eyes see nothing, something unnatural must be drawing near." "The sky is growing darker," Foxy murmured quietly beside him. Prompted by the demon fox maiden, Yu Sheng immediately noticed the changing skies. When they'd first stepped through the door, it had still been daylight in Boundary City, and naturally, this mist-bound city, always mirroring reality, was also bathed in daylight. Even through thick fog, the sky had remained clearly illuminated, but now, unnoticed by anyone, that bright sky had quickly dimmed, as though heavy storm clouds had quietly covered the mist-covered heavens. Yu Sheng's brows furrowed deeply. At that moment, the strange sound echoed again. Splash! The footsteps returned closer now. And immediately following this footstep were two more, then three, then many. Splash, splash, splash. They came from every direction, growing louder and more frequent. An instinctive alarm rose sharply in Yu Sheng's heart. He whirled around and stared at the fog only a few meters away. Precisely at that moment, another invisible footstep sounded, and this time he finally glimpsed a hint of movement. Transparent splashes scattered through the mist, as if beings from another dimension were treading through unseen water, their footsteps momentarily disturbing the mist in this world. Just as Yu Sheng caught this faint sight, a rush of displaced air surged forward. A shadowy distortion lunged toward him. Yu Sheng swiftly lifted his battle staff, swinging it horizontally before him. Then he shifted sideways, and with only that faint shadowy outline to guide him, he kicked fiercely into empty air. His wolf-fang staff struck something hard and invisible, erupting in bright sparks. A fierce recoil numbed his hand, but he'd halted the enemy's advance. Staggered and vulnerable, the invisible attacker took Yu Sheng's powerful kick squarely in its torso. Yu Sheng felt as though he'd kicked solid metal. In the very next moment, he knew he'd guessed right. His attacker's stealth failed, revealing itself fully. It was a strange, armored figure encased in heavy brass armor, a knight. The force of Yu Sheng's blow sent the brass knight flying backward through the air. With a loud, clanging crash, it shattered into countless pieces on impact. Yu Sheng stood frozen, his mouth hanging open. What the heck? And what followed next was even more bizarre. Only moments after the brass armor scattered across the ground, it started oozing a dark, viscous substance, black and vile-smelling sludge reminiscent of swamp mud. Thick blobs squirmed grotesquely from within the shattered armor, writhing and shifting like monstrous mollusks, swiftly merging into a twisted, hunched humanoid figure. It rose unsteadily, standing. Then instantly burst into blazing flames as a huge carrot-shaped fireball of foxfire smashed into it, reducing it to ashes in moments. "What is that?" cried the little doll from Yu Sheng's shoulder. "Something disgusting leaked out of that armor." "How would I know what it is?" Yu Sheng shouted back, eyes locked warily on the now motionless brass armor and the smoldering remains of black mud. He adjusted his stance, bracing for more assaults. "Should have brought Little Red Riding Hood. She knows everything." "She's in class right now. She's in her final year of high school." Yu Sheng opened his mouth to say more, but a sudden surge of murderous footsteps silenced him. Immediately, the sound of rushing wind tore through the fog from every side. Seemingly enraged by the destruction of the first attacker, the invisible brass knights, previously circling cautiously, launched their full assault. Transparent shadows darted from the misty veil, accompanied by spectral water splashes, pouncing furiously from every direction. "Watch out!" Yu Sheng shouted, barely managing to swing his wolf-fang staff to counter the foes directly before him. In that instant, countless fine threads of black silk erupted from beside him, soundlessly piercing through the mist, spreading swiftly and weaving an intricate net, covering every space where an enemy might lurk. Spiderweb threads stretched and spread in every direction, brushing through the empty air without discrimination. Even those unseen enemies hidden in invisibility were caught, tangled in the silvery webs. A single touch from Irene's threads caused at least a few seconds of confusion and slowness. The charging brass knights faltered abruptly. Some stumbled and collapsed, others stiffened oddly in place, their cloaking spells disrupted. One after another they appeared in midair as glassy figures cloaked in rippling water, hazy and translucent. Yu Sheng seized this perfect moment, swinging his wolf-tooth staff straight into an enemy frozen directly before him. The brass armor shattered on impact, bursting into fragments as thick, black sludge exploded outward like mud squeezed violently from a container. Foxy lunged ferociously at another brass knight midair, first kicking it away, then pouncing close. She grabbed its arm and ripped it off in one brutal tug, quickly followed by its helmet, thick breastplate, and armored legs. In mere seconds, the brass knight was completely dismantled by her beastly strength. Blue foxfire erupted behind her, swiftly incinerating the black ooze to nothingness. Just then, a chilling air emerged, accompanied by the clear ringing sound of metal. Yu Sheng instinctively turned toward the sound. Xuan Qi stepped forward, holding a sword that shimmered faintly with icy blue frost. Wherever the blade passed, even the heavy fog froze instantly, drifting down as tiny crystals of ice. Frost flowed outward, spreading rapidly from Xuan Qi to fill the entire mist-covered street. Yu Sheng was captivated, inwardly exclaiming, "Cultivation techniques are really something else. Look at these effects." He saw Xuan Qi step forward, casually throwing the frosted sword from his grasp, not at the enemy, but allowing it to hover gracefully behind him, as though guided by an invisible hand. Then, Xuan Qi raised one hand and quickly sketched several golden symbols in midair. Simultaneously, he flipped his other hand, conjuring more than a dozen different pills and throwing them into his mouth one after another. Yu Sheng stared blankly. Immediately, waves of dazzling colors began to shine around Xuan Qi, intensifying further with every pill he swallowed. Without hesitation, Xuan Qi then took out a stack of talisman papers from nowhere, scattering them into the air. The talismans ignited spontaneously, transforming into streams of glowing energy swirling protectively around him. Before the talismans finished burning, he grabbed another handful of pills, tossing them carelessly into his mouth as if they cost nothing. After repeating this bizarre sequence several times, Xuan Qi finally paused. He approached one brass knight, now immobilized midair by Irene's threads, bent slightly at the knees, raised his fist, breath deep, and delivered a simple, ordinary punch. Yu Sheng heard a dull puff, like a handful of dust scattered by a breath, followed immediately by a low, eerie vibration. In that instant, the fog covering the entire neighborhood vanished. A gentle breeze swept through, revealing 7 or 8 brass knights, and even the distant buildings behind them, gone without a trace. Yu Sheng even suspected the space beyond had briefly distorted. In fact, faint, suspicious cracks shimmered in midair. But he had no time to marvel at Xuan Qi's absurdly spectacular punch. Because in the same instant the fog dispersed, causing numerous brass knights to become visible, Yu Sheng suddenly sensed something, a familiar presence he'd created from his own blood. It was the artificial saintess. Her aura approached with shocking speed, nearly teleporting from her hidden position. Yu Sheng barely had time to glance upward and saw, just 10 meters away, a black shadow ripple into existence. From within it, the tall, slender, metallic doll leapt forward, her movements graceful like a dance, yet swift as lightning, as she lunged at Xuan Qi, who hadn't even finished retracting his fist. In the blink of an eye, just before those deadly blades reached him, Yuan Chi's form flickered. His body dissolved into lightning, instantly flashing more than a dozen meters away. Almost simultaneously, several scorching, brilliant rays streaked past Yu Sheng's face, fiercely targeting the artificial saintess. Irene Pro had held back from attacking until now, knowing the brass knights, though strange, posed little threat against Yu Sheng, Foxy, and especially Yuan Chi. But Yu Sheng had warned about the artificial saintess lurking nearby. Aware of her limited energy reserves, she'd restrained herself, until this very moment. Facing these sudden, unfamiliar rays, the saintess reacted immediately. She twisted her body sideways, bending her joints grotesquely to nearly breaking limits, somehow dodging most of the beams. But one of Irene's rays still pierced her side. The armor, immune to foxfire and virtually impervious to bullets and most spells, now showed vulnerability. Irene's beam easily tore through, burning cleanly into the metallic shell. Chapter 299, Escaped. The artificial saintess's shell had been pierced by Irene's ray. At her side abdomen, a fist-sized hole emitted wisps of curling smoke. Inside the opening, a strange liquid metal writhed urgently, as if alive, trying desperately to repair the damaged area. These murderous machines crafted by Holy Revere Hermitage had incredibly powerful defenses. Their external armor could easily withstand conventional, high temperatures. But evidently, Irene's peculiar ray carried something beyond mere heat. It held a corrosive or decomposing property that evaporated the metal instantly, leaving the steel doll severely scarred. Yet Irene seemed dissatisfied with her attack. "Oh, I thought I'd blast right through," the little doll muttered from Yu Sheng's shoulder, steam gently rising from her arm, wrist to shoulder. But it only went through the first layer. Clack! A sharp tap of metallic heels echoed from nearby, interrupting Irene's grumbling. The artificial saintess straightened her stance again, swiftly adopting a combat-ready posture. The ghastly wound seemed to have done little to hinder her. She exhibited no pain, no hesitation. Yu Sheng, momentarily relieved by Irene's success, now felt his heart tighten again. At the very same instant, he felt the iron doll's gaze fall directly upon him. Though her pale metal mask displayed no emotions, Yu Sheng sensed through subtle shifts, and the faint link of blood between them, an unmistakable trace of surprise and confusion. She was staring straight at him, clearly puzzled why this familiar enemy was still alive, remembering the wound from their previous encounter. A wound that should have meant death for any ordinary human. Even if it wasn't fatal, no normal person could have recovered this quickly to fight again. Yu Sheng gripped his tetanus staff tighter, adjusting into a stance prepared for immediate counterattack. He taunted the tall, slender figure with his gaze. "Surprised? It's me again, once stained by my blood you're cursed for life." Before his voice faded, his vision blurred as the artificial saintess surged forward, a shadow slicing through the air in an elegant curve, lunging mercilessly toward him. Simultaneously, the remaining bronze knights renewed their assault, raising swords and warhammers, attacking from every direction. "Damn it, they're all together after all." Yu Sheng cursed silently, meeting head-on a bronze knight's falling sword. As he raised his weapon to block, he glimpsed the iron doll's swiftly approaching blade. This steel creature had previously cut off her own arm, yet was now whole again, clearly having undergone repairs. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Yu Sheng felt this enemy's attacks had grown even deadlier than before, as if she had reviewed their previous battle and was now exploiting all his habits and weaknesses. Harsh metallic crashes filled his ears, brilliant sparks erupting midair. Yu Sheng's reflexes, far beyond normal humans, allowed him to dodge the first strike from the artificial saintess. He blocked 2 rapid stabs and 1 vicious kick, swiftly retreating past 2 bronze knights attempting to trap him. Then a flash crossed his vision, and a sea of black threads filled the air once more. Irene's spiderweb again enveloped everything around Yu Sheng. Alive, it twisted, weaving itself tighter, binding bronze knights midair, constricting the artificial saintess's movements. Yet the iron doll moved like an apparition, maneuvering through the gaps in these webs with unbelievable grace and agility, repeatedly approaching Yu Sheng. Despite a body of steel, her movements flowed like a gust of wind no net could ensnare. This is driving me nuts. How is some C-type buckle so annoyingly agile?" Irene shouted in frustration, finally managing to slightly limit the doll's dance. Without careful aiming, another of her bodies raised an arm, firing off bursts of brilliant rays. Carrying Foxfire's strange, destructive power, the Irene rays hissed through the air, tracing a cunning path through the spiderweb to strike their target. But this time the artificial saintess was ready. Anticipating the deadly beams, she dodged preemptively, weaving into a seemingly impossible blind spot among the threads. Yu Sheng's eyes had finally adjusted to her speed, and he now clearly saw the doll's secret. Each of her joints appeared capable of snapping and reshaping at will. Even her limbs could bend unnaturally or soften and twist abruptly at any moment. With a hissing whisper, Irene's concentrated barrage of beams swept across the artificial saintess, scorching frightening wounds into the black alloy armor on her thighs and back. Yet enduring these injuries, the iron doll managed to wrench herself free from the web of black spiderweb. With a nimble flip, she landed several meters away. But before she could even steady herself, a white blur shot toward her like lightning. It was Foxy, who had been patiently waiting for just the right moment to strike. The memory of Yu Sheng being stabbed full of holes last time still haunted her, fueling her resolve. This time, Foxy didn't bother with her ineffective foxfire. Instead, she surged forward with nine-tail acceleration, throwing herself at the enemy in a fierce rocket headbutt. The iron doll, already weakened by Irene's beams and barely stable from her landing, couldn't gracefully dodge as before. She could only awkwardly twist her damaged leg, releasing a harsh metallic shriek as Foxy crashed straight into her chest with a resounding fox-radish headbutt. A thunderous boom erupted from the collision, rippling outward like visible waves through the air. Yu Sheng clearly saw the artificial saintess fold at a bizarre angle, hurtling away as though struck by a cannonball. Foxy stood still, shaking her head briefly before releasing a deep growl. Without hesitation, she lunged again, pinning the struggling iron doll to the ground and raining heavy blows upon her foe. Irene stared from the sidelines, dumbfounded. She had never imagined Foxy fighting in such a savage manner. Her eyes widened in amazement. Does this dumb fox seriously have a head harder than starship armor? Yu Sheng was equally stunned, but before he could speak, he noticed one of the artificial saintess's arms twisting unnaturally. Defying Foxy's hold, it raised upward, sharp blades gleaming coldly, poised to strike the demon fox maiden's back. "Foxy, watch out." But Foxy had already sensed the danger. Before Yu Sheng finished his warning, she swiftly released her grip, darting forward on all fours. Several blades sliced only through a few strands of her silver-white tail fur. At this moment, Yuan Chi stepped forward boldly. The artificial saintess staggered to her feet. Her once graceful movements had slowed considerably after enduring successive blows. Noticing Yuan Chi approaching, she was no longer able to glide elegantly away. With visible effort, she raised her blade-tipped arm, ready to confront the enemy directly. Her pale steel mask remained frozen in its beautiful yet hollow smile, betraying no tension, fear, or anger. Yuan Chi casually waved his icy sword once, returning it neatly behind his back. Then, stepping forward firmly and lowering his center of gravity, he delivered a straightforward, utterly simple punch. It seemed devoid of skill, yet effortlessly avoided every razor-sharp blade, landing squarely on the artificial saintess's arm. A brief, deep hum resonated through the air. Yu Sheng saw dense, layered patterns suddenly emerge on the doll's arm. Countless runes and strange lines flared brightly, seeping through the black alloy armor. A potent force clashed against Yuan Chi's fist. This must be the anti-magic secret art embedded in the doll by Holy Revere Hermitage. Clearly, Yuan Chi's cultivation surpassed that of ordinary monks. Although his fighting style differed greatly from Yu Sheng's expectations, this simple punch carried immense force. After a brief stalemate, the protective enchantments within the iron doll shattered under his overwhelming strength. Intricate runes collapsed, and strange, explosive crackles erupted inside her body. The doll's arm fractured piece by piece, exploding into countless shards and scattering across the ground. Even the nearby brass knights, caught in the aftermath of the punch, toppled helplessly. Yet just as Yu Sheng believed that the fearsome artificial saintess had finally been vanquished, he spotted strange ripples shimmering across her damaged form. Before either he or Yuan Chi could react, the iron doll's figure flickered several times rapidly in the air and vanished without a trace. Losing resistance, Yuan Chi's residual force exploded forward unchecked, silently pulverizing everything within 100 meters into fine dust. Slowly, Yuan Chi turned around, meeting Yu Sheng's bewildered gaze with confusion of his own. Chapter 300, Hidden Giant Tower. After the artificial saintess disappeared, the last few remaining brass knights on the battlefield were quickly wiped out, leaving only Yu Sheng and his group in the ravaged streets. The scene was clearly far from satisfying. She just ran away. After all that, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Irene, jumping down from Yu Sheng's shoulder, ran to the spot where the artificial saintess had last stood. She searched around, looking flustered and angry, shouting, "After taking such a beating, she can still teleport." Xu Wenqi, whose sword still emitted an icy chill behind him, had not let his guard down. Upon hearing Irene's complaint, he frowned slightly. "That doesn't seem like an ordinary teleportation. It's more like the return technique I've heard of." Yu Sheng froze for a moment. "Return, what's that?" Xu Wenqi explained, speaking with some awe, "It's a new feature in the latest model of artificial saintesses. They have a technology that allows them to set up a holy coffin for emergency repairs and self-preservation. If they sustain severe damage while on a mission, they can instantly teleport back to the holy coffin for safety. It's something I've heard of but never encountered before." He looked thoughtful. "So this is how it works. We'll need to think of a countermeasure." Irene's eyes widened in disbelief. "What the hell? She has such a sneaky trick up her sleeve. This model's way too shady." Xu Wenqi frowned again. "As far as I know, the holy coffin has its limits. The teleportation range can't be too far, and it can only be activated once within a short time. So that automaton's hiding spot should be nearby. Let's keep searching." Before he could finish, Yu Sheng spoke up. "Indeed, it's right around here." Foxy, who had been sniffing around, immediately stood up upon hearing Yu Sheng's words. His eyes sparkled. "Benefactor, do you know where she went?" A faint smile appeared on Yu Sheng's face as he surveyed the slowly gathering mist around them, his mood lifting. Just a moment ago, he had felt a clearer, more distinct connection from the blood mark. "She ran quite well," Yu Sheng said, walking slowly toward a certain spot. "No wonder, if she hadn't run, I might not have noticed." He stopped in an open area and reached out, as if trying to touch an invisible door. This was the same spot where Xu Wenqi's punch had landed earlier, leaving a lingering wave of force. Yu Sheng realized he hadn't been mistaken before. There was indeed something hidden here. Well concealed, but now the blood resonance had pierced through the concealment, and in his sight, a faint, dark red line flickered in the otherwise empty space. He finally found the edge of that line and reached out to peel it away, like prying open a slightly ajar door, pushing it open bit by bit with force. The surrounding mist immediately quickened its flow, and a turbulent, malicious atmosphere surged from the invisible crack, accompanied by a series of sharp, unsettling sounds. Irene stared in shock as she watched Yu Sheng forcibly peel open a dark red glowing door in the air. The gap widened, and with it massive, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear in the surrounding space. The cracks spread across the air, extending hundreds of meters outward in an instant, sprawling across the streets, buildings, the sky, and the ground. A gigantic, oppressive, dark red spiderweb seemed to materialize out of nowhere, enveloping the entire district. On its surface, a gaping wound appeared, the source of which was the crack Yu Sheng was steadily tearing open with his hands. "Whoa, this thing is tough." Yu Sheng felt a massive resistance but didn't stop. Instead, the more he felt it, the more driven he became. He even braced one foot against the crack and used his whole body to pry it open wider, his expression lighting up like a child at play. "Hey, let's see what you really are." Xu Wenqi, standing nearby, was stunned. A force he had never encountered before disturbed his divine sense. As Yu Sheng ripped the veil apart, it seemed to him as though he could hear the sound of a massive spatial structure letting out a deathly wail. Yes, the veil itself was howling, lifeless yet rapidly dying. Finally, with the sound of glass shattering, it collapsed with a deafening crash. The massive cocoon was torn apart, a tiny wound triggering a chain collapse throughout the entire structure. Spiderweb-like dark red veins splintered into pieces, exploding outward in all directions like a violent storm. The thick fog shook violently, and the scene of the street, once familiar, twisted and scattered like a collapsed stage backdrop. Finally, a hidden space was exposed to all. "Irene, what the hell?" As the curtain faded, she saw an expansive space covered by dark material. The dull, rock-like ground was scattered with eerie pale purple crystal clusters, embedded in the city's buildings like grotesque, unnatural scars. Large and small crystals turned into monstrous, grotesque jungles, and at the heart of this forest, a towering high tower stood. It was a giant tower exuding an aura of mystery and darkness. The towering structure seemed built from countless black stones, but it faintly shimmered with a metallic texture. At high altitudes, there were smaller towers or branch structures floating nearby, all connected by delicate bridges and even runic chains surrounding the main tower. When Irene forced herself to look up at the high tower, she noticed that the upper half of the tower seemed to carry a distorted, blurry texture, as if several illusions of the tower were overlapping. After just a few seconds of staring, she felt dizzy and disoriented. She averted her gaze, and the small doll, chattering excitedly, asked the soul-shaking 3 questions. What is that? What do we do now? Where did that come from? Even Yu Sheng, who had personally torn apart the curtain, froze when he looked up. Although he had sensed the hidden location of the artificial saintess, he hadn't expected such an astonishing sight after breaking the barrier. Hearing Irene's shouting, he could only shrug. I don't know. Irene's other self quickly ran over, climbing onto Yu Sheng's shoulder while speaking rapidly. It's been hidden here all this time? How did no one notice? Oh my God. This feels like cleaning the house and suddenly finding a nest of cockroaches in the cupboard. Yu Sheng shuddered instantly. Don't say things like that. At that moment, Foxy also arrived next to Yu Sheng, looking up at the high tower and speaking. Benefactor, what should we do next? Should we go and check it out? Before Yu Sheng could respond, the small doll on his shoulder immediately shrank its neck. Do we really have to go? This place doesn't look right. It feels like monsters are going to spawn everywhere. Foxy thought for a moment, but the C-shaped clasp might be hidden inside. Irene, well, that brings us back to... From the moment the giant tower appeared, Yuan Chi had furrowed his brow. His gaze remained fixed ahead, and after a long silence he suddenly spoke, breaking the quiet. This is it. Irene and Foxy immediately fell silent, turning to look at him. Yu Sheng was the first to speak. Huh. You remember how I mentioned that in the last year or two, the frontier sector under the Grand Void spiritual axis discovered traces of the Holy Revere Hermitage? Yuan Chi quickly said. During one of the raids, the Mountain Guardian cultivators destroyed a hideout of dark cults and saw a giant tower. But at that time, the tower was incomplete and it wasn't hidden. It was built in a large underground cavern. I've seen the footage from that time, and if the tower had been finished, it would look exactly like this. Irene blinked, then quickly turned to Yu Sheng. Does that mean we have to go inside and check it out? But Yu Sheng raised his hand and knocked the small doll on the head. Are you stupid? First, we report this to the relevant authorities. Just a single clue can be worth tens of thousands. As he spoke, he casually pulled out his phone. Clearly, his worldview was perfectly intact here. Irene widened her eyes, but there's no signal here. As soon as she finished speaking, she watched in disbelief as Yu Sheng casually opened a small door in the air beside him. Beyond the door was the living room of Wudong Road 66. Then Yu Sheng quickly typed out a message on the Frontier Communication reporting platform and sent it, holding the phone through the door. Irene. Yu Sheng turned to look, meeting the stunned gazes of Irene and Foxy. Yuan Chi, however, showed no reaction, as he was still unfamiliar with the wonders of Wudong Road 66. What are you staring at me for? Yu Sheng frowned. Foxy smiled broadly. Benefactor, as expected, you're sharp-minded. Irene's response was more direct. You're really something. Hey, that's basic stuff, Yu Sheng said, unconcerned as he waved the phone and casually put it away. All right, the report is sent. Now we find a safe spot and wait for a response from the Special Affairs Bureau. Irene was surprised. Huh, we're not going in? I thought once you reported it, we'd go in and check it out. That's not really your usual style. Yu Sheng, what's my usual style? Irene thought for a moment, the kind that doesn't care about dying. Yu Sheng, that's not how that phrase is used.